During the awakening ceremony, Lin Mu was derisively labeled as the most useless special occupation, a necromancer. The summoned skeletons were frail and insubstantial, their bodies as delicate as tissue paper. He was mocked by the flame warrior, Wang Hao, who referred to him as a walking experience pack and boasted of shattering him in the dungeon. However, unbeknownst to all, Lin Mu had transmigrated and possessed a remarkable golden finger. Talent: description alter black, unknown level. Ability: modify one word in the target's description. In an instant, the world transformed before his eyes. Skill: revive skeleton. Quantity limit: 1. Modified to quantity limit: 9. Staff: mana consumption reduced by 10. Mana consumption reduced by 90. The trash staff became a divine artifact. Seleton soldier inferior bonis. Superior bones. Its life, attack, and defense surged fivefold. Faced with Wang Hao's provocation, Lin Mu chuckled coldly. A spar? Are you certain? When 9 indomitable skeletons encircled Wang Hao, he despaired and knelt, terrified and begging for mercy. The boss, Goblin Shaman, capable of infinitely resurrecting minions? And casting fire magic? Lin Mu smiled. You can still use fire magic? Modified to cannot use. The boss was left dumbfounded, ripe for slaughter. Monsters throwing stones? Cotton blocks? Poison gas traps? Fragrant traps? He altered the descriptions of all things, subverting rules, transforming decay into marvel, and rendering the impossible possible. Chapter 1. A necromancer is worthless. What does it matter to us earthlings? At the second vocational college of Shilin City, in the Awakening Plaza. Class 1, Lin Mu, special occupation, necromancer, no talent. As the radiance of the awakening array faded, Director Liu, responsible for the ceremony, glanced at the occupational insignia floating before Lin Mu. His brow furrowed slightly, shaking his head in disappointment. Next, the sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate, yet the shared amusement is universally understood. Surrounding classmates whispered among themselves, casting very glances. Many breathed sighs of relief, thankful they had not awakened such a wretched occupation. From a distance, on the viewing platform, the class teacher, Feng Yumei, wore a look of regret. She lowered her voice to converse with a nearby teacher. It's truly a shame for this child, Lin Mu. He studies so diligently and consistently ranks first in the grade. Indeed, who would have thought he would awaken as a necromancer? This year, the vocational college hasn't produced a single talent. The first academy has already seen purple talents emerge. Truly, each generation is less impressive than the last. Lin Mu stood frozen in place, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms. It has been 3 days. He has inhabited this world, known as Blue Star, for 3 days, with his soul residing within the body of a boy who shares his name. This child was informed by community workers during elementary school that his parents perished within a dungeon. They could not even bring back their remains, leaving him only a property and a modest sum of savings. Fortunately, he excelled academically, garnering the admiration of teachers and most of his classmates. These individuals all hoped that he would awaken a powerful combat profession, thereby leaping from the ordinary into greatness. Yet, reality struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering all expectations into fragments. The necromancer, since the Great Cataclysm, is universally acknowledged as the weakest special profession in the early stages on Blue Star. Its initial summoned minions are as fragile as paper, and its own form is equally vulnerable. Battling at the same tier is akin to being a mere mobile experience point package. This is far more suffocating than simply failing to awaken and becoming an ordinary person. The hope that follows despair is a chasm so vast that it becomes unbearable. I thought the academic prodigy might awaken some extraordinary profession. Turns out to be the most useless special profession, the necromancer. Ha ha ha. A pudgy hand suddenly landed on Lin Mu's shoulder, with a voice close to his ear, loudly exclaiming. The stench of breath was as offensive as that of a public latrine. Awakening from his stupor, Lin Mu turned to see. The speaker was Wang Hao from his class. He had just awakened as a flame warrior, a relatively powerful combat profession. At that moment, Wang Hao held his head high, his nostrils nearly pointing skyward, wearing a mocking grin. He was flanked by several classmates who had also awakened combat professions. Indeed, I've heard that the skeletons summoned by necromancers can be blown away by a gust of wind, not even as formidable as an ordinary person wielding a stick. The initial investment is enormous, yet the returns are minimal. By the time he levels up, we will have already advanced to our second class. These classmates joined Wang Hao in ridiculing Lin Mu. Lin Mu, don't be disheartened. Although it's a trash profession, at least you are still a professional. In the wilderness, scavenging will still be more efficient than an ordinary person, right, Lin, the academic prodigy? A wave of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Director Liu furrowed his brow, but refrained from intervening. In his eyes, while Wang Hao's words were harsh, they were also undeniable facts. The necromancer is indeed weak in its early stages. Unless a powerful organization invests vast resources into leveling it up, its combat capabilities remain unimpressive. However, Director Liu was aware of Lin Mu's situation. He was a perennial recipient of scholarship funds, lacking the strength to achieve such feats. Director Liu cleared his throat and addressed Lin Mu. Lin Mu, the randomness of professions is simply how it is. Do not lose heart. Besides, the necromancer can be strong in the later stages. With effort, there may still be a path forward. For now, why not familiarize yourself with your profession panel and initial skills? Though these words sounded like consolation, the bureaucratic detachment they carried was more painful than Wang Hao's mockery. A surge of heat rushed to Lin Mu's head, but he forcibly suppressed it. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the justifications of the weak only invite further ridicule. Pushing Wang Hao's fat hand away, he silently moved aside and employed the methods he had learned from his predecessor. Focusing his mind, he opened his profession panel. Name, Lin Mu. Profession, necromancer. Level, LV.0. Experience points, 0/100. Health points, 30/30ths. Mana points, 60/60ths. Strength, 2. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Constitution, 3. Skills, revive skeleton. Consumes 10 mana to summon a fragile skeleton to fight for you. Maximum number, 1. The attributes were fairly standard, with a distribution leaning towards intelligence, aligning with the characteristics of a magic profession. However, the term fragile skeleton caused his brows to furrow once more. Lowering his gaze, Lin Mu's breath caught in his throat. What is this? Talent. Description alterer. Black. Lin Mu's heart raced. Just moments ago, during his awakening, there had been no sign of a talent activation. It is well known that all individuals on Blue Star have a minuscule chance of activating a talent upon awakening their profession. Talent levels are classified from lowest to highest as gray, white, blue, purple, gold, and the legendary multicolored. But this black talent? It is unheard of. It certainly does not fit into the known talent rating system. Lin Mu stifled his inner excitement. Concentrating on the talent's name, more detailed information materialized. Description alterer. Function. Detailed description. Able to see more detailed descriptions than other professionals. Description modification. Can modify one word in the description. Restrictions. Each target's description may be modified only once per day. Level. It is impossible to alter the description of a target whose level exceeds one's own by more than 5 levels. Logical consistency. Modifications must maintain a certain degree of coherence and fundamental logic within the statements. Special conditions. Direct modifications to foundational descriptions such as physical attributes, professions, talents, and world rules are prohibited. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Incredible! I have a cheat." The modification of one word in the description. One of the core rules of Blue Star is that all matters related to professionals possess a description. This talent is nothing short of extraordinary. It directly influences the underlying rules of the world. The online novels do not deceive me. Transmigration must come with a golden finger. The Mother Earth will bless every wandering child. Hey Lin, the academic overachiever, have you had your fill? Are you utterly despondent about your little skeleton? Wang Hao and his group approached once more, still exuding an air of arrogance. He seemed to revel in the pleasure of stepping on the former academic elite. This afternoon is the trial for apprentices. Why not just give up, Lin? It would save you the trouble of ending up like your parents, going in and never returning. Ha ha ha. Lin Mu had initially intended to ignore this group of youngsters. However, whether it was due to the soul possessing the body or not, the original owner's obsession with his parents' death lingered in Lin Mu's memories, refusing to fade. Alongside this, Lin Mu himself developed a peculiar sentiment toward these two parents he had never met. Wang Hao's last remark inadvertently struck a nerve, crossing a line. Wang Hao had sealed his own fate. Lin Mu suddenly turned, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Oh, classmate Wang Hao, a flame warrior. Is it? I shall remember you. Seeing Lin Mu still daring to retort, Wang Hao's expression darkened. Oomph. Still brazen. He stepped forward, flames flickering around his fist, preparing to strike. This is the academy. Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? Lin Mu extended his hand to halt him, his smile more natural. How about this afternoon, in the Goblin Forest dungeon? We can spar then, to see whether your fiery fist is mightier or my skeleton is stronger. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He had been longing for an opportunity to accidentally teach Lin Mu a lesson. Excellent. I couldn't ask for more. You will soon understand the meaning of despair. I eagerly anticipated. Once Wang Hao departed, Lin Mu regained his composure, silently reciting his talent and focusing entirely on his skill panel, Resurrection of Skeletons. Resurrection of Skeletons consumes 10 mana to summon a single skeleton, constructed from inferior bones, to fight on your behalf. It is slow-moving, structurally unsound, and easily damaged. Maximum quantity, 1. Indeed, the description on the panel was more detailed than before. Change bones to metal, or flame? Change skeleton to demon, or dragon? Thoughts raced through his mind, presenting numerous possibilities that were quickly dismissed by constraints. Modifying one word. If I change inferior bones to superior bones, the combat power should see significant improvement, but it still wouldn't be optimal. Safety must come first, followed by enhancing combat strength. The most direct manifestation of safety is in numbers. Change maximum quantity, 1 to maximum quantity, 100 million. No response? Can numbers not be altered in text? Only numbers with numbers, text with text, symbols with symbols? Then let us modify maximum quantity, 1 to maximum quantity, 9. This time, it indeed took effect. The skill description of Resurrection of Skeletons shimmered momentarily before transforming. He eagerly checked the revised panel description. Resurrection of Skeletons consumes 10 mana to summon a fragile skeleton to fight on your behalf. Maximum quantity, 9. Chapter 2. The trash wand transforms into a divine artifact. Eureka. Lin Mu's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. What began as a singular transformation had blossomed into 9. It is worth noting that the augmentation of summoning skills is notoriously arduous. One could attain the pinnacle of mastery, yet still summon fewer than he currently could. Astonishingly, all this was achieved merely by altering a single character. The murmurs around him persisted, shifting from mere derision to palpable anticipation for the afternoon's spectacle. Wang Li, a lifestyle profession, an essential oil technician, lacked any discernible talent. Director Liu paid no mind to the mortified and disheartened Wang Li nor to the other students who rushed over seeking her contact information. After years overseeing the awakening ceremony, he had encountered every conceivable profession imaginable. He could not possibly console every unfortunate soul. After all, this was a world that prioritized strength. Inevitably, the weak would be cast aside. His previous willingness to offer Lin Mu a few words of encouragement stemmed from the latter's commendable academic performance. Moreover, being an essential oil technician was not inherently an inferior vocation. Wang Li possessed decent looks, and with the right utilization of her profession, she could indeed prosper. With the awakening ceremony concluded, students who had awakened to combat professions would proceed to the logistics office to collect their starting weapons. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all were to reconvene here for the internship trial. Director Liu cast a seemingly casual glance at Lin Mu in the crowd. Those who failed their awakening, those who awaken lifestyle professions, and those with subpar combat abilities may leave. However, remember that no profession is inherently superior or inferior. Every vocation, including that of an ordinary person, has the potential to shine in its own right. Contribute your strength for your families, for Huaxia, for the Blue Star. Director Liu's impassioned exhortation ignited fervor among many inexperienced students. The despondency that had clouded their expressions due to their failures now flickered with a spark of determination. Those who had awakened to combat professions appeared as if they had been invigorated, eager to rush forth and engage in battle with monsters. Amidst the throng, Lin Mu maintained a serene demeanor. Having lived 2 lives, he had navigated numerous professional landscapes. He was accustomed to such rhetoric. The fervent reactions of his peers evoked a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the pre-examination rally from his previous life. Once the awakening ceremony concluded, Lin Mu made his way directly to the logistics office of the academy. Necromancer, Lin Mu, he stated. The instructor responsible for distributing novice equipment barely glanced up, casually tossing a nondescript wooden staff from a pile of standard weapons. Here, your wand. Lin Mu accepted the staff, feeling its chill. Withered wood wand. Attack power, 1-3. Special effect. Reduces mana consumption by 10 when casting skills. A meager attribute, to say the least. Maintaining his composure, Lin Mu retreated to a secluded corner, focusing his thoughts. Talent. Descriptive modifier. The description of the withered wood wand read, crafted from dried willow wood, showing minimal signs of processing. Special effect. Reduces mana consumption by 10 when casting skills. His gaze honed in on the final line. Reduces mana consumption by 10. With a mental alteration, he changed 10 to 90. The description of the wand blurred momentarily before returning to clarity. Withered wood wand. Attack power, 1-3. Special effect. Reduces mana consumption by 90 when casting skills. Success. A smile crept across Lin Mu's face, unable to contain his delight. A staggering reduction of 90 mana consumption. This wand, once deemed worthless by novice villagers, had been transformed into an exceptional mana-reducing tool. With this, Revived Skeleton would now consume merely 1 mana per use. He could maintain a full squad of skeletons without the dread of depleting his mana reserves. This golden finger was indeed formidable, more powerful than the single-player game modding tools from his past life. Having enjoyed a light lunch, Lin Mu arrived at the Awakening Square ahead of schedule at 1:30 p.m. The square was sparsely populated, with small clusters of students engaged in discussions about the impending trial. Lin Mu, a gentle voice called from behind. He turned to find a girl in a white dress approaching him, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, her features delicate, and her eyes reflecting concern. This girl was Su Xiaoxiao, one of the few in their class who had refrained from mocking him following the awakening ceremony. She had awakened as a priest, a purely supportive role, which held a certain appeal. Su Xiaoxiao, is there something you need? Lin Mu inquired, puzzled. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Speaking softly, Lin Mu, Wang Hao his Fire Warrior class is quite effective against undead creatures. You must be cautious during this afternoon's trial. She hesitated, seemingly gathering her courage. How about we team up? Although I am a priest, I can at least assist you with healing. Lin Mu regarded her with mild surprise. Su Xiaoxiao came from a well-off family and was quite attractive. Previously, she had been a sought-after figure in their class, and during his time at school, the original Lin Mu had benefited from her kindness. She represented a rare instance of tenderness in the original's memories. Were it the original Lin Mu in this moment, he would likely be overwhelmed with emotion. However, Lin Mu merely contemplated. Given his current fragile health, having a priest as a companion would indeed provide substantial support. All right. He nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Hao and a few lackeys approached. Upon seeing Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao together, jealousy ignited in his eyes. Su Xiaoxiao was the belle of the school. Her previous indifference towards him was one thing, but now she was conversing with Lin Mu, whom he deemed a failure. Oh, Lin Mu, you really dare to show up? Wang Hao sneered, his eyes flickering with envy as he surveyed the pair. Don't think that just because a beauty is concerned for you, it changes the fact that you are worthless. He emphasized the word worthless. Once we enter the dungeon, let us see how I shatter your pathetic skeletal frames. Su Xiaoxiao's face paled. Usually composed, she could not suppress her fury. Wang Hao, we are all classmates. Why must you be so aggressive? Her voice trembled with indignation. As more students arrived at the square for the trial, Wang Hao disregarded Su Xiaoxiao's protest and instead grinned maliciously at the gathering crowd. Listen closely, everyone, he proclaimed loudly. Lin Mu, the most incompetent necromancer. Today, if anyone dares to team up with this trash, you're declaring war with me. Wang Hao. At his words, those who had previously felt sympathy for Lin Mu instinctively took a step back, distancing themselves from him. Wang Hao's Fire Warrior class, while not the top tier, was undeniably a formidable combatant. No one wished to offend a potentially strong fighter over an inconsequential failure. Watching her classmates recoil, Su Xiaoxiao felt a swell of injustice, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Mu gently patted her shoulder. Do not worry, I do not require additional teammates. Of course, you are free to join another group. His voice, though soft, exuded an unwavering calmness. Su Xiaoxiao looked up, meeting Lin Mu's tranquil and confident gaze. For reasons unknown, a sense of reassurance washed over her. The grievances and unease within her heart seemed to dissipate significantly. She shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I am eager to team up with you. Silence. Director Lu's imposing figure appeared atop the elevated platform in the square, his voice resonating with authority. The clamorous square fell eerily silent in an instant. Dear students, the upcoming trial dungeon is known as the Goblin Forest. You are permitted to form teams of up to 5 members, and you have 3 hours to complete the dungeon's objectives. Be advised, failure to accomplish the tasks within the designated time frame will hinder your ability to level up. More critically, the dungeon is not a sanctuary. Encountering insurmountable dangers could even result in the loss of your lives. Should you merely fail the mission, you will be forcibly transported back after 3 hours, left to await the next opportunity for a trial dungeon. His words fell like a chilling deluge, igniting a wave of tension among the students in the square. Faces paled and gasps echoed, contributing significantly to the warming climate of Blue Star. The inability to unlock all functions, the risk of death. This was no trivial matter. With the intended deterrent effect achieved, Director Liu nodded. Now, let the entrance to the trial dungeon be opened. At his command, the awakening array at the center of the square illuminated once more. A distorted portal gradually took shape, exuding a faintly ominous aura. All participants of the trial, please enter in an orderly fashion, guided by their instructor. The students, with trepidation in their hearts, began to step through the portal. After successfully forming a team, Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao followed the crowd into the light. As the world spun around them, Lin Mu found himself and Su Xiaoxiao at the edge of a dimly lit forest, their fellow classmates nowhere in sight. Clearly, they had been randomly teleported to different areas of the dungeon. Soon after, a chilling system notification resonated within the minds of all students who had entered the dungeon. Dungeon task initiated. 1. Eliminate over 10 dungeon monsters for trial success. You may choose to exit the dungeon early. 2. The more monsters you defeat within 3 hours, the higher your score. 3. Special task. Defeat the dungeon boss. The Goblin Shaman. Chapter 3. The attribute-enhanced little skeleton within the dungeon. Towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth, with only a few rays of sunlight casting mottled shadows upon the ground. In the distance, the distinctive sharp cries of goblins echoed, piercing the silence of the forest. Su Xiaoxiao gripped her novice priest's staff tightly, her knuckles turning white, her fair cheeks betraying her anxiety as she cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Lin Mu, it's so dark here. Lin Mu paid no heed to Su Xiaoxiao's words, his gaze scanning the area with vigilance as he silently summoned his magical energy. Revive skeleton, revive skeleton, revive skeleton, casting the spell consecutively 9 times. He found that his mana had only diminished by a mere 9 points. The withered wood staff significantly reduced mana consumption by 90, truly terrifying. The ground trembled slightly, and the earth heaved as 9 disjointed skeletons clawed their way out from beneath the soil, their bony joints producing a cacophonous clatter. In their hollow eye sockets, 2 flickering blue soul flames danced gently. Clutching chipped bone daggers, they wobbled unsteadily into formation. Su Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape, her clear eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Mu, how can you have so many skeletons? I thought novice necromancers could only summon 1. Doubt began to creep into her mind, questioning whether she had misjudged Lin Mu's profession during the awakening ceremony. Lin Mu merely cast her a fleeting glance, offering no explanation. His full attention was concentrated on the summoned skeletons. Fragile skeleton. Health, 30-30. Attack, 2-3. Defense, 4. Indeed, their attributes were astonishingly low, resembling mere experience fodder, fragile to the touch. For an ordinary necromancer, beginning with such abysmal stats would spell despair. Lin Mu activated his talent once more, and a more detailed description appeared before him. Skeleton assembled from inferior bones, slow-moving, loosely structured, and prone to damage. An idea sparked within Lin Mu. The skill's description had already been modified today and could not be altered again. However, these summoned skeletons were new targets. He immediately focused his gaze on the first skeleton. Concentrating his thoughts, he modified it from being constructed of inferior bones to being assembled from superior bones. No sooner had he thought this than the skeleton before him trembled violently. With a crackling sound, the previously cracked and dull bones transformed, becoming smooth and resilient, exuding a subtle luster. The joints clicked into place, tightening considerably, and the soul flames in its hollow eye sockets flared vibrantly. Even the once chipped bone dagger became whole and sharp. On the attribute panel, the description of this skeleton underwent a dramatic transformation. Sturdy skeleton. Health, 80-80. Attack, 10-15. Defense, 20. A detailed description followed. Skeleton assembled from superior bones, moves slowly, well-structured, and resistant to damage. Its health nearly tripled. Attack power quintupled. Defense also quintupled. The attributes had surged tremendously. Lin Mu suppressed his overwhelming joy and replicated the process. Before long, the remaining 8 fragile skeletons transformed under Su Xiaoxiao's astonished gaze. 9 robust, newly formed skeletons stood in formation before Lin Mu, their bones hardened, soul flames vibrant, emanating a subtle aura of intimidation. Su Xiaoxiao stood by, awestruck, her small hands instinctively covering her mouth. She felt as though her worldview had been violently shattered in that moment. Lin Mu's necromancer was an entirely different concept from the utterly useless special profession she had previously known. Advance with caution, Lin Mu commanded. The 9 skeletons immediately arranged themselves in a fan formation, shielding him and Su Xiaoxiao in the center. Not long into their advance, the underbrush rustled. Wah wah wah. La Kanichiao. 3 goblins with emerald skin and crude wooden clubs sprang forth, shrieking as they charged toward the 2. Goblin Scout. Health, 70. Trait: Bully the weak, fear the strong. As first-level monsters, they posed a tangible threat to the 0-level newcomers. The Academy recommended forming teams precisely because typical aspiring professionals were woefully inadequate. Encountering 3 such creatures upon entry would spell doom for any other team lacking a powerful combat class. Lin Mu remained unfazed, a subtle shift in his thoughts. The 3 skeletons at the forefront immediately surged forward. Yet, the Goblin Scouts were swifter. The wooden club, accompanied by the sound of the wind, struck fiercely against the skeletal frame. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of impact resonated. The club merely left a few shallow white marks on the skeleton's hard bones. 1 HP, 1 HP, 1 HP. The goblin's attacks could not even breach the skeleton's defenses, only managing to inflict a mere point of damage. The skeletons, reacting swiftly, launched a fierce counterattack. Their bone knives sliced effortlessly through the goblin's coarse skin, causing small splashes of blood. 7 HP, 10 HP, 9 HP. Witnessing this, Lin Mu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The 3 goblin scouts were rendered nearly powerless in the presence of 3 sturdy skeletons. After just a few exchanges of attacks, they fell to the ground, screaming in frustration. The experience points for Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao each rose by 15. Fortune smiled upon them as a pair of tattered goblin trousers dropped. Tattered goblin leather pants. Defense, 2. The attributes were exceedingly simplistic. However, as they were currently level 0, they could not equip any items with level requirements. They could only accumulate experience until they completed the trial dungeon task, at which time they could level up. Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she couldn't help but exclaim softly, "So strong. Lin Mu, your skeletons have defenses that surpass those of novice shield bearers, and their attacks are incredibly fierce." Her preconceived notions of necromancers crumbled entirely in that moment. Subsequently, under the protection of the skeleton squad, the 2 continued to explore deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered several waves of goblins, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the skeletons. However, the drop rate was disappointingly low. Aside from experience, no equipment had surfaced. Occasionally, Su Xiaoxiao would cast a weak healing spell on a skeleton that was being focused on, striving to contribute her presence. 10 HP. Another goblin fell, and the cold notification of the dungeon echoed in their minds. Dungeon task completed. Defeat 10 monsters in the dungeon. Rating: B. You may leave the dungeon at any time. Time remaining in the dungeon: 2 hours, 23 minutes, 47 seconds. It had been less than 40 minutes since they entered the dungeon, and they had already completed the basic task. This speed would undoubtedly rank among the best in the history of the second vocational college. AB rating: second only to a few seniors who had awakened exceptionally strong special classes. One of them had even activated an exceedingly rare purple talent. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Mu with delight. Lin Mu, we've completed the task. Should we leave now? Lin Mu shook his head, his gaze profound. There's no rush. My objective is not merely to complete the task. Let us set a small goal, or rather, a medium goal, an S rating. Chapter 4. Sparring. What are you scared of? Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao walked side by side, with 9 skeletons clearing the path ahead. Not far off, angry shouts and sounds of struggle echoed through the thicket. Damn it! Why won't this cursed thing die? Be careful of its wooden club. Everyone attack. Don't let it escape. Lin Mu's expression sharpened, and he gestured for Su Xiaoxiao to halt. With a slight frown, he peered ahead. In an open area, Wang Hao and his 4 lackeys were entangled with a goblin scout. The corpse of another goblin lay on the ground, blood still fresh. Wang Hao was panting heavily, his school uniform soaked in sweat, a long gash marking his face. His 4 subordinates were equally battered, with one person's right arm bleeding profusely, their expression pained. Wang Hao intermittently unleashed his novice skill, Fire Fist, as flames flickered in the woods. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Finally, with another fiery blow, the goblin scout emitted a sharp scream and collapsed. Phew, finally dead. Wang Hao leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Just then, a sharp-eyed lackey pointed towards Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's direction. How good, look over there. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his face and glanced up. Lin Mu, quick-witted, swiftly adjusted his positioning, arranging the 9 skeletons closely behind him and Su Xiaoxiao, resembling a formation of a 1,000-handed guanyin, utilizing the shadows of the trees for concealment. Wang Hao and his companions could only see the figures of the 2, completely unaware of the skeleton squad behind them. The weariness in Wang Hao's expression was instantly replaced by derision. Donning a signature smile, he approached. Oh, the esteemed Lin Scholar and Su Beauty are still alive. Quite the resilient pair. Wang Hao straightened his back, exaggerating his expression to mask his exhaustion. We've already slain 3 goblins. You two haven't encountered a single monster. Have you? He scrutinized them from head to toe. Noticing their pristine attire, unblemished by dust, he became even more convinced of his assumptions. The 4 lackeys immediately caught on, chiming in. Exactly. Lin Scholar wouldn't be too embarrassed to summon your trash skeleton in front of the beauty, would you? A tall, bespectacled boy exclaimed dramatically, pointing at Lin Mu. Su Xiao, don't follow this waste. Join our team. Although we can't form a party, at least Hao Ge can protect you. Another chubby boy said with a grin, his gaze lingering on Su Xiao with ill intentions. Contrary to the anticipated shame and anger, Lin Mu and Su Xiao remained calm. Standing still, Su Xiao even leisurely glanced up at the dappled light filtering through the trees, a hint of pity gracing her face. This complete disregard ignited a furious blaze within Wang Hao. He felt deeply insulted, the sense of superiority he had so painstakingly found being forcefully snatched away. Damn it! Wang Hao stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, if you have the guts, summon your trash skeleton and let me show you what a true combat profession looks like. Lin Mu finally withdrew his dismissive gaze, turning to Wang Hao with a slight smile. As you wish. Crack. A sturdy skeleton stepped forward with measured strides, slowly emerging to stand before him and Su Xiao. The eerie blue flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets, casting a strange ambience over the dim forest. Let my trash skeleton test the hardness of your fists. Lin Mu clasped his hands behind his back, deliberately emphasizing the words trash skeleton. Wang Hao, momentarily taken aback, quickly scoffed. What a show. A mere skeleton of bones thinks it can intimidate anyone? However, Zhang Xian, the bespectacled boy behind Wang Hao, displayed a flicker of concern in his eyes. As a hunter, his perception was slightly heightened compared to others, and he seemed to sense something amiss. He tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, Hao Ge, this skeleton seems a bit off. Just look at its bones. Get lost. Wang Hao shrugged off Zhang Xian's hand, sneering repeatedly. What is so off about it? It's just a pile of bones. He flexed his fists, adorned with the coarse cloth gloves issued by the school, and struck fiercely at the skeleton's ribcage. Clang. The sound echoed like a heavy hammer striking stone. The skeleton remained utterly unmoved, a vivid crimson number floating above its skull. Wang Hao felt a sharp pain radiating through his fist, as if his knuckles had collided with steel. He let out a muffled grunt, a fleeting look of disbelief crossing his face. Impossible. Wang Hao roared, his lips contorting in rage. The skeleton of a necromancer should be the most fragile of foes. Unwilling to accept defeat, he inhaled deeply, activating his professional skill, Fire Fist. Fiery flames ignited around his fist as he delivered another crushing blow to the skeleton. Break for me. The fire erupted with a thunderous crack. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the skeleton stood resolutely, unwavering as a mountain. Wang Hao's complexion turned ashen in an instant. His class, the Flame Warrior, was supposed to have an advantage over undead creatures. Yet now, his attacks bore no fruit. This is impossible. Wang Hao stood frozen, his voice trembling. What? What have you done? A sense of ominous foreboding rose within him. The defense of this skeleton was outrageously high. With a voice laced with false bravado, he shouted at his 4 subordinates behind him. What the hell are you all doing? Get in here. Tear this bony frame apart. Though the 4 were equally stunned, after all, they had never witnessed Wang Hao struggle against goblins like this. They gritted their teeth and surged forward, wielding their novice weapons, short swords, daggers, and wooden clubs. They all attacked together, unleashing a torrent of frenzied strikes upon the skeleton. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons colliding with bone rang incessantly. The skeleton incessantly displayed forced damage numbers above its head. The 5 minions were soon exhausted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, their arms aching, and their weapons even bearing nicks. Yet the skeleton remained unscathed, not a single crack to be found. How could this be possible? Wang Hao's face turned a ghastly gray, while beads of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of his 4 companions, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. What manner of monster is this? Lin Mu observed their futile assault with a cold smirk. Since you enjoy a good brawl, I shall not hold back. As his words fell, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted behind him. From the shadows of the trees, more ghostly blue flames flickered to life. In the horrified gaze of Wang Hao and his companions, 8 identical skeletons marched forth in unison. The ghostly flames intertwined in the dim forest, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. They slowly encircled Wang Hao and his group, forming a perfect cage of bone. 9 of them. Wang Hao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice cracking. This is impossible. Doesn't a novice necromancer have a summoning limit of only 1? Wang Hao and his companions were utterly panicked, their mental defenses crumbling. Brother Hao, save us. They're going to kill me. The 5 flailed about like headless flies. desperately attempting to break free from the encirclement. Yet every attack was as ineffective as a stone sinking into the sea, yielding only mocking damage numbers. Run. Quick, run. Wang Hao was the first to react, screaming as he attempted to escape through the gaps between the skeletons. However, the 9 skeletons coordinated seamlessly, tightening their circle in an instant, trapping them without hope of escape. Despair engulfed him. Wang Hao's legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he desperately bowed towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu, Brother Lin, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain before me. I shouldn't have mocked you. Please, spare us. The other 4 minions hastily dropped their weapons, emulating Wang Hao's posture, kneeling and begging for mercy, their cries echoing. Brother Lin, we were blind. Spare us. We won't dare again. My mother is waiting for me to return and help her give birth. Please don't kill me. Lin Mu slowly approached the perimeter of the encirclement, looking down at the 5 kneeling figures with an air of superiority. Just moments ago, they had been so brazen. His voice was unsettlingly calm. Didn't you enjoy belittling others and relishing in the thrill of a group attack? Why are you no longer so arrogant? Wang Hao's face was as pale as a ghost, his forehead knocking against the ground like a pestle. Brother Lin, I know I was wrong. I truly understand now. I will never dare again. Zhang Xin echoed his pleas. Brother Lin, I have offended such a genius as you. I am indeed blind. It was all that scoundrel Wang Hao's fault. I beg you, spare us. You truly know how to change your tune, Lin Mu replied with a cold smile, his eyes devoid of warmth. This world is never short of hypocrites, only lacking in true villains. He turned to Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Classmate Su, the following events may become a bit bloody. Would you like to step back? Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, shaking her head. No need. I can endure. Lin Mu nodded, expressionless, and commanded, eliminate them. The bone blades in the skeleton's hands glinted ominously. No, don't. Lin Mu, you can't. Spare me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. You lunatic. You will go to hell. Amidst the terrified pleas, desperate cries, and furious curses of Wang Hao and his companions, the 9 skeletons moved in perfect synchrony. The sounds of their screams rang out in succession. Wang Hao's 4 subordinates could muster no significant resistance, each falling to a skeleton's blade with clean efficiency. For individuals yielded but a novice white weapon. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao each gained 10 points of experience. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his comrades fall one by one into pools of blood. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask of terror. He trembled uncontrollably, so frightened that he wet his pants. A foul stench permeated the forest. The 9 skeletons reformulated their circle, imprisoning him thoroughly. Lin Mu stepped before Wang Hao, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Hao, you appear a bit overheated. Now we can truly engage in a spar. He picked up the short sword dropped by the 4 slain, pressing it against Wang Hao's thigh, his tone gentle. Didn't you say you wanted me to understand what despair truly is? Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. Is this enough despair for you? Thud. Still so defiant? Thud. Su Xiaoxiao stood to the side, her face pale from the gruesome scene. Her eyes filled with shock and fear as she looked at Lin Mu. In the shadowy forest, the ghostly flames of the 9 skeletons flickered ominously, illuminating Wang Hao's face. Pale from blood loss. After a prolonged silence, the notification appeared. Experience points 3, coarse cloth gloves 1. Chapter 5, Stones Turn to Cotton. Ultimately, Wang Hao's group contributed only 2 pieces of novice white equipment, their experience points scarcely worth mentioning. One was a coarse iron short sword, and the other was coarse cloth gloves. To Lin Mu, the attributes of these 2 items were utterly mundane, not even inspiring the thought of utilizing his talent, the modifier. He glanced into the dark depths of the forest. Let us continue. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's delicate face still bore a hint of pallor. She gazed at Lin Mu's excessively calm profile, nodding vigorously. The gruesome scene they had just witnessed undoubtedly left her shaken, her stomach churning. Yet, the terrifying prowess exhibited by Lin Mu's skeletal minions inexplicably imbued her with a sense of courage and security. This conflicting sentiment only deepened her curiosity and reverence for the boy beside her. The 2 set forth once more, with 9 sturdy skeletons clearing the path ahead. Not long after, a violent rustling in the grass ahead caught their attention. A goblin, its fur darker than that of the goblin scouts, suddenly leaped from the underbrush, gripping a rusted curved dagger tightly in its hand. Its gaze was far more ferocious than that of the goblin scouts they had encountered earlier. Goblin warrior, it was labeled. Health points, 200. Trait, call for reinforcements. Lin Mu's expression sharpened. An elite monster. This was the first elite-level creature they had faced since entering the dungeon. He swiftly commanded 3 of the robust skeletons to advance and ensnare the goblin warrior, while leaving 6 skeletons to shield himself and Su Xiaoxiao securely in the center. A guttural cry erupted from the goblin warrior as it slashed its dagger through the air, aiming a powerful blow at one of the skeletons. The sound of metal clashing resonated, followed by a damage notification, 8 HP. A significant hit, indeed. The elite creature's attack power was evidently far superior to that of the goblin scouts, even with the skeleton's formidable defense of 20 points. It could not entirely withstand the blow. The attacked skeleton momentarily faltered but quickly retaliated with a bone blade, striking the goblin warrior at its waist. 5 HP. The damage was modest, yet it caused the goblin warrior to stagger. Seizing the momentum, it charged forward, executing a rudimentary charge attack that collided forcefully with another skeleton attempting to encircle it. The struck skeleton wobbled, and a damage notification of 14 HP appeared above it. The battle intensified instantaneously. Observing the fray, Lin Mu remained unflustered, his demeanor calm and collected as he orchestrated the three skeletons to take turns absorbing damage, their coordination impeccable. Su Xiaoxiao anxiously clutched her staff, occasionally casting a feeble healing spell on the skeletons with lower health. Soon, with the synchronized onslaught of the three skeletons and Su Xiaoxiao's support, the goblin warrior was forced to retreat, its body marred by several deep wounds, exposing its bones. Its health was visibly nearing depletion. Just as the goblin warrior seemed on the verge of collapse, it emitted a piercing shriek that reverberated through the forest, echoing far and wide. Quack, quack, quack. Trait, call for reinforcements, activated. Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. As expected, it wasn't long before the sounds of hurried footsteps and the goblin's characteristic shrill cries echoed from various directions in the woods. The rustling grew closer, and three more goblin warriors, identical to the first, charged forth from different angles, brandishing their curved daggers and howling, their sights set firmly on Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Mu, her petite form trembling slightly. Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged as he dispatched 6 skeletons to engage the 3 newly appeared goblin warriors. Meanwhile, he surreptitiously activated his talent, Description Alterer, focusing on one of the new goblin warriors. Goblin warrior, an elite fighter of the goblin tribe, possessing high attack and defense, exceedingly fierce. Will call for allies in moments of peril. Just as he anticipated, a more detailed description materialized. Lin Mu deliberated swiftly for less than a second before making a decisive choice. He altered the attributes of attack and defense to indicate none. In an instant, the goblin warrior he had targeted appeared to falter in its charge, although its panel attributes seemed unchanged when its dagger struck against the skeleton's tough bones. The damage notification read, 1 HP. Force damage. Meanwhile, the skeleton retaliated with a bone blade strike, inflicting 15 HP, the maximum damage. A smile crept across Lin Mu's lips. Success. He repeated the process with the other 2 newly emerged goblin warriors, who also received the same peculiar treatment. The 4 elite monsters, which had initially posed a considerable challenge, were now rendered as easy prey, transformed into lambs awaiting slaughter. The skeletons, leveraging their sheer numbers and attribute advantage, surged forward without the need for complex tactics, overwhelming the goblin warriors with successive strikes until they lay defeated on the ground, unable to activate their call for reinforcements trait once more. The 4 goblin warriors yielded a substantial amount of experience points. Lin Mu's experience bar was already filled, yet he remained unable to level up, destined to continue accumulating experience until they exited the dungeon. The 2 continued their exploration deeper into the forest. The further they ventured, the dimmer the light became, and the foliage thickened, necessitating the skeletons to clear paths with their bone blades in certain areas. The variety of monsters encountered diversified, and the danger level escalated. Venomous spiders descended from the trees, spewing forth green venom. Goblin assassins lurked in the shadows, attempting surprise attacks. Additionally, some tough-skinned, hard-haired rodents charged forward with shrill squeaks. Throughout their advance, the skeleton squad faced several sizable ambushes. Yet, with Lin Mu's assistance through the Description Alterer, every crisis was deftly averted, either nullifying the venom of the venomous spiders or transforming the goblin assassin's stealth into reckless running. Experience points continued to accumulate, yet regrettably, the drop rate for equipment remained alarmingly low. Upon reaching a relatively open glade in the woods, 3 distinctly different goblins barred their path. These goblins, smaller than both scouts and warriors, possessed unusually robust arms, bulging with explosive muscle. Each clutched a fist-sized stone. Upon spotting Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao from a distance, they screeched and hurled their stones. Lin Mu noted that the 3 goblin throwers were positioned quite scattered, seemingly guarding something at the center of the clearing. His talent activated once more. The detailed description clearly indicated accurate stone throwing. A playful thought sparked in Lin Mu's mind. He altered the stones to soft cotton balls, The moment the modification succeeded, the stones hurled by the three goblin throwers transformed mid-air into fluffy white cotton balls. Puff, puff, puff. Soft cotton puffs struck against the skeleton's rigid bones. Even the forced health deduction failed to trigger, merely clinging helplessly to their surfaces. From a distance, it appeared as though the skeletons were adorned with delicate white flowers, rendering the scene utterly absurd. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the battlefield, where cotton floated chaotically in the air. The earlier sense of bloodshed and tension brought about by the deaths of Wang Hao and others dissipated significantly in that moment. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft, melodious laugh that echoed gently through the stillness of the forest. The goblin throwers were evidently taken aback, staring blankly at their suddenly weightless weapons. They glanced at the unscathed skeletons, now appearing somewhat endearing due to the white cotton stuck to them, momentarily forgetting their intent to attack. The 9 sturdy skeletons were not inclined to show mercy. Seizing the opportunity while the goblins were dazed, the skeletons surged forward, effortlessly disrupting the formation of the goblin throwers. They surrounded them one by one, dispatching them with a flurry of blows. After eliminating these 3 comical goblin throwers, Lin Mu's gaze shifted to the location they had previously defended so fiercely. There, half buried in the damp earth, was an ancient wooden chest, revealing a small portion of its surface. The chest was covered in moss and emanated a strong musty odor. Lin Mu approached slowly and activated his talent once more to examine the chest's detailed description. A common wooden chest, possibly containing some miscellaneous items collected by goblins, but also rigged with a rudimentary poison gas trap to deter thieves. Chapter 6, Goblin Shaman. How to cast spells. Lin Mu's eyes flickered slightly, his attention honing in on the words rudimentary poison gas trap. Transform the poison gas into fragrance. As he commanded with his thoughts, the chest's description instantaneously altered too, but also rigged with a rudimentary fragrance trap. Lin Mu gestured for one of the skeletons to step forward and open the chest. With a creak, the moss-covered lid was roughly pried open by the skeleton, releasing an enchanting fragrance that enveloped them. Su Xiaoxiao inhaled this sudden aroma, feeling a surge of vitality. Even the mana she had expended from casting spells earlier was partially replenished. Inside the chest lay an elegantly designed curved dagger, resting quietly upon the straw at the bottom. The dagger's blade shimmered with a faint green hue. Goblin Curved Dagger. Attack power, 8, 10. Special effect, ignores 15 of the target's physical defense. Though this weapon bore no class restrictions, it constituted a fine tool for practitioners at this stage. Moreover, if Lin Mu so desired, he could modify the value of 15 to 95. In doing so, this ordinary green weapon would instantly transform into a premium armor-piercing artifact comparable to divine weapons. Yet, the weapon style was evidently ill-suited for him as a necromancer. Furthermore, being at level 0, he could not equip any items with level requirements. Lin Mu stored it in the practitioner's inherent inventory space, deciding to make a decision after clearing the instance. Perhaps he could modify it and sell it for a handsome price. His gaze fell once more upon the chest's bottom, where a tattered, coarse beast skin map caught his attention. This was a map made of beast skin, with hasty markings in goblin script pointing toward a cave deeper in the forest. It appeared that this was the lair of the instance's boss. Lin Mu tucked the beast skin map away and spoke to Su Xiaoxiao beside him. She nodded lightly. The earlier absurdity of the goblin throwers tossing cotton and the delightful experience of the fragrance trap relaxing her previously taut nerves. The two set off again, following the vague guidance of the beast skin map as they ventured into the forest's heart, clearing out scattered monsters along the way. Soon, the entrance to the cave marked on the map came into view. The opening was not large, partially concealed by dense vines. Scattered around were the remains of torn beasts, their bones shattered and flesh mangled, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood mixed with the acrid odor of sulfur, inducing nausea. Be cautious, Lin Mu whispered. Su Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her priestess staff, her palms slightly sweating. As they entered the cave, the light abruptly dimmed, yet warmth enveloped them. They hadn't ventured far when, from the profound shadows on either side of the passage, several goblin warriors wielding rusted curved daggers lunged forth with ferocious roars from the darkness. The skeleton squad reacted swiftly, automatically meeting the charge without needing further instruction from Lin Mu. With a slight mental shift, Lin Mu activated his talent, description modifier, quietly altering the key descriptions of the once fearsome goblin warriors, rendering them ineffectual. The skeletons easily dispatched them. As they continued their exploration, the passage gradually widened. Along the way, they dealt with several waves of patrols composed of various goblin types. Eventually, they reached a vast underground chamber. At its center stood a crude altar constructed from rough-hewn boulders, atop which a massive bonfire blazed brightly. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows throughout the chamber. A figure stood beside the altar, more slender and diminutive than a typical goblin, adorned in an odd ensemble embellished with bone fragments and feathers. Clutched tightly in its hand was a rudimentary staff embedded with a skull, as it danced about, uttering incomprehensible incantations. Beside it stood 6 goblin warriors wielding curved daggers. Goblin Shaman. Health, 600. Trait, Fear of Cold. The goblin shaman seemed to sense the arrival of the uninvited guests, abruptly halting its chant. It whirled around, emitting a sharp, piercing screech. Pointing its skull-topped staff forward, the 6 goblin warriors immediately howled and charged forth. Lin Mu's expression remained calm as he swiftly targeted the foremost goblin warrior with his talent modification. Both attack and defense nullified. The skeleton squad surged forward, beginning their harvest with ease. However, the goblin shaman, witnessing its warriors falling one after another, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, it revealed a peculiar smile. Letting out another eerie call, 2 points of ghostly green light flared from the eye sockets of the skull atop its staff. Miraculously, those goblin warriors that had just fallen, who should have perished, began to twitch and, unsteadily, rose once more. Their wounds healed at a visible rate, returning them to pristine condition. Resurrection? Lin Mu's brow raised slightly. This time, it has indeed become somewhat troublesome. A boss capable of infinitely resurrecting its minions is notoriously the most difficult type to contend with. The goblin shaman seems to have sensed the distinctiveness of Lin Mu's skeleton. With a flourish of its staff, a fireball, roughly the size of a bowl and radiating a searing heat, materializes out of thin air, hurtling toward one of the robust skeletons with a piercing whoosh. Boom. Though the skeleton possesses high physical defense, its resistance to magic is nearly non-existent, particularly against fire magic, which has a restraining effect. Additionally, being a boss, the goblin shaman's attack power far exceeds that of ordinary monsters due to level suppression. The accurately struck fireball obliterates a staggering 90% of that sturdy skeleton's life force, leaving charred marks across its bones. Before Lin Mu can react, another fireball swiftly follows. Bang! The skeleton, already on the brink of shattering, can no longer withstand the assault and explodes into a shower of scattered bones. Lin Mu's gaze sharpens as he immediately expends 1 point of mana. The earth stirs, and a fragile skeleton emerges from the soil. Lin Mu hastily modifies its description to restore its robust form. Seizing the fleeting moment while the goblin shaman is momentarily distracted after casting, he activates his talent to examine a more detailed description of the goblin shaman. Goblin shaman, the spiritual leader of the goblin tribe, capable of resurrecting fallen goblin warriors and wielding basic fire magic, with notably weak defenses, and a profound fear of the cold. Lin Mu's eyes fixate on the phrase regarding the use of basic fire magic. A smirk creeps onto his face as he alters it to indicate that it cannot use basic fire magic. The instant the modification is successful, the goblin shaman, poised to conjure another fireball, finds its staff suspended in midair. It bewilderedly waves its staff, a look of confusion etched upon its features, seemingly forgetting what to do next. The fire element that had been lively dancing atop its staff also dissipates like a lost guide. A prime opportunity. Lin Mu keenly seizes this fleeting moment of combat advantage. He promptly directs 3 sturdy skeletons to abandon their engagement with the goblin warriors and charge toward the goblin shaman positioned at the rear of the formation. True to its description, the goblin shaman's defenses are exceedingly low. Under the relentless assault of the 3 skeletons, its 600 health points plummet at an alarming rate. The health bar diminishes before the naked eye. Waga, waga. The goblin shaman emits a series of terrified shrieks, attempting to wield its staff in defense while retreating. However, it is far too late. The skeleton's attacks rain down incessantly, offering no respite. Under the relentless onslaught, the goblin shaman soon lets out a final, unwilling wail and collapses to the ground, lifeless. A ring, shimmering with a pale blue aura, slowly materializes beside its corpse. With the goblin shaman's resurrection ability and magical support lost, the remaining goblin warriors are swiftly dispatched by the invigorated skeleton squad, transforming into experience points for Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. A cold yet authoritative notification echoes in the minds of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Special task completed. Defeat the boss of the dungeon, Goblin Shaman. Dungeon Comprehensive Rating, SSS. Warning, forced exit from the dungeon in 5 minutes. Chapter 7, SSS Level. Mere geniuses are but the threshold to my prowess. Time is running short. At the entrance of the dungeon, a throng gathers. Lu Mingwei, the director of the 2nd Vocational College of Shilin City, along with various class instructors, awaits with a spectrum of expressions. The luminous portal flickers intermittently, transporting groups of students who have completed the trial. Most teams achieve only E or F ratings, a dismal sight. Occasionally, a few D ratings elicit minor excitement. Principal Chu Qingfeng stands at the forefront of the crowd, his brow furrowed. He has just learned from Director Lu that Lin Mu, the academically gifted orphan who awakened the necromancer class, has teamed up with Su Xiaoxiao to enter the dungeon. A weight hangs in Chu Qingfeng's heart. Lin Mu is one matter, but Su Xiaoxiao's background is not to be trifled with. Should anything go awry at his school, he would have a difficult time explaining to the Su family. Look, AB rating. A jubilant shout erupts from the crowd. All eyes, including Chu Qingfeng's, are drawn to the portal, which is shimmering with fluctuating light. AB rating. This marks the highest achievement the second vocational college has garnered in trial dungeons in nearly 2 years. It is worth noting that even among the previous prodigies who awakened exceptionally powerful special classes, one of whom even activated a purple talent, the highest rating attained was only A. The real-time ranking updates at the top of the dungeon entrance. First place, Zhang Yu's team, members, Zhang Yu, Sun Yaxin, Wang Huiran. Hu Song, Su Su, comprehensive rating, B. The portal warps, and 5 figures emerge, somewhat disheveled. Leading the group, the youth Zhang Yu bears a few scratches yet cannot suppress the radiant smile on his face. Zhang Yu B rating. Well done. Wu Dafan, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, beams with delight, lavishly showering praise. Zhang Yu is a top student in her class, yet has always been overshadowed by Lin Mu from Class 1. Zhang Yu has long aspired to surpass Lin Mu, and the rivalry between the two classes simmers beneath the surface. Now that Lin Mu has awakened the universally regarded inferior class of necromancer, while Zhang Yu has awakened the formidable lightning sorcerer, Wu Dafan feels a sense of vindication. She sways her ample waist and saunters over to Feng Yume, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, is clear enough for those nearby to overhear. Oh, is Teacher Feng still waiting for Lin Mu? Has he not emerged yet? Wu Dafan feigns surprise, covering her mouth. Oh dear, I forgot. Lin Mu awakened as a necromancer. It seems he only teamed up with your class as Su Xiaoxiao, a mere priest, as his companion. Teacher Feng, what do you think? A necromancer and a priest. Still not out yet? ISNT, it already. Wu Dafan deliberately elongates her final words, leaving the implication unspoken. Feng Yume's expression turns ashen, her lips pressed tightly together. Rendered speechless, Wu Dafan's words echo her deepest fears. Moreover, Wang Hao, who awakened as a fire warrior from her class, has yet to emerge either. Feng Yume is acutely aware of the so-called dual agreement between Wang Hao and Lin Mu, her heart racing with anxiety. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon's caverns, Su Xiaoxiao picks up the blue ring dropped by the goblin shaman. Without a glance, she hands it directly to Lin Mu. Lin Mu here. During this dungeon expedition, she feels as though she has merely been a passive beneficiary. Even the healing proved to be of little practical effect. Achieving an SSS completion record felt nothing short of a dream. What a boon it was to have such a powerful ally. Lin Mu took the ring in hand, the slow healing shaman ring. Defense, 1, 2. Special effect, restores 10 health points per minute. The effect was indeed gradual. Yet, equipment that continuously restores health is inherently rare. Thus, this ring was already quite commendable. With a mere thought, Lin Mu activated his talent, Descriptive Manipulator. The slow healing shaman ring, crafted from special ores collected by goblin shamans, could slowly absorb the surrounding natural energy to continuously heal minor wounds of the wearer. The special effect restores 10 health points per minute. He altered the restoration from 10 health points to 90. No. Realizing his error, Lin Mu immediately halted the modification. He changed the rate from per minute to per second. The descriptive text momentarily blurred before regaining clarity. The rapid healing ring. Defense, 1. 2. Special effect. Restores 10 health points per second. Success. A slight smile graced Lin Mu's lips. As for the restoration quantity, he could modify that again when the ring's cooldown refreshed tomorrow. Since it required level 5 to equip, he could only stow it away for now. The two continued their search deeper into the cave. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, they stumbled upon a dilapidated copper treasure chest. Lin Mu unceremoniously kicked it open. Inside lay several vials of potions in varying hues, alongside a yellowed skill book. The potions consisted of a few basic health and mana recovery potions, not particularly precious. Lin Mu, being a person of principle, felt that although Su Xiaoxiao had not contributed much, she should not leave empty-handed. Take these, he said, stuffing all the potions into her hands. Ah, do I really get to keep something? Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, slightly taken aback, and quickly expressed her gratitude. Lin Mu paid her no mind, and swiftly grabbed the skill book. Skill book, Bone Tooth. The slumbering gift arrives with a pillow. The necromancer is the quintessential dark magic profession. Once they level up outside, he could immediately learn this new skill. After meticulously searching once more and confirming there were no further discoveries, the two quietly awaited the conclusion of the dungeon's timer. Outside the dungeon, at the entrance, the atmosphere remained vibrant. students continued to be teleported out intermittently, with less than 30 minutes remaining until the 3-hour limit. It was generally expected that teams still inside had either been completely wiped out or had yet to complete their tasks. Only a select few formidable teams would opt to continue hunting monsters after fulfilling the basic objectives, striving for higher scores. Suddenly, the light portal at the dungeon entrance flickered again. However, those who had witnessed Zhang Yu's team achieving a B rating had little hope at this point. Only a handful of teachers and students anxiously awaiting the return of their friends or pupils remained fixated on the portal. Holy cow, am I blind? One student, rubbing his eyes, suddenly let out an incredulous scream. Can you take a look for me? Is that an SSS? A shockwave rippled through the crowd. All gazes were magnetically drawn to the top of the portal, where the ranking continuously flashed. Dungeon ranking. First place, Lin Mu's team. Members, Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao. Comprehensive score, SSS. Lin Mu. That necromancer? Several voices exclaimed in unison. After all, during the awakening ceremony that morning, news had spread throughout the academy that Lin Mu, the top student of his grade, had awakened the seemingly worthless special profession of necromancer, leaving a deep impression on many. Holy moly, someone explain this to me. What kind of divine synergy can a necromancer and a priest possibly create? One recalled that since the Great Cataclysm, the highest record for trial dungeons across all cities in Blue Star seemed to have been set by those two legendary professionals who activated their colorful talents. Achieving an S rating, right? Exactly. One was from the American Federation, the arcane warlock, Vospek, and the other was our very own guardian, the cultivator, Lord Fifth Wind. The chatter erupted like a boiling kettle, a cacophony of astonishment. Amidst this uproar, a gentle white light flickered, and Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao emerged in the academy square. The moment they stepped through the portal, a cascade of notifications echoed in Lin Mu's mind. Professional Lin Mu has completed the trial dungeon task, unlocking all functions of the profession. Congratulations, Professional Lin Mu, for setting a unique SSS level completion record for the trial dungeon. Professional Lin Mu has received the unique reward, Resurrection Scroll X1. Professional Lin Mu has earned the unique title, Genius, merely the threshold to behold me. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV4. Chapter 8, Cooldown Refresh, Steel Skeleton. The instant Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao stepped out of the portal, all chatter in the square ceased abruptly. A pin drop could be heard. Following this silence was an eruption of astonished gasps and inquiries. Holy cow. It's truly an SSS level. 2 people, a necromancer and a priest? What kind of international joke is this? Principal Chu Qingfeng and Director Lu simultaneously dashed to the information board at the portal, their eyes wide as saucers, repeatedly verifying the information. Their astonishment was beyond measure. Class 2's head teacher, Wu Dafeng, and Zhang Yu beside her, had their smug expressions instantly frozen, quickly replaced by ashen faces. Wu Dafeng recalled her earlier snide remarks to Feng Yumei, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Feng Yumei, initially stunned, was soon overwhelmed with joy, tears of excitement brimming in her eyes. She straightened her back and shot Wu Dafeng a fierce glare, her expression radiating an indescribable sense of triumph. Yet, soon after, she remembered her own students, Wang Hao and the others, who had yet to return, and her heart sank. She looked at Lin Mu with a complex expression, her lips moving, but ultimately no words escaped. Principal Chu Qingfeng and Director Lu Minghui exchanged glances, their expressions shifting rapidly, and they hastened toward Lin Mu. Chu Qingfeng wore a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum, his voice trembling with evident excitement. Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, how did you manage this? Lin Mu maintained a calm demeanor. We were fortunate enough to encounter a goblin tribal dispute and managed to defeat several wounded goblins and the final boss. Su Xiaoxiao, not adept at lying, felt a bit anxious under Chu Qingfeng's intense gaze. However, she nodded and softly affirmed, yes, they fought amongst themselves. Coming from a distinguished background, Chu Qingfeng did not press too hard for details. Though he had 100 doubts about this explanation, he had no choice but to accept it, for after all, an SSS rating. This was an unprecedented glory for the Second Vocational Academy. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as Principal Chu gestured for Director Lu to continue. Clearing his throat, Lu Minghui announced with great fervor, in light of the remarkable achievements of students Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, the school has resolved to bestow upon them the highest honor it can offer. Each shall receive a reward of 100,000 star coins, along with the privilege to select one exquisite piece of equipment from the school's inventory. Furthermore, we shall promptly report this matter to the higher authorities to secure even more prestigious official rewards for both students. The moment the words were uttered, a chorus of envious gasps erupted from the surrounding students. Blue-tier equipment was a rarity for these burgeoning professionals, and the prospect of additional official accolades was nothing short of enviable. As the last batch of students was teleported out, the luminous portal to the dungeon gradually faded away. This trial had claimed the fate of over 30 students, including the Wang Hao team. While many were aware of Lin Mu and Wang Hao's prior agreement to spar, an unspoken consensus led all to remain silent, for no one believed that Wang Hao and his companions could possibly have bested Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Amidst the astonished discussions among teachers and students, the professional awakening ceremony came to a definitive close. Director Liu reminded all students who had completed the internship dungeon task to arrive at school punctually the next day for a guidance session regarding applications to advanced vocational colleges. After a brief farewell with Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Mu returned to the slightly worn house left by his parents. He locked the door securely and immediately checked the rewards for completing the SSS-level dungeon. The Resurrection Scroll, which would automatically activate upon death, restoring the holder to full health. And the Talent Genius is merely my threshold, which negated all negative effects from other professionals' talents, were bestowed upon him. The Resurrection ability effectively granted Lin Mu 2 lives. Moreover, immunity to adverse talents would ensure he seized the initiative in battles against talent-based professionals. Such rewards were undoubtedly divine, their value beyond measure. In the memories of his original self, he had never encountered items of this nature. Elated, Lin Mu suppressed his excitement and opened his professional panel. The experience gained from defeating bosses and numerous minions within the dungeon had catapulted him directly to level 4. He received 20 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Lin Mu allocated 10 points to his constitution and the remaining 10 to intelligence, for he was acutely aware of his fragility regarding both health and magical output. Name: Lin Mu. Profession: necromancer. Level: LV4. Experience: 286. 500 health, 130 mana, 160 strength, 2 agility. For intelligence, 16 constitution, 13 free attribute points, 0 skill points, for with a health pool of 130. He could at least withstand more than 2 strikes. He then retrieved a weathered skill book. Ding. Would you like to learn the skill Bone Spike? He selected Learn. Bone Spike consumes 5 mana to summon 2 bone spikes from the ground, piercing a conical area ahead and dealing 2 and 4 physical damage respectively. Lin Mu immediately activated his talent description modifier to view the detailed description. Bone Spike consumes 5 mana to channel death energy, summoning 2 sharp teeth from the ancient remains buried deep underground, rapidly piercing a conical area ahead and dealing 2 and 4 physical damage. Lin Mu contemplated modifying it to something akin to Bone Arrow or Bone Spear, but all attempts failed. He surmised that the issue might stem from the awkwardness of the quantifier 2. After a moment's thought, he decided to modify the quantity instead, changing it from 2 to 9. The skill description blurred momentarily before reshaping itself. Bone Spike consumes 5 mana to summon 9 bone spikes from the ground, piercing a conical area ahead and dealing 2 and 4 physical damage. As Lin Mu modified his skill, news of his and Su Xiaoxiao's SSS-level dungeon completion spread rapidly through the circles of professionals in both the second vocational college of Shilin City and the entire city itself, creating quite a stir. As night deepened, Wang Hao's family grew increasingly anxious, awaiting his return. Ultimately, by evening, they received the tragic death notification from the school. Through connections with some of Wang Hao's acquaintances, they gleaned hints about the sparring agreement between Wang Hao and Lin Mu before entering the dungeon. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, he lay in bed, restless with excitement, unable to sleep as he awaited the arrival of midnight, the moment when his talent usage would refresh. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The old-fashioned wall clock finally chimed midnight. Lin Mu sprang from his bed, eyes shimmering with determination. He promptly checked the initial skill, Reanimate Skeleton, for its detailed description. Reanimate Skeleton consumes 10 mana to summon a skeleton, assembled from inferior bones, to fight for you through the guidance of a faint breath of death. Slow-moving, structurally loose, and easily damaged. Maximum quantity, 9. Lin Mu felt a surge of exhilaration, unable to suppress a smile. He hurriedly tested his new idea, modifying inferior bones to steel bones. The modification took effect. Henceforth, the skeletons he summoned would be of a superior version. Reanimate Skeleton consumes 10 mana to summon a skeleton, assembled from steel bones, to fight for you through the guidance of a faint breath of death. Slow-moving, structurally sound, and difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 9. The panel description transformed accordingly. Reanimate Skeleton consumes 10 mana to summon 1 steel skeleton to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 9. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mu proceeded to modify Bone Spike, changing rapidly piercing a conical area ahead to rapidly piercing a linear area ahead. Bone Spike consumes 5 mana to summon 9 bone spikes from the ground, piercing a linear area ahead and dealing 2 and 4 physical damage respectively. The area damage transformed into a single-point explosion. A shotgun had evolved into a sniper rifle. With the skeletons tanking and dealing damage in the front line, he could pick off enemies from the back. Next came the Withered Staff. Withered Staff, attack power, 1-3, special effect, reduces mana consumption by 99 when casting skills. Near total mana cost reduction, paired with Bone Spike. He would become an infinite sniper. Lastly, he examined the Quick Healing Ring dropped by the Goblin Shaman. After modification, Quick Healing Ring, defense, 1-2. Special effect, restores 90 health points per second. Having completed all these modifications, Lin Mu exhaled a long, deep breath, lying back down. The excitement bubbling within him was beyond expression, his mind filled with visions of summoning bone dragons, liches, and abominations, sweeping away all in their path. He did not fall asleep until the late hours of the night. Chapter 9, The Battle for Talent, the challenge invitation from Shengjing Academy. The following morning dawned. Lin Mu opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. The enhancement of his attributes rendered him impervious to fatigue, even after a late night. The news of his SSS level clearance rating had, after a night of fervent discussion, swept through the entire professional community of Shilin City. The name Lin Mu, along with his seemingly useless special vocation as a necromancer, had suddenly become the focal point of the entire city. Countless factions, including prestigious academies from distant cities, powerful guilds, and ancient families, had begun to discreetly investigate his background through various channels. At the Shilin City Second Vocational College, in the Grand Auditorium, the guidance seminar had yet to officially commence when Director Lu Minghui could barely contain his excitement and ascended the podium. His face radiated with joy as he announced the Educational Bureau's additional rewards for Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Students Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao will each receive a Shilin City Star Medal. This medal not only symbolizes honor, but also comes with certain unique privileges. Additionally, they will be awarded a rare level skill book pertinent to their vocation, along with a primary spirit nurturing pill. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the audience. Envious glances were directed toward Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, while Su Xiaoxiao herself became increasingly flushed and embarrassed as the accolades continued. After a brief pause, Lu Minghui elaborated. Due to special circumstances, official representatives from the Educational Bureau will personally deliver the rewards to the school tomorrow, alongside the college's awards. Thunderous applause ensued as Lu Minghui gestured for silence, officially declaring the seminar open. Without a doubt, Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao became the center of attention. The teachers who had previously regarded Lin Mu with disdain and coldness now wore warm smiles, their eyes brimming with admiration and concern, their attitudes having undergone a complete transformation. Even more astonishingly, several esteemed recruitment officers from top-tier advanced vocational academies, who would typically never set foot in a secondary vocational institution, were present in the VIP section of the auditorium. The names of these institutions, War Academy, Huaxia Vocational University, and Tianfu Academy, sent waves of excitement rippling through the student body. Although they understood that these representatives were drawn by Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's extraordinary SSS level rating, they nonetheless felt a sense of pride at being associated with such prominent figures. Recruitment was straightforward. Students merely needed to select a university that suited their aspirations. However, the representatives from these elite academies had far more considerations to weigh. An unspoken battle for talent erupted. Lin Mu, our War Academy is willing to offer a full scholarship of 1 million star coins per year, along with a mentor who is a practitioner of the same profession at or above the third transition, declared a formidable middle-aged man clad in military attire, his presence commanding. How laughable. You think a mere million is sufficient to entice an SSS-level genius? Scoffed the representative from Huaxia Vocational University, an elegant elder sporting gold-rimmed glasses. Lin Mu, have you heard about our talented youth program? We offer tailored training plans and an abundance of rare resources. Graduates are directly placed in core national departments. The admissions officer from Tianfu Academy, not to be outdone, presented even more enticing conditions. The atmosphere in the auditorium reached a fever pitch as the prestigious institutions vied for attention. Just as the fervor escalated, the heavy doors of the auditorium were abruptly kicked open. Wang Hao's father, Wang Debiao, captain of the Shilin City Guard, stormed in, clad in standard armor and wielding a heavy axe, accompanied by several equally menacing guards. His face was a storm cloud, his eyes filled with fury as he strode purposefully through the crowd to confront Lin Mu. Lin Mu, Wang Debiao's voice thundered, saturated with suppressed rage. My son, Wang Hao, perished in yesterday's trial dungeon. Do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? He fixed an unyielding gaze on Lin Mu, his tone dripping with overt threats. I have heard that prior to entering the dungeon, you had a sparring agreement with my son. Did you not resort to underhanded tactics within the dungeon? Wang Debiao sought to leverage his position as captain to exert immense pressure on Lin Mu. The auditorium fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon the confrontation. Unfazed by the sudden interrogation, Lin Mu maintained his composure, betraying no hint of panic. He lifted his gaze and regarded Wang Debiao with an indifferent glance. Within the dungeon, life and death are determined by fate. Wang Hao's demise is of no concern to me. As for our sparring, it was merely a response to his repeated provocations. I merely acquiesced out of necessity. Does that now serve as evidence of my culpability in his death? Principal Chu and Director Liu, sensing the growing tension, hurriedly intervened. Captain Wang, accidents in novice dungeons occur every year. This is not uncommon, and this is a school setting, which could lead to negative repercussions. Director Liu subtly gestured toward the audience, clearly indicating that they should consider the presence of influential individuals before escalating the situation. Wang Debiao had a brother in the upper echelons of the city guard, Wang Hao's uncle, who was known for wielding his influence. However, Lin Mu had become a highly sought-after talent. They could not allow this extraordinary genius to suffer indignities. After all, an SSS rating in a novice dungeon was unprecedented across the Blue Star. Wang Debiao surveyed the room, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a gathering of dignitaries at the modest Shilin Second Vocational College. Before he could recover, someone spoke up. The trial dungeon is inherently perilous, and it is regrettable that your son met with misfortune. However, to attempt to tarnish the reputation of a genius with an SSS rating without evidence is rather excessive. Is it not? The representative from the War Academy interjected boldly, his words laced with protective intent. Other representatives from the prestigious institutions echoed similar sentiments, subtly advising Wang Debiao against his bullying tactics. Feeling the mounting pressure from multiple fronts, Wang Debiao began to sweat profusely. Realizing that these were individuals even his brother would not dare offend. With no substantial evidence to support his claims, he faltered in the face of such formidable opposition. No. I merely wish to inquire about the situation from Lin Mu. He stammered, casting a guilty glance at Lin Mu. Lin, since you are unaware, I shall take my leave for now. When you recall anything, I will return to find you. With a veiled threat, Wang Debiao retreated with his entourage, leaving the scene begrudgingly. Just when the audience thought the commotion had subsided, a poised middle-aged woman clad in an elegant robe, who had remained silent until then, slowly rose to her feet. Her gaze was gentle yet profound as she scanned Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. I am Mu Wanqing, a representative from Shengjing Academy, she announced. Shengjing Academy, the pinnacle of higher education in Huaxia, unrivaled in excellence. The auditorium erupted once more in astonishment. Mu Wanqing's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Classmates Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, I would like to extend, on behalf of Shengjing Academy, an invitation for you both to enroll. Furthermore, we shall provide generous enrollment rewards. She shifted her tone. However, to be candid, the SSS grade rating this time raises some perplexing questions. As both of you have awakened professions of relatively low intensity and have yet to activate your innate talents. Mu Wanqing's words were tactful, yet their implication was unmistakable. After all, the combat prowess of Blue Star's practitioners has always been delineated by their profession and innate abilities. Normally, the combat effectiveness of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao would not reach such a level. Merely surviving is a miracle in itself. Since the inception of the academy, the admission criteria across various branches of Shengjing Academy have mandated consideration of one's profession and talents. Should the two of you enter directly, conventionally, you would only qualify for the academy's yellow branch. Mu Wanqing paused momentarily before continuing. The academy has sent me to inquire if you would be willing to undertake a special challenge mode within a designated dungeon, requiring you to independently clear it within 3 days. Successfully overcoming this challenge would not only aid you in establishing yourselves in the competitive environment of the academy, filled with prodigies, but it would also influence the allocation of resources and your respective colleges post-enrollment. Of course, even without undertaking the challenge. Should your performance in the new student assessment be outstanding, there remains a chance to enter a superior branch. She hesitated briefly, her gaze sharpening. It is imperative to note that the mortality rate of this dungeon is exceedingly high. Are you both willing to accept this challenge? As Mu Wanqing's words echoed through the auditorium, the atmosphere seemed to solidify. Challenge mode. Independent clearance. Exceedingly high mortality rate. Each term sent shivers down the spines of those present. The other academy's recruitment teachers exchanged glances, the previously vibrant atmosphere abruptly chilling. Shengjing Academy. The mere mention of those 4 characters left everyone breathless. It is, undeniably, the hallowed ground in the hearts of practitioners from Huaxia. Although Mu Wanqing spoke gently, each word carried a weight of pressure. SSS grade rating. A duo consisting of a necromancer and a priest. This combination appears quite peculiar. The other academy's recruitment teachers began to withdraw their earlier enthusiasm, their gazes towards Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, now laced with uncertainty. Indeed, the situation was utterly absurd. Lin Mu squinted slightly, observing the poised Mu Wanqing on stage. Her calm demeanor belied a formidable confidence. He speculated that this so-called challenge might very well be a test to discern who among him and Su Xiaoxiao was the true cause of the SSS rating. Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively clutching her clothing. She understood all too well the implications of that SSS rating. While she was unafraid of hardship or challenges, this dungeon felt almost like a death sentence, instilling within her an unprecedented sense of dread. Lin Mu sensed Su Xiaoxiao's tension and signaled her to remain calm with his eyes. He then fixed his gaze upon Mu Wanqing. "Teacher Mu," Lin Mu began, his voice soft yet resonant in the silent auditorium. "May I inquire about the specific details of this challenge dungeon?" A glimmer of approval flickered in Mu Wanqing's eyes. To maintain composure under such pressure was indeed a rare quality. Of course, she nodded. The dungeon is named Wailing Cavern, with a level restriction of LV1 to LV10. The mode is a survival challenge, requiring participants to endure for at least 24 hours within the cavern and defeat the final boss, the Cave Lord. The monsters within range from LV5 to LV10 elite levels, with the boss being a LV10 Lord level. The rewards are quite substantial. Most importantly, this dungeon cannot be tackled in teams. Entry is restricted to individuals, and once inside, one may only exit by either clearing the dungeon or using a special item to forcibly withdraw. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. LV5 to LV10 monsters, and a LV10 Lord-level boss. For newcomers just embarking on their journey as practitioners, this was nothing short of a suicidal endeavor, not to mention the cursed 24-hour survival requirement. A representative from the War Academy could no longer contain himself, his brow furrowed. "Teacher Mu, this exceeds the capability of new students. Even our Academy's prodigies would hesitate to confront such a challenging dungeon at LV10. An elder from Huaxia's Practitioner University chimed in. "Indeed, Teacher Mu, this requirement seems excessively harsh. The SSS ratings of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao are indisputable, and I believe they could excel in the new student assessments even if they were to enter your Academy's yellow branch." Mu Wanqing remained unfazed, her tone steady. "As you all know, the resources allocated and training methodologies at Shengjing Academy's Tianzi branch are unparalleled in Huaxia. Even ordinary prodigies do not qualify for entry. This challenge presents them with an opportunity to validate themselves. I am confident that those with an SSS rating possess the means to navigate this." She then added, "Of course, it is not obligatory. As the aforementioned teacher pointed out, both students might indeed shine in the new student assessments and ascend directly to the Tianzi branch." Her gaze returned to the two of them. "Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, you have yet to respond to my inquiry. Will you accept the challenge?" The auditorium fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed upon Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, apprehensive, glanced at Lin Mu, her lips pressed tightly together. I forfeit. I do not intend to choose Shengjing Academy." Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone remained resolute. After all, she understood that, given her true capabilities, attending such a prestigious academy would be of little benefit. In an instant, various ambiguous gazes turned towards Lin Mu. However, a hint of confident amusement graced Lin Mu's face. This dungeon sounded fierce, presenting a perfect opportunity to gain experience and perhaps acquire some valuable loot. What was there to fear? He looked at Mu Wanqing, articulating each word with clarity. "I accept this challenge." A spark of brilliance ignited in Mu Wanqing's eyes, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. "Excellent." She retrieved a glimmering black token from her storage space, alongside a highly valuable emergency teleportation jade talisman. "This is the challenge token for the Wailing Cavern, valid for activation within 3 days. Should you encounter danger, this teleportation item will serve as your sole means of escape. I will await you in Shilin City for 5 days. If you succeed in clearing the dungeon, the gates of Shengjing Academy's Tianzi branch will swing open for you. Should you fall short, utilize the teleportation jade talisman. However, you shall only be transferred to the yellow branch." Mu Wanqing did not elaborate further. Lin Mu reached out and accepted the cold token and jade talisman, their weight palpable in his grasp. "I understand," he replied calmly. An uproar erupted within the auditorium. Concern, confusion, and myriad expressions converged upon Lin Mu. Could this necromancer truly possess extraordinary capabilities? As Lin Mu's matter concluded, the guidance meeting continued. Although Lin Mu had already accepted the challenge from Shengjing Academy, other prestigious institutions remained unwilling to concede. They frequently approached Lin Mu, offering enticing opportunities, all of which he resolutely declined. Wang de Biao, humiliated at the enrollment guidance meeting, was consumed by rage, his eyes reflecting an unquenchable resentment. "An orphan, What of it? Even if he possessed some modicum of talent, a nascent genius is merely a larger version of a roadside weed, unable to act through official channels. He resorted to clandestine measures. He could not believe that this boy could continue to enjoy such fortune. The enrollment guidance meeting was tumultuous, lasting throughout the day until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point the recruitment officers from various universities departed, each harboring their own thoughts. Lin Mu was acutely aware that Wang Debiao would not relent easily. While open conflict is easily avoided, covert schemes are far more insidious. He contemplated that after receiving the accolades from both the school and the city the following day, he would meander through the professional market to procure some basic defensive equipment, as well as some reconnaissance tools to provide early warnings. It is always prudent to be prepared. As twilight descended, Lin Mu walked alone on his way home. Upon turning into a secluded alley, rarely frequented by passers-by, he paused momentarily. The air was thick with an unusual tension. In the next instant, shadows emerged silently from both ends of the alley. 5 figures, all approximately at LV-10, each at the first transition, their professions a motley assortment, brandishing an array of gleaming weapons. Their faces twisted into malevolent grins. Well, quite alert, aren't we? The leader, a burly man wielding a short axe, licked his cracked lips, his voice gravelly. Unfortunately, today you won't escape. Deep down, Lin Mu felt a flicker of surprise. The hounds of the Wang family had arrived rather swiftly. Yet, his expression betrayed no hint of alarm. Rather, his gaze turned frigid. Just the likes of you? Before he could finish his thought, his internal energy surged. Revive skeletons. Revive skeletons. The ground trembled as 9 metallic skeletons, glistening with a steely sheen, erupted from the earth. Their iron bones exuded a chilling glare, instantly surrounding Lin Mu in a protective circle. Within their hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames flickered, each brandishing a cold, steel blade, emanating an aura of oppressive dread. Chapter 11. The initial skirmish of the steel skeletons, severed in half. What the hell is this skeleton? The sinister smiles on the faces of the ambushers froze instantly. The mission they had received was to deal with a newly awakened, fragile necromancer. Yet, the metallic skeletons before them were utterly unlike what had been described in the intel. Damn it, whatever it is. Everyone, attack together and chop him down. The burly leader bellowed, swinging his axe as he charged forward, the others following suit with trepidation. In an instant, the alley erupted into chaos. Lin Mu stood calmly behind the formidable wall of skeletons, his demeanor chillingly composed. He raised a hand and commanded, "Bone fangs." 9 razor-sharp bone fangs materialized from the ground and shot forth in a straight line, accurately targeting a rogue assassin attempting to flank them. The assassin barely registered the flash of white light before several bone fangs pierced through his chest, blood spraying forth as he fell lifeless to the ground. Third one down. The burly man's eyes widened with rage, but before he could react, the steel skeletons were upon them. These skeletons not only boasted formidable defenses, but also delivered ferocious strikes. As they swung their steel blades, the sound of slicing air filled the alley. The weapons of the ambushers clashed against the steel skeletons, producing only scattered sparks, leaving no mark. Conversely, a single swipe from the steel skeletons could easily sever limbs. The cacophony of screams, clashing weapons, and splintering bones resonated through the narrow alley. Lin Mu's gaze remained unwavering. He showed no mercy to his foes. To him, these ambushers were no different from the monsters in a dungeon, mere sources of experience and equipment. Moments later, all that remained in the alley was a pungent scent of blood and several lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The 9 steel skeletons stood silently, their forms stained with the blood of their enemies, dripping ominously. Lin Mu stepped forward, rummaging through the belongings of the burly man. Soon, he unearthed the leader's mobile phone. Just then, a message popped up. "Have you dealt with it?" The contact was labeled Captain Wang. So it was indeed you. As Lin Mu prepared to erase the evidence and dispose of the bodies, a shadow appeared at the alley's entrance, blending seamlessly into the night. The figure moved with astonishing speed. Lin Mu's pupils dilated in alarm. The 9 steel skeletons instantly pivoted, adopting defensive stances, their bone fangs hovering, ready to launch at a moment's notice. The newcomer was clad entirely in black, a mask obscuring their face, revealing only a pair of profound eyes. Ignoring Lin Mu's apprehension, they merely cast a cursory glance at the fallen bodies. Then, the figure produced a peculiar black orb from their cloak and squeezed it gently. An invisible wave radiated outward, causing the bloodstains, remnants of the battle, and even the scent of blood in the air to dissipate at a visible rate. Next, the figure retrieved several black bags, skillfully packing the corpses within before stowing them in a specialized spatial container. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as though practiced 1,000 times. Lin Mu observed in silent awe. This individual's cleanup methods far surpassed his own. These skeletons were indeed extraordinary, but a man like Wang Debiao was merely a petty fool. The voice of the figure was husky and gender indistinguishable. Your real troubles may just be beginning. Be wary of certain organizations. They revel in hunting talents. With a pointed implication, the figure approached Lin Mu, their deep-set eyes scrutinizing him intently. After a moment, they whispered, "The death of your parents was no accident. If possible, do consider going to Xingjing. I will seek you out again. Until then, endeavor to enhance your strength." A sudden jolt coursed through Lin Mu's body. The deaths of his parents were not accidental. Perhaps influenced by the memories and obsessions of the original soul, this notion ignited like wildfire in his heart, unleashing a torrent of long-buried questions. The enigmatic figure cast a meaningful glance before swiftly unleashing a slicing wind with a flick of their hand. In an instant, they vanished into the depths of the night like a specter. The wind blade struck a skeleton, which was unable to evade in time, and the once impenetrable steel skeleton was abruptly cleaved in two. Lin Mu stood in place, utterly dumbfounded, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. The vengeance of Wang Debiao, the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, and the grim truth surrounding the demise of the original owner's parents all converged into a multitude of perplexing enigmas. Like an invisible net, these mysteries enveloped him. Moreover, the impending assessment at the Xingjing Academy loomed just 3 days away. This world was far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. Upon returning home, Lin Mu's mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. The black-clad man's chilling assertion that his parents' deaths were no accident reverberated through his nerves like a hammer striking iron. The ominous warning from a shadowy organization only heightened his trepidation. Most alarming was the indomitable steel skeleton, effortlessly severed in half by the black-clad assailant's single blow. He forced himself to calm down and began to reminisce about the moments he shared with his parents. They had been ordinary professionals, diligent and kind-hearted. How could they have met with an accidental end? A seed of doubt was quietly planted in his heart, taking root and sprouting. Nevertheless, he understood that he must possess the strength to unravel these mysteries before he could even contemplate seeking the truth. He recalled that he had neglected to allocate 4 skill points after upgrading his abilities and equipment. Lin Mu remembered that for group summoning skills, the first upgrade typically increased the cap on the number of summoned entities, while the second enhanced the quantity summoned at once. Without delay, he accessed the skill panel. Focusing intently on Resurrect Skeleton, he allocated points. The skill icon shimmered faintly. Resurrect Skeleton consumes 10 mana to summon 1 steel skeleton to fight for you. Maximum limit, 10. Indeed, the cap had risen from 9 to 10. For him, this was not merely the addition of a single skeleton. Once the clock struck midnight and his talents refreshed, with a subtle modification, that number could escalate from 10 to 90. The joy of such a multiplication was beyond imagination. Lin Mu suppressed his exhilaration. To maximize efficiency, he resolved not to upgrade Resurrect Skeleton at this moment. He must wait until the day after tomorrow to modify the single summon quantity before contemplating further enhancements to attain the greatest benefit. As for the remaining 3 skill points, he allocated 1 to Bone Spikes. Bone Spikes consumes 7 mana to summon 10 bone spikes from the ground, piercing a linear area ahead, each inflicting 3 to 5 physical damage. Excellent. Both the quantity and damage had improved. Time ticked away. Amid Lin Mu's anxious anticipation, he finally welcomed the arrival of midnight. The usage count for his talents against the same target had refreshed once more. Chapter 12, Skill Upgrades, The Emergence of the Skeleton Sea. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu immediately activated his talent to review the detailed description of Resurrect Skeleton. Resurrect Skeleton consumes 10 mana to summon 1 skeleton made of steel bones to fight for you. It moves slowly, but its structure is robust and difficult to destroy. Maximum limit, 10. He modified the maximum limit from 10 to 90. The skill description momentarily blurred before being reshaped. The panel's description updated accordingly. Resurrect Skeleton consumes 10 mana to summon 1 steel skeleton to fight for you. Maximum limit, 90. Success. A smile of uncontainable joy crept onto Lin Mu's lips. He then swiftly proceeded to modify Bone Spikes, changing the summoning quantity from 10 to 90. Bone Spikes consumes 95 mana to summon 90 bone spikes from the ground, piercing a linear area ahead, each inflicting 3 to 5 physical damage. The theoretical total damage from this single skill reached a staggering 270 for 150 points, and it was an instantaneous skill. Coupled with the Withered Wood Staff, which had almost negligible mana consumption, he could effortlessly cast it without any cost, continuously. A humanoid self-propelled sniper cannon, terrifying indeed. Naturally, he could not overlook his equipment. Withered Wood Staff, attack power, 1, 9, special effect, reduces mana consumption by 99 when casting skills. The attack power cap had risen from 3 to 9, barely significant, but the mana reduction was astonishing. Rapid Healing Ring, Defense power, 1-2. Special effect, restores 99 health points per second. With 99 health restored each second, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was practically invincible. Having completed all this, Lin Mu took out the green curved dagger he had obtained from a treasure chest in the dungeon. Goblin curved dagger, attack power, 8-10. Special effect, ignores 15 of the target's physical defense. He planned to make a minor modification to this dagger, intending to sell it for some startup capital after collecting the rewards from the school and city the following day. However, being merely a level 3 green item, he couldn't modify it too drastically, lest he attract unwanted attention or become a target himself. Additionally, making it excessively powerful to sell would also equate to inadvertently aiding the enemy. After some contemplation, Lin Mu decided on a modest adjustment, altering the physical defense penetration from 15 to 25. Goblin curved dagger, attack power, 8-10. Special effect, ignores 25 of the target's physical defense. Though it was only a 10 enhancement to the penetration effect, it bore significant implications. Many high-tier items might not even possess such attributes. It should fetch a decent price. That night, once again filled with excitement, he found it difficult to sleep. The next day, after a quick wash and tidying up, Lin Mu arrived at school early. He headed straight to the office of the director, Lu Minghui. The door was ajar, and faint voices of conversation drifted from within. Lin Mu gently knocked before entering without waiting for a response. "Lin Mu, you've arrived." A melodious voice rang out ahead of him. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened upon seeing him, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face, her tone laced with excitement. Lin Mu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Su, you are quite early," he remarked, scanning the office. He then noticed that, in addition to Lu Minghui and Su Xiaoxiao, a distinguished middle-aged man sat on the sofa. This man was impeccably dressed in a suit, and even while seated, his tall and well-proportioned physique was apparent. His shoes gleamed with polish, almost reflecting an image. His hair was meticulously styled, giving him an air of competence. His conversation with Lu Minghui was interrupted by Lin Mu's entrance, and upon seeing him, a warm smile instantly illuminated his face, prompting him to rise. "You must be Lin Mu," the middle-aged man said, his gaze intense and appreciative. "I often hear Xiao Xiao speak of you at home. Today, meeting you in person, I see that the youth truly lives up to the reputation of a hero." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Minghui, who promptly stood to introduce Lin Mu. "President Su, this is Lin Mu, who, alongside Xiao Xiao, successfully completed the trial dungeon with an SSS rating." He then turned to Lin Mu, saying, "Lin Mu, this gentleman is our esteemed president of the Shilin City Adventurers Guild, Su Zonghua, who is also the father of Su Xiaoxiao." "Uncle Su, you flatter me," Lin Mu replied politely, maintaining a calm demeanor. Su Zonghua let out a hearty laugh, exuding warmth as he continued. "Then I shall take the liberty of calling you Xiao Mu. Your successful completion of the dungeon alongside Xiao Xiao, coupled with such remarkable achievements, has earned my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my entire family." He continued, "Xiao Xiao is a child we've spoiled, lacking in understanding. If you don't mind, I would be delighted to invite you to our home for a visit one day, allowing my wife a chance to express her gratitude to you on behalf of Xiao Xiao." Su Zonghua's words were impeccably crafted, conveying both appreciation and an invitation that was difficult to decline. In response, Lin Mu simply stated, "I will visit when I have the time." Having lived 2 lives, he had long grown indifferent to such social niceties. Seeing this, Lu Minghui quickly interjected, "President Su, I believe the matter of thanking Lin Mu can be discussed later." He glanced at the time and added, "It's getting late. Let us proceed to Principal Chu's office. The officials from the City Education Bureau are likely on their way, and Principal Chu should be arriving with them." Chapter 13. The Official Recognition. In Principal Chu's private reception room, Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao sat upright. Soon, footsteps could be heard outside. Principal Chu personally opened the door and respectfully ushered in 4 individuals. Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone in the room, including Lin Mu, felt a jolt of surprise. The visitors were none other than the mayor of Shilin City, Fan Jiheng, and the director of the City Education Bureau, Ji Xiangwen. In the wake of the Blue Star Cataclysm, vocational education had become a national priority. Local education bureaus operate independently from administrative departments, governed by higher educational authorities. The status of the Education Bureau Director is equivalent to, if not slightly higher than, that of a city mayor. The arrival of these 2 prominent figures was astonishing. Mayor Fan, appearing to be just over 50, had a square face that exuded a natural authority. His sharp gaze was as piercing as that of an eagle, casting an oppressive aura born of long-standing power. In contrast, Director Ji possessed a more cultured demeanor, wearing black-rimmed glasses and emanating warmth. Accompanying them were 2 composed secretaries or assistants, clearly individuals of considerable standing within the profession. Mayor Fan, Director Ji, Su Zonghua and Lu Minghui almost simultaneously bowed in greeting, with Lu Minghui's voice betraying an unmistakable sense of respect and trepidation. Su Zonghua continued, wearing an appropriately affable smile. We are honored by your unexpected presence. Mayor Fan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed directly on Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, lingering on Lin Mu for a moment with a keen intensity. President Su, there is no need for such formalities. We are here today to honor these two young talents who have brought glory to Shilin City. Director Ji adjusted his glasses, offering a gentle smile. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, greetings. Your achievement of an SSS rating in the trial dungeon, particularly with one of you being a rare necromancer, is truly astonishing. His words struck at the heart of the matter. Even with Lin Mu's extensive experience from 2 lifetimes, he could not suppress a ripple of emotion at the weight of their attention. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed exterior, nodding slightly. You honor us, leaders. Su Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat anxious. Her cheeks flushed as she followed suit in bowing. A hint of approval crossed Mayor Fan's face. Unassuming and composed, excellent. He turned to Director Ji, saying, Director Ji, it seems our new stars not only possess extraordinary strength, but also commendable character. Director Ji nodded with a smile. Indeed. The ancients were right. Heroes emerge in youth. He paused, his expression turning solemn. You two have achieved an SSS rating in the trial dungeon, not only breaking the historical record for Blue Star, but also bringing immense honor to Shilin City and even to the entirety of Huaxia. According to the Adventurer's Talent Incentive Regulations and the Special Contribution Reward Measures of Shilin City, the municipal government, in conjunction with the Education Bureau, has decided to award both of you the Shilin City Glory New Star medals. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the aides stepped forward, holding 2 exquisite velvet boxes. Mayor Fan personally accepted the boxes and handed one to Lin Mu and the other to Su Xiaoxiao. This medal not only symbolizes honor, but also grants you numerous privileges within Shilin City. For instance, you will be exempt from entry fees in most officially regulated dungeon areas and enjoy a 20% discount on purchases at official shops. Lin Mu accepted the box, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he found a silver medal intricately engraved with stars and the city flower, the pomegranate blossom, quietly resting within. A faint energy pulsed from it. Director Ji continued, additionally, each of you will receive 300,000 new star coins, which have already been directly transferred to your adventurer accounts. As he spoke, a notification that only Lin Mu could hear chimed in his mind. 300,000. With the additional 100,000 awarded by the school, I will soon possess 400,000 new star coins. This was an astronomical sum for an ordinary family adventurer who had just awakened. Furthermore, Director Ji said, receiving 2 specially crafted storage talismans from another aide. The Education Bureau has prepared beginner's spiritual nourishment pills and rare skill books tailored to your professional attributes. He handed one of the talismans to Lin Mu. Considering the uniqueness of your profession, we have selected a rare skill book from the dark arts titled Grip of the Bones. Grip of the Bones. Lin Mu felt a stir within. He had heard of this skill, which allowed the summoning of a skeletal hand for attack. For a necromancer, it would significantly compensate for their inherent lack of damage output. This was indeed a timely boon. Thank you, Mayor, thank you. Director, Lin Mu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The rewards would undoubtedly aid his forthcoming endeavors, particularly the looming challenge in 3 days at the Wailing Cave. Su Xiaoxiao also received her rewards, a rare healing skill book for priests and a nourishment pill, her face alight with surprise and gratitude. Watching from the side, Su Zonghua's smile grew ever more genuine as he repeatedly expressed his thanks to the 2 leaders. Mayor Fan waved his hand, signaling that no further thanks were necessary. He turned to Lin Mu, his gaze deepening. Lin Mu, we are all aware of your potential. The emergence of a talent such as you from Shilin City is indeed our fortune. He slightly shifted his tone, lending it a weighty significance. We are already aware of the challenges posed by the Shengjing Academy. Mentor Mu Wanqing's approach has always been characterized by rigor, yet fairness. Ji Xiangwen interjected. The Wailing Cavern presents an exceedingly high degree of difficulty. Given your current level, it is indeed a perilous endeavor. However, since you dare to undertake it, you must possess your own confidence. He paused momentarily, his gaze imbued with encouragement. The city and the education department cannot directly interfere with the assessments conducted by the Shengjing Academy. Nevertheless, the Wailing Cavern lies within our jurisdiction. Should you require any assistance within compliant parameters, be it information on dungeons, specialized training facilities, or restorative potions, do not hesitate to approach the school or the education department directly. This statement undeniably conveyed a generous goodwill towards Lin Mu. A warmth blossomed in Lin Mu's heart as he expressed his gratitude once more. I appreciate the concern of both the mayor and the director. I shall act within my capabilities. This kindness, while rooted in his demonstrated value and potential, genuinely moved him at that moment. Fan Jiheng and Ji Xiangwen offered a few more words of encouragement, primarily emphasizing their hope for greater contributions from them to Shilin City and the nation of Huaxia in the future. Throughout this process, Chu Qingfeng and Lu Minghui found themselves mostly silent, nodding and smiling from the sidelines, their hearts already brimming with joy. The performances of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao undoubtedly brought immense glory to the second vocational college. Their future prospects and the allocation of educational resources from higher authorities would significantly benefit from this. After the rewards were distributed and a brief discussion regarding future plans ensued, Fan Jiheng and Ji Xiangwen excused themselves, citing their busy schedules. Just before departing, Mayor Fan cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mu, as if he wished to convey something. Yet it ultimately transformed into a simple encouragement to work diligently. Once the two esteemed individuals had taken their leave, the atmosphere in the reception room relaxed considerably. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Minghui exhaled deeply, their faces unable to suppress their excitement. Lin Mu, you have truly given us a monumental surprise, Chu Qingfeng exclaimed, patting Lin Mu on the shoulder with palpable enthusiasm. Su Zhonghua also approached with a smile, saying, Little Mu, your Uncle Su did not misjudge you. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, as long as it is within Shilin City. Your uncle still has some influence. Lin Mu responded to each in kind, fully aware that his standing in Shilin City had irrevocably changed from this day forth. This transformation was founded upon his SSS rating and his hidden talents. Lin Mu, I will promptly instruct the finance department to transfer the 100,000 new star coins awarded by the school. Let us proceed to collect your rewards. Chapter 14, The Perception Necklace. Chu Qingfeng was genuinely elated. He immediately called the school's finance office, instructing them to transfer the 100,000 new star coins directly to the students' accounts without any procedural delays. Ding! 10,000 new star coins have been credited to your account. After the call ended, both Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao received notifications of the deposit, one after the other. Although Su Xiaoxiao's family was not lacking in wealth, this was her first time earning such a sum through her own abilities, filling her heart with delight. Lin Mu maintained an outward calm, yet internally he felt a swell of excitement. A total of 400,000 in hand was indeed a substantial amount of startup capital. In his previous life, he had toiled for over a decade without amassing such wealth. Let us go. Follow me. Chu Qingfeng waved his hand exuberantly and, with a radiant expression, personally led Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao towards the logistics office. The manner in which he carried himself could easily be mistaken for a review of the military. In the logistics office, the same instructor responsible for distributing novice equipment was present. However, at this moment, his previous indifferent demeanor had vanished. Upon seeing Principal Chu personally escorting two distinguished new students, the teacher sprang up from his seat, his face instantly adorned with a sycophantic smile, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Principal, what a surprise to see you here. Ah, Lin and Su, please come in, come in. As he spoke, he hastily retrieved 2 bottles of what appeared to be high-quality bottled water from beneath the counter, eagerly presenting them. These 2 students are truly the pride of our second vocational college. An SSS rating. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Lin Mu accepted the water in silence, while Su Xiaoxiao politely expressed her thanks. Chu Qingfeng cleared his throat, standing with his hands behind his back and chin slightly raised, speaking with an air of pride. Boldly, in accordance with the school's reward policy, please allow these 2 students to select 1 piece of superior grade equipment each. Bring out the finest you have for them to choose. Certainly. Rest assured, Principal. Teacher Li nodded vigorously, quickly opening a specialized alloy door behind him. As the steel door swung open, a gentle blue glow emanated from within, revealing an array of equipment exuding an extraordinary aura, categorized and displayed within. Weapons, armor, accessories, though not numerous, each item gleamed with meticulous care, evidently the finest treasures of the logistics department. Dear students, these are the top-tier blue items from our school's inventory. Feel free to select whichever you desire. Teacher Li rubbed his hands together, his eyes squinting with delight. Su Xiaoxiao scanned the equipment, ultimately settling on a priest's robe that radiated a soft, holy light. Holy light guardian robe. Defense, 15, 20. Intelligence, 2. Constitution, 2. Special effect, reduces non-holy damage taken by 5. Principal, teacher, I would like to choose this one, Su Xiaoxiao declared, her face aglow with joy. This robe's balanced attributes not only provided substantial defense, but also offered a practical damage reduction effect, making it exceptionally suitable for her supportive role. Excellent choice. Chu Qifeng praised, nodding in approval. Priests indeed must prioritize their survival. Well done. Teacher Li promptly retrieved the Holy Light Guardian robe, respectfully handing it to Su Xiaoxiao, who lovingly caressed the robe's soft fabric before happily storing it in her inventory. Lin Mu ultimately chose a stone pendant. The pendant was an earthy blackish red, its design rustic, with a dark red special material encircling its outer edge. Dormant black stone necklace. Constitution 2. Special effect. Increases perception range by 3 meters. This attribute held little significance for most professions, occupying an equipment slot in the process. This one will do, Lin Mu indicated the pendant. Both Teacher Li and Chu Qingfeng were momentarily taken aback. To them, the necklace seemed rather unimpressive, especially for Lin Mu, a necromancer who would typically lean towards equipment that enhanced summoned attributes or directly boosted spell power. Lin Mu, are you certain? Chu Qingfeng could not help but inquire. Will you not consider other options? For instance, that shadow staff? Although it is also blue, it provides a slight enhancement to shadow spells. Lin Mu shook his head. No. Thank you, Principal. I desire this one. His modified deadwood staff exhibited an extraordinary reduction effect, rendering any replacement unnecessary for the time being. Observing Lin Mu's insistence, Chu Qingfeng refrained from further objections. After all, a genius often harbors unique ideas. Teacher Li handed the silent blackstone necklace to Lin Mu. The moment Lin Mu grasped the necklace, a thought crossed his mind. Talent, descriptor alterer, activate. Before him, the intricate description of the necklace materialized. Silent blackstone necklace. Crafted from unrefined blackstone mixed with redstone, it contains a faint shadow protection power, increasing constitution by 2 points and perception range by 3 meters. Lin Mu's gaze lingered on the unrefined blackstone. He would alter unrefined to refined. Buzz. The description of the necklace momentarily blurred before regaining clarity. Silent blackstone necklace. Constitution 2. Special effect. Increases perception range by 12 meters. The detailed description also transformed. Silent blackstone necklace. Crafted from refined blackstone mixed with redstone, it possesses a robust shadow protection power, increasing constitution by 2 points and perception range by 12 meters. Success. A barely perceptible smile graced Lin Mu's lips. A perception range of 12 meters. He merely needed to wait until tomorrow for another modification, which would elevate it to 92 meters. Undoubtedly a supreme tool for reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. You two have also selected your equipment. The school has provided you with all it can offer. Chu Qingfeng clapped his hands, beaming. From here on, it is up to you. Especially you, Lin Mu. The Wailing Cave Challenge. Be sure to act within your capabilities. Safety comes first. Although he spoke these words, his eyes shimmered with anticipation. What if? What if this young man could indeed create another miracle? Chapter 15. The exorbitantly priced green gear. Upon leaving the school, Lin Mu immediately checked the rewards from the education department. Junior mental nurturing pill. Consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 1 point. Just 1 point? Lin Mu pouted. However, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, in his hands, a mosquito's leg could transform into a rat's leg. Talent, descriptor alterer, activate. Transforming 1 point of intelligence into 9 points of intelligence. Buzz. The description of the nurturing pill momentarily blurred, then returned to clarity. Junior mental nurturing pill. Consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 9 points. Huh. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Mu's face as he swallowed the pill. A wave of indescribable coolness surged through his mind. It felt as though his entire soul had been cleansed, his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear and sharp. He eagerly opened his profession panel. Name, Lin Mu. Profession, necromancer. Level, LV4. Experience, 286, 500. Life points, 130. Mana points, 250. Strength, 2. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 25. Constitution, 13. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 2. Fantastic. His intelligence had skyrocketed to 25 points. The upper limit of his mana points had also significantly increased. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction before retrieving the rare skill book. Skill book, Grip of the Skeleton. Alas, he needed to level up once more to learn it. Lin Mu clicked his tongue, temporarily setting it aside. One must eat step by step, walk step by step, and unlock skills bit by bit. With 400,000 in wealth and a collection of divine gear, Lin Mu headed straight for the largest adventurers trading market in Shilin City. His honorary Rising Star medal from Shilin City was a valuable asset, granting an 80% discount on items purchased from the official store. It must be utilized. The adventurers market buzzed with activity, various shops and stalls lined up in abundance. Lin Mu, with a clear objective, walked directly toward the most impressive building at the market center, the Shilin Adventurers Trading Hall. Peering inside, he saw a bustling scene. Adventurers buying and selling, a hive of industry. As soon as he entered, a tall, elegantly dressed female attendant approached him. She was adorned in a professional outfit, her exquisite makeup accentuating her alluring features. She scanned Lin Mu from head to toe, noting his youth and ordinary attire, her gaze tinged with skepticism. "What can I assist you with, young man?" Her voice was sweet, yet somewhat disingenuous. Lin Mu got straight to the point. "I would like to inquire about the process for equipment recycling." "Recycling equipment?" Lu Feifei's demeanor shifted upon realizing he was there to sell something. Considering Lin Mu's age, she assumed he would not possess anything of value. Her professional smile faded, replaced by impatience. "We only recycle equipment of excellent grade or higher. If it is white gear, you can turn left upon exiting. There's a private purchase stall over there. The prices might be lower, but it's convenient." Her words carried an implicit message. "Don't waste my time, you poor newbie." To her, Lin Mu appeared to be a newly awakened adventurer, likely possessing nothing more than the white trash dropped from beginner dungeons. Lin Mu frowned slightly, but chose not to react. "I have a piece of green gear. Will you accept it?" Lu Feifei paused, surprised. Oh, this young man actually has a piece of green gear? Quite the stroke of luck. However, green gear is hardly a rarity. Her prior impatience remained, but she spoke more formulaically. "We do accept green gear, but we need to evaluate its specific attributes and level. The price, of course, will be less than that of blue gear." As she spoke, she gestured toward the nearby appraisal counter. "For selling equipment, please go over there to queue for evaluation." She added, "If you're looking to purchase gear, our regular area is over there, and the premium area is on the second floor." Lin Mu paid no heed to her attitude and walked directly to the appraisal counter. He presented the goblin curved blade, which he had slightly modified. The middle-aged appraiser initially appeared indifferent, casually glancing at the blade. However, the moment his eyes fell upon the equipment's attribute description, his pupils widened in shock. 25 physical penetration. The appraiser exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. Drawing the attention of those nearby, he adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the curved blade several times. His expression shifted from casual to astonished, then to incredulity. "Young brother, where did you acquire this curved blade?" The appraiser looked up at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. He disliked such scrutiny. "That's none of your concern. Just provide an estimate." Just then, Lu Feifei, the earlier female attendant, seemed to have heard the commotion and curiously approached. When she beheld the curved dagger exuding a faint green glow in the hands of the appraiser, along with the glaring attribute panel displaying the astonishing phrase of ignoring 25 physical defense, she felt as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. Lu Feifei's hand trembled slightly as she grasped the dagger, her voice escaping in a shocked gasp. "A 25 physical penetration? How is that even possible?" Her voice, sharp and piercing, drew the attention of even more onlookers. She blinked repeatedly, fearing she was hallucinating, yet the crystal-clear description compelled her to believe. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, and her expression towards Lin Mu transformed entirely. "Sir, are you certain you wish to sell this weapon?" Lu Feifei's voice faltered, the previous arrogance vanishing, replaced by profound respect and cautiousness. Lin Mu remained composed, lightly tapping the counter with his fingers. "Is there a problem?" He secretly reveled in the satisfaction of delivering a subtle blow to her pride. Lu Feifei inhaled deeply, quickly adopting the sweetest, even somewhat sycophantic smile. "No problem at all. Absolutely no problem. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to fetch our chief appraiser for a personal evaluation of such a high-level piece of equipment." Fearing to offend this seemingly unassuming powerhouse, she hurriedly dashed towards the second floor. Before long, an elderly man with grizzled hair, clad in the attire of a senior appraiser, made his way down briskly, guided by Lu Feifei. Upon receiving the dagger, the old man initially nodded slightly. However, upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment, his eyes glimmering with excitement. A rare artifact. Indeed, a rare artifact. The elderly man stroked his beard, praising it repeatedly. To possess such formidable penetration attributes at such a low level and quality is truly exceptional. Ultimately, after the chief appraiser's authoritative assessment, this LV3 goblin dagger was appraised with a purchase price of 150,000 new star coins. This price far surpassed the typical range for green equipment. Even late-game green gear would struggle to fetch such a sum. Lu Feifei gazed at Lin Mu with eyes akin to those of a worshipper beholding a walking embodiment of wealth. Her demeanor was so warm it could almost melt an iceberg. Lin Mu smoothly received the 150,000 new star coins. Coupled with the 400,000 awarded by the school and city, his total assets skyrocketed to 550,000. This substantial sum was sufficient for him to upgrade from a mere bird gun to a formidable cannon, preparing him thoroughly for the impending challenges within the Wailing Caverns. "Sir, do you wish to explore other equipment?" Lu Feifei now followed closely beside Lin Mu, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Our trading hall's second-floor boutique has just received a new batch of high-quality leather armor and boots, all boasting impressive attributes and a variety of styles. Would you like me to show you?" Under Lu Feifei's expert recommendations and attentive service, Lin Mu ultimately selected an LV5 blue leather armor, the Flaming Lizard Guardian chestplate, and a pair of LV5 blue boots, the Swift Wind boots. The Flaming Lizard Guardian chestplate had a defense rating of 25, with an additional 30 for physical defense, 3 for constitution, and a special effect of 10 fire resistance. The Swift Wind boots boasted a defense rating of 10, with an additional 15 for physical defense, 3 for agility, and a special effect of 5 for movement speed. The fundamental attributes and additional effects of both pieces of equipment were remarkably practical, and after his modifications, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the Wailing Caverns. Sir, the original prices for these two items are 31,223, 400 new star coins, totaling 54,600 new star coins. Lu Feifei calculated swiftly, her hands cradling the figures before Lin Mu, her smile unwavering. Lin Mu's lips curled upwards as he retrieved from his storage space a silver medal intricately engraved with stars and pomegranate flowers. This is the Glory New Star Medal of Shilin City. Lu Feifei instantly recognized it, her voice rising several octaves with excitement, even tinged with a quiver. She covered her mouth in shock, her gaze towards Lin Mu transforming from one of respect and flattery to awe and fervor. She understood the significance of this medal all too well. It represented not only honor but also the highest recognition of potential bestowed by Shilin City's officials upon its bearer. A common New Star medal was already enough to turn heads, but one adorned with the word glory was an exceedingly rare accolade throughout Shilin City's history, with very few deserving such an honor. Sir, please wait a moment. Lu Feifei's voice trembled slightly as she hurriedly operated the terminal at the counter. According to regulations, esteemed guests holding the Glory New Star Medal in Shilin City's official trading hall were entitled to a 20% discount on any purchases. She carefully announced the discounted price. The total for the two pieces of equipment you selected is 43,680 new star coins, granting you a substantial discount of over 10,000 new star coins. Lin Mu nodded calmly, effortlessly completing the transaction. The privileges of such status were indeed delightful. Lu Feifei returned the medal to Lin Mu, feeling as if this small silver token weighed 1,000 pounds. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her exhilaration, and spoke in what she perceived to be her sweetest and most respectful tone. Sir, your medal. Please wait a moment. Our manager Lu will arrive shortly. She wishes to personally issue you a purple crystal VIP card from our establishment. Oh, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. It seemed the additional value of the Glory New Star Medal exceeded his expectations. Before long, a strikingly beautiful woman in a dark purple professional dress, exuding a competent aura and appearing to be in her 30s, approached swiftly. Wearing a manager's name badge, she bore a professional yet warm smile. You must be Mr. Lin Mu? I am Lu Qing, the manager of the trading hall. Lu Qing extended her hand, her gaze imbued with sincere admiration. I just heard from Feifei that Mr. Lin, at such a young age, has already received the Glory New Star Medal. Truly a prodigy, with a future beyond measure. Lin Mu shook her hand lightly, replying nonchalantly. Manager Lu, you flatter me. Lu Qing wasted no time, producing a translucent card shimmering with a faint purple glow. Mr. Lin, this is our highest tier purple crystal VIP card from the Shilin Professional Trader's Trading Hall. I have already added you into our system. From now on, regardless of the amount spent at our establishment, you will automatically enjoy a 30% discount, as well as priority reservations for scarce resources or requests for specific items. She presented the card to Lin Mu with both hands. This is our trading hall's small token of appreciation for talented individuals like yourself, and we hope to collaborate more with you in the future. Lin Mu accepted the purple crystal card, feeling its coolness and exquisite texture. Thank you, Manager Lu. He understood that this was not merely a discount card. It symbolized status and a potential network of connections. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Lin. Lu Qing's smile broadened. Our trading hall also offers customization and enchantment services for special equipment. Should you have any needs in this regard, please feel free to contact me. Her words subtly hinted at favorable relations, implying that the trading hall might be linked to some high-level professional opportunities. Lin Mu felt a stirring of interest within. Reflecting on the equipment that had been subject to descriptive alterations, Lin Mu contemplated that if an explanation of their origin were necessary, the notion of enchantment might serve as a commendable guise. He would give it due consideration. Nodding non-committally, Lin Mu engaged in brief pleasantries with Lu Qing, who personally escorted him to the entrance of the trading hall. This particular treatment drew the attention of several professionals within the hall, who began to speculate about Lin Mu's identity. As Lin Mu stepped out into the sunlight, its warmth enveloping him, he muttered to himself, "What a shrewd woman. She only produced the card after I had settled the payment," clearly an intentional maneuver. Preparing to turn away, His gaze inadvertently swept across the street corner, where two figures appeared to be observing him discreetly. Upon meeting Lin Mu's eyes, they quickly averted their gaze, blending into the crowd. A chill passed through Lin Mu as he realized that his actions had indeed attracted the attention of some discerning individuals. Was it the old rogue Wang Debiao's lingering malice, sending spies after him, or perhaps another faction? For the time being, the answers eluded him. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront whatever challenges came his way. With a regained composure, Lin Mu shifted his focus. The immediate priority was to upgrade his newly acquired equipment. Chapter 17. Modifications before the challenge. Upon leaving the trading hall, Lin Mu sought out a secluded alleyway. After confirming that the surroundings were devoid of onlookers, he retrieved the two pieces of equipment he had just purchased. Talent, Description Alterer. Activate. Flame Lizard Guardian Chestplate. Crafted from the hardened hide of fire lizards and treated through a special process, it possesses commendable defense and fire resistance. Fire resistance, 10. He altered the fire resistance from 10 to 90. A hum resonated as the equipment description transformed. Flame Lizard Guardian Chestplate. Defense, 25, 30. Constitution, 3. Special effect, fire resistance 90. Lin Mu grinned broadly, satisfied, and then turned his attention to Wind's swift boots. Detailed description, made from the lightweight feathers of the gale bird and sturdy enchanted leather, imbued with a slight wind elemental magic. Movement speed, 5. His gaze lingered on the slight wind elemental magic. He modified slight to strong. Wind's swift boots. Defense, 10, 15. Agility, 5. Special effect, movement speed, 15. The agility bonus increased by 2 points, and movement speed tripled. Lin Mu carefully stored the rejuvenated equipment, his smile widening. With the gear now in place, he anticipated the modifications to refresh later that night, eager to test his might in the so-called Wailing Cave. Upon returning home, Lin Mu was no longer as restless as he had been on previous nights. After a simple meal, he began to gather his strength. Time passed gradually. Midnight struck. Modification count, refresh. Lin Mu felt invigorated. He commenced with Resurrect Skeleton. Activating his talent, he examined the description details. Resurrect Skeleton. Consumes 10 mana. Summons one skeleton made of steel bones from the void to fight for you. Moves slowly, but is structurally robust and difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 90. He altered the summoning from 1 to 9. Modification successful. Without hesitation, Lin Mu leveled up Resurrect Skeleton. Post-upgrade details. Resurrect Skeleton. Consumes 55 mana. Summons 10 skeletons made of steel bones from the void to fight for you. Moves slowly, but is structurally robust and difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 90. The summoning increased from 1 to 10. Next was Bone Fong. Description details. Bone Fong. Consumes 95 mana. Channels death energy to summon 90 sharp teeth from the buried remains of the deceased, rapidly piercing a linear area ahead, dealing 3 to 5 physical damage. He modified the summoning from 90 to 99. He allocated the remaining skill point to Bone Fong. Post-upgrade details. Bone Fong. Consumes 107 mana. Channels death energy to summon 100 sharp teeth from the buried remains of the deceased, rapidly piercing a linear area ahead, dealing 4 to 6 physical damage. With the core skills Resurrect Skeleton and Bone Fong now exhibiting extraordinary effectiveness, Lin Mu could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of further modifications the following night. Subsequently, he systematically enhanced the attributes of his existing equipment. Withered Wood Staff. Attack power, 9, 9. Special effect. Reduces mana consumption by 99 when casting skills. The attack power minimum rose from 1 to 9. Quick Healing Ring. Defense, 1, 9. Special effect. Restores 99 health points per second. The defense maximum increased. Silent Blackstone Necklace. Constitution, 2. Special effect. Increases perception range by 92 meters. A perception range of 92 meters transformed him into a single soldier source-controlled radar. Nothing within that range could escape his notice. Flame Lizard Guardian Chestplate. Defense, 25, 30. Constitution, 3. Special effect. Fire resistance 99. Fire resistance maximized, nearly doubling. Wind's Swift Boots. Defense, 10, 15. Agility, 5. Special effect. Movement speed, 95. Movement speed skyrocketed. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Mu stood before the window, tightly gripping the cold black challenge token. The modifications from the previous night had propelled his combat prowess to an unprecedented peak. At that moment, he brimmed with confidence. It was time to embark on a challenge. Since the cataclysm of the Blue Star, monsters had infested the land, and dungeons proliferated. Through the bloodshed of generations of professionals, humanity had erected numerous sanctuaries behind sturdy city walls. Some dungeons, fully explored and controlled, were managed by nearby cities or powerful factions. In fact, Some dungeon entrances were situated directly within urban areas, vigilantly guarded by specialized professionals, poised to suppress any potential escapees. The Wailing Cave was such a unique entity. Located in the eastern district of Shilin City, it was uniformly dispatched by the municipal government's dungeon management office, with the city's guard collaborating to defend several surrounding dungeons. After a brief preparation, Lin Mu hailed a taxi directly to the dungeon management center in the eastern district of Shilin City. This location housed not only the entrance to the Wailing Cave, but also several other dungeon access points. Though he arrived not too late, the square was already bustling with activity. Numerous adventurer teams gathered there, either searching for companions or preparing for new escapades. He walked straight to the exclusive registration desk for the Wailing Cave. "Hello. I would like to apply for entry into the Wailing Cave," Lin Mu calmly stated to the staff member in charge of registration. The staff member was a somewhat weary middle-aged man. He glanced up at Lin Mu, and as the scanning device revealed Lin Mu's mere LV4 rank, his brows furrowed in disapproval. "Young man," he advised kindly, "the Wailing Cave is a special challenge dungeon, exceedingly difficult, and can only be entered solo. At your level, I would strongly recommend you first venture outside the city to eliminate some stray monsters or opt for lower-level dungeons that allow for parties. It would be a more prudent choice." Lin Mu shook his head, his tone resolute. "Thank you, but I am determined to enter the Wailing Cave." Seeing Lin Mu's stubbornness, the staff member let out a resigned sigh. "While there is no fee for entering the Wailing Cave, you require a specific dungeon challenge token." He stated this as a matter of routine, clearly doubting that this young man possessed any such credential. In response, Lin Mu silently retrieved the black token that Mu Wanqing had entrusted to him from his storage space. The moment the token appeared, the nonchalance on the staff member's face abruptly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous astonishment. After inspecting the token closely, the staff member's gaze toward Lin Mu transformed entirely, now filled with a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of envy. "So, you are a challenger from the Shungjing Academy," he murmured softly, and thereafter ceased to speak further, promptly processing Lin Mu's entry procedures. Under the staff member's guidance, Lin Mu approached the ominous glowing portal. Simultaneously, a massive display screen beside the dungeon entrance updated his basic information in real time. Chapter 18, Wailing Cave, Challenger, Lin Mu, Profession, LV4 Necromancer, Entry Time, 00016. Current rating, none. This simple line of information fell upon the waiting crowd of adventurers like a stone cast into a serene lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves among those awaiting entry into other dungeons. "A level 4 necromancer? Soloing the Wailing Cave? Surely, I must be mistaken," exclaimed a burly man, just having registered to enter the goblin mine, incredulously rubbing his eyes. What a joke. The Wailing Cave is a place where even a first-tier shield guard failed to return alive. It is said that the monsters within start at LV5, including elite and boss monsters. Another seasoned adventurer cried out, his face betraying a belief that this young man was merely courting death. Amidst the crowd, a well-informed middle-aged man suddenly lowered his voice and remarked to his companions, "You may not be aware, but this Lin Mu is the one who achieved an SSS rating just days ago in the Vocational Institute's trial." He cleared his throat and continued to divulge. "I've heard he is challenging the Wailing Cave to secure admission to the Shungjing Academy. This information comes directly from my nephew, who studies at the Vocational Institute. It is absolutely true. SSS rating. A necromancer achieving SSS." The surrounding adventurers erupted in astonishment, their gazes toward the portal filled with complexity. Though the feat of scoring SSS was undeniably staggering, the notorious reputation of the Wailing Cave was well established, and few held any hope that Lin Mu could emerge alive. Even the staff member who had just registered him now gazed at Lin Mu's disappearing figure with a gentle shake of his head, his eyes brimming with pity. Geniuses often accompany their brilliance with extreme obstinacy. Beyond the portal lay a profound darkness. Lin Mu felt a slight sensation of weightlessness as the scenery swiftly came into focus. A chill, damp air enveloped him, carrying a peculiar blend of decay and blood. Faint sounds of moaning and wailing echoed in the distance, as if countless tormented souls wept, sending shivers down his spine. Truly, it was the Wailing Cave. Even the environment instilled fear. Lin Mu's gaze remained calm as he quickly surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a narrow, rocky passage, the walls adorned with dark green moss, droplets of water occasionally falling from above, creating a distinct sound that resonated through the stillness. With a thought, he commanded, "Revive skeletons," accompanied by a subtle tremor in the ground. 10, 20, and finally 90 shimmering steel skeletons erupted silently from the earth and walls around him, clutching frostbitten steel blades. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with a united azure flame, instantly transforming the narrow passage into a formidable torrent of steel. This was the source of his newfound confidence. At that moment, a thick, gray-black mist began to swirl around the corner of the passage ahead. The mist roiled, revealing the distorted faces of countless souls struggling and screaming within. Despair mist. It was labeled, a region rife with negative energy. Any living being who enters will be consumed by endless despair, their minds shattered, ultimately becoming a vengeful spirit within the mist. The description clearly stated that the living would be devoured by boundless despair. A cold smile crept across Lin Mu's lips. Gift of the talent Alterer, activate. His consciousness precisely locked onto the word despair, altering be consumed by endless despair to be engulfed by boundless hope. In an instant, the writhing gray-black mist twisted violently, its color shifting from a deep, lifeless black-gray to a soft, milky white before his eyes. The contorted faces vanished without a trace, replaced by gentle, warm glimmers of light. Hope mist, it read, a region filled with positive energy. Any living being who enters will be bathed in the gentle light of hope, invigorated in spirit and emboldened in resolve. As Lin Mu advanced with his skeletal army into the mist, he felt a warm current wash over him, even clearing his mind. The oppressive shadows concerning his parents' demise and the solemn warning from the cloaked figure seemed to dissipate under the embrace of this hopeful mist. His gaze turned resolute. Survive for 24 hours and defeat the ultimate boss, the Cave Lord. Lin Mu silently recited his challenge objectives, his heart devoid of fear. This world is inherently filled with the unknown and peril. Only absolute strength will allow me to pierce through all mists and unveil the truth. Upon passing through the hope mist, the path ahead opened into a somewhat spacious cavern. On the cavern's rocky walls, he noted peculiar claw marks that did not resemble any known animal's prints. The arrangement of these marks was oddly disjointed, as if they contained some hidden pattern. Lin Mu commanded his skeletal army to remain alert while he cautiously approached to examine the claw marks more closely. His gaze ultimately settled upon a relatively flat section of rock. There, alongside the claw marks, were some indistinct symbols that appeared to be humanly inscribed. A forgotten warning. Ancient inscriptions record certain rules hidden deep within the caverns, requiring a special key for interpretation. Rules? Key. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. It seems that this wailing cave is far more than a mere lair for monsters. He attempted to modify the description of the description alterer, yet there was no response. It appeared he had brushed against some deeper limitation, or perhaps had simply exceeded his modification level. Intriguing. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze, no longer entangled in such thoughts. The immediate priority was to ensure his survival and gradually explore this cave. A low growl echoed from a distance, resonating with evident brutality and hunger. Lin Mu's expression sharpened. Is it here? With a swift motion, he commanded 90 iron skeletons, marching in unison, to advance deeper into the cave with an imposing momentum. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 19, Fully Armed, Grasp of the Bones. Under Lin Mu's command, the 90 iron skeletons surged forth like a torrent of iron-gray water, rumbling into the depths of the cave. The rhythmic clanking of metal reverberated through the confined passage, causing fragments of rock to tumble from the walls. Before long, shadows flickered around a nearby corner. 5 large corrosive rats appeared, their greasy fur exuding a pungent, acrid stench, baring their sharp teeth. Following closely behind were 2 massive cave spiders, their 8 multifaceted eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, dripping viscous venom from their mandibles. These LV5 to LV6 monsters could easily throw any novice party into disarray, potentially incurring devastating losses. However, when their proud claws and venomous fangs struck against the iron skeletons gleaming metallic bones, a shower of sparks erupted, leaving only faint white marks. 1 HP. 2 HP. The meager damage figures floated mockingly above the skeletons' heads. In stark contrast, the iron skeletons' attacks were brutally straightforward. A few skeletons stepped forward, wielding steel blades that cleaved through the air without flourish. Each slash effortlessly tore into the monster's flesh, leaving horrific wounds that exposed bone beneath the skin, almost a kill with every strike. Within the cave, the only sounds remaining were the anguished wails of the dying monsters and the sickening crunch of shattering bones. Lin Mu's experience bar surged at an astonishing rate. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV5. In less than half an hour, after dispatching several waves of similar monsters, the familiar notification echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Mu allocated his newly acquired 5 attribute points, 3 to intelligence and 2 to constitution, further enhancing his health and mana limits. Eagerly, he donned the long-awaited LV5 equipment from his backpack, the quick healing ring, the silent black stone necklace, the flame lizard guardian chestplate, and the boots of swift wind. In an instant, an overwhelming power surged through him, like a warm current enveloping his entire being. With a health recovery of 99 points per second, he felt invincible. His terrifying perception range of 92 meters allowed him to sense every rustle within a 100-meter radius. With 99 fire resistance, he could almost disregard the majority of fire damage at his current level. The 95-point speed increase made him feel as light as a feather, as if the wind itself propelled him forward. Exhilarating. As Lin Mu reveled in the surging power within him, he produced the officially awarded skill book, Grasp of the Bones. Ding. Would you like to learn the skill Grasp of the Bones? Learn. Grasp of the Bones consumes 25 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, which grips and then explodes, dealing 30 physical damage within a 2-meter radius. The talent of description alterer activated. A more detailed description materialized before his eyes. Grasp of the Bones consumes 25 mana to coalesce ancient bones with deathly power at a designated location, forming a skeletal hand that erupts after grasping enemies within range, inflicting 30 physical damage within a 2-meter radius. He modified the radius from 2 meters to 9 meters. The skill description blurred momentarily before reshaping. Lin Mu promptly allocated his newly obtained skill point to Grasp of the Bones. Grasp of the Bones consumes 27 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, which grips and then explodes, dealing 35 physical damage within a 92-meter radius. He then opened his character panel. Name, Lin Mu. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV5. Experience, 38. 800 health, 200 mana, 280 strength, 2 agility, 9 intelligence, 28 constitution, 20 free attribute points, 0 skill points, 0 equipment, withered wooden staff, flame lizard guardian chestplate, boots of swift wind, quick healing ring, silent black stone necklace. Lin Mu could hardly contain his eagerness to test the potency of his new skill. As he ventured deeper, 3 LV6 cave ogres emerged ahead, brandishing hefty wooden clubs and roaring in fury. Their massive forms were cloaked in a filthy gray-green skin, exuding a nauseating stench. Lin Mu raised his hand and commanded, Grasp of the Bones. As mana surged, the ground erupted. A colossal claw, composed of countless pale bones, burst forth with unmatched force. This skeletal hand, several meters in size, exuded an aura of death. In an instant, it ensnared the 3 cave ogres and a considerable area around them. The ogres, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, let out terrified roars. In the next moment, the skeletal hand tightened. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the cavern. Countless splinters of bone scattered in all directions. The 3 cave ogres emitted piercing cries, each suffering a modest but significant damage number. Although the single instance of damage was not fatal to these tough-skinned brutes, the sheer attack range left Lin Mu astonished. Excellent. With a few more modifications, the damage from Grasp of the Bones could be enhanced to perfectly compensate for my lack of area damage output. Lin Mu pondered silently. The steel skeletons were tasked with the frontal assault and damage mitigation, while Bone Fong was responsible for precisely eliminating high-threat targets. Coupled with the extensive area control provided by the Grasp of the Dead and his own remarkable recovery abilities, heightened perception range, and formidable elemental resistance, his tactical framework had become utterly flawless. Next, with the aid of his 92-meter perception range, Lin Mu could always foresee the distribution of monsters within the passages ahead. He could even distinctly discern the varying intensities of the monsters' auras. He commanded his skeletal army to strike with precision. Each encounter concluded rapidly, resembling a devastating tide. Experience points surged at an astonishing rate. As he delved deeper, the environment within the cave grew increasingly dark and eerie. Uniquely shaped black rocks began to appear on the rock walls, their sharp angles adorned with twisted patterns, emanating a faint negative energy. In Lin Mu's perception, there seemed to be a faint whisper emanating from those black stones, filled with despair and malice, incessantly assaulting his mind. Upon reaching the edge of a vast underground lake, the whispers momentarily ceased. The putrid lake water displayed a bizarre ink-green hue, with the remnants of unknown creatures floating upon its surface. An unusually bloated and twisted monster was gnawing on a decaying corpse at the lake's edge, a mutated ghoul elite, with a health of 1,200 and characteristics of poisonous spitting, rapid movement, and a stench aura. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Great Ones. This ghoul's physique was nearly double that of a standard ghoul. Its skin bore a sickly purplish hue, covered in pustules and festering wounds. Upon noticing Lin Mu's approach, it abruptly raised its head and emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. Foul saliva dripping from its tooth-filled maw as it charged rapidly toward Lin Mu's skeletal army. Simultaneously, it opened its rancid mouth and unleashed a thick, yellow-green venom. The venom splattered onto the steel skeletons, instantly producing a series of acrid white fumes. Although the steel skeletons possessed high defense, the direct damage from the venom was minimal. However, The persistent corrosive effect was undeniably repugnant. Lin Mu furrowed his brow. He was far too leisurely at this moment. His playful spirit ignited. With a focused gaze, he activated his talent, Descriptive Alterer. He swiftly examined the detailed description of the mutated ghoul elite. Mutated ghoul elite. A ghoul that has mutated from long-term consumption of rotting flesh and poisonous substances, possessing rapid movement speed and formidable jumping ability. Capable of spewing toxic liquid that rapidly corrodes objects, exuding an overwhelmingly nauseating stench. A playful smirk danced upon Lin Mu's lips as he concentrated his thoughts on the word toxic, altering the toxic liquid into a non-toxic substance. In an instant, the yellow-green liquid that the mutated ghoul elite spat forth when it landed upon the skeletons not only failed to emit the expected corrosive white smoke, but instead resembled clear water, accompanied by a faint, peculiar fragrance. The mutated ghoul elite's movements visibly faltered, its massive head tilting in confusion, as if questioning, "Where's my venom? Where's that vast pool of venom?" Seizing the opportunity while it was momentarily dazed, dozens of steel skeletons surged forward, their steel blades transforming into a chilling rain of knives, swiftly tearing the bewildered elite monster to shreds. Lin Mu stepped forward, casually picking up a piece of green equipment dropped by the elite monster. At that moment, from across the lake, a far more potent aura than that of the mutated ghoul elite began to surge from a deeper, darker passage. In the East District's Dungeon Management Center of Shilin City, the exclusive entrance to the Wailing Cave was teeming with people. A massive display screen captured everyone's attention with a few simple lines of text. Wailing Cave, Challenger, Lin Mu. Profession, Level 5 Necromancer, Entry Time, 004532. Current rating, C. Look, he leveled up and received a rating. An astute professional in the crowd pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. My heavens, how long has it been? Not even an hour? He went from level 4 to level 5? And in a place like the Wailing Cave, the survival of a necromancer is questionable. What kind of monster has Lin Mu become? AC rating. A solo challenge for a necromancer. This rating is already terrifying. Whispers of astonishment surged through the crowd, disbelief etched on every face. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the fringes of the crowd. Several professionals clad in the standard armor of the city guard forged a path, forcibly separating the throng. Following closely behind, a group of figures briskly entered under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. Leading the way was none other than Mu Wanqing, a recruitment mentor from the Shengjing Academy. Her expression remained calm, yet her deep-set eyes seemed to shimmer with an unusual intensity. Beside her, Chu Qingfeng, the principal of the Second Vocational College of Shilin, was already perspiring profusely. He hurriedly followed, cautiously observing Mu Wanqing's demeanor. The director of the Municipal Education Bureau, Ji Xiangwen, along with several representatives from top academic institutions still present in Shilin City, also accompanied them. Their expressions varied, yet each bore an unmistakable air of gravity and curiosity. Teacher Mu, Director Ji, Principal Chu. The director of the Dungeon Management Center rushed forward, his forehead gleaming with sweat. Mu Wanqing nodded slightly, her gaze fixated on the display screen. Upon seeing Lin Mu's level 5 status and C rating, a ripple of emotion finally crossed her previously tranquil expression. He is progressing faster than I anticipated, Mu Wanqing remarked softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it resonated clearly among the nearby dignitaries. Chu Qingfeng felt a tightening in his chest, tinged with a strange anticipation. Could this young man truly possess hidden depths? He mused, his eyes glued to the screen's data. The other representatives exchanged glances, their expressions complex. They had not expected Lin Mu to penetrate the Wailing Cave so swiftly. Was this confidence or recklessness? As time ticked away, the atmosphere at the entrance grew increasingly tense. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the next shift in the data displayed on the screen. Each passing second felt interminable. Suddenly, it changed again. The rating and level had both shifted. A fresh wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. All eyes converged upon the display screen with unwavering focus. The previously static characters now flickered with renewed vitality. Wailing Cavern, Challenger, Lin Mu, Class, LV6 Necromancer, Entry Time, 010547, Current Score, B. LV6, B Rank. Principal Chu Qingfeng could no longer contain his inner excitement, exclaiming in disbelief. His cheeks flushed crimson with exhilaration, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. The other distinguished figures surrounding him mirrored his astonishment and shock. In just 1 hour and 5 minutes, ascending from LV4 to LV6, and achieving AB rank score. The erudite elder from the Huaxia Vocational College's eyes widened behind his spectacles, murmuring softly to himself. Could it be that he had been continuously slaying monsters? Wasn't it said that in the Wailing Cavern, One must avoid encounters with monsters to stand a chance of facing the dungeon boss. The middle-aged man clad in military attire from the War Academy furrowed his brow, his gaze brimming with incredulity. When did necromancers become so formidable? Mu Wanqing remained stationary, her expression calm. Yet, the hands that were positioned behind her back subtly clenched in response. This is intriguing, she mused inwardly. Perhaps this journey to Shilin might indeed yield some delightful surprises. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. AB rank. It is indeed AB rank. I recall the last successful clearance of the Wailing Cavern was achieved by a shadow assassin, who stealthily navigated to the boss using skills and a special item to finally defeat it, only emerging with AB rank. And now Lin Mu, a necromancer. Did he truly carve a path through it? This is utterly preposterous. Is it possible he can truly emerge alive? A young practitioner spoke with a tremor of anticipation in his voice. This question remained unanswered, yet within every heart. The astonishing display of Lin Mu stirred a tempest of excitement. Chapter 21. Skeleton Sea vs. Cave Lord. Lin Mu commanded his skeletal army, maneuvering past a lake that emanated an eerie, ink-green glow, and stepped onto the opposite shore. The path ahead grew increasingly dark and profound, the air thick with a nauseating stench that felt almost tangible. The rock walls were riddled with vast cavities, from which peculiar rustling sounds occasionally emanated. Suddenly, a creature emerged, larger than the elite ghouls previously encountered, its body encased in a gleaming black exoskeleton, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of a scorpion and a centipede. It charged forth from the depths of the cavern. Shadow Demon Bug, Health, 1500, Attributes, Hard Shell, Venomous Stinger, Acidic Spray, Burrowed Ambush. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mu's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand, casting Bone Grasp. With a resounding crash, a colossal, pallid skeletal hand erupted from the earth beneath the Shadow Demon Bug. Seizing it with sudden ferocity, the creature, taken by surprise, stumbled as a damage indicator of 23 appeared overhead, abruptly halting its momentum. Lin Mu swiftly followed up with a flick of his wrist, launching 3 bone fangs that soared forth. Each bone fang contained 100 razor-sharp teeth, resembling 3 concentrated streams of white energy that crashed violently against the Shadow Demon Bug's hard shell. The cacophony of metallic clashing erupted, sparks flying. Instantly, the creature's head was engulfed by a flurry of damage indicators, 2, 3, accumulating to form a dark crimson mass. Indeed, the creature's shell boasted formidable defense. The cumulative damage from the 3 bone fangs failed to vanquish it. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, uninterested in altering any descriptions with his talents. With a mere thought, dozens of iron skeletons surged forth beside him. Their cold steel blades glimmered ominously, akin to the sharpest of cutting machines, as they overwhelmed the Shadow Demon Bug. In a frenzied assault of relentless slashing, the creature failed to unleash any skills before being utterly dismembered within mere seconds, leaving behind a scatter of shattered exoskeleton and indistinct flesh. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV6. A surge of experience flooded in, elevating his level once more. He promptly allocated his newly acquired 5 attribute points with a distribution of 3 into intelligence and 2 into constitution. Additionally, he obtained a precious skill point, which he decided to reserve for later use. After dispatching the Shadow Demon Bug, Lin Mu habitually glanced at the dungeon information. Entry time, 010547. Current score, B. Only AB rank. It seems the score boost from elite monsters ISNT particularly high. Lin Mu stroked his chin, observing the 90 formidable iron skeletons before him, and suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. An audacious idea sparked in his mind. Why not let them hunt monsters autonomously? He immediately retained 10 iron skeletons for personal protection while dividing the remaining 80 into 10 groups, each comprising 8 skeletons, designating one as the squad leader. They would navigate the intricate passages of the cavern on their own, engaging in free combat and collecting loot. Meanwhile, he leisurely settled onto a relatively clean stone, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Through the mental connection, he attuned himself to the movements of the skeletal squads. In that moment, the depths of the Wailing Cavern transformed into an automated, efficient slaughterhouse. Your iron skeleton has slain a cave lurker, 3 experience points. Your iron skeleton has slain a venom whipster, 2 experience points. Your iron skeleton encountered a pack of minor corrupted wolves, successfully annihilating them all, experience points. Such kill notifications echoed in a continuous stream within his mind. Lin Mu's experience bar surged at an astonishing rate, propelling his level upward, once again rising by 2 levels to LV8. Meanwhile, the dungeon score had quietly transcended to an astounding S rank. This effortless method of advancement allowed Lin Mu to profoundly appreciate the extraordinary nature of the necromancer class, especially after acquiring the description alterer talent. Just as Lin Mu was on the verge of drifting into slumber during this monotonous wait, a distinct notification, unlike the others, suddenly resonated in his mind. Your iron skeleton has perished. Slayer, Cave Lord. Lin Mu abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement igniting within. At last, the true master of the Wailing Cavern has arrived. He immediately reached out through the mental connection. Summoning the remaining 9 wandering skeletal squads, they converged towards him. Simultaneously, guided by the spiritual imprint of the slain skeleton squad member, he hastened to the scene of the incident, accompanied by 10 skeletal guardians. The serpentine passages of the cave twisted and turned like a labyrinth, however, with the aid of the silent black stone necklace, which granted him a terrifying perception range of 92 meters, the possibility of losing his way was non-existent. Before long, he found himself in a vast underground stone hall. At the center of the hall stood a menacing creature towering 5 meters high, clad in heavy bone armor and wielding a massive bone axe wreathed in eerie blue flames. Locked in a fierce battle with 7 iron skeletons. Cave Lord, health, 9,710,000, traits, Lord's pressure, bone armor, despairing roar. At that moment, the Cave Lord appeared enraged by these seemingly indestructible iron lumps, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the chamber. A powerful shockwave of negative energy, imbued with despair and brutality, erupted from its core, expanding outward. The 7 iron skeletons besieging it simultaneously exhibited a damage number of 50 HP, their movements visibly slowing. Seizing the opportunity, the Cave Lord leaped into the air, its colossal form swinging the ghostly flame-imbued axe down upon one of the iron skeletons with critically low health. Crack! An excruciating sound of bone splintering echoed as a massive damage number of 453 emerged. The unfortunate iron skeleton cleaved in two, collapsing in a heap of shattered remains. Interesting, Lin Mu thought, his expression sharpening but devoid of panic. The iron skeleton squad that had ventured out to eliminate monsters had returned, bringing with them 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, mostly white, with 2 green and 1 blue item. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the returning skeletal squads to drop their gear, and they surged forward like a tide, encircling the Cave Lord in an impenetrable formation. Countless steel blades rained down upon it. Yet, the Cave Lord's massive frame rendered it unreachable for the outer skeletons. The battle swiftly devolved into a scenario where the frontline skeletons were continuously shattered, while the rear quickly replaced their fallen comrades in a war of attrition. Lin Mu periodically expended a minuscule amount of mana to summon new iron skeletons, maintaining their numerical superiority. Oh, how I wish I had ranged summons to complement my forces during such a time, Lin Mu lamented as he surveyed the battlefield. Nevertheless, thanks to the relentless and unyielding strategy of the skeleton horde, the Cave Lord's seemingly formidable health steadily dwindled at a remarkably observable rate. Occasionally, boredom would strike him, prompting him to unleash a bone-tooth attack against the Cave Lord. Regrettably, the boss's defense was excessively high, even after launching 100 bone teeth. He could only inflict a meager forced damage of 1, barely a drop in the ocean. Thus, under the ceaseless onslaught of the iron skeletons, the Cave Lord's health soon plummeted to around 50%. Just then, the Cave Lord emitted a more anguished and furious roar. Its skeletal armor began to shatter, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from within. It had entered its second form. Chapter 22, The Bewildered Cave Lord. From the fissures in the Cave Lord's form did not flow blood or flesh, but rather an ominous ghostly blue light. It unleashed a roar that was starkly different from the previous one, filled with pure intent of destruction, no longer merely despair. Roar! The ghostly blue flames surged from the axe, forming an expanding ring of fire that enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Despairing flame ring. The Cave Lord ignites the accumulated power of despair within, creating a continuously burning ring of destruction that inflicts 50 points of shadow flame damage per second to all enemies within range, and adds a state of panic. The fearless iron skeletons, relentlessly attacking, ignited in the same blue flames upon contact with the ethereal ring, their health plummeting visibly. 45 HP, 37 HP. A flurry of damage numbers erupted above the skeletons' heads. Within mere moments, the innermost circle of iron skeletons was reduced to charred fragments of iron scattered across the floor. To complicate matters further, 2 orbs of ghostly blue soul fire ignited within the Cave Lord's hollow eye sockets. It raised its massive axe, no longer swinging wildly, but instead locking onto a slightly distant iron skeleton with deadly precision. A solid, ghostly blue beam shot forth from the blade. Soul-piercing ray. The Cave Lord concentrates the power of soul fire, unleashing a penetrating ray that inflicts 500 points of shadow damage to a single target, with a chance to annihilate the soul entirely. Whoosh! The iron skeleton barely had time to react before the ray pierced through it, reducing it to dust, leaving not even a shard of bone behind. Intriguing, it seems to have become more than a mere scratch now. Lin Mu stood at a distance, observing his meticulously crafted iron skeletons fall like wheat under a scythe, yet his expression remained calm, a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon entering its second form, the cave lord's desire to attack and its methods became increasingly savage and lethal. However, playing with fire before me, Lin Mu's gaze sharpened, activating his talent, description, Alterer. He swiftly targeted the despairing flame ring, modifying the damage from 50 points of shadow flame per second to 50 points of shadow flame per day. The single target damage was altered to 500 points of shadow damage. In an instant, the once destructive ghostly blue flame ring faltered, and a gentle, yet still somewhat eerie blue flame began to spread forth. The damage numbers appearing above the skeletons' heads shifted, 1 HP, and then it ceased. The daily damage of 50 points, when converted to per second damage, was nearly negligible, although the state of panic still lingered. The previously continuous high damage had transformed into intermittent forced health deductions. The cave lord seemed to sense something amiss. It glanced blankly at the massive axe in its hands, then tapped it against the ground to confirm it was functioning correctly. It surveyed the still active skeletons around it, its immense skull filled with question marks. Roar? It emitted a confused low growl, raising its axe once more, intending to unleash the soul-piercing ray. Lin Mu keenly seized this opportunity, activating his talent and once again scrutinizing the cave lord's soul-piercing ray. The shadow damage inflicted upon a singular target, originally quantified at 500 points, has now been amended to apply to liquid entities, retaining the same numerical value. The cave lord, atop his axe blade, unleashed a solid azure beam in an instant. Whoosh! The nearest steel skeleton, caught off guard, was struck by the ray, disintegrating into nothingness without a trace. Oh! The cave lord, rendered momentarily bewildered, was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu raised his hand and pointed. Hundreds of glimmering bone shards cascaded toward the cave lord's visage. This time, Lin Mu's aim was no longer the formidable skeletal armor, but the flickering soul fire nestled within its eye sockets. 1 HP, 1 HP, 1 HP. The soul fire was struck by the bone shards, emitting a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, its flicker becoming increasingly unstable. In agony, the cave lord let out a furious roar, wildly swinging its massive axe to cleave through the surrounding skeletons. Yet, deprived of the continuous damage from the despair flame ring and the ineffective soul-devouring ray, this simple, ordinary attack faltered against the unrelenting tide of steel skeletons. The efficiency of its slaughter had diminished significantly. Lin Mu continued to stand leisurely at a distance, orchestrating the fearless assault of the skeletons while periodically summoning new ones to fill the void. Simultaneously, bone shards rained down upon the cave lord's soul fire as though they were in endless supply. Although each individual shard inflicted a mere point of damage, their sheer quantity and rapid frequency proved overwhelming. Even ants in great numbers can fell an elephant. The cave lord's remaining life, exceeding 4,000, dwindled under Lin Mu's relentless attrition strategy. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Time passed slowly within the stone hall, filled only with the fearless charges of steel skeletons and the increasingly weakened roars of the cave lord. Finally, with a crisp crack, the two azure soul flames in the cave lord's eye sockets shattered like fragile glass, extinguishing completely. Its massive form froze momentarily, the colossal axe clattering to the ground, before it collapsed like a mountain in a thunderous crash. Defeated the LV-10 Lord-level boss, Cave Lord. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV-9. All surface monsters in the dungeon have been cleared. Forced exit in 5 minutes. Dungeon comprehensive rating, SS. As the boss fell, blue, purple, and golden lights materialized around its corpse, coalescing into several items radiating distinct glows. Lin Mu exhaled deeply, a relieved smile gracing his lips. I should have been more cautious. I ought to have waited another day until the revived skeletons and bone shards reached 900 before challenging. Although the battle appeared effortless, his focus had remained razor-sharp. For facing a Lord-level boss of a far superior level posed the risk of complete failure with the slightest misstep. However, having cleared the dungeon monsters, receiving only an SS rating left him puzzled, he hurried over to collect the equipment dropped by the cave lord. Chapter 23. It has changed. How has it changed again? In the Dungeon Management Center, many adventurers, witnessing the crowd of elites surrounding the Wailing Cave, could not help but squeeze closer. The area had become a sea of people, countless eyes fixated on the display screen. It has changed again. Look, level 7. The crowd erupted in jubilant shouts, akin to sparks igniting a pool of oil. The information on the screen flickered once more, resonating like a war drum in the hearts of all present. Wailing Cave. Challenger, Lin Mu. Profession, LV-7 necromancer. Entry time 013553. Current rating B. My heavens. In just half an hour, he leveled up again. A necromancer. In the Wailing Cave. How on earth is he achieving this? Are the monsters inside made of paper? This is madness. Lin Mu is simply extraordinary. The clamor escalated. So loud it could knock a fly from the air. Principal Chu Qingfeng's face flushed with excitement. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Beside him, Mentor Mu Wanqing's eyes flickered with intrigue. Director Ji Xiangwen adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses betraying his inner turmoil. The representatives from other prestigious academies exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion. The combination of words like necromancer, solo, Wailing Cave, and B-rank rating was nothing short of a cognitive revolution. However, before anyone could fully process the previous wave of astonishment, the characters on the display screen flickered again, refreshing. Wailing Cave, Challenger, Lin Mu, Profession, LV8 Necromancer, Entry Time 021553. Current rating S. Someone who had just taken a sip from their thermos spewed goji berries all over the head of the person in front of them, choking and coughing. S rank. A young staff member responsible for recording data dropped his clipboard with a loud thud, oblivious to the commotion. His eyes glued to the screen, mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. The entire square fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the crowd erupted into cheers and screams. S rank. Good heavens, it's S rank. In just 2 hours. From LV4 to LV8. And he achieved an S rank rating. Is there any justice in this world? This is madness. Absolute madness. Lin Mu is defying the heavens. This is no longer genius. This is a prodigy. A complete prodigy. Principal Chu Qingfeng felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of joy, struggling to maintain his balance. Fortunately, Director Liu, quick to react, steadied him. Principal Chu, hold on. Steady yourself. Director Liu's voice trembled, clearly affected by this astonishing achievement. Mentor Mu Wanqing's breathing seemed to quicken as well, her long, fair fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. S rank. Even she, when first contemplating that Lin Mu might create a miracle, had never dared to hope for such an exaggerated outcome. How on earth did this child accomplish this? Mu Wanqing was filled with questions. It seemed that Lin Mu had indeed reached his limits. A recruitment officer from Tianfu Academy took a deep breath, striving to calm the turbulent emotions within, analyzing the situation. After enduring over 2 hours of intense combat, his level surged, and his score reached an astonishing S rank. A feat that was nothing short of miraculous. At this juncture, his most prudent course of action was to find a concealed spot to lie low, recuperate, and await the passage of time before seizing the opportunity to vanquish the boss. This analysis garnered the consensus of most present. After all, the rules of the Wailing Cavern dictated survival for 24 hours and the defeat of the ultimate boss. In their eyes, Lin Mu had already forged a legend. The subsequent task of maintaining the S rank and emerging unscathed was already a stroke of fortune. Indeed, for over an hour, the information on the display screen remained unchanged, seemingly affirming the crowd's conjectures. Some onlookers, originally captivated, began to disperse, preparing to challenge their own instances. Staring at the screen incessantly would not resolve their livelihood issues. Just then, a commotion erupted around the entrance. Look, is that Mayor Fan? A keen observer recognized the newcomer. Mayor Fan Jiheng of Shilin City, accompanied by 2 aides, strode through the crowd with a serious demeanor and steady gait, heading straight toward the entrance of the Wailing Cavern. Director Ji Xiangwen and Principal Chu Qingfeng promptly approached him. Old Fan, what brings you here? Ji Xiangwen inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Fan Jiheng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze piercing as it fixated on the display screen. I just received word that Lin Mu has stirred up quite a commotion within the Wailing Cavern. His voice was calm, yet tinged with anticipation. What is the current status? Chu Qingfeng quickly relayed the astonishing developments displayed on the screen and the speculations of the crowd to Fan Jiang. Upon hearing the report, even Fan Jiang, known for his composure, could not suppress a look of astonishment. S rank, LV8, he murmured, his eyes brimming with incredulity. It seems we have severely underestimated this young man's potential. The prominent figures gathered once more, engaged in hushed discussions regarding the information on the screen. Their words infused with awe and curiosity toward Lin Mu. Just as everyone believed the climax of this challenge had passed, and only a lengthy wait remained, the previously dormant screen erupted once more into dazzling brilliance. Characters danced and reconfigured wildly. It changed. It changed again. Look, a novice player, steadfastly glued to the screen, let out a hoarse scream. All eyes, including those of Fan Jiheng and others still in discussion, were instantly drawn to the display. Heart seemed to halt in that moment. Wailing Cavern, Challenger, Lin Mu, Profession, LV9 Necromancer, Completion Time, 031553, Overall Score, SS. He completed it. Principal Chu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice cracking. SS rank. The teacup in Ji Xiangwen's hand crashed to the ground, tea splattering everywhere, the leaves clinging to his polished shoes, yet he remained oblivious. Fan Zhiheng stepped forward sharply, his gaze fixed on the glaring SS, his facial muscles twitching in shock. The entire square fell into a profound silence. More complete than any before. If the S rank was a miracle, a myth, then this SS rank, completed over 20 hours ahead of time, was a merciless trampling of everyone's understanding and common sense. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, roared a middle-aged man in military garb from the War Academy, veins bulging on his forehead. The rules of the Wailing Cavern stipulate survival for 24 hours. How could he possibly complete it in just over 3 hours? And an SS rank at that. Is the system malfunctioning? The surrounding players erupted into chaos. Too fast. This is simply irrational. Wasn't it stated that one must survive for over 24 hours in the Wailing Cavern? Can someone explain this? Did he eradicate all the monsters inside, including the LV-10 boss? At this thought, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes fixed on the screen, forgetting to blink. Instructor Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within her. She stared at the SS score and the outrageously brief completion time, her voice quivering ever so slightly as she spoke. Look how many levels he ascended in such a short span. The crowd, upon her words, finally noticed that Lin Mu's level had astonishingly reached LV9. From LV4 to LV9 in just over 3 hours. I surmise Mu Wanqing's gaze sharpened and deepened. Lin Mu must have eliminated all the monsters in the Wailing Cavern, including the final boss, the Cave Lord, since there were no threats left within the instance and no necessity to continue challenging. It is plausible that the instance deemed him to have completed it early. Her words struck like thunder, reverberating in everyone's hearts. Eradicate all the monsters. This notion is even more insane than merely completing the challenge. The crowd felt their minds blank, utterly unable to comprehend this unfathomable reality. Some sought to counter her assertion, but found no reasonable argument to do so. Each individual harbored their own theories. Yet Mu Wanqing's hypothesis was undoubtedly the closest to the truth and the most chilling. Amidst this extreme shock and chaos, the dim portal of the Wailing Cavern suddenly shimmered with ripples. Then, a blinding light erupted. A figure emerged from within. Look, he is coming out. As Lin Mu's gaze swept over the scattered items beside the massive corpse of the Cave Lord, he beheld a giant axe shimmering with a ghostly purple glow, a skill book radiating blue light, and a ring exuding brilliant golden brilliance. He swiftly collected the 3 items: Cave Lord's bone axe, skill book, revived skeleton archer. A ranged summon? Lin Mu stroked his chin, considering how this skill could remedy the current shortcomings of his summoned creatures and possibly prove effective in certain unique situations. Ring of Fearful Whispers, he mused, quite the substantial loot. Lin Mu stored the spoils in his space, momentarily casting aside his doubts regarding the surface monsters and the SS score. Never mind, I'll sort it out later. The 5-minute countdown was nearing its end. With a flash of white light, Lin Mu's figure slowly emerged from the portal of the Wailing Cavern. The moment he appeared, the crowd, which had been in an uproar due to the SS level completion record, seemed to have been pressed with a pause button. The silence was palpable. All eyes were fixated on Lin Mu, whether they belonged to ordinary practitioners or the prominent figures in the front row, all intensely focused on him. Their gazes were as if they were on the verge of pouncing upon him. It was truly him. SS level completion. He emerged alive. After a brief moment of stunned silence, there erupted a cacophony of astonished exclamations akin to a volcanic eruption. Is this even human? Over 3 hours. From LV4 to LV9. And he even breached the Wailing Cave. How could I have ever thought the necromancer profession was weak? Director Liu trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, almost unable to articulate a complete sentence. He glanced at the other prominent figures beside him, who were equally astounded. Mu Wanqing maintained an outward calm, yet her heart was already in turmoil. She stepped forward slowly, striving to keep her voice steady. Congratulations, Lin Mu, on completing the challenge. Lin Mu's expression was placid, as if he had merely finished an ordinary outing. He nodded slightly. It was merely luck. Luck. The irascible recruitment representative from the War Academy could not help but scoff, though his tone was laced with profound admiration and helplessness. If this could be deemed as luck, then what of the so-called geniuses nurtured by our academies? Would they not all become a laughingstock? The elder from Huaxia Practitioners University chuckled wryly, shaking his head. In my decades of recruitment, I have never encountered such an unorthodox yet successful challenger. His gaze swept over Lin Mu, filled with curiosity. Lin Mu, Could you enlighten us on how you managed to achieve an SS level rating in the Wailing Cave in such a short span of time? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu revealed a hint of just the right amount of exhaustion. He replied nonchalantly. The monsters inside seemed somewhat weaker than expected. Moreover, they didn't appear to coordinate well. I seized some opportunities and took them down one by one. This explanation bore a striking resemblance to his previous rationale for the SSS level trial completion. It sounded somewhat plausible, yet upon deeper reflection, one could find numerous flaws. And yet, there was no counter-argument to be made, for the SS level completion record stood as undeniable proof. Mu Wanqing gazed deeply at Lin Mu. How long did it take you to slay the cave lord? Lin Mu pondered briefly before responding. I didn't pay much attention. It was quite a while. Its defenses were formidable, and I primarily relied on my summons to wear it down. Summons? Mu Wanqing's eyes flickered. Are your summons different from the typical skeletons of a necromancer? Lin Mu felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed the other party had sensed some clues. However, he maintained an impassive demeanor. Perhaps I was just fortunate. There was a slight mutation when my profession awakened. Mutation? Mu Wanqing mulled over the term, deep in thought. She opted not to pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation. Lin Mu, with your SS level rating, you have completed the challenge of the Wailing Cave within the stipulated 3 days. As per our agreement, the Shengjing Academy, Tianzi Institute, formally admits you. Upon this declaration, the other recruitment representatives from various academies displayed unabashed envy and regret. Principal Chu Qingfeng was so excited that he enthusiastically patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. Excellent. Well done. Lin Mu, you truly are the pride of our second vocational college. Mayor Fan Jihing stepped forward with a smile of approval. Lin Mu, you have once again brought glory to Shilin City. He declared in a solemn tone. The city government has decided to award you with 500,000 new star coins. Furthermore, you will receive a luxurious apartment in the Tianlong residence located in the city center. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. 500,000 new star coins. A luxurious apartment in the Tianlong residence. Good heavens. They are bestowing both money and housing. It seems they intend to go all out. The Tianlong residence is renowned as a wealthy district in Shilin City, with an apartment valued at no less than several million new star coins. This honor was enough to drive any newly emerging practitioner into a frenzy of envy. Lin Mu felt a stir within. This reward was timely indeed. He was still residing in the old house left by his parents, which was now quite outdated in all aspects. Moreover, with his rising power and increasing secrets, a more secure and private dwelling was indeed necessary. He inclined his body slightly towards Mayor Fan Jihing. Thank you for your generosity, Mayor. Fan Jihing waved his hand with a smile. You have earned this. I hope you will contribute even more to Shilin City and Huaxiao in the future. An assistant beside him promptly stepped forward, presenting Lin Mu with a shimmering golden key card and a set of documents. Mr. Lin, this is the key card and property certificate for apartment 1801 in Building A of the Tianlong residence. All formalities have been completed, and you may move in at your convenience. The assistant's voice was respectful and professional. Chapter 25, The Extraordinary Ring. Lin Mu accepted the key card and documents. Feeling their weight in his hand, the gazes surrounding him were increasingly fervent, filled with envy, jealousy, and awe. At some point, Su Xiaoxiao had made her way through the crowd, her clear eyes sparkling with genuine joy for Lin Mu. Next to her, Su Zhongguo was filled with emotion, marveling at the tremendous fortune his daughter had in befriending such a genius. Everyone, Lin Mu has just concluded a high-intensity challenge and surely requires some rest. Mu Wanqing interjected at the opportune moment, breaking the fervent atmosphere. I will send you the specific details regarding your enrollment at Shengjing Academy shortly. She cast a lingering gaze at Lin Mu, her eyes tinged with anticipation. Once you have wrapped up matters in Shilin, you are welcome to report to the academy. I will be waiting for you in Shengjing. With that, Mu Wanqing suppressed her inner excitement and turned to leave. The recruitment instructors from other academies now wore expressions not just of shock, but also of deep bitterness and helplessness. Lin Mu, since you have decided to attend Shengjing Academy, we shall not insist further, the elder from Huaxiao Practitioners University stated first, his tone betraying some relief. I only hope you will remain true to your original aspirations and strive for the rise of our Huaxia. I will remember your words. Lin Mu replied with a slight bow. The other recruitment instructors approached one after another, exchanging a few words of congratulations and regret before taking their leave. They understood that the contest surrounding the genius Lin Mu had reached its conclusion. Chu Qingfeng and Director Liu took the opportunity to offer Lin Mu further encouragement and reminders, primarily urging him to remain humble and to continue bringing honor to his alma mater at Shengjing Academy. Lin Mu acknowledged each of their sentiments. By the time the crowd finally dispersed, the sun had risen high in the sky. Lin Mu politely declined the invitation to lunch from Su Zhongguo and Su Xiaoxiao. He now sought only a quiet place to thoroughly examine the fruits of his recent endeavors, especially that golden ring and the skill book of the skeleton archer. He currently stands at level LV9, merely a step away from mastering LV10 and the revival of the skeleton archer. This skill, along with the impending job change at level 10, promises a substantial enhancement to his powers, a qualitative leap. He resolved to reach level 10 without delay. Instead of heading directly home, he took a cab to the Tianlan Manor. Having acquired a new residence, it was only natural to pay it a visit. The Tianlan Manor indeed lives up to its reputation as the finest upscale community in Shilin City, boasting an exquisite environment and stringent security. After presenting his room card and identification, he was granted entry to Building A, apartment 1801. The penthouse duplex offered a breathtaking view and opulent decor. The furnishings and appliances were all included, making it truly a move-in ready abode. It surpassed his old apartment by leaps and bounds. Satisfied, Lin Mu sank into the spacious living room sofa, exhaling deeply. Having lived 2 lives, this was indeed his first experience of such luxurious accommodation. In his previous life, after graduating and entering the workforce, he had always shared a rental with others, falling asleep nightly to the sounds of a neighboring couple's amorous activities. The feeling of having wealth and a home was undeniably different. He mused internally before redirecting his focus to the spoils from his recent venture into the Wailing Cave. First and foremost was the purple bone axe of the Cave Lord. Attack power, 80, 90. Strength, 12. Constitution, 6. Special effect, heavy chop, consumes half of stamina. The next attack deals 200 damage to the target, with a 30 chance to sever tendons. The attributes were commendable, but alas, it was an axe, restricted to warrior classes. Lin Mu shook his head. As a mage, he had no use for such a weapon. However, being a purple-grade item with appropriate level requirements, he could modify it later and likely sell it for a handsome price. He temporarily stowed the bone axe away and turned his gaze towards the blue skill book. Skill book, Revive Skeleton Archer. The Skeleton Archer. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the ranged attack capability he currently lacked. Though the steel skeletons he summoned boasted formidable defense and melee prowess, they fell short in specific situations, such as against flying units or targets like the Cave Lord that required concentrated fire from a distance. The addition of the Skeleton Archer would greatly enhance his skeletal army structure. With 25 points in intelligence, he had already met that requirement. The key lay in reaching the next level, just 1 level short. Lin Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush outside and grind for experience. Finally, his gaze settled on the dazzling golden ring. This was the true highlight of his recent bounty, the Ring of Whispered Fear. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 5. Special effect 1. Fear Aura. Upon wearing, instills fear in all hostile targets within a 10-meter radius. Special effect 2. Despairing Scream. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana. Unleashes a scream imbued with endless despair, dealing mental impact damage to all enemies in a conical area ahead, with a 50 chance to inflict a state of confusion for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Lin Mu gasped in awe. The golden equipment did not disappoint. 2 incredibly powerful special effects. Moreover, the first, Fear Aura, was a passive area debuff. The second, Despairing Scream, was an active area control with damage. The 60-minute cooldown was somewhat bothersome, though. A familiar smile crept across Lin Mu's lips. A 5-point reduction in all attributes within a 10-meter radius was rather stingy. He quickly scanned the description and soon pinpointed his modification target, changing the radius from 10 meters to 90 meters. Buzz. The text description of the ring momentarily blurred before returning to clarity. Ring of Whispered Fear. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 5. Special effect 1. Fear Aura. Upon wearing, instills fear in all hostile targets within a 90-meter radius. Success. The radius had expanded 9-fold. Tomorrow, he would modify the all-attribute reduction from 5 to 9. His immediate goal was to reach LV10 and complete the job change quest. Lin Mu clenched his fist, eyes gleaming with a thirst for greater power. He rose and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling Shilin city below. Yet, his mind was busy strategizing where to acquire sufficient experience points swiftly and safely. Chapter 26. 900 Bone Fangs Unleashed. Temporarily setting aside these thoughts, Lin Mu took advantage of the remaining time to return to his old apartment and tidy up a few belongings. After dining, he returned to his new residence. At midnight, when talents refreshed, Lin Mu first modified the Ring of Whispered Fear's all-attribute reduction from 5 to 9. Next, he turned to Revive Skeleton. Revive Skeleton consumes 55 mana to summon 10 skeletons crafted from steel to fight for you. Slow-moving, structurally robust, and exceedingly difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 90. Lin Mu concentrated his thoughts, altering the summoning from 10 to 90. Buzz. The description on his profession panel changed once more. Revive skeleton. Consumes 455 mana to summon 90 steel skeletons to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 90. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Coupled with the withered wood staff, which significantly reduced mana consumption, the actual mana cost per summoning would be less than 5 points, allowing him to summon a full 90 steel skeletons in one go, eliminating the need for the tedious repeated casting of the past, and greatly enhancing efficiency. Meanwhile, the temporary upgrade of Revive Skeleton offered little benefit. Lin Mu refrained from wasting precious skill points, and directly proceeded to modify Bone Fang. He gazed at the description that summoned 100 sharp fangs, a smile gracing his lips, changing the summoning from 100 to 900. Bone Fang. Consumes 907 mana to summon 900 bone fangs that pierce forward in a linear area, dealing 4 to 6 physical damage each. 900 bone fangs unleashed. Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. This meant that even against high defense targets, even if damage was forcibly deducted, a single bone fang could instantly deal at least 900 points of damage. A terrifying single target burst. The withered wood staff, after the previous modification, had an attack power of 9 and a mana reduction of 99, leaving little room for further enhancement. He meticulously adjusted the remaining equipment one by one. Rapid healing ring. Defense, 9. Special effect, restores 99 health points per second. Silent blackstone necklace. Constitution, 2. Special effect, increases perception range by 99 meters. Swiftwind boots. Defense, 10, 15. Agility, 5. Special effect, movement speed 99. New skill, Grasp of the Bones. Consumes 27 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, which explodes upon grasping, dealing 35 points of physical damage within a radius of 92 meters. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the radius of 92 meters. He modified it to a radius of 99 meters. Modification successful. He then allocated a skill point to it. Grasp of the Bones. Consumes 29 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, which explodes upon grasping, dealing 40 points of physical damage within a radius of 101 meters. Lin Mu smiled with satisfaction. Tomorrow night, when the talents refresh, he would be able to increase the attack range of Grasp of the Bones to over 90 meters in one go. That would truly be a formidable area of effect skill. Finally, Lin Mu's gaze rested upon the Purple Cave's Lord's Bone Axe. He meticulously examined the axe's description and ultimately decided to aptly modify the damage multiplier of the special effect. Heavy hack. He changed the damage dealt to the target from 200 to 400. The equipment description transformed anew. Cave's Lord's Bone Axe. Attack power, 80, 90. Strength, 12. Constitution, 6. Special effect, heavy hack. Consumes half of stamina. The next attack deals 400 damage to the target and has a 30 chance to cause limb rupture. The damage had indeed doubled. Now, it should fetch a much better price. Lin Mu stored the bone axe, contemplating his next steps. Tomorrow, he would first head to the trading hall to sell this axe, and once the funds were recovered, he would immediately upgrade. Striving to reach LV10 and complete his class change to learn the skill, Revive Skeleton Archer. The following day, Lin Mu awoke with a renewed spirit. Without delay, he took a taxi directly to the West Forest Professional Trader Hall. Returning to familiar grounds, Lin Mu's mindset had greatly evolved. As soon as he stepped into the hall, a voice filled with surprise and delight rang out from a distance. "Mr. Lin, you've come." Lu Feifei approached like a butterfly that had discovered honey, her face adorned with an exaggeratedly sweet smile, a stark contrast to her previous indifference. Lin Mu's reputation in West Forest City, particularly his SSS rating and the SS level completion of the Wailing Cave, had spread through various channels within the professional community, and Lu Feifei had certainly heard of it. The young man before her had become a resplendent new star on the rise in West Forest City, with limitless potential. I've come to sell an item." Lin Mu calmly nodded, showing no surprise at Lu Feifei's change in demeanor. "Mr. Lin, please this way. As per our usual practice, I will promptly summon the chief appraiser." Lu Feifei eagerly guided Lin Mu towards the VIP appraisal room, moving swiftly to avoid any delays for this esteemed client. Soon, the chief appraiser, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly arrived, accompanied by the trading hall manager, Lu Qing. "Mr. Lin, what an honor to have you here." Lu Qing greeted with a warm smile, extending his hand. "You're too kind, Manager Lu." Lin Mu intended for a simple handshake, but was surprised when Lu Qing's grip tightened significantly. Only after a gentle scrape of his fingers against Lin Mu's palm did he release. "Might I inquire what delightful surprise you have brought this time?" Lu Qing's curious gaze made Lin Mu feel somewhat uneasy. Having never experienced such attention before, he chose not to linger on pleasantries. He directly retrieved the cave's lord's bone axe from his storage space. Buzz. The purple radiance shimmered under the soft lights of the appraisal room. emanating a weighty and profound energy that caused both the chief appraiser and Lu Qing to momentarily freeze. A level 10 purple two-handed axe. The chief appraiser took the bone axe, examining it closely. Upon seeing the description of the heavy hack effect with its 400 damage, his pupils dilated in shock. And he gasped, This heavy hack damage is astonishingly high, he exclaimed, casting an incredulous look at Lin Mu. Lu Qing also appeared taken aback. Fully aware of the rarity of purple weapons, especially those with such powerful core skill effects. Mr. Lin, is the special effect of this bone axe perhaps a tad too formidable? Lu Qing inquired tentatively, his intrigue towards Lin Mu deepening further. It's acceptable. Perhaps the boss was simply too formidable, Lin Mu replied ambiguously. Lu Qing scrutinized Lin Mu for a moment longer, choosing not to press further, and instead reflected. This Cave's Lord's bone axe is of exceptional quality, particularly with the heavy hack effect, which undoubtedly amplifies its value. Without a doubt, this is yet another extraordinary item. He paused momentarily before presenting an offer. Our trading hall is willing to purchase it for 700,000 new star coins. What do you think, Mr. Lin? 700,000. This price exceeded Lin Mu's expectations. It was evident that the fame of this extraordinary item and Lu Qing's desire to cultivate a relationship with him had significantly enhanced the axe's worth. That sounds agreeable, Lin Mu affirmed decisively. His current objective was to hasten his strength enhancement, and liquidating these external possessions swiftly was the most beneficial course of action. Splendid. Lu Qing clapped his hands with a smile, promptly arranging for the financial department to initiate the transfer. Before long, Lin Mu's professional account reflected an increase of 700,000 new star coins. Combined with his previous accumulation, his total assets had surpassed the 1.2 million mark. Mr. Lin, should you acquire any other special equipment in the future, please consider our trading hall first. Lu Qing's demeanor was respectful, his tone sincere. We not only offer the fairest prices, but can also provide you with information and conveniences that are difficult to obtain elsewhere. I will, Lin Mu nodded gently. With the transaction concluded, Lin Mu did not linger and swiftly departed from the trading hall. The urgency of his quest was to elevate his level and complete his class change. The skeleton archer, along with the unknown level 10 class change quest, awaited him with bated breath. Chapter 27, Astonishing. The Skeleton Rescue Incident. After leaving the trading hall, Lin Mu wasted no time. With the recently acquired 1.2 million fortune in hand, he directly exited the city. Relying on the original owner's memories, he adeptly navigated to a monster-gathering area outside the city, teeming with level 15 creatures. The vegetation here was noticeably denser than in the lower-level zones, and the air was thick with a wild, feral scent. Savage wolves, giant ants, shadow elves. These monsters posed considerable challenges even for an average level 15 party. Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings, confirming no one was in sight. He raised his hand and waved. The ground trembled slightly as soil erupted, and 90 skeletal warriors, gleaming with a metallic sheen, emerged from the earth, standing in formation with a thunderous crash. The sight was enough to terrify any adventurer who chanced upon it. Lin Mu skillfully orchestrated the scene, leaving 10 skeletons by his side for vigilance. The remaining 80 corpses were divided into 8 small squads. Go forth, engage in free activities, and clear this area. He issued a straightforward command. The 8 skeletal squads immediately marched in unison, advancing in 8 distinct directions, disappearing into the dense forest. After executing this task, Lin Mu promptly retrieved a camping blanket from his storage space and spread it on the ground, sitting down with a casual demeanor. He even took out a bottle of beverage, sipping leisurely. While the skeletal army fought valiantly outside, their master reclined comfortably, enjoying the fruits of their labor. If this scene were witnessed by others, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. In an instant, the entire monster zone became lively. The skeletal squads, each engaged in their own battles, displayed a terrifying efficiency. Meanwhile, at the other end of this region, 3 young adventurers were back-to-back, surrounded by a dozen shadow sprites. Their situation perilously precarious. Leading them was a level 16 berserk archer named Li Fan. The other 2 had just reached level 10, one was a shield warrior, and the other a swordsman. Originally, Li Fan had brought his 2 younger companions out to assist them in completing their first transformation quest. Among them, the swordsman needed the antennae of giant ants as materials for his task. At first, things went relatively smoothly, leveraging Li Fan's long-range advantage. They cautiously lured isolated giant ants and struck them down together. However, as their success grew, so did their overconfidence. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into the territory of the shadow sprites, only to be ambushed by a group of patrolling sprites. At this moment, the trio's equipment was already tattered, and several wounds were oozing blood. Their healing potions and mana potions had dwindled to nothing. Brother Fan, I can't hold on much longer. Are we really going to meet our end here today? Gasped the level 10 shield warrior, his voice laced with despair. The cracks on his shield were numerous. Li Fan shot an arrow to repel an attacking shadow sprite, his face pale as he forced a bitter smile. Damn it, I was careless. He glanced at his dwindling arrows and then at his two exhausted companions, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Brothers, it seems there is no hope left. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan seemed to have made a decision. Let us write our last words, jot down everything we want to say. If any passing adventurers find our bodies, they might help bring them back to our families. Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope faded from the eyes of the other two. Resigned, they quickly retrieved paper and pen from their backpacks, preparing to record their final words in turn. Suddenly, the swordsman let out a peculiar cry, trembling as he pointed in a direction. Brother Fan, look! What is that? Li Fan and the shield warrior followed his pointed finger. Not far off in the woods, they beheld around 10 metallic skeletons marching in perfect unison, wielding steel blades. Advancing towards them, strangely, two of the skeletons were holding several pieces of adventurer equipment. Li Fan instinctively activated his scanning panel, only to feel his heart sink. Why do these iron skeletons have no levels or information? Is the heavens conspiring against us three? The shield warrior wailed in despair. We couldn't even handle the shadow sprites. Now we have a bunch of even more sinister iron lumps coming our way. Brother Fan, don't just stand there. Write your last words quickly. If you don't, we might not get another chance. The three, upon hearing this, hastened their writing, desperate to finish their life's messages. It's over, it's over. They are coming. They are coming. The swordsman's voice cracked with panic. Ah, the trio screamed, closing their eyes in despair as they awaited the arrival of death. After a cacophony of clashing weapons and piercing screams, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The anticipated pain never came. Cautiously, the three opened their eyes a crack, only to be utterly stunned by the sight before them. The shadow sprites that had surrounded them moments ago lay in shattered pieces on the ground, while the 10 metallic skeletons stood silently before them, neither attacking nor leaving. Green blood from the sprites dripped from their cold steel blades. What is happening? The swordsman stammered. How should I know? Li Fan was equally bewildered, his mind a blank slate. The three, paralyzed by fear, exchanged silent glances. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was leisurely reclining on his camping blanket, entirely unaware that the skeletal squad he had dispatched had inadvertently rescued three unfortunate souls on the brink of death. The necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV10. The familiar notification chimed in his mind. Finally, Lin Mu's spirits soared as he sprang to his feet. Through mental connection, he issued a recall command to all the skeletal squads outside, instructing them to bring back any gear they had collected. Back with Li Fan and his companions. They were still locked in a staring contest with the 10 skeletons when, suddenly, as if receiving a command, the skeletons turned in unison and marched away. Their heavy steps retracing their path. Brother Fan, they are leaving. We are saved. The shield warrior collapsed to the ground, weeping with relief. We were saved by a bunch of skeletons. The swordsman also wept tears of joy. This is just too miraculous. Li Fan watched the retreating figures of the skeletons, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Brothers, where on earth did these strange iron skeletons come from? Should we follow them and find out? As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of determination flickered in Li Fan's eyes. Let us go. We must follow them. Perhaps a senior expert is training in this area, and if we can forge a good relationship, it could be a tremendous opportunity. The other two, ignited by a spark of hope, nodded in agreement. The trio, gritting their teeth against their pain, stealthily trailed behind the line of iron skeletons, carefully maintaining their distance. The further they followed, the more astonished they became. They observed that any creature the iron skeletons encountered along the way, be it cunning savage wolves or swarming giant ants, could not hinder their advance in the slightest. With blades flashing and cold light gleaming, they left only a trail of debris in their wake. Unbelievably powerful. The level 10 shield warrior gaped in awe, his voice trembling. Each of those iron skeletons must possess strength equivalent to a level 20 elite adventurer. Whose summons are they? Their movements were so synchronized and their cooperation so seamless that they resembled a well-trained army. Li Fan's expression turned grave as he speculated in a hushed tone. As Li Fan and his two companions concealed themselves behind a massive ancient tree, lost in their own thoughts, the skeletal squads scouting ahead began to converge from various directions. Ultimately, 8 squads, comprising a total of 80 iron skeletons, trudged towards an expansive woodland area. The three held their breath and peered out, witnessing a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. The 10th level shield warrior struggled for breath, nearly fainting from the exertion. Li Fan felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered in that moment. Look, do you see that? The swordsman stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. There are dozens of them. At least 80 of those metallic skeletons. The shield warrior's voice quivered with fear. Li Fan swallowed hard, his heart pounding with terror. Who are these people? A necromancer? But which necromancer could summon so many powerful iron skeletons? The master controlling such a formidable legion of the undead must be at least a third tier, if not a fourth tier dark sorcerer. This realization caused the other two to gasp in shock. A fourth tier powerhouse. Such a being could command a stronghold and sway the outcome of a localized conflict. In their eyes, this was the stuff of legends. The trio continued to stealthily follow the skeletal army, soon encountering yet another scene that defied comprehension. In the center of a glade, 10 identical iron skeletons surrounded a strikingly youthful boy, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. The boy sat leisurely on a camping blanket, a bottle of soda in hand, exuding an air of relaxation as if he were enjoying a picnic in the park. Meanwhile, the 80 iron skeletons, capable of instilling fear in any professional, lined up in an orderly fashion, respectfully presenting the salvaged equipment they had gathered along the way before the boy. Is this truly the fourth-tier behemoth they had envisioned? Fan, go. Pinch me. Li Fan gasped, pointing at his already bruised thigh. No need to pinch. This is indeed real. He paused, his gaze growing resolute. What transpired today is known to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. We must not disclose a single word of it to outsiders. Do you understand? Li Fan admonished seriously. Understood. The swordsman and shield warrior quickly nodded, fully aware that the secrets of such a formidable being were not theirs to probe or discuss. Come out, Lin Mu suddenly called out, his voice low yet clear. Reaching the ears of the three, Li Fan's group froze, realizing they had been discovered. Exchanging glances, they steeled themselves and stepped out from behind the tree. Their faces a complex tapestry of awe, fear, and confusion. Li Fan took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Senior, I am Li Fan. Grateful for your summoned minion's timely rescue. I am eternally indebted. He struggled to find a suitable term to address this mysterious and powerful youth other than senior. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the skeletal squad had inadvertently saved them. A life-saving grace. A bemused smile graced Lin Mu's lips as his gaze swept over the trio. His calm demeanor sent chills down their spines, as if they might be turned into skeletons themselves at any moment. I merely instructed them to clean up the trash, and they happened to save you. Lin Mu said lightly. Trash? Those were over a dozen of the shadow sprites that had trapped them in despair. To this senior, they were merely trash? Li Fan's head hung lower, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yes, senior is right. We, the juniors, inadvertently obstructed your summoned minion's path. Please forgive us. At that moment, his only desire was to survive. What dignity, what face, was worth anything in the presence of absolute power? His two companions had already slumped to the ground, gasping for air, unable to utter a word. Take this. Lin Mu casually tossed a blue short sword to Li Fan. I dislike trouble. You saw nothing today, understood? Li Fan fumbled to catch the short sword, its icy touch jolting him to clarity. He instantly grasped Lin Mu's intent. It was both a silencing fee and a warning. Understood. I understand. Li Fan clutched the short sword tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure, bowing repeatedly to Lin Mu. Today I saw nothing. We were merely passing through and happened to lose our way. Thank you for pointing us in the right direction. He frantically gestured to his companions, who quickly scrambled to their feet, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yes, we saw nothing. We are blind. Deaf. Lin Mu regarded their comical display with a dismissive wave of his hand. Go. Yes, we will leave at once. Li Fan felt as if a great weight had been lifted, pulling his two dazed companions along as they scurried deeper into the dense forest, not daring to pause. As if pursued by a prehistoric beast. Only when they had run a considerable distance and no longer felt that suffocating pressure did they collapse beneath a tree, gasping for breath. Fan, brother Fan, are we still alive? The shield warrior's voice trembled. Li Fan lowered his gaze to the short sword emanating a blue glow in his hands, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gravely. Remember, everything that transpired today stays between us. If anyone dares to utter a word, none of us will survive. With the minor episodes resolved, Lin Mu felt quite pleased. He began sorting through the equipment the skeletons had retrieved, preparing to deal with them later. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. The professional Lin Mu has met the conditions to advance to the first tier. Please proceed to the nearby main city's temple to accept the promotion task. Upon completion, your profession will undergo a qualitative leap. Finally, it has arrived. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. He immediately recalled all the skeletons, dispersing them back into the void before determining his direction and heading straight towards Shilin City. Half an hour later, at the temple in Shilin City, a grand and peculiar white structure stood in the city's south central square, symbolizing the supreme and sacred power of professionals. Lin Mu passed through the prayer hall and entered the side hall dedicated to promotions. There, he was greeted by an elderly man clad in white ceremonial robes, his expression solemn and his gaze as deep as still waters. "Young man, do you seek to advance your profession?" the elder inquired slowly. "Yes, priest," Lin Mu replied calmly. "Place your hand upon the altar and await its response." Chapter 29. First Transition Quest. Level 30 Dungeon. Following the ritual's requirements, Lin Mu placed his hand upon the altar. The altar emanated a pitch-black glow, dense enough to engulf his entire being. As the necromancer Lin Mu met the prerequisites for his first transition, he was prompted to select his class direction. 1. Necromancer. Lin Mu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was the transition direction still necromancer? According to the memories of the original host, a necromancer's first transition clearly branched into 3 distinctly different paths. The Bone Sage, who commanded formidable skeletal powers, the Shadowcaster, specializing in curses and shadow spells, and the Corpse Priest, who manipulated corpses and plagues. Why was there only one option for him, still labeled as necromancer? He was aware that only those rare and extraordinary professions retained a singular job title throughout their journey. For instance, the guardian akin to the anchor of the seas. The 5th guardian remained a cultivator from start to finish without alteration. As he pondered these thoughts, the altar's cold prompt echoed once more. Please select your class direction. 1. Necromancer. Lin Mu's lips twitched in frustration. With only one option, what was there to choose? He lamented internally, ultimately focusing his thoughts on the solitary choice. Necromancer Lin Mu has selected the class direction, Necromancer. Transition quest has been issued. Lin Mu's exclusive transition quest. Complete the Frosted Plains dungeon within 3 hours and retrieve the quest-specific drop, the Frost Core, from the boss, the Frost Lord. Exclusive transition quest has been issued. Please complete it within 3 days and return to the sanctuary to submit your quest for transition. Damn. Lin Mu nearly exploded with expletives on the spot. What kind of situation was this? The Frosted Plains was a level 30 open dungeon. How could they expect a newly minted level 10 player to complete it in 3 hours? His grievances went unanswered, and he reluctantly withdrew his hand from the icy altar. "I hope you can complete your transition quest swiftly," the white-robed priest remarked, without lifting his eyelids, merely delivering the words in a monotone. Upon exiting the sanctuary, Lin Mu suppressed his confusion and headed straight to the trading hall. He planned to sell off all the useless equipment he had acquired in the wild and the Wailing Cave. Trash was trash. In the end, the nearly 20 pieces of equipment fetched him a mere 80,000 new star coins. He then replenished some high-grade health and mana potions, as well as a few special potions capable of dispelling freezing, slowing, and poisoning effects. Under Lu Qing's enthusiastic introduction, Lin Mu spent an additional 180,000 new star coins to purchase a purple piece of equipment specifically tailored for this quest, the Frost Whisper Hood. Defense, 25. 30. Constitution, 5. Special Effect 1. Reduces ice damage taken by 11. Special Effect 2. Restores 10 mana every minute. The Amethyst VIP card provided a 30 discount, and the transaction was settled seamlessly. Lin Mu wasted no time and returned to his new home in Tianlan Mansion. Eagerly, he took out the skill book for Revive Skeleton Archer. Ding. Would you like to learn the skill Revive Skeleton Archer? Learn. Revive Skeleton Archer. Costs 25 mana. Summons 1 novice skeleton archer to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 1. Finally, a ranged unit. Lin Mu's eyes brightened, and his talent, Descriptive Alterer, activated immediately. A more detailed description appeared before him. Revive Skeleton Archer. Costs 25 mana. Summons 1 skeleton archer wielding a bone bow from the void to fight for you. Firing bone arrows with a slower attack speed. Maximum quantity, 1. Lin Mu was conflicted, his gaze flitting between the bone bow-wielding skeleton archer and the limitation on quantity. Ultimately, he adhered to the formula and modified the maximum quantity from 1 to 9. Buzz. Skill description reshaped. Revive Skeleton Archer. Costs 25 mana. Summons 1 novice skeleton archer to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 9. Next, Lin Mu turned his attention to the newly acquired Frost Whisper Hood, changing the reduction of ice damage from 11 to 91. After a moment of blurriness, the equipment attributes transformed. Frost Whisper Hood. Defense, 25, 30. Constitution, 5. Special Effect 1. Reduces ice damage taken by 91. Special Effect 2. Restores 10 mana every minute. After these adjustments, this originally decent purple hood had instantly transformed into an extraordinary piece of frost resistance equipment that could drive any player to madness. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mu allocated his accumulated attribute points. By midnight, his talents refreshed once more. He sequentially modified his skills, leveling up Revive Skeleton and increasing Revive Skeleton Archer by 2 levels. As for his equipment, only the Frost Whisper Hood and the ring of fearful whispers remained worthy of modification. Frost Whisper Hood, Defense, 25, 30. Constitution, 5. Special Effect 1, reduces ice damage taken by 91. Special Effect 2, restores 10 mana per second. Ring of Fearful Whispers, Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 5. Special Effect 1, Fear Aura. When equipped, it inflicts a fear effect on all hostile targets within a 90-meter radius. Special Effect 2, Despairing Wail. Active activation, consumes 100 mana. Emits a wail imbued with endless despair, dealing mental impact damage to all enemies in a frontal cone area, with a 50 chance to inflict a state of confusion for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. After making the modifications, Lin Mu immediately donned the new equipment, and his character panel underwent a complete transformation. Name, Lin Mu. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV10. Experience, 318, 4500. Health points, 370, 370. Mana points, 460, 460. Strength, 2. Agility, 14. Intelligence, 46. Constitution, 37. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 1. Skills, Revive Skeleton. Costs 455 mana. Summons 90 iron skeletons to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 100. Bone Fang. Costs 997 mana. Summons 990 bone fangs from underground, piercing the front linear area, dealing 6 physical damage each. Grip of Bones. Costs 29 mana. Summons a skeletal hand at a designated location that explodes upon gripping, dealing 40 physical damage within a radius of 901 meters. Revive Skeleton Archer. Consuming 25 mana. Summon 10 novice skeletal archers to fight on your behalf, with a maximum limit of 10. Equipment. Withered Wood Staff. Flame Lizard Guardian Chestplate. Swift Wind Boots. Ring of Rapid Healing. Silent Black Stone Necklace. Frost Whispering Hood. Ring of Fearful Whispers. The next morning, Lin Mu prepared himself and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. After more than 2 hours, he finally arrived at the Frosted Plains, the entrance to the dungeon. This place, unlike the Wailing Cave, is a resource dungeon that is perpetually open to professionals. Due to its higher level, it is not frequented by ordinary people. A biting cold wind perpetually wafts from the enormous blue portal, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. 3 teams of adventurers are recruiting members at the entrance, with a sign detailing their requirements. Level 30, Frosted Plains, Team Formation, in need of a powerful tank and healer, equipment requirement. At least, all blue. Damn. The monsters inside counter my abilities too effectively. The damage from ice spikes cuts my health in half. Is there any seasoned player willing to assist? I need a Fang from an ice crystal beast. The price is negotiable. Fortunately, one can exit the Frosted Plains dungeon at any time, otherwise I surely would have perished in there last time. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Mu walked calmly towards the registration desk. When the staff saw a level 10 necromancer wishing to solo challenge the Frosted Plains, they displayed the same incredulous expression as the registrar from the Wailing Cave. Brother, are you certain? This is no laughing matter. The weakest monsters here are level 28. Lin Mu said nothing, merely displaying his quest information. Upon seeing the words job change quest, the staff member promptly closed his mouth. Who would have thought that a job change quest would lead to a level 30 dungeon? Though puzzled, the registrar quickly processed his paperwork. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Lin Mu stepped alone into the icy realm. Frost Lord, I, Lin Mu, have arrived. Chapter 30, Monster Stealing. The moment Lin Mu stepped through the portal, a chilling sensation capable of freezing souls enveloped him. In the Frosted Plains, all that met his gaze was a vast expanse of ice and snow, interspersed with jagged glaciers. The howling winds, sharp as blades, whipped up ice shards, creating a cacophony reminiscent of ghostly wails. The air felt solidified. Each breath taken in pierced his lungs with an excruciating chill. Extreme cold environment damage. Lose 5 health points every 3 seconds. A notification echoed in Lin Mu's mind. However, the damage numbers appearing above his head read, 1 HP. 99 HP. Thanks to the Frost Whispering Hood's impressive 91 points of ice damage reduction, the primary environmental threat of this dungeon became a mere jest. Coupled with the Ring of Rapid Healing, which restored 99 health points per second, this damage was hardly more than a tickle. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings. The terrifying perception range of 99 meters unfolded like an invisible net. Soon, 4 wolf-like silhouettes exuding a fierce aura appeared at the edge of his perceptive map. Frost wolves, they were entirely snow-white, almost blending seamlessly with the environment, and were rapidly encircling him. Yet, before they could close the distance, an invisible wave emanated from Lin Mu. Fear aura. The initially ferocious frost wolves visibly hesitated, their speed notably diminished. The effect of a 9-point drop in all attributes had taken hold. With a flick of his staff, Lin Mu commanded, "Revive skeletons." The ground trembled as 90 skeletal warriors, glinting with metallic coldness, emerged from the frozen earth, forming an imposing array. He waved again, "Revive skeleton archers." 10 novice skeletal archers, slender and wielding rudimentary bone bows, materialized behind the steel skeletons. Compared to their towering and formidable steel counterparts, they appeared rather fragile. Howling, the Frost Wolf pack charged forward. "Fire!" Lin Mu issued a simple command. The 10 novice skeletal archers sprang into action, drawing their crude bone bows. Whoosh, 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 the scattered bone arrows flew through the air. Their accuracy was decent, but their damage left much to be desired. 8 HP, 7 HP. Meanwhile, the steel skeleton army surged forward, swiftly tearing the weakened frost wolves to shreds. The attack power and firing rate were too slow. Lin Mu was not pleased with the initial performance of the skeletal archers. He focused his thoughts, locking onto the detailed description of one of the skeletal archers. Novice skeletal archer. A skeletal archer wielding a bone bow, fires bone arrows. Attack speed is relatively slow. Lin Mu's gaze lingered on the words wielding a bone bow. Talent, descriptive alterer, activate. In an instant, a metallic sheen enveloped the bone bows of the 10 skeletal archers, enhancing their durability. The rules self-consistently extended, and the bowstring material was reinforced. Their range, firing speed, and power received a minor boost. When they next encountered monsters, the arrows shot by the skeletal archers dealt approximately 30 points of damage. Though still only serving a supportive role, it was better than nothing. With the addition of ranged units, the skeletal army's tactics became multidimensional. The archers were responsible for drawing monsters, slowing them down, and focusing fire, while the steel skeletons charged in for the kill. Lin Mu commanded this undead legion, resembling a highly efficient bulldozer, rampaging across the icy plains. Every monster group they encountered, be it a swarm of ice crystal beasts or the frost-patterned serpents lurking beneath the snow, fell before his overwhelming numbers and strength, transforming into his rapidly rising experience points. Soon, Lin Mu's experience bar was nearly full. However, due to not completing his job change, his level remained locked at LV10, with excess experience accumulating endlessly. Over an hour later, while Lin Mu was clearing an area guarded by ice crystal beasts, he suddenly detected a life signal not belonging to monsters at the edge of his expansive 99-meter perception range. It was a group of human adventurers. The Frosted Plains being an open dungeon, encountering other teams was not surprising. What was peculiar, however, was the level of this particular group, comprising 5 members. The lowest level was LV35, while the highest soared to LV38. At that moment, they were grappling with a massive creature. The monster was composed entirely of ice crystals and wielded a colossal frost warhammer. It was none other than the final boss of this dungeon, the LV32 Frost Lord. The battle was intensely fierce, fraught with peril. Damn it, aren't they stealing my quest monster? If they defeat it, I'll have to wait until tomorrow for the boss to respawn to challenge it again. Lin Mu pondered, confusion arising within him. How could a level 30 resource dungeon host a team of such high-level players battling the boss so vigorously? Their frantic demeanor was evidently not aimed at grinding for experience points. Out of caution and curiosity, he refrained from revealing himself immediately. Instead, he commanded his skeletal army to stealthily encircle from the flanks, preparing to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance. He instructed the skeletal archers to seize the elevated terrain of a nearby ice mound, gaining a vantage point, while the iron skeletons divided into several squads. Using the ice and rocks as cover, they concealed their forms, establishing a vast encirclement that encompassed both the small team and the Frost Lord within their line of attack. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The 5-member team appeared to have exhausted their strength. The leading female swordsman was preparing to retrieve something from her backpack when the Frost Lord, with but a sliver of health remaining, let out a thunderous roar and entered a state of frenzy. With a mighty bellow, it raised its frost war hammer high and slammed it into the ground. Ice roar. A massive blizzard erupted around it, centered on its form. The fierce energy wave of the battle even alerted the highly tense team to the abnormality surrounding them. The female swordsman's expression changed abruptly. With her sword drawn horizontally, she barked, "Who goes there? Show yourself." At that precise moment, Lin Mu raised his staff and swiftly waved it 5 times. 4,950 shimmering bone shards, radiating a chilling, deathly glow, transformed into a stream that tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as they shot directly towards the now bloodied Frost Lord. Chapter 31. You are surrounded. The bone shards whizzed through the air, producing a series of piercing sounds. The Frost Lord, left with merely a sliver of health, was unable to muster even a final roar. Its massive head was instantly inundated with a flurry of damage numbers, which stacked prominently, forming a shocking dark red display. The Frost Lord's colossal form abruptly stiffened. The fury and malevolence in its eyes froze in an instant, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its sturdy ice crystal body shattered into fragments, spilling forth several items that glimmered with various hues. Among them, a particularly striking core caught the eye, the Frostheart core. A quest item was now in hand. Silence. An oppressive silence. The five-member team, led by the female swordsman Ling Shui, remained in defensive stances, their minds blank as they beheld the astonishing scene before them. After a fierce struggle, they had finally managed to weaken the boss, only to be robbed of their hard-earned victory at the last moment. It felt like a resounding slap across each of their faces. After a brief moment of shock, an inferno of rage erupted. Who did this? Show yourself. The shield warrior and the assassin among them cursed vehemently, their eyes ablaze with fury. Ling Shui's complexion turned an ashen shade, her chest heaving violently. Her ice-blue longsword, emanating a chilling aura, pointed accusingly at the location from which the bone shards had been launched. Her voice was cold and piercing. Who are you? Hiding in the shadows and stealing our boss. Do you not find that despicable? Lin Mu emerged slowly from behind a massive ice rock, his expression serene. He regarded the furious five with a calm demeanor and uttered, "Do not be agitated. You are surrounded." This statement rendered the entire team momentarily speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively scanning their surroundings. Aside from the vast expanse of white snow and jagged glaciers, there was not a soul in sight. Surrounded? Just you alone? Kid, are you out of your mind? The shield warrior laughed in anger, raising his shield and preparing to charge. The others, too, deemed him a fool, dismissing him as they readied to claim the spoils. Lin Mu merely waved his hand gently. A resounding rumble echoed as the ground trembled violently. From the icy mounds and behind the rocks, 10, 50, a full 90 gleaming iron skeletons emerged, bursting forth from the ice. On the ice mound, 10 skeletal archers materialized, their soul fires dancing in their eye sockets as they locked onto the five below. A vast and foreboding legion of the undead instantly surrounded Ling Shui's team from all directions. The visual impact and suffocating pressure brought by this iron tide halted the team's advance. Each member's pupils constricted in that moment. What in the world, so many? Such powerful skeletons. They could distinctly sense that these skeletons were far from the fragile minions summoned by an ordinary necromancer. Ling Shui was engulfed by a tidal wave of dread. She fixated on Lin Mu, her mind racing to classify him as a hidden master, a player of the game. As for that level 10, surely he had employed some special item or secret technique to deliberately obscure his true level. In that instant, the five found themselves immobilized, caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Lin Mu paid them no mind. He leisurely approached, beginning to gather the items dropped by the boss. The quest item, Frostheart Core. A piece of exceptionally high-quality purple frost armor and a rare ice-based area control skill book were all collected. He picked up the last item, a peculiar crystal named Ice Heart Glass, radiating a gentle glow. As his innate talent activated, a detailed description manifested. Ice Heart Glass contains pure life and frost power, capable of slightly alleviating most frostbite and ice curses. Upon witnessing Lin Mu grasp the Ice Heart Glass, Ling Shui's fury and vigilance were swiftly replaced by an unmistakable urgency and plea. She sheathed her longsword, relinquishing her pride, her voice trembling. "Senior, please wait. That crystal, I implore you, grant it to me. We are willing to pay any price." Lin Mu halted, turning to face her with keen interest. "Give me a reason." Under Lin Mu's calm gaze, Ling Shui gritted her teeth and revealed the truth. Her younger brother had been afflicted by a vile, eternal ice curse cast by an evil organization named the Frost God Sect. His life hung by a thread, enduring the excruciating pain of bone-chilling frost day and night. Only the Frost Lord of this frosty plains, with a minuscule probability of dropping the Ice Heart Glass, could serve as the primary material to temporarily suppress the curse, buying time to seek a true method of dispelling it. Understanding dawned on Lin Mu. He was no saint. Yet this bond of sibling love stirred something within him. Moreover, he acknowledged his initial misstep in claiming the boss kill. Aiding her could serve as an act of reparations, and perhaps even yield some reward. His gaze fell once more on the description of the Ice Heart Glass, precisely locking onto the phrase, "slightly alleviate." A bold plan quietly took shape in his heart. Lin Mu's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he gazed at the pleading face of Ling Shui. The Ice Heart Glaze, though exquisite, is imperfect. Even if bestowed upon you, it can only alleviate, not eradicate your brother's curse. However, he paused momentarily. I may possess a means to purify it, rendering it more perfect. What? Ling Shui and her companions were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. A relic capable of summoning an army of the dead, and yet, this ancient being also understood the art of purification? This seemed excessively omnipotent. Just as Ling Shui hesitated, Uncertain whether to trust his words, Lin Mu's perception, extending a staggering 99 meters, suddenly detected several formidable presences rapidly approaching from the distance. The newcomers bore ill intent, their target unmistakably fixed on this location. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened, his mind racing. The vast skeleton army surrounding them instantly dissipated into black mist, vanishing into the air. He looked at the bewildered Ling Shui and spoke. It appears your troubles have arrived. Now, perhaps you require my assistance even more. Chapter 32. A Windfall and the Secrets of the Frost God Cult. Before his words had fully settled, 7 figures clad in identical white ceremonial robes encircled them from various directions. Each bore an intricately embroidered ice crystal totem on their chests, emanating a chilling aura. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, boasting a formidable level of LV40. Upon spotting Ling Shui, a cruel smile crept across his face. Ling Shui, did you think hiding in the instance would be of any use? Surrender the ice heart glaze and obediently return with me to become the saintess. And perhaps your brother may still have a chance at survival. Upon seeing the pursuers, Ling Shui's complexion drained of color. She bit her lip fiercely, her body trembling with despair. Their party of 5 was already on the brink of exhaustion, and the disparity in strength was insurmountable. There was no way to contend with these 7 elite members of the Frost God cult. In this tense moment, Lin Mu chose to disregard the surrounding enemies and instead addressed Ling Shui. The deal continues. I will help you deal with them and purify the ice heart glaze. After a brief pause, he added, once accomplished, the ice heart glaze will belong to you, and you shall pay me an additional 3 million new star coins as remuneration. How does that sound? At this declaration, the 7 Frost God cult members regarded Lin Mu with incredulous expressions, as if he were a fool. A mere LV-10 necromancer dared to assert he would eliminate them in front of 7 individuals averaging LV-38? Was this not madness? Lin Mu, uninterested in further banter, turned his back to the crowd and quietly activated his talent, the descriptive modulator. The target was the ice heart glaze in his hand, altering its minor alleviation to a substantial one. In an instant, the gem in his grasp shimmered with a refined brilliance, becoming purer and more translucent, almost devoid of impurities. Lin Mu turned around, waving the modified gem before Ling Shui. Behold, purification complete. Ling Shui stared at the gem, now exuding a vastly different aura, utterly astounded. The pure essence of life and ice energy emanating from it was several times more potent than before. The overwhelming shock and imminent peril compelled her to make a swift decision. All right, I accept your terms, she exclaimed eagerly. If it will save my brother, I would pay not just 3 million, but even 5 or 10 million. Seeking death. The leader of the Frost God cult was incensed by Lin Mu's blatant disregard. Advance, kill them, and seize the ice heart glaze. In an instant, ice spikes, frost blades, and frigid breath rained down upon Lin Mu and Ling Shui. Lin Mu snorted in disdain, pointing his staff to the ground. The earth trembled as 90 steel skeletons materialized from the void, encircling the 7 members of the Frost God cult once more. The scene of his encirclement replayed itself. The battle erupted. The skeletal army swiftly tightened its noose. The front line of steel skeletons braved the onslaught of violent frost spells, shattering and collapsing in droves. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, and the rate of their demise paled in comparison to Lin Mu's ability to summon anew. Some skeletons managed to breach the magical blockade, delivering fierce blows to the white-robed spellcasters. Lin Mu occasionally raised his hand, sending out bone darts with precision, effortlessly dispatching a cultist who had been weakened by the relentless assault of skeletons. The 5 members of Ling Shui's party were left agape, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Their minds blank. They had envisioned Lin Mu as formidable, but never to such an outrageous extent. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. However, they were perplexed as to why this 4th-tier powerhouse was not summoning even more powerful minions. Soon, the only surviving leader of the Frost God cult, witnessing the corpses of his companions strewn about, was gripped by terror and turned to flee. Yet, 10 skeletal archers appeared before him, raising their bone bows. Lin Mu calmly inquired, "Did I permit your departure?" The Frost God cult leader froze, slowly turning around, his face as pale as a sheet. He gazed at the LV-10 youth, his eyes filled with dread. Senior, spare me, spare me. He collapsed to his knees, devoid of the arrogance he once displayed. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Clearly, this man had mistaken Lin Mu for a cunning monster masquerading as a weakling. Lin Mu paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, merely asking, "Who cast the eternal frost curse?" At this, the leader trembled, a flicker of struggle and fear crossing his features. "I cannot disclose that. If I do, I will surely meet a gruesome end." Lin Mu smiled, a grin that the Frost God cult leader found more terrifying than that of an abyssal demon. "If you remain silent, You will die a gruesome death right now. Should you speak, you may yet retain a complete corpse. Under the threat of death, the leader's mental defenses crumbled entirely. Trembling, he stammered. It was the lord of the cult. He coveted Ling Xue's unique constitution, wishing to make her his vessel, which is why he used the eternal frost curse to control her brother. The lord of the cult? Lin Mu's eyes glimmered with comprehension. It seemed that today's affairs were far from concluded. He mused inwardly, yet his expression remained unfazed. One last question. Why has the frost god cult targeted her? Lin Mu's gaze flicked to Ling Xue, whose complexion had turned ashen. Because she is the ice prayer body, a legendary constitution capable of communing with the frost god. She is the key for the lord of the cult to break through to the 5th tier. The leader spilled the information like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Lin Mu nodded, evidently satisfied with the answer. Excellent. No sooner had he spoken than over 900 bone darts erupted from the tip of his staff. A direct shot pierced the leader's brow. A flicker of relief from surviving a calamity lingered in his eyes, yet his expression was forever frozen in that moment. After dealing with the aftermath, Lin Mu turned to face the utterly dazed 5 members of Ling Xue's team. The debris was cleared away. He extended his hand. Now, it was time for payment. Ling Xue jolted back to her senses, taken aback by Lin Mu's refined yet chilling visage. She hastily nodded. Yes, senior. She quickly opened her account and initiated the transfer. The notification chimed. 3 million new star coins credited. Upon hearing the alert, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Casually, he tossed the ice heart crystal to Ling Xue. It was indeed worthy of the 3 million price tag. Ling Xue fumbled to catch the gem, while her 4 teammates gazed at Lin Mu with awe, not daring to breathe. Thank you, senior, for your graciousness. Ling Xue's voice quivered as she deeply bowed to Lin Mu. She carefully retrieved a shimmering token from her storage space. Senior, this is the Linghui token from our Ling family of Shangjing. Should you ever require our assistance, simply crush this token, and we shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for you. Lin Mu glanced at the token, accepting it nonchalantly. All right, you may leave now. Yes. Ling Xue felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She and her 4 companions, supporting one another, fled towards the exit of the instance without a backward glance. It was only after their figures had completely vanished that Lin Mu turned his attention to the ice soul core quietly resting in his backpack. The Ling family of Shangjing. The ice prayer body, the frost god sect, he murmured to himself, shaking his head. Troublesome matters, but for now, they concern me not. The immediate priority is to complete my class advancement. He steadied his thoughts and proceeded toward the exit of the instance. It was time to witness the true power that awaited after the necromancer's first advancement. Chapter 33, First Advancement, Talent Upgrade. Lin Mu's figure emerged gracefully from the ethereal blue portal. The biting cold wind dissipated behind him, replaced by the warm embrace of sunlight. At the entrance of the instance, the group of adventurers who had previously been recruiting members now sat together, lamenting and cursing the wretched monsters within the instance. When they caught sight of Lin Mu, all voices were abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. He has come out? Am I seeing things? It has only been 2 hours. A berserker sporting a scruffy beard sprang to his feet, spilling his drink in shock. He rubbed his eyes, his face a canvas of disbelief. A level 10 necromancer soloing the frosted plains? And he is still alive? What kind of international joke is this? Beside him, an archer instinctively glanced at his weapon, then back at Lin Mu, muttering to himself. Could it be that the difficulty of today's instance has been lowered? No. I was still beaten to a pulp when I went in. The murmurs of astonishment rose in chorus, all eyes fixated on Lin Mu, brimming with shock and confusion. Lin Mu appeared oblivious to their stares, his mind already drifting back to the central temple of the city, departing with an air of nonchalance under countless bewildered gazes. At the temple in Shilin City, the venerable old priest in his white robes, still as solemn as ever, was in a state of meditation. I have come to submit a task, Lin Mu stated directly, placing the still-chilled ice soul core upon the altar's stone platform. The old priest's eyelids flickered slightly. A ripple of emotion stirred within his otherwise placid gaze as he picked up the core for verification. Nodding, he spoke in a tone devoid of inflection. Let us begin. Once more, Lin Mu placed his hand upon the class advancement altar. This time, the aura that surged forth was no longer merely the purest darkness. Instead, it was interwoven with deep azure hues, reminiscent of an eternal starlit night. Task item Ice Soul Core has been submitted. Class advancement task completed. Initiating first advancement. Congratulations, Adventurer Lin Mu, on completing your first class advancement. A cascade of notifications echoed in Lin Mu's mind. He could distinctly feel a more refined and vast reservoir of death energy surging through his veins, as if fervently cleansing every fiber of his being. Ultimately merging with his soul, and leaving an indelible mark. Your class as a necromancer has been deepened. All attributes have been enhanced, and death energy affinity has increased. You have comprehended the first advancement skill, Death Prayer. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV11. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV12. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV13. The brilliance flashed thrice. In mere seconds, Lin Mu's level skyrocketed from LV10 to LV13. He clenched his fist, reveling in the surge of power within him, his heart brimming with indescribable elation. The first advancement was complete. He thought to withdraw his hand and depart. But just as his palm was about to leave the altar, the entire side hall began to resonate violently. The black altar transformed into a waking ancient black hole, spewing forth an endless torrent of black mist. The mist, as dark as ink, carried an ancient and desolate aura. It swiftly engulfed Lin Mu, consumed the side hall, and then surged outward with an unstoppable force. What is happening? The ever-expressionless old priest's face finally registered shock. His voice trembling. He had presided over class advancements for many years and had never witnessed such a bizarre transformation of the advancement altar. The black mist broke through the temple's dome, resembling a colossal black tornado piercing the heavens. At that moment, the entire city of Shilin trembled. Countless citizens and adventurers looked up in horror, their eyes filled with fear and confusion as they beheld the sacred temple shrouded in endless black mist. In the mayor's office, Fan Zhiheng abruptly pushed aside his documents and rushed to the window. The city guard's alarms echoed throughout the sky. Powerful auras surged from various parts of the city, racing towards the temple. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lin Mu felt no hint of danger. The black mist, far from being hostile, enveloped him in a familiar embrace, ultimately coalescing into a torrent that surged into his brow. In the span of mere seconds, the black mist arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. As the final wisp of black mist entered Lin Mu's body, the temple returned to tranquility, as though the cataclysmic phenomenon had merely been a fleeting illusion. "You, who on earth are you?" The old priest pointed at Lin Mu, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. Lin Mu offered no response. He was engulfed in an unprecedented shock, his gaze fixated on the talents section of the occupational panel. The original description of Description Manipulator had undergone a dramatic transformation. It now read, Description Manipulator, a nascent understanding of the craft. Function, description details, capable of perceiving more intricate descriptions than other professionals. Description modification, can alter a single word within the description. Restrictions, frequency, each target's description may be modified twice per day. Level, cannot modify descriptions of targets exceeding one's own level by more than 20. Logical consistency, modifications must maintain a degree of grammatical coherence and fundamental logic. Special, cannot directly alter foundational descriptions such as physical attributes, profession, talents, or world rules. The prospect of enhancing one's talent was utterly astonishing. Lin Mu's heart raced wildly at that moment, a tempest of emotions surging within him. According to the memories of the original owner, and all he had gleaned since his arrival in this world, the talents of the professionals from Blue Star were solidified at the moment of awakening. From gray to vibrant color, their limits were predetermined from birth. He had never heard of anyone whose talents could be enhanced post-awakening. This was no mere golden finger. It was a bold affront to the fundamental rules of this realm. Twice a day, a 20-level cap. This meant he could modify 2 attributes of a piece of equipment simultaneously or complete 2 skill transformations in a single day. Could it be due to the earlier encounter with the dark mist? Lin Mu's gaze deepened with contemplation. His necromancer class did not align with those of other necromancers. While others had 3 paths, he had but one. A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Chapter 34. The storm subsides, power surges. The old priest pointed at Lin Mu, his withered finger trembling violently. The horror in his eyes was almost palpable. His lips quivered, unable to maintain the facade of calm. "What are you?" "Quickly. Activate the temple's defensive array. Detain him." The old priest's voice was hoarse yet piercing. As he retreated, he attempted to activate the runes beneath his feet. Lin Mu remained composed, too indifferent to even move, merely observing the old priest's performance in silence. His perception, extending to an impressive 99 meters, had already detected several powerful presences rapidly approaching from outside the temple. Among the 3 leading figures, 2 auras were familiar to him, Mayor Fan Zhiheng and Director of Education Ji Xiangwen. With a thunderous crash, the doors of the side hall were forcibly flung open, debris scattering. Fan Zhiheng and Ji Xiangwen, accompanied by a squad of elite city guards, stormed in. They were immediately struck by the bizarre scene before them. Lin Mu, unscathed and calm, stood in stark contrast to the old priest, who sat on the ground, nearly paralyzed by fear. "Seal this place." No one is to enter or exit. Mayor Fan commanded solemnly. He strode towards Lin Mu, his keen gaze scrutinizing him. What was that spectacle just now, Lin Mu? Lin Mu allowed a hint of trepidation and confusion to grace his features, as if he had yet to recover from the shocking incident. He was well prepared with his response. I don't know. I was in the midst of a class transition, and it seems that something extraordinary occurred. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted, and I was powerless to act. His tone conveyed just the right amount of innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, portraying himself as a victim. Mayor Fan and Ji Xiangwen exchanged glances, each reading deep skepticism in the other's eyes. A class mutation? Though this explanation was peculiar, it was not entirely implausible. However, to think that a class transition could trigger a terrifying phenomenon that engulfed the entire city was absurd. Yet, they found no flaws in his account. Coupled with Lin Mu's previous creation of SSS and SS-level myths, the young man was shrouded in enigma. It seemed that a genius's class transition could not be measured by conventional logic. Ji Xiangwen adjusted his glasses, ultimately resigning to accept this seemingly ludicrous yet irrefutable explanation. Their regard for Lin Mu elevated to a new height. As the turmoil gradually settled, Fan Jiheng dismissed the irrelevant personnel, leaving Lin Mu for a lengthy discussion. Finally, he placed a reassuring hand on Lin Mu's shoulder, his voice low yet resolute. Remember, Shilin City will always be your staunchest ally. However, this incident is not trivial. It may attract unwarranted attention, so you must proceed with caution in your future endeavors. Thank you for the reminder, Mayor. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude. By the time he exited the temple, dawn had broken. His curiosity regarding the enhancement of his talent and the uniqueness of his profession deepened. Upon returning to the opulent Tianlan mansion, Lin Mu first examined the purple ice armor and the ice-based area control skill book dropped by the Frost Lord. Both were commendable, yet not suitable for him. He could not be bothered to modify them, planning to sell them for gold in the future. Eagerly, he opened the occupational panel to delve into the newly comprehended first-tier skill, Death Prayer. It consumed 100 mana, invoking the ethereal whispers of the departed to surround a summoned entity, enhancing its attack, defense, and speed by 150 for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. As his talent activated, a more detailed description emerged. Death Prayer consumes 100 mana, harnessing the death energy to invoke the whispers of the deceased surrounding the summoned entity, awakening its latent potential, enhancing attack, defense, and speed by 150 for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. A smirk crept upon Lin Mu's lips. With the talent upgrade, he could modify each target's description twice daily. Without hesitation, he activated both modifications. He altered the enhancement from 150 to 950 and extended the duration from 1 minute to 15 minutes. The skill description was instantly reshaped, giving birth to an unprecedentedly terrifying group buff skill. Lin Mu suppressed his excitement and began to systematically plan his subsequent enhancement route. The dual modification privilege granted his enhancement efficiency a qualitative leap. He first targeted the core summoning skill, Revive Skeletons, modifying the limit from 100 to 900. He changed the summoning of 90 iron skeletons to summoning 99. The skill description transformed once more. Revive Skeletons consumes 500 mana, summoning 99 iron skeletons to fight for you. With a limit of 900, the Skeleton Legion's numbers had expanded tenfold. Next, he turned to Revive Skeleton Archers. With the Iron Skeleton Army now at his disposal, he decided to enhance the individual strength of the Skeleton Archers first before increasing their numbers. He modified holding bone bows to holding crossbows and shooting bone arrows to shooting fire arrows. Consuming 25 mana, summon 10 fiery skeletal archers to fight on your behalf. With a maximum limit of 10, an entry-level archer, a swift transition from a mere birdshot to a cannon. Then, the Bone Teeth. Lin Mu first modified the summon from 990 Bone Teeth to 999 Bone Teeth. Subsequently, he invested a skill point to elevate it to level 4, increasing the summon count to 1000. Following that, he made another alteration, changing the summon of 1000 Bone Teeth to 9000 Bone Teeth. Bone Teeth, consuming 9007 mana. Summon 9000 Bone Teeth from the ground, striking a linear area ahead and inflicting 5 and 7 physical damage respectively. The Bone Teeth were on the verge of becoming a myriad of teeth returning to their origin, even with the 99 mana reduction from the withered wooden staff. The single mana cost reached 90 points. The range of Skeletal Grasp was temporarily adequate. Lin Mu directly modified the 2 damage values and upgraded it to level 4. Skeletal Grasp, consuming 31 mana, summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, which will grasp and then explode, dealing 100 points of physical damage within a radius of 903 meters. Lastly, regarding his equipment, The Frost Breath Enigma Hood's ice damage reduction and mana regeneration were maximized. Frost Breath Enigma Hood, defense, 25, 30. Constitution, 5. Special Effect 1, reduces ice damage taken by 99. Special Effect 2, recovers 99 of mana per second. Fear Whisper Ring, Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 5. Special Effect 1, Fear Aura. Upon wearing, applies a fear effect to all hostile targets within a 90-meter radius. Special Effect 2, Despairing Wail, can be actively activated, consuming 100 mana, releasing a wail imbued with endless despair. Dealing mental impact damage to all enemies within a frontal cone area, and has a 50 chance to inflict a 5-second state of confusion. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. The damage from Despairing Wail was explosive. Lin Mu allocated the attribute points gained from leveling up, and with the enhancements from his job change. His new status panel transformed entirely. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, necromancer. Level, LV13. Experience, 4,382 10,000. Health, 470 470. Mana, 610 610. Strength, 7. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 61. Constitution, 47. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 2. His overall strength had increased tenfold compared to before his job change. Just as Lin Mu reveled in the thrill of his soaring power, his acute senses suddenly detected a familiar and eerie presence silently materializing on the balcony of his living room. Chapter 35, The Soul Thief Approaches. The initial battle of the job change. Lin Mu's heart tightened, yet he remained composed. The figure was the mysterious cloaked individual who had appeared after the urban battle, revealing the suspicious circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. The cloaked figure hovered outside the 18th floor window like a wraith against the night sky. Through the glass, he gazed at the youth in the living room with a complex expression, slowly speaking. Was the anomaly in the temple conjured by you? Lin Mu neither affirmed nor denied it, merely responding calmly. What brings you here? The cloaked figure disregarded his inquiry and continued. Your rate of growth has exceeded our expectations. And theirs as well. You have already drawn attention, far sooner than I anticipated. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers. A pitch-black jade tablet penetrated the specially crafted glass, silently hovering before Lin Mu. This is the last assistance I can offer you. Inside contains partial information regarding the Soul Thief organization, the direct culprits behind your parents' death, and a group of fanatics who revel in hunting geniuses. Lin Mu reached out to take the jade tablet. The cold touch reminded him of the warm palms of his parents from his previous life. He was about to ask further questions when, suddenly, both he and the cloaked figure's expressions changed dramatically. The cloaked figure sternly commanded, "They're here. Quickly flee." Before the words had left his lips, several powerful and suffocating auras erupted from various positions surrounding the apartment, instantly sealing off the entire building. Crisis had arrived. Shadows clad in black robes, adorned with eerie masks, seeped through the windows, walls, and ceiling like ink bleeding into wallpaper. They surrounded Lin Mu and the cloaked figure. These uninvited guests were indeed the soul thieves. Their lowest level exceeded LV30, and their leader was an astonishing LV50 third-tier powerhouse. Cackling. The leader emitted a raspy laugh reminiscent of blades scraping against glass. What a perfect soul vessel. Capturing a variable like you, who triggered the temple anomaly, is truly a remarkable feat. The cloaked figure's face turned grave as he whispered to Lin Mu, I will hold off that third-tier one. You deal with the others and find a way to break through. Lin Mu's gaze turned icy. He wasted no time. The fear aura had automatically activated, causing the attributes of the incoming Soul Thief members to plummet by 9. With a gentle wave of his staff, a resounding explosion erupted. The multi-million-dollar luxury apartment's floor cracked violently. The marble flooring and expensive Persian rugs were reduced to dust. 99 glimmering steel skeletons and 10 skeletal archers armed with crossbows loaded with rockets erupted from the ground. They instantly filled the living room, bedroom, and balcony, transforming the entire space into a jungle of steel and bones. Combat erupted instantaneously. The cloaked figure clashed fiercely with the third-tier powerhouse, and the terrifying energy waves shredded the lavish decor into fragments. Lin Mu commanded the skeletal army. The fire arrows of the skeletal archers flew at an astonishing rate, raining down like red rain, illuminating the night with flames. The steel skeletons fought valiantly, engaging the soul thieves in the most brutal melee. Lin Mu stood calmly amidst the sea of skeletons. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, quietly casting a modified death prayer. The horrifying whispers of death swept across the battlefield. The soul fires of the steel skeletons and skeletal archers surged dramatically, enhancing their power nearly tenfold. Although Lin Mu's undead army was exceedingly formidable, the level advantage of some enemies remained apparent. A stealthy LV-45 assassin ghosted past the skeletal sea, silently appearing behind Lin Mu, with a poisoned dagger aimed at his back. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Lin Mu's senses flared wide open. He didn't even bother to turn around. With a swift motion, he executed a precise shot of bone teeth. 9,000 bone teeth converged into a torrent of death, blasting the assassin out of the shadows. Blood and flesh flew wildly. The health bar plummeted like a waterfall. Simultaneously, Lin Mu activated the active skill of the Fear Whisper Ring, unleashing the despairing wail. The assassin's mental defenses were instantly torn apart, receiving the full brunt of the mental impact damage. A terrifying damage figure of 14,795 erupted above his head, plunging him into chaos as he indiscriminately attacked the surrounding skeletons. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu distanced himself. With another wave of his staff, 9,000 bone shards shot forth, pinning the creature to the wall with finality. He swung his staff twice more, and 297 iron skeletons crawled from the shattered floor, joining the fray. The vast chamber was now teeming with the undead. Except for the third-tier leader, all the soul thieves were utterly submerged beneath this relentless tide of skeletons. Witnessing this, the third-tier leader was struck with terror, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He thought to himself that if he were to be encircled by this sea of skeletons, even if he managed to escape, he would emerge severely wounded. He feigned a retreat to drive off the cloaked figure, unleashing a frustrated roar. Lin Mu, you are formidable. When we meet again, you shall surely perish. With that, his form transformed into a cloud of black mist, penetrating the walls in a hasty escape. The cloaked figure also bore minor injuries. Gazing at the wreckage around him and Lin Mu's formidable army of skeletons, his eyes were filled with profound astonishment. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he addressed Lin Mu. Indeed, you have exceeded my expectations, as the third brother claimed. Thus, you should promptly head to the Shengjing Academy, where resources abound for your swift growth, along with clues left by your parents. Having said this, the cloaked figure granted Lin Mu no opportunity for further inquiry, vanishing into the night. Left alone, Lin Mu faced the utterly devastated mansion and the jade slip that held the weight of a blood feud. Moonlight streamed through the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the debris scattered behind him, akin to a graveyard. The air still carried the acrid scent of energy collisions, mingling with the dust of cement, piercing his nostrils. He glanced down at the cold black jade slip in his hand. Soul Thief Lin Mu whispered the name, a chilling malice lurking deep within his gaze, incongruous with his age. The vendetta against his parents was one that could not be forgiven. Since I have assumed your body, I shall avenge your grudge. Yet now, he faced a more pressing dilemma. This opulent apartment worth millions had been reduced to a mere shell by both his and his enemy's actions. How could he possibly explain this? Surely, he could not tell the property management that a dozen high-ranking professionals had held a raucous party at his home last night and inadvertently caused such havoc. Ordinary battles could be dismissed as a mere spar gone awry. However, the scale of this destruction was sufficient to alert the city guards and even attract higher-level investigative agencies. The celestial phenomena he had triggered had already placed him in the spotlight, and now, adding a record of a violent clash with a nefarious organization in his residence would spell trouble. Lin Mu abhorred trouble. His mind raced, ultimately deciding to call Fan Zhiheng for guidance. After all, Shilin was his territory. Surely he had more solutions. Chapter 36. Fan Zhiheng's Gamble, the Death of Chunxian. Lin Mu dialed a special number directly. At home, Fan Zhiheng, who was poring over Lin Mu's family files, suddenly received a call. Upon seeing the caller ID, his heart clenched. The phone rang less than 3 times before being swiftly answered. Lin Mu? Fan Zhiheng's voice was weary but tinged with curiosity. Mayor Fan, I apologize for the late-night disturbance. Lin Mu's tone was calm, betraying no hint of turmoil. I seem to have encountered a bit of trouble. Upon hearing this, Fan Zhiheng's heart skipped a beat, his sleepiness vanishing. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Are you injured? I'm unharmed. Lin Mu paused, delivering his statement in a matter-of-fact tone. However, the house you gifted me may require a complete renovation. Fan Zhiheng was taken aback. The house needs renovation? What does that mean? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Finally, he asked in a low voice, "Send me the address. I'll be there immediately." After hanging up, Lin Mu tossed the phone aside and leaned back against the only remaining intact section of the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Within 20 minutes, a flurry of sound pierced the air as Fan Zhiheng arrived, not through the front door, but by leaping through a shattered window with 2 loyal aides. This act alone showcased that he was undoubtedly a high-ranking professional. Upon surveying the scene before him, even someone as composed as he was felt his pupils involuntarily constrict. This was not merely a renovation, it required reconstruction. He could even discern the catastrophic damage inflicted upon the walls and floors. What kind of terrifying power could achieve such destruction? Speak, what happened? Fan Jiheng's gaze shifted from the wreckage to Lin Mu, his eyes sharp. Someone attacked me. Lin Mu opened his eyes, succinct in his reply. Who? I do not know. Lin Mu shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. They wore black robes and masks, displaying formidable strength, striking without provocation. They are likely some envious lunatics or members of a shadowy organization. He downplayed the existence of the Soul Thieves, merely referring to them as some organization. With a gesture, he indicated the dismembered remains of the Soul Thieves. Their corpses lie there. Fan Jiheng scanned the scattered fragments, his gaze landing on the masks. A flicker of realization sparked within him. His expression remained calm as he fixated on Lin Mu, seemingly searching for something within his eyes. Yet all he encountered was an unfathomable tranquility. A 13th-level youth, having survived such a terrifying assault and eliminated all attackers, remained so composed? This temperament, this strength. He inhaled deeply, refraining from probing further into the details. He understood that some matters were best left unasked. Lin Mu harbored his secrets, and his task was not to dig deeply, but to exhibit the value and vision befitting a superior. I understand. Fan Jiheng nodded, his tone turning gravely serious. Lin Mu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. He turned to his aides, issuing commands. Contact the City Construction Authority and the best architectural team immediately. Spare no expense to restore this place to its original state. Nay, make it even better. Seal off the entire building and declare to the public that a gas line malfunction caused an explosion. All who are privy to this, sign the highest level of confidentiality agreement. Yes, the aides promptly accepted their orders. Fan Jiheng turned his gaze back to Lin Mu, admiration and resolve etched into his expression. Before you head to Xinjiang, I will dispatch a squad of elite city guards to protect you in secrecy. Additionally, I will petition for your authority to be elevated to the highest level. In this city, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Not even the Wang family. Fan Jiheng's words, casually uttered, clearly signified more than mere alliance. It was a gamble of almost monumental proportions. The future of Lin Mu. Thank you, Uncle Fan. Lin Mu rose to his feet, offering a slight nod to the mayor for the first time. You deserve it. Fan Jiheng waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the unflappable youth before him with a heart brimming with emotion. Without lingering any longer, he turned and leapt from the window, vanishing into the night. He had urgent matters to attend to, cleaning up the mess and securing more resources and protection for Lin Mu. The world fell silent once more. Lin Mu sensed the swift movements of the city guards discreetly establishing their presence. A smile graced his lips. Ah, power. Indeed, it is a splendid thing. As he savored this thought, he focused intently on the black jade tablet before him. As his consciousness delved into it, a torrent of vast and intricate information surged into his mind. The Soul Thieves could be described as a band of fanatics who worship the supremacy of the soul, believing that the body is merely a prison for a great spirit. They are dedicated to employing special means to strip, steal, and fuse powerful practitioner souls in pursuit of their own soul's immortality and ultimate ascension. The organization is complex, with a rigid hierarchy. From the peripheral soul slaves to the core soul envoys and soul sacrificers, and culminating in the legendary soul masters, their operations are shrouded in secrecy. Excelling in disguise and infiltration, they could exist in any city or organization, with their core stronghold unknown. It is known that the senior members are skilled in soul attacks, mental control, and curse sorcery. The ensuing content caused his heart to plummet. His parents had once been the most distinguished soul sacrificer reserves within the organization. Due to ideological differences, they had stolen a crucial holy artifact and defected, ultimately being assassinated in secret. Attached was a list of pursuers: Soul Envoy, Blood Crow, Soul Envoy, Ghostface, Soul Sacrificer, Qianhuan. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes, engraving these names meticulously into the depths of his mind. Xinjiang, he thought, lifting his gaze towards the ancient and bustling metropolis in the north, his expression becoming resolute. Chapter 37, The Rift Beast Tide. Lin Mu spent the night amidst the dilapidated ruins. The morning sun filtered through the shattered window panes, casting mottled light upon the remnants of the sofa. Outside the apartment, a team of engineers clad in city construction uniforms had erected distinctive barriers, commencing professional cleanup and measurement work. Truly, the efficiency was astonishing. As if ordered by the highest authority. Observing the bustling scene below, Lin Mu promptly dialed Fan Jiheng's private number. On the other end, Fan Jiheng's voice, tinged with fatigue, revealed that he had scarcely rested. So early? Uncle Fan, I plan to depart for Xinjiang today, Lin Mu stated with directness and clarity. Fan Jiheng, far from surprised, displayed a hint of genuine admiration in his weary tone. Decisive. This is the demeanor of one who accomplishes great things. Excellent. Fan Jiheng immediately consented. The Huaxiao Nation boasts a premier magical energy suspended train that traverses the land at speeds dozens of times that of ordinary transport, primarily traveling along fortified military routes, ensuring absolute safety. However, the ticket price is astronomical, necessitating a high level of identity clearance for purchase. I will expedite a special pass for you. It will be delivered to you within an hour. This declaration undoubtedly represented yet another substantial wager on Lin Mu. Thank you, Uncle Fan. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude before ending the call. In the interim, he reached out to Mu Wanqing of Shengjing Academy, informing her of his impending journey. Her voice conveyed surprise, but she quickly assured him that she would arrange for members of the student council to meet him at the station. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mu's figure vanished from the spot. Shilin Practitioner Trading Hall. When Lin Mu reappeared before Lu Qing, he unceremoniously deposited a heap of chilling, high-grade equipment upon the identification table. Among them was a superb LV-32 purple ice armor, along with several items pried from the Soul Thieves, imbued with potent shadow and curse energies. Even the seasoned trading hall manager, accustomed to tumult, found herself utterly numbed by the sight. Lu Qing gazed at these spoils, far exceeding Lin Mu's level, and her respect for him soared to unprecedented heights. She hesitated to inquire even once about the origins of these items. Ultimately, this batch of equipment netted Lin Mu an astounding 950,000 new star coins, bringing his personal assets perilously close to the 6 million mark. An hour later, at the Shilin City Magical Energy train station, Lin Mu, escorted by the mayor's personal guard, reveled in the highest level of VIP treatment as he proceeded towards the exclusive passage reserved for authorized personnel. However, at the entrance of this passage, a middle-aged man clad in a high-ranking city guard uniform, bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Debiao, along with a cadre of personal soldiers, obstructed his path. This man was none other than Wang Debiao's elder brother, Wang Hao's uncle, the deputy commander of the city guard, Wang Diqing. Lin Mu, is it? Wang Diqing's eyes glinted menacingly, his voice laced with an undeniable pressure. There was a violent explosion at the Tianlan residence in the southern city last night, circumstances unclear. As a survivor, you must accompany us back for questioning. Though he spoke of assisting in the investigation, his demeanor unmistakably conveyed a desire to forcibly detain Lin Mu, intending to instill an unforgettable lesson. Yet, Lin Mu barely lifted an eyelid, too indifferent to utter a word. The captain of the escorting mayor's guard stepped forward expressionlessly, thrusting a document into Wang Diqing's face. Deputy Commander Wang, take a good look. This is Mayor Fan's highest order. Mr. Lin's safety is the direct responsibility of the mayor's guard. Immediately following, the guard captain revealed the recently delivered, jet black special pass held by Lin Mu. Moreover, Mr. Lin possesses a special pass, and his journey is protected by the highest decree of the Huaxia United Council. The golden emblem embossed on that pass signified a level of authority surpassing the ranks on Wang Diqing's shoulders. Wang Diqing's face turned a deep shade of maroon. Countless eyes in the station, piercing and scrutinizing, felt like steel needles driven into his visage. A public humiliation, this was an unmistakable slap in the face. He finally comprehended that the forces standing behind this youth were far beyond the reach of his modest Wang family. Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Diqing could only force out 2 words through gritted teeth. Let him pass. He retreated, flanked by his men, amid a chorus of mocking gazes. His earlier grievances against Lin Mu rendered laughable in the face of overwhelming power. Lin Mu smirked inwardly, silently taking note. Wang family, wait for my return from Shengjing. Your end shall be nigh. With that, he disregarded the bothersome fly and turned to board the opulent magical energy train. The independent luxury compartment, equipped with amenities rivaling a 5-star hotel, shielded its occupants from the tumult of the outside world. The train glided away silently, transforming into a streak of light as it plunged into the dimly lit underground tunnel, racing towards the distant city of Xinjiang. Time passed unmeasured as the train navigated steadily through a vast subterranean canyon. Just as Lin Mu closed his eyes to rest and contemplated whether he should invest in more skills, a sharp alarm pierced the air, reverberating throughout the carriage. A cold, urgent electronic voice echoed within the compartment. Warning! Warning! The train is encountering a massive onslaught of rift beasts. The energy of the defensive array is overloaded by 87%. Imminent failure. All passengers, brace for impact. High danger ahead. Non-combat personnel, evacuate to the safe compartments immediately. A violent tremor threatened to unseat everyone from their seats. Lin Mu snapped his eyes open. The expensive wine glasses and ornaments within the compartment shattered under the intense turbulence. Through the specially reinforced glass window, he glimpsed the unfolding chaos outside. A colossal, distorted rift in space, resembling an unsightly scar across the sky, had materialized directly above the train tracks. Countless black creatures, their wings spanning over 3 meters and resembling bats, surged forth from the rift, forming a dark tide that obscured the light of day. These infamous beasts were the shadow bats, known for their speed and razor-sharp claws, capable of effortlessly tearing through the defenses of lower-tier professionals. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The radiant defensive array outside the train buckled under the relentless assault of the shadow bats, collapsing within mere seconds. The protective barrier shattered, leaving the train's sturdy alloy shell completely exposed to the claws of the marauding monsters. Crack! The window of Lin Mu's compartment shattered in response. A level 23 shadow bat emitted a piercing shriek and lunged towards him like a shadow. Lin Mu, unperturbed, waved his staff nonchalantly. Whoosh! 9,000 sharp bone shards precisely pierced the creature's skull. Damage numbers, crimson and vivid, floated into the air as the beast's lifeless body fell to the ground. Finally, a hint of entertainment had arrived. Chapter 38, Arrival in Shengjing. Lin Mu rose slowly, feeling no trace of anxiety. Instead, a smile graced his lips. He pushed open the shattered compartment door and ventured into the chaotic corridor. Inside the train, pandemonium reigned. Screams, cries, and the roars of monsters filled the air. Dozens of professionals clad in train guard uniforms fought valiantly against the encroaching shadow bats, but the sheer number of monsters overwhelmed them swiftly. A level 30 train guard captain, Qin Yu, wielded her battle blade in a desperate struggle. Her face was pale, and her body bore numerous wounds. All combat personnel, regroup at the dining car number 3. Protect non-combat personnel for evacuation. Qin Yu's voice was tinged with urgency and hoarseness, yet the response was drowned out by the cacophony of monstrous roars. Just as she was besieged by 3 shadow bats, on the brink of demise, a leisurely figure passed by her side. Lin Mu did not spare her a glance. Instead, he merely regarded the shadow bats and uttered 2 words, noisy. As soon as the words left his lips, the bone shards activated. 3 streams of teeth shot forth, piercing the creatures directly and causing them to explode in a thunderous blast. The 3 shadow bats were annihilated in an instant. Qin Yu stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Lin Mu's retreating figure, her mind blank. What had she just witnessed? A level 13 necromancer effortlessly obliterating 3 level 25 elite monsters? Lin Mu paid no heed to her astonishment. He approached a gaping hole in a completely torn-apart carriage, feeling the fierce wind rush towards him. Gazing at the endless sea of monsters outside. This seems like a splendid spot for grinding, he mused to himself. Under the wide-eyed stares of Qin Yu and the surrounding survivors, Lin Mu leaped into the air, jumping off the rapidly moving train, landing gracefully atop the roof. As he lost his mind, Qin Yu gasped in horror. However, in the next moment, she beheld a terrifying sight that would forever alter her worldview. On the train's roof, Lin Mu stood against the wind, his black hair billowing wildly. He raised his gnarled wooden staff high, as if conducting a grand symphony. Awaken! The entire train began to tremble violently. The alloy shell on the roof and sides of the carriage cracked inch by inch. 99 towering, formidable steel skeletons wielding steel blades, along with 10 fire crossbow skeleton archers armed with flaming arrows, burst forth from within the train's interior. They emerged like bone spurs and armor sprouting from the steel beast, instantly transforming it into a moving fortress of war. Awaken, skeletons! Lin Mu cast several spells, conjuring nearly 500 steel skeletons, forming an impenetrable line of defense around him. Dinner is served. His voice was carried away by the howling wind. With a snap of his fingers, death's prayer. An invisible melody of death enveloped the entire skeleton army. The soul flames of all the skeletons surged dramatically, their power amplified tenfold. A one-sided massacre commenced. The steel skeletons swung their blades, shredding the shadow bats that lunged at them into fragments. On either side of the carriage, the 10 fire crossbow skeleton archers had transformed into mobile artillery. They drew their steel crossbows, loading flaming rockets. Under the enhancement of Death's Prayer, their movements were so swift that they left behind afterimages. Whoosh! Each flaming bolt that was loosed exploded into brilliant fireballs within the dense swarm of bats, incinerating several shadow bats into charred remains as they screamed and plummeted from the sky. This was a slaughter executed with such efficiency that it was appalling. Inside the carriage, Captain Qin Yu and her comrades stood petrified, mouths agape, faces pressed against the cold glass as they beheld the figures standing atop the train like the Grim Reaper, commanding an army of undead with staggering power. Their minds fell into utter confusion. Was this the necromancer god? A younger guard stammered, voicing the collective thought of all present. At that moment, a shriek sharper than that of an ordinary shadow bat pierced through the chaos of battle. A level 30 elite shadow bat, nearly twice the size of its kin, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters and scales as dark as ink, charged towards Lin Mu. Undeterred by the onslaught of rockets, Lin Mu's thoughts raced, despairing screech. An invisible spiritual shock erupted with a thunderous force. The elite shadow bat's forward momentum abruptly halted. A fleeting moment of confusion flickering in its eyes. Now is the time. The skeletal grip. A colossal hand of white bone surged forth from the roof of the vehicle, precisely seizing the elite shadow bat by its ankle and violently yanking it down from midair, crashing it into the steel skeleton formation. Lin Mu did not even need to issue a command. The skeletal legion, activated by the Death's Prayer, surged forth with unrelenting ferocity. Steel blades danced chaotically. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed continuously. In less than 10 seconds, the enormous elite shadow bat was utterly torn to shreds. A complete annihilation. Lin Mu noted that within the train, sporadic shadow bats were still attempting to breach the protective door of the secure compartment through other openings. With a mere gesture, 5 fire crossbow skeleton archers, accompanied by 20 steel skeletons, promptly turned around. They agilely leaped into the compartment through the breaches, commencing a precise extermination of the remaining enemies. Qin Yu and the other guards were struck with terror as they observed that these seemingly ordinary skeletal archers launched rockets of astonishing power. Each arrow effortlessly penetrated the shadow bat's body, pinning it against the compartment wall before erupting with a resounding explosion. The threat that had left them helpless was thus dismissed with nonchalance. This wave of beasts came swiftly and departed just as hastily. Under the mercilessly efficient eradication by Lin Mu's skeletal legion, it lasted no more than half an hour. The enormous spatial rift began to destabilize, ultimately closing slowly. The shadow bats surrounding the train were completely eradicated, leaving only a path of bat corpses and bones on either side of the swiftly moving train, a veritable road of death. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV-14. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV-15. It was somewhat regrettable, however, that monsters emerging from such rifts rarely dropped equipment. The train's violent jolting gradually subsided. With a flick of his mind, all the skeletons instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist. The iron behemoth returned to its original form. He leaped gracefully back into the compartment. What greeted him was the reverent gaze of Qin Yu and the others. Their eyes filled with an unmistakable fervor and awe. Qin Yu, feeling anxious, stepped forward, deeply bowing to Lin Mu and speaking respectfully. "Thank you so much for your help. Esteemed senior, may I inquire about your name, revered one?" Lin Mu glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Just passing by, no need for accolades. A chill ran through Qin Yu's heart as she instantly comprehended the implication behind his words. The formidable figure before her might have acted casually, yet it served as a warning to refrain from revealing his identity. She nodded hastily, daring not to utter another word. After the turmoil subsided, the train's announcement system crackled back to life, declaring the crisis averted, and the train continued its steady journey. The surviving passengers erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers for having escaped death. Yet, apart from a few guards, they would remain oblivious to the fact that a mysterious youth had single-handedly saved the entire train. Lin Mu paid no heed to the commotion behind him. Returning directly to his compartment, he wiped away the stains on his clothing, his mood tranquil. This battle not only validated the terrifying power brought forth by his talent upgrade, but also provided him with a clearer understanding of the path ahead. After a considerable time, the train gradually slowed down, ultimately gliding smoothly into an extraordinarily grand station, Shengjing Station. Through the window, Lin Mu beheld this superlative metropolis, where ancient city walls seamlessly intertwined with arcane technology. A torrent of thoughts surged within him. The journey of vengeance and exploration would officially commence from here. The moment Lin Mu stepped out of the compartment, he was met with an overwhelming aura far more formidable and profound than that of Shilin City. He keenly sensed several faint, yet powerful presences on the platform, seemingly observing something with intent. Truly, it was worthy of being the capital of Huaxia, as even the platforms were discreetly guarded by such formidable individuals. On the platform, a young man and woman had been waiting for quite some time. The man appeared astute and capable, while the woman was charmingly graceful. Both bore the emblem of Shengjing Academy on their chests, clearly elite members of the student council, currently scrutinizing the passengers disembarking from the train. "I've only heard that only individuals of the highest status are afforded such treatment. If I weren't here to pick him up, I might never have entered this place in my lifetime," the delicate girl mused, glancing toward the train door while inquiring of the young man beside her. Just a second generation reliant on his connections. What is there to be so proud of?" The capable young man scoffed disdainfully. "Professor Mu is making such a fuss about it. I now seriously suspect that he leveraged family connections to gain admission to Shengjing Academy." Chapter 39. What is so impressive about attending Shengjing? As Lin Mu approached the two young individuals clad in Shengjing Academy uniforms, he made his way directly toward them. Before he could get close, the astutely composed male senior scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. Upon noticing Lin Mu's LV-15 level, a flicker of surprise briefly crossed his eyes, quickly morphing into unabashed contempt. "Oh, so you've only just arrived at our Shengjing Academy at level 15? It seems you've had quite the assistance from your elders in dungeon runs at home. Haven't you?" Zhao Lei's voice was not loud, yet the self-satisfied superiority and derision it carried were as grating as nails scraping against glass. The nearby graceful senior, Li Ling, gently tugged at Zhao Lei's sleeve, signaling him to temper his words. Her gaze toward Lin Mu was filled with curiosity and admiration. "Wow, Junior, you're amazing. You've reached level 15 even before officially enrolling." Li Ling's voice was melodious, like a refreshing stream, washing away the displeasure brought by Zhao Lei's remarks. Zhao Lei, however, merely scoffed dismissively. "Amazing? Li Ling, you're too naive. Such levels achieved through resource accumulation are unstable at their core, and their practical combat capabilities are questionable. Once you enter the academy, your true colors will be revealed during the first combat assessment." Throughout the exchange, Lin Mu remained composed, as though Zhao Lei's mockery was but an irritating buzz in his ear. He could hardly be bothered to cast a glance at Zhao Lei, instead simply presenting the special admission document that Mu Wanxing had given him to Li Ling. "Hello, I'm the new student here to report, Lin Mu." The sensation of being disregarded by someone he deemed inferior caused Zhao Lei's expression to darken instantly. He felt as though his fist, brimming with pent-up energy, had struck nothing but soft cotton, leaving him unutterably frustrated. "Hello, Junior. I'm Li Ling, and this is Zhao Lei. We've been sent by Professor Mu to pick you up." Li Ling smiled sweetly, reaching out to take the document. As she opened it, she casually remarked, "Don't mind Zhao Lei, he asked just." Her voice abruptly halted. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in shock as she saw the annotations on the document. "Ah," Li Ling exclaimed, her small hand trembling. The document nearly slipped from my grasp, cascading to the floor. Zhao Lei was on the verge of delivering a few more jibes to salvage his bruised ego when a shrill scream from Li Ling startled him. What was all the fuss about? It was merely a special enrollment student. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Li Ling reciting the text from the document in a voice that trembled with a dreamlike awe, laden with profound shock and incredulity. Name, Lin Mu. Remark 1. Creator of the soul completion record for the SSS level trial dungeon at the 2nd Vocational College of Shilin City. Remark 2. Creator of the SS level completion record for the survival challenge mode dungeon, the Wailing Caverns. Each word struck Zhao Lei's heart like an invisible hammer. The mockery and disdain that had graced his features froze instantly, replaced by sheer horror and a deep flush of humiliation. His once handsome countenance transformed at an alarming rate into a shade reminiscent of liver. SS level, and in that perilously high mortality Wailing Caverns. Zhao Lei felt as though an unseen hand was constricting his throat, making each breath a laborious task. The taunts he had previously hurled regarding backgrounds, resources, and second-generation privilege now seemed utterly feeble and laughable in the face of these legendary achievements, akin to a jester's inept performance. Around them, the powerful presence of those on the platform, who had been observing with mild interest, now revealed a distinct ripple of intrigue. Clearly, they too had registered Li Ling's words. Li Ling, having regained her composure, glanced at Lin Mu again. Her beautiful eyes were devoid of any curiosity, now filled only with reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. This was no mere second-generation benefactor. This was evidently a prodigious talent concealed among the new students. "Lin Mu, Jr. I apologize," Li Ling stammered as she hurriedly organized the document, presenting it to Lin Mu with both hands, her nervousness rendering her tongue-tied. "We shall escort you to complete your enrollment procedures immediately." As Lin Mu accepted the document, he offered a polite nod to the adoring Li Ling. "Thank you for your assistance." With that, he strode forward, never once casting a glance back at Zhao Lei. That searing disregard cut deeper than any resounding slap. Zhao Lei stood frozen in place, feeling the blood rush to his face, wishing fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. He sensed all eyes at the station converging upon him, as if he were an unwitting performer in a silent play. Li Ling, seeing this, abandoned her concern for him and hurriedly matched Lin Mu's pace, eagerly introducing him to his surroundings. "Junior, our Shengjing Academy comprises 4 divisions, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. With your exceptional talent, you are certain to be assigned to the prestigious Tian Division." Chapter 40, A Convergence of Talents. Under Li Ling's chattering guidance, Lin Mu passed through the grand entrance of Shengjing Academy, sculpted from massive stone blocks. The moment the doors parted, a palpable wave of source energy washed over him. Within the academy, the architecture melded the ancient with the futuristic, where high-tech laboratories coexisted with time-honored halls. Students traversed the grounds, each emanating a powerful aura, their gazes sharp. None appeared weak. Junior, look. Ahead is the main building of the Tian division, Li Ling exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a structure crafted entirely from an unknown jade. The resources of the Tian division are unparalleled among the 4 divisions, complete with an independent cultivation secret realm. Only the most extraordinary talents gain entry. Upon reaching the main building's office, Mu Wanqing had been waiting for some time. As she spotted Lin Mu, a fleeting glimmer of curiosity and admiration crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by professionalism and calm. Welcome to Shengjing Academy, Lin Mu. Without further pleasantries, she rose. Follow me, your classmates have already gathered. She led Lin Mu into an exaggeratedly spacious common lounge. Inside, 28 new students of diverse auras were either seated or standing. The clash of their formidable energies rendered the atmosphere dense with tension. Li Ling leaned closer to Lin Mu, lowering her voice to provide a rapid introduction. That one with closed eyes, surrounded by elements, is Luo Tian. He is this year's most gifted practitioner at Shengjing Academy, awakened as an elementalist, activating the golden talent elemental control during his profession. The girl in the corner playing with daggers is Xiong Zining, boasting the top talent of the assassin class with her purple talent shadow dance. And the muscular man exuding a holy aura is Lei Ming, a rare paladin with purple talent holy light affinity. Each individual present was a paragon selected from across the nation. Everyone, please quiet down, Mu Wanqing's voice rang out. Standing at the center of the lounge, she announced, this is Lin Mu, your future classmate. In an instant, all sharp gazes converged upon Lin Mu. As they perceived his unprecedented LV-15 level among the new students, many of their pupils constricted. Yet, when their eyes fell upon the glaring title of necromancer, confusion, disbelief, and even disdain began to ripple through the crowd. Huh, a burly youth, as muscular as a bear, guffawed. His name was Lu Hu, awakened with the purple talent extreme frenzy. Necromancer? Haven T even awakened a talent? This most useless profession in the early stages has made it to our Tian division? How did this level even come about? Was he carried here by someone? His words, shrill and unapologetic, drew a few muted chuckles of agreement. Zhao Lei, following behind, reveled in this spectacle. Lin Mu remained unfazed, merely raising his gaze to regard Lu Hu. His eyes, deep as an ancient well, sent an involuntary chill down Lu Hu's spine. He refrained from arguing, simply stating, strength will always have its opportunity to be proven. Humph. Mu Wanqing frowned, releasing a heavy snort that swept over the room. Put away your petty arrogance. The Tian division values potential and practical ability, not superficial levels and occupational biases. Her gaze swept over the assembly, directly addressing them. Lin Mu is the creator of the SSS level record for the Trial Dungeon and the SS level record for the Wailing Caverns. At this pronouncement, the entire lounge fell into a stunned silence. All expressions froze in place. While they might not have recognized Lin Mu standing before them, the name of this record-breaking freshman from Shilin was well known among them. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall announce the first assessment for the Tian division. Mu Wanqing scanned the crowd. Tomorrow, all new students will participate in a collective practical test. The location will be the Void Secret Realm within the academy. Each individual shall enter a distinct copy space, and the assessment will be based on your performance within the secret realm, encompassing various factors such as the number of monsters slain, efficiency, and survival duration, which will culminate in a comprehensive score. Ultimately, this score will directly influence the allocation of resources and training plans for each of you. Upon the announcement of the assessment details, the atmosphere was instantly charged with tension. Lu Hu, his face flushed, spoke once more, directing his challenge squarely at Lin Mu. You, the prodigious necromancer. I challenge you. If you can surpass my performance in this assessment, I, Lu Hu, shall publicly bow in apology. Indeed, I, AOD, shall do the same, chimed in a tall, slender youth, adding to the uproar. Lin Mu's lips twitched involuntarily, and he inwardly lamented, this is akin to poking a hornet's nest. Stifling a laugh, he met their provocative gazes and calmly nodded. As you wish. His nonchalant demeanor only served to further irritate Lu Hu and AOD, while the other prodigies regarded the unfolding drama with eager anticipation. After the assessment was announced, the crowd dispersed. With Li Ling's assistance, Lin Mu moved into the luxurious, independent dormitory of the Tianzi Academy. The environment was opulent, not only spacious but also equipped with an independent gravity training room and an energy replenishment array. After bidding farewell to the awestruck Li Ling, as night fell into silence, his talents were refreshed. Chapter 41, 200 million damage. Skeleton, artilleryman. Lin Mu sat cross-legged on the soft, expansive bed, opening his professional panel. His gaze first settled on his core skill, revive skeletons. He intended to directly invest skill points and then modify the summoning quantity. To his astonishment, upon reaching level 5, revive skeletons not only enhanced the summoning quantity, but also underwent a significant transformation in its description. Revive skeletons consumes 505 mana to summon 100 iron skeleton warriors to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 990. The skeletons had transformed into skeleton warriors. While this may seem a mere semantic distinction, it could represent an entirely different reality. Lin Mu immediately activated his talent to delve deeper into the detailed description. Revive skeletons consumes 505 mana to summon 100 steel-bone skeletons clad in armor, wielding steel spears to fight for you, with slow movement but extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 990. Slow movement, high damage. This was a classic unit with both advantages and disadvantages. While ordinary practitioners might face a difficult choice, for Lin Mu, this was an opportunity for perfect transformation. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision to modify slow movement to rapid movement, and to change summon 100 to summon 900. The text on the panel blurred momentarily before being reshaped. Revive skeletons consumes 4505 mana to summon 900 iron skeleton warriors to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 990. Next was Bone Fong, which was just one level away from reaching level 5. Upon upgrading, it indeed underwent a qualitative change. Bone Fong consumes 9,008 mana to summon 9,001 poisonous bone fangs from underground, striking a linear area ahead, dealing 8 physical damage and 6 points of poison damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. Lin Mu again examined the detailed description. Bone Fong consumes 9,008 mana to channel death energy, summoning 9,001 sharp teeth tainted with corpse poison from the deep-buried remains, swiftly striking a linear area ahead, each Fong dealing 8 physical damage and 6 points of poison damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. The poison damage lasting for 3 seconds was negligible, yet Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us modify the poison damage from 6 points per second to 9 points per second, and extend the duration from 3 seconds to 3/4 of a minute. After these modifications, Bone Fong consumes 9,008 mana to summon 9,001 poisonous bone fangs, striking a linear area ahead, dealing 8 physical damage and 9 points of poison damage per second, lasting for 3/4 of a minute. Lin Mu quickly calculated in his mind. With one cast of Bone Fong, the poison damage alone would exceed 80,000 points per second. Moreover, this effect could last a full 45 minutes. If the poison damage were to be maximized, the total damage would reach an astronomical figure of 218,72443. Which monster could withstand such terrifying damage? Lin Mu forcibly suppressed his excitement and immediately upgraded Grip of Bone. Grip of Bone consumes 33 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a specified location, which grips for 3 seconds before exploding, dealing 105 physical damage within a radius of 905 meters. He reviewed the detailed description. Grip of Bone consumes 33 mana to condense new bones with death energy at a specified location, causing a skeletal hand to burst forth and rapidly grip enemies within range for 3 seconds before exploding, dealing 105 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 905 meters. Modifying the grip duration from 3 seconds to 9 seconds, altering the damage from 105 to 905 points. Modification successful. Grip of Bone consumes 33 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a specified location, gripping for 9 seconds before exploding, dealing 905 physical damage within a radius of 905 meters. While the damage was still not top tier, this area of effect exceeding 90 meters and lasting for 9 seconds constituted a form of crowd control whose strategic value far surpassed any mere damage skill. Next, he examined the detailed description of Revive Skeleton Archers. Revive Skeleton Archers consumes 25 mana to summon 10 skeleton archers wielding crossbows to fight for you, firing arrows with an extremely rapid attack speed. Maximum quantity, 10. Changing wielding crossbows to wielding artillery, and then altering wielding artillery to wielding cannons. After 2 modifications, the panel description altered once more. Revive Skeleton Archers consumes 25 mana to summon 10 skeleton artillerymen to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 10. Uncertain if the ammunition had changed, Lin Mu examined the detailed description. Revive Skeleton Archers consumes 25 mana to summon 10 skeletons wielding cannons to fight for you, firing shells with a slow attack speed, but with a wide range and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 10. Perfect. Modernized skeleton artillery. Although the attack speed had decreased, the value of a single artilleryman was worth 1,000 ordinary archers. Lastly, he turned to Death Prayer. Death Prayer Consumes 100 mana to invoke the whispers of the deceased surrounding your summons, enhancing their potential, increasing attack, defense, and speed by 950. Duration, 1/4 of a minute. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. The duration was temporarily sufficient. He prioritized modifying the amplification, changing increased by 950 to increased by 990, and then from increased by 990 to increased by 999. After completing the modifications, Lin Mu allocated his final skill point to Death Prayer. Death Prayer consumes 120 mana to invoke whispers surrounding your summons, enhancing their attack, defense, and speed by 1004. Duration, 1/4 of a minute. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Lin Mu envisioned the ominous prayers of death and the terrifying enhancements that his next modifications would bring. With deft hands, he removed his equipment to commence the alterations. The Frost Whisper hood had reached its maximum enhancements, leaving only the Ring of Fearful Whispers to be modified. The Despairing Scream skill, characterized by chaos, was yet another equipment ability that promised both localized control and high damage. The Ring of Fearful Whispers boasted Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Special Effect 1, Fear Aura, upon wearing. It instills a fear effect upon all hostile targets within a 90-meter radius. Special Effect 2, Despairing Scream, when activated. It consumes 100 mana to unleash a piercing scream filled with endless despair, dealing mental impact damage to all enemies in a conical area ahead, with a 99 chance of inducing a 5-second state of confusion. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Lin Mu distributed the 10 attribute points he had gained evenly between Intelligence and Constitution. Name, Lin Mu. Class, Necromancer. Level, LV 15. Experience, 7,523 22,000. Health points, 520 Mana points, 660 Strength, 7. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 66. Constitution, 52. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. The following day, at the entrance of the Void Secret Realm in the Shengjing Academy, a colossal pitch-black portal hovered ominously in the center of the plaza, emanating a disquieting aura. All new students from the Tianzi Institute were present, the air thick with tension and combat readiness. Lu Hu and AOD stood like two statues, one on each side of Lin Mu, their eyes glinting with unmasked provocation. The necromancer better not soil his pants upon entry and just shatter the teleportation talisman to flee. Ha ha, then we would miss the spectacle of him bowing down. Lin Mu paid no heed to their childish taunts. Instead, he closed his eyes to cultivate his mental state. In a corner, Luo Tian, who had awakened his golden talent for elemental control, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mu before turning his attention away, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. The figure of Mu Wanqing appeared quietly. She surveyed the crowd, her voice icy. The Void Secret Realm is a convergence of countless fragments of shattered worlds. Each of you will enter an identical instance, yet each space is independent. The monsters encountered will be identical as well. Remember, survive and acquire as many points as possible. Now, the assessment begins. With that, she waved her delicate hand. 29 beams of light shot forth from her fingertips, landing on the foreheads of each new student. Lin Mu felt a darkness envelop him as a powerful spatial force emanated from the black portal. Chapter 42. The Skeleton Army's Rampage Through the Secret Realm. As time shifted and the world spun, when Lin Mu regained his sight, he found himself in a desolate, gray realm. The sky was leaden, devoid of sun or clouds. The ground was cracked, with immense rocks defying the laws of physics, suspended in midair. Beneath his feet lay not solid earth, but a vast, floating land fragment. An atmosphere of void and finality permeated the air, instilling a sense of oppression. Welcome to the Void Secret Realm, Independent Space Number 7. Assessment task, survive and gather points. Current points, 0. Assessment countdown, 25959. A translucent panel materialized in the upper right corner of Lin Mu's vision. He closed his eyes, and his perception expanded like an invisible web, reaching an astonishing 99 meters. Soon, he spotted the first batch of prey on a nearby floating land fragment. A dozen pitch-black creatures resembling leopards wandered silently. Void Shadow Beasts. Health points, 3,100. Traits, ethereal, swift. Weakness, vulnerable to energy attacks and mental impact. Intrigued, Lin Mu smiled. He did not rush into action but instead gazed further afield. This shattered world was vast and boundless, teeming with similar void creatures. Attaining high scores within 3 hours solely through personal strength would indeed be daunting. However, he was a necromancer. Lin Mu raised his gnarled wooden staff. Then, let the game commence. With a swift motion of his staff, he declared, "Awaken." The ground trembled violently. 900 heavily armored skeleton warriors, wielding steel spears, surged forth from the earth around him like a tidal wave. The scene resembled the gates of hell swinging open, heralding a cataclysm of the undead. The clang of metal rang harshly in this silent world. But that was not the end. Lin Mu swung his staff once more. 10 seemingly frail skeletons materialized behind the skeleton army. Skeleton cannon crew. They knelt, expertly aiming their cannon, thicker than their own bodies, toward the distance. With this, a formidable legion composed of 900 infantry and 10 artillerymen was born. Death prayer, Lin Mu intoned softly, and an intangible melody of death enveloped the battlefield. The soul flames of all skeleton warriors and cannon operators surged dramatically. Attack, defense, speed, all attributes increased by 1004. Advance, Lin Mu commanded, like a necromantic sovereign issuing a divine decree. The 900 skeleton warriors marched with synchronized, ghostly speed, sweeping outward in all directions. They leaped between floating islands as if traversing solid ground. Soon, the first squad of skeletons encountered the dozen void shadow beasts. The pride of the shadow beasts, their ethereal ability, proved as fragile as parchment before the overwhelming numbers and might. Steel spears pierced through, glimmering silver. The shadow beasts barely uttered a cry of despair before being rent asunder. Lin Mu's points leaped from 0 to 12. Meanwhile, at the entrance plaza of the Void Secret Realm, a massive crystal screen displayed the real-time scoring of the 29 new students. 5 minutes had elapsed, and most scores remained a pitiful 0. Only a few had managed to scrape together a score of 1 or 2. Look, Lu Hu was the first to score. His name transformed from 0 to 3. Luo Tian scored 2. A gasp arose from the crowd. Lo Tian's score instantly surged to 7. Truly, he is a bearer of golden talent. As the crowd marveled at Lo Tian's astonishing efficiency, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The once tranquil figure belonging to Lin Mu, which had been languidly resting at 0, suddenly began to flicker with frenetic energy. 12, 35, 98, 245, 571, 1098. The rapidity of the numbers dancing before their eyes was dazzling, as if they were not scores but a chaotic stream of meaningless gibberish. The entire plaza was abruptly engulfed in a profound silence. Every gaze was fixed intently on the screen, expressions morphing from astonishment to daze, and finally to a terror akin to witnessing a ghost. What in the world is happening? Zhao Lei, who had come to observe the test, trembled with his voice quaking. Cheating. He must be cheating. The system has encountered a bug. Even the usually composed Mu Wanqing straightened her posture, her beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with waves of incredulity. She recognized Lin Mu's prowess, yet could never have anticipated such a defiant display. The silence persisted for a mere 3 seconds. Following that, the plaza erupted like a pond struck by a depth charge, boiling with excitement. My heavens! Am I hallucinating, or has the world gone mad? Over 1,000 points. It has barely been 10 minutes. When I participated in this assessment 2 years ago, I barely amassed 500 points after 3 hours, and the numbers keep climbing. 2,000, 3,000. Zhao Lei clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, utterly oblivious to the pain. For an emotion named fear was voraciously consuming his rationality. Impossible. This is utterly impossible. Slap. Why am I provoking him? He slapped his own face, murmuring to himself, his voice tinged with a sob. Within the secret realm, a rumble echoed. Lin Mu sat leisurely upon a floating stone, his legs crossed high. His skeletal army had transformed into the most efficient harvesting machine, radiating outward from his position to cleanse the entire independent space. The skeletal gunners, at his command, executed precise long-range bombardments on the densely clustered monsters. The thunderous roar of exploding shells reverberated, punctuated by notifications flashing across the screen. You have slain a Void Ripper. Points, 15. You have slain a Void Stalker. Points, 13. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV 16. The incessant notifications began to bore him. The efficiency was still too sluggish. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, feeling that the monsters within this space were far too few for his legion to annihilate. At that moment, a colossal surge of energy suddenly manifested within the mental connection he shared with his skeletal legion. It was an ancient altar suspended in the depths of the void. Atop the altar loomed a massive beast, its form resembling a small mountain, composed entirely of void crystals. Void Crystal Beast. Health points, 98, 000, 98, 000. Traits, Crystallized Shell. Void Energy Core. Finally, something formidable has arrived. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled. With a mere thought, he redirected the 3 nearest squads of skeletal warriors, comprising a total of 297 iron skeletons, towards the altar. However, just as the skeletal army was about to reach the altar, the entire gray world suddenly trembled. A cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the independent space. Detecting abnormal energy consumption in Space 7, exceeding threshold. Initiating emergency protocol, purification procedure. Abnormal target, candidate number 0713. The voice prompt concluded. The leaden gray sky above Lin Mu abruptly split open, revealing a vast crimson rift. A presence far more terrifying and savage than the void crystal beast cascaded down from the rift. Chapter 43. Bone Teeth, cleanse the health bar. From the crimson rift, a figure clad in heavy black armor, wielding a massive scythe, began to descend slowly. Void Purifier. Health points, 280, 000, 280, 000. Traits, Void Armor, Energy Devour. The immense void energy radiating from it caused the very air to warp. Sensing this aura, Lin Mu felt no hint of panic. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. He swiftly issued commands. 900 iron skeleton warriors instantly regrouped, forming an iron barrier with their spear tips angled toward the heavens, standing ready. Simultaneously, 10 skeletal gunners pivoted their cannons in unison. The dark barrels accurately locked onto the airborne void purifier. Fire. Lin Mu's voice remained calm and unwavering. Boom, boom, boom. 10 shells, shrieking through the air with long tails of flame, soared toward the sky. The projectiles struck true, erupting around the void purifier in splendid fireballs, causing the surrounding floating debris to tremble. However, as the flames and smoke dissipated, only faint white marks remained upon the purifier's dark armor. Initially, a series of zero damage notifications floated above its head, followed by a persistent trickle of low fire damage. 119. Physical immunity, as expected. A cold smile crept upon Lin Mu's lips as he wielded his staff. Bone teeth. 3 torrents of death, coalescing from the bone teeth, totaling 27,003 poisonous bone shards, tore through the air like 3 ferocious dragon bones, striking the void purifier with precision. The sound of bone shards piercing the gaps in its armor echoed like a torrential downpour. In the next moment, the head of the void purifier was instantly enveloped by a dense swarm of green numbers. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Its health bar plummeted at a visibly staggering pace, cascading down like a waterfall. The void purifier had never encountered such an uncanny method of attack. It emitted an enraged roar, attempting to retaliate with energy devour. Yet the insidious poison coursing through its being rendered it incapable of focusing. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of 3 bone shards and the ensuing toxin's ravages, its massive form succumbed to the ground, crashing down with boundless reluctance and confusion. You have slain the void purifier. Points, 100, 000. Lin Mu's score surged from over 10,000 to an astonishing 11,000. At the Shangjing Academy Plaza, on the big screen, Lin Mu's score, which had previously stabilized at over 10,000, suddenly began to flash erratically without warning. Then, a brand new number brutally pierced through the eyes of all onlookers. 113,240. After a brief moment of silence, the plaza erupted into an even more terrifying cacophony of screams and chaos. Everyone stood in stupefied disbelief, their minds short-circuited, unable to comprehend the exponential growth that transcended reason and shattered their understanding. Mu Wanqing's expression froze as she fixated on that number, a chilling thought unfurling in her mind. He has killed the purifier of the secret realm? Within the secret realm, Lin Mu commanded a vast army of skeletons, finally arriving at the ancient altar suspended in the depths of the void. The colossal void crystal beast sensed a threat and emitted a deep, resonant roar. Lin Mu scrutinized its description. In addition to its crystalline shell, it possessed a core of void energy. Without hesitation, Lin Mu unleashed his talent upon the void crystal beast, modifying its crystalline shell to enhance its attributes and reducing the immense void damage it dealt to a mere trickle. The description modification succeeded, rendering the physical resistance of the void crystal beast utterly ineffective. Lin Mu commanded the steel skeleton warriors to surge forth, their steel spears forming a formidable forest. Under the weight of their overwhelming numbers and strength, the gargantuan body of the void crystal beast was instantaneously torn to shreds. Boom. In the moment of the beast's demise, a tremendous explosion of energy engulfed the surroundings. Yet, the so-called reduced damage was akin to a mere tickle to the robust steel skeletons. Lin Mu, the necromancer, ascended to level 17. A cloak radiating a purple aura lay quietly at the center of the altar. Lin Mu's points surged once more, reaching an astonishing total of 143. 240. The instant this number flashed upon the grand screen in the Academy Plaza, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. All the students and teachers present seemed spellbound, their minds blank, stripped of the ability to think. Deep within the academy, several ancient, yet powerful auras abruptly soared into the sky. The academy's principal and several concealed elder professors emerged, their gazes fixed upon the screen displaying that unfathomable score. Their expressions shifted from shock to ecstasy, culminating in unparalleled excitement. It was as if they had encountered an unprecedented prodigy of extraordinary caliber. A peculiar light flickered in Mu Wanqing's eyes. She felt an overwhelming pride in Lin Mu's strength, coupled with a profound reverence for his mystery and potential emanating from the depths of her soul. This young man's abilities had transcended the limits of her understanding. Inside the Void Secret Realm, Lin Mu had just picked up the Void Cloak when a chilling prompt echoed in his ears. The Independent Space No. 7 of the Void Secret Realm has been cleared. Candidate number 0713, Lin Mu, has completed the assessment. Total points, 143, 240. Remaining assessment time, 12, 918. A teleportation portal enveloped him entirely. Chapter 44. Two classmates, please rise. As the portal dissipated, Lin Mu reappeared in the plaza. The moment he stepped through the light gate, the entire world seemed to be muted. The once boisterous plaza, filled with noise, was now as quiet as a pin drop. Nearly 1,000 gazes, a blend of astonishment, confusion, and fervor, fixated upon him like a spotlight. Lin Mu furrowed his brows, still unaccustomed to the sensation of being the center of attention. At the edge of the plaza stood several fresh students from the elite academy who had also just emerged from the secret realm. They looked dejected, their faces pale, evidently having encountered peril inside and forced to shatter their teleportation talismans to escape. Now, they glanced at their pitiful 2-digit scores on their panels. Then at the glaring figure of 143,000 on the big screen, their expressions vacant, beginning to question their very existence. Following their gaze, Lin Mu turned to glance at the massive crystal screen. The score rankings were staggeringly disproportionate. First place, Lin Mu, points, 143, 240. Second place, Luo Tian, points, 1, 260. Third place, Lei Ming, points, 975. Fourth place, Xiong Zining, points, 931. Ninth place, Lu Hu, points, 628. 12th place, AOD, points, 546. His score was more than 100 times that of the second place Luo Tian. As for the earlier boastful Lu Hu and AOD, their scores barely scratched the surface of his. Lin Mu. Mu Wanqing's figure appeared before him as if she had teleported. In her beautiful phoenix-like eyes surged unprecedented waves of astonishment, yet she forcibly suppressed the shock within her heart. Just as she was about to inquire about the specifics of the secret realm, a hum resonated from the portal behind Lin Mu, which lit up once more. A figure as robust as a bear, adorned with a weary yet proud expression, stepped through. It was Lu Hu. The moment he emerged, he spotted Lin Mu standing there composedly, and a contemptuous, triumphant smile instantly spread across his face. "Ha! I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you. The necromancer?" Lu Hu's voice boomed, loud enough to ensure everyone heard. "What's this? You couldn't hold out and got teleported out so soon? I told you, your level, achieved merely through resource accumulation, would reveal its true nature in real combat." He glanced around, noticing that no one was agreeing with him. Instead, they regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool, which puzzled him slightly. Yet, lost in his self-satisfaction, he paid little mind. "Humph. I just had bad luck and ran into an elite boss early on. Otherwise, I could have racked up a few hundred points." Lu Hu puffed his chest, boasting about his so-called heroic deeds as if he were the star of the show. Eventually, he sensed the atmosphere was off. Everyone regarded him with a mixture of pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, a feeling more unbearable than outright insults. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Lu Hu frowned, confusion etched on his face. Could it be? Is my score of over 600 the highest? He even asked this absurdly naive question with a hint of expectation. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't contain themselves and burst into laughter. That single laugh acted like a signal, instantly igniting the suppressed atmosphere. Countless eyes, stifling laughter, and eager for entertainment, turned Lu Hu into a spectacle, akin to a naked monkey performing on stage. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Hu, embarrassed and furious, pointed at the laughing student. The student, struggling to suppress his laughter, raised a hand and pointed at the massive crystal screen behind Lu Hu. "Buddy, take a look behind you. Stop embarrassing yourself." At this, Lu Hu, filled with skepticism, slowly turned around. He raised his head, gazing at the leaderboard reflecting the harsh reality. The instant he beheld the leaderboard, the pride and disdain on his face froze. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes, believing fatigue had conjured an illusion. At the very top of the leaderboard, a name gleamed in gold, blindingly bright. First place, Lin Mu, points, 143, 240. Lu Hu's mind buzzed, plunging into a void of nothingness. His mouth hung open, his throat constricting, yet no sound emerged. 143,000? He suddenly lowered his head to gaze at his ranking. Ninth place. Lu Hu, score, 628. 628. 143,240. These two figures were as disparate as heaven and earth, leaving him nearly breathless. The color drained from his face at a visible rate, rendering it as pale as parchment. That arrogant self-assuredness was shattered by this cold string of numbers. No, it was impossible. Lu Hu's voice was dry and hoarse, akin to two pieces of sandpaper scraping against each other. This had to be a system error. Yes, it must be a mistake. Clinging to what felt like the last lifeline, he frantically pointed at the screen and shouted at Mu Wanqing, "Teacher Mu, this is unjust. He cheated. How could a necromancer possibly achieve such a score? He must have exploited some sort of glitch." Yet, no one heeded his outburst. In the entire square, all eyes were fixed upon him. Their gazes were akin to those directed at a peculiar monkey. At that moment, a figure emerged from the light gate. Humming softly, it was Luo Tian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed. He appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes remained sharp. Upon stepping out, his first glance fell upon the score chart. When he beheld Lin Mu's despairingly stark score, even his icy demeanor flickered with a hint of surprise. He regarded Lin Mu with newfound seriousness, his eyes no longer filled with disdain, but rather with a gravity and hidden combativeness that had never been seen before. This necromancer was not merely a genius, he was a monster. Soon after, Lei Ming, Xiong Ziqing, and other top newcomers emerged from the secret realm in succession. Each one followed a similar pattern. First, they exuded confidence, then they became dazed upon seeing the score chart, and ultimately, they gazed at Lin Mu with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. The atmosphere in the square grew exceedingly eerie. Lu Hu's foolishness, amidst this profound silence filled with awe, became less awkward. He finally recognized the magnitude of his previous misjudgment in daring to provoke Lin Mu. The memory of his earlier words in the lounge, where he had brazenly declared before everyone, "If you can surpass me in this assessment, I, Lu Hu, will publicly bow and apologize," echoed in his mind like the most venomous curse. Just then, a voice of authority descended from above. The president of Shengjing Academy, a white-haired elder exuding an unfathomable aura, had appeared in the square. Beside him stood several esteemed elders of the academy, each radiating a palpable pressure that sent chills down the spine. Their gazes toward Lin Mu were filled with unabashed admiration and elation. The president's eyes swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Lu Hu, his brow furrowing slightly. "Young man, your words must carry weight. This is the foundation of one's character. The wager was set by you. Our Shengjing Academy does not entertain those who lack integrity." The elder's words struck Lu Hu like a thunderbolt, compelling him to fulfill the wager. In front of the entire faculty and student body, before all the top talents, he was to bow and apologize to the very necromancer he had scorned. Lu Hu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking under pressure. His body began to tremble violently, a manifestation of the fear and humiliation that surged from the depths of his soul. He lifted his head, casting a gaze toward Lin Mu that was almost pleading. However, Lin Mu merely stood there in silence. Thud! Lu Hu's legs buckled, and he collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. His eyes were vacant, and he mumbled incessantly, "It's over. All over." Just then, Audi, who had just emerged from the secret realm, witnessed Lu Hu kneeling and immediately followed suit. Lin Mu felt an urge to laugh and spoke casually. Lu Hu, Audi, right? You two can kneel, but no need to bow." He then calmly approached Mu Wanqing as if everything was inconsequential to him. "Teacher Mu, has the assessment concluded? I'm somewhat hungry. May I head to the dining hall?" This seemingly mundane statement struck like the loudest slap across Lu Hu's face. Ignored. This was the most thorough disregard. It became evident that he had never held Lin Mu in any esteem. Lu Hu felt a sweetness rising in his throat, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his anger causing a physical reaction. Chapter 45. Unprecedented Rewards. The president is incredible. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath as she looked at Lin Mu. A rare ripple of emotion crossed her usually composed features. "The assessment, of course, has concluded," she said, her voice tinged with an uncharacteristic dryness. "The president has something to announce. I will take you to the dining hall shortly." As the two conversed quietly, the president's imposing voice resonated like a great bell throughout the square. Today, Shengjing Academy witnesses the birth of history. The elder's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the crowd, finally settling on Lin Mu, unable to conceal the admiration and joy in his eyes. Student Lin Mu, with a score of 143,240, has shattered all historical records of the Void Secret Realm assessment at our academy. Such talent and strength are a blessing for our Huaxia and a fortune for the academy. The crowd erupted once more into thunderous applause and gasps of astonishment. The president's gaze shifted to the prostrate Lin Mu and Audi, his expression turning icy. As for you two, who provoked a fellow student and disrupted the assessment, your character is beneath contempt. Considering your talent, you are hereby stripped of your qualifications as students of the Tianzi Institute and relegated to the Huangzi Institute, pending further observation. Should there be any further offenses, you will face immediate expulsion. This decree was more painful than death for Lin Mu and Audi. They had plummeted from the heights of prestige to the depths of ridicule. Lin Mu's face turned ashen, and he fainted entirely. Once the president had addressed the matter, he appeared before Mu Wanqing and Lin Mu in a flash. He regarded Lin Mu with eyes as gentle as those of a doting grandfather. Child, you have performed excellently. You have broken the record set since the establishment of Shengjing Academy. I shall award you the following rewards. The white-haired president surveyed the crowd before continuing. First, the highest privileges of the Tianzi Institute, granting you unrestricted access to all dungeons affiliated with Shengjing Academy. Second, select 3 items of epic grade or lower from the Academy's treasury. Third, permanent residency rights to the independent courtyard, Yunjing, atop Tianzi Institute. Each reward made Li Ling, who was eavesdropping nearby, feel her heart race uncontrollably with envy, nearly causing her to stop breathing. This was no longer merely a reward. It was tantamount to crowning a prince. Lin Mu was equally astonished. These resources could facilitate a qualitative leap in his strength within a short period. The president was indeed impressive. He refrained from being overly modest and slightly bowed. Thank you, President. The president nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Mu Wanqing. Miss Mu, this child shall henceforth be under your personal supervision. Should he require an independent mentor, every member of the faculty shall be at his disposal, and even in retirement, I would summon them back to serve. The Academy will spare no resources and stop at nothing to cultivate him into a towering pillar of our future China. With that, the elder's figure vanished into thin air. In the exclusive private room atop the first restaurant of the Tianzi Academy, exquisite dishes were served in a continuous stream, all crafted from rare ingredients rich in energy. Lin Mu dined at a leisurely pace, his demeanor elegant. Opposite him, Mu Wanqing observed quietly, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. How on earth did you accomplish that? According to the points, you must have encountered a purifier. As for that elite leader-level void crystal beast, even I would find it impossible to resolve it in such a short time. Lin Mu set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Pure luck? He replied, the phrase still echoing in his mind. Mu Wanqing, upon hearing this, smiled, a radiant expression akin to an ice mountain melting, breathtaking in its ephemeral beauty. What splendid luck indeed. Lin Mu chose not to elaborate, and she refrained from pressing further. She then retrieved a pitch-black token intricately carved with elaborate patterns from her career space, along with a golden card, and placed them before Lin Mu. This is the access token for Guanyun residence, as well as your highest identification at Tianzi Academy. The card is the Academy's credit card, endowed with 1 million initial credits, specially allocated to you by the principal. Credits? Lin Mu inquired, intrigued, as he picked up the golden card. Indeed, Mu Wanqing explained. At Shengjing Academy, the new star coin is merely a base currency. The truly valuable items, such as entry to certain special instances, the exchange for rare skill books, or even the opportunity to receive personal guidance from legendary mentors, require the expenditure of credits. Credits are the true currency within the Academy. Of course, some of these may not hold much significance for you anymore, Lin Mu acknowledged with a nod, already familiar with such protocols. After their meal, Mu Wanqing personally escorted Lin Mu to the peak of Tianzi Academy. The Academy's Tianzi Institute, built against the mountains, housed an independent courtyard shrouded in thin mist. Quietly perched at the edge of a cliff, this place was named Guanyun Residence. The access token felt icy to the touch, bearing an inscription that symbolized the supreme status of the Tianzi Institute's chief. This spot offered the best view in the entire academy. Equipped with a private teleportation array connected to the main array, facilitating your comings and goings. Mu Wanqing's voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible concern, resonated in the cool night breeze. The rewards from the principal will be available for you to collect from the treasury tomorrow. Rest well tonight. Lin Mu nodded, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, deep and contemplative. He pushed open the heavy wooden door of Guanyun residence, and a breath of air, tenfold fresher than that outside, enveloped him, causing every pore in his body to relax. Inside the courtyard, small bridges and flowing water, along with exotic flowers and grasses, emitted a faint glow under the moonlight. This was no longer a dormitory, but a premier private sanctuary. Rather than resting immediately, Lin Mu walked to the observation deck at the cliff's edge. From this vantage point, he could gaze upon the vast expanse of the brilliantly illuminated Shengjing Academy, as well as the distant super city, lying in wait like a slumbering giant. Soul thief, 1,000 illusions, he murmured, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. The vendetta against his parents and the secret of his talent. All of it required absolute strength as its foundation. Shengjing Academy was the finest springboard for his ascent to greatness. As night deepened, Lin Mu sat on the observation deck, patiently awaiting the renewal of his abilities. Chapter 46, 9,000 Steel Skeleton Warriors, near hundredfold amplification. At the stroke of midnight, the moon hung high. Within Guanyin residence, Lin Mu sat cross-legged on the observation deck. The surrounding mist seemed to ebb and flow with his breath. Time swiftly passed 12 o'clock. Talent. Description of the modifier. Initial insights. Refresh. Lin Mu opened his eyes. Calmness in his gaze, though his heart raced silently. He directly accessed the career panel, focusing intently on resurrect skeletons. The detailed description appeared. Resurrect skeletons. Consumes 4505 mana to summon 900 steel-armored skeletons, armed with steel spears, from the void to fight for you. They move swiftly and deal high damage. Maximum quantity, 990. Lin Mu first altered the maximum quantity from 990 to 999, then spent skill points to elevate resurrect skeletons by 1 level, increasing the maximum quantity to 1,000. Finally, he modified the maximum quantity from 1,000 to 900. The panel's description transformed. Resurrect skeletons. Consumes 4505 mana to summon 900 steel skeleton warriors to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 9,000. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors. Fearsome indeed. This was no mere legion. It was a cataclysm capable of inundating a small city. Lin Mu forcefully suppressed his excitement and continued to examine the next skill. Resurrect skeleton archers. He applied the same method, modifying the maximum quantity from 10 to 90, changing the summoning from 10 to 90. The skill description blurred momentarily before reshaping. Resurrect skeleton archers. Consumes 425 mana to summon 90 skeleton artillerymen to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 90. 90 self-propelled skeleton artillery. The firepower coverage this provided was unimaginable for sweeping through instances. Next came Bonfang. Lin Mu observed the term swift and decided to make a significant alteration. He changed swiftly stabbing in a linear area to lightspeed stabbing in a linear area, altering lasting 3 minutes to lasting 9 minutes. Lin Mu directly checked the detailed description, confirming its accuracy. Bonfang. Consumes 9,008 mana to channel death energy, summoning 9,001 sharp teeth infected with corpse poison from the deep-buried remains of the dead. Striking at light speed in a linear area. Each Bonfang inflicts 7 physical damage and 9 poison damage per second, lasting for 9 minutes. Perfect. Light speed meant it was unavoidable, striking instantaneously, and the prolonged toxic damage lasting over 2 hours was sufficient to grind down any robust boss. Next was Grasp of Bones. He modified the damage from 905 points to 995 points. Lin Mu allocated his final skill points, raising it to level 6. Grasp of Bones. Consumes 35 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, gripping for 9 seconds before exploding, inflicting 1,000 points of physical damage within a radius of 907 meters. He then changed the damage from 1,000 points to 9,000 points. The modified version read, Grasp of Bones. Consumes 35 mana to summon a skeletal hand at a designated location, gripping for 9 seconds before exploding, inflicting 9,000 points of physical damage within a radius of 907 meters. A radius exceeding 90 meters, a 9-second strong control with an accompanying 9,000 points of area damage. Finally, he approached the most advantageous skill, Death Prayer. The detailed description awaited. Death Prayer. Consuming 120 mana, it invokes the ethereal whispers of the deceased surrounding the summoned entity, igniting its latent potential and enhancing its attack, defense, and speed by an astonishing 9,004. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The panel description was altered to reflect the changes. Death Prayer. Consuming 120 mana, it draws forth the whispers of the netherworld to envelop the summoned creature, augmenting its attack, defense, and speed by 90/04. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The attributes of the summoned creature are amplified 90-fold. The duration extends to over 2 hours. Lin Mu could almost envision his undead catastrophe sweeping the battlefield clean under such a tremendous enhancement. Striving to steady his racing thoughts, he turned his attention to his gear. First, he examined the Ring of Fearful Whispers. Gazing at the damage formula for Despairing Shriek, a bold idea flashed in Lin Mu's mind. Change the inflicted mental shock damage to a far greater value. The golden light on the ring suddenly blazed brilliantly. Ring of Fearful Whispers. Vitality, 5. Intelligence, 5. Special Effect 1. Aura of Fear, Upon wearing, instills fear in all hostile targets within a 90-meter radius. Special effect 2. Despairing Shriek. Activates at will, consuming 100 mana, unleashing a piercing shriek imbued with boundless despair. Inflicting mental shock damage upon all enemies within a conical area ahead, with a 99 chance of causing a 5-second state of confusion. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Transforming addition into multiplication. With his current intelligence of 66 points, the theoretical damage of this strike would reach a staggering figure. After amending his old equipment, Lin Mu turned his focus to the purple cloak that dropped from the Void Crystal Beast. Cloak of the Void. Defense, 50. 60. Vitality, 10. Agility, 12. Special effect, Void Isolation. Upon equipping, reduces physical damage taken by 12. Recognizing the potential for greatness, Lin Mu resolved to modify the damage reduction to an astonishing 99. The description transformed. Cloak of the Void. Defense, 50. 60. Vitality, 10. Agility, 12. Special effect, Void Isolation. Upon equipping, reduces physical damage taken by 99. Near immunity to physical damage. The only unfortunate aspect was his current level not being sufficient. Having completed these modifications, Lin Mu allocated his new attribute points to intelligence and vitality. Name, Lin Mu. Profession, necromancer. Level, LV 17. Experience points, 19, 433.49. 000 health points, 570 mana points, 710 strength, 7 agility, 19 intelligence, 71 vitality, 57 free attribute points, 0 skill points, 0. The night passed in silence. The following morning, a ray of golden sunlight pierced through the mist at the mountain's peak, cascading into the courtyard of the cloud viewing abode. Just as Lin Mu rose, a subtle disturbance emanated from the courtyard's barrier array. It was Mu Wanqing. Today, she donned a sharp black uniform that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, lending her an air of intellect and coolness. In the prime of her life, she retained her charm. How did you rest in this new place? Mu Wanqing inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu. Very well, he nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, she turned and led the way. I shall take you to the Academy's treasury. Chapter 47. The Eccentric Old Man and 3 Pieces of Trash. Mu Wanqing guided Lin Mu through several heavily guarded checkpoints. Each checkpoint was manned by at least 2 professionals of the 2nd tier or higher, with rigorous inspections. Lin Mu silently marveled at the stringent security of what was reputed to be the foremost academy in Huaxia. Eventually, they arrived at an ancient structure nestled within a tranquil bamboo grove. Rather than a mere building, it resembled a cave seamlessly integrated into the mountainside. The entrance, forged from brass, stood tall at over 10 meters, its surface smooth and gleaming. A disheveled old man, clad in tattered clothing and appearing as though he had just emerged from slumber, was dozing against a stone lion by the doorway, a glimmer of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. Old son, Mu Wanqing greeted him with a slight bow, her voice soft and respectful, as if wary of disturbing his dreams. The old man did not stir, merely grunting indistinctly through his nostrils before dismissively waving his hand. Another newcomer here for rewards? You know the rules, girl. Let him in to pick his items, and after that, be off. Do not disturb my nap. As he spoke, he turned over, presenting his back to them. Mu Wanqing displayed a wry smile of resignation, clearly accustomed to the eccentricities of Old Sunday. However, Lin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. This seemingly unkempt old man exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, his presence undetectable. There was only one possibility. The old man's strength far surpassed his comprehension. He was a true master of the highest caliber. Lin Mu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Student Lin Mu pays his respects to Old Sunday. Only then did the old man lazily open one eye, his murky gaze sweeping over Lin Mu before settling on Mu Wanqing. So you are the lad who caused such a ruckus in the secret realm? The Principal's direct order allows you to select any 3 items below the epic level. Mu Wanqing nodded, understanding. I see. You may enter now. Old Sun yawned, casually tapping the heavy brass door. The massive door creaked open silently. She stepped aside, whispering to Lin Mu. Old Sun is the guardian of the Academy's treasury. His temperament can be quite peculiar. Do not take offense. The treasury is divided into 4 zones. A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the legendary, epic, rare, and fine tiers of items. The principal has permitted you to select 3 items from the epic tier in Zone B. As for Zone A's legendary items, well, that requires a monumental contribution to the Academy. Lin Mu nodded, comprehending the gravity of the opportunity. His attention was wholly captured by the prospect of selecting 3 items from the epic tier. Epic grade, orange equipment. This represented the pinnacle of gear accessible to most practitioners on Blue Star. Items of the golden legendary grade above were even scarcer. He successfully cleared the Wailing Cavern with the highest accolades, and the item he acquired, the Ring of Fearful Whispers, is but one of many treasures. The pinnacle of mythical equipment is indeed rare, revered as a cherished legacy among formidable factions. Presently, he stands at level LV-17, with the goal of selecting some orange epic gear that can be equipped around level 20. Weapons take precedence. Although the Withered Wood Staff has been modified by him to possess nearly 100% mana cost reduction, rendering it a veritable artifact, its singular effect is rather limiting. An epic staff capable of serving as a superior alternative, once enhanced by his talents, would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, he contemplates acquiring armor or accessories that would either compensate for his weaknesses or harmoniously integrate with his existing skill set. Old son, shall we proceed? Mu Wanqing softly uttered once more. The elderly man remained unresponsive, merely emitting a louder snore, as if he had transcended to realms beyond. With a resigned shake of her head, Mu Wanqing gestured for Lin Mu to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Mu stepped through the heavy bronze door. What lay beyond was a revelation. Instead of the storeroom he had envisioned, he was greeted by an expansive starry sky. Countless items, each emanating a spectrum of hues, floated gracefully in the air, revolving slowly like celestial bodies. Weapons, armor, scrolls, and gems, all were a dazzling spectacle. A grand display indeed, Lin Mu silently praised. For this was the essence of a top-tier academy. This was Zone B, where all epic items resided. Here, you may sense their basic information, but to discern their detailed attributes, you must make physical contact. Remember, you have only 3 choices. Once you pick up an item, it cannot be exchanged, Mu Wanqing explained. Her tone tinged with pride. Lin Mu nodded, closing his eyes as he expanded his perception. Countless item details flooded his mind. Flame Dragon Breath Staff slightly enhances the power of fire spells. Thunder Hammer has a 15 chance to summon lightning upon attack, causing paralysis. Shadow Piercing Dagger allows attacks to partially ignore armor. These pieces were indeed commendable. Yet, Lin Mu's aim was precise. He sought a staff of moderate level with immense potential for modification. Soon, his attention was captured by a staff suspended in the corner, crafted entirely from pale white bones. Its apex was adorned with a hazy gray orb, emanating a faint aura of death, rendering it inconspicuous among epic gear. Bone Staff. Lin Mu reached out and grasped it. A more detailed panel materialized instantly. Bone Staff. Attack, 120 to 150. Intelligence, 25. Special Effect 1. Reduces mana cost by 14 when casting skills. Special Effect 2. Increases the initial health and defense of all bone summons by 10. This was the one. Lin Mu hesitated not at all. Are you certain? Mu Wanqing's voice carried a note of confusion. Though this staff is epic and possesses 2 effects, both are rather modest, and the early game benefits are not significant. It would be better to select a staff with a higher single effect enhancement. She presumed Lin Mu was dazzled by the term epic, opting for something that appeared to lack substance. I am certain, Lin Mu replied calmly. What attracted him were indeed those so-called inferior effects. This was tailor-made for his modification aspirations. Observing Lin Mu's steadfastness, Mu Wanqing refrained from further commentary, although her bewilderment deepened. Next, Lin Mu approached the area designated for skill books. He quickly identified his second target, a necromancer-specific skill book. Upon its pages, a shield rune, radiating a ghostly gray light, pulsed gently. All skill books in the blue star bore only names, devoid of descriptions. Skill book, Shield of Bones. Although its rarity was merely classified as uncommon, Lin Mu intuitively grasped its strategic value post-modification. To endure is to output more effectively. Without hesitation, he secured it. An unimposing staff, a purely defensive skill book. Mu Wanqing scrutinized Lin Mu's selections, her brow furrowing. She found herself increasingly perplexed by this youth. His choices starkly diverged from the conventional pursuit of damage characteristic of adventurers. Lastly, Lin Mu lingered in the accessories section for a considerable time. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an ancient-looking silver ring, set with a fractured blue gem, appearing somewhat incomplete. Fragmented Spatial Ring. Agility, 15. Special Effect, Instant Teleportation, consumes 80 of maximum mana, allowing instant transport to a designated location within a 12-meter radius. Usable once per day. A skill for evasion. Lin Mu's heart raced. This was a life-saving technique. Though its cost was substantial and conditions stringent, in a critical moment, it represented a second chance at life. A simple modification on his part, and, Teacher Mu, I have made my selections. Lin Mu returned to Mu Wanqing, clutching the 3 items. Observing the trio in his hands, her expression was a tempest of complexity. An immensely potential, yet initially feeble staff, a purely defensive skill, and a costly teleportation ring. none of which significantly enhanced destructive power. What was his true intention? The pair exited the treasury. Old Sun remained reclined against the stone lion, napping as if he had never moved. Finished with your selections? He inquired lazily, not bothering to lift his eyelids. Yes, Old Sun, Mu Wanqing replied respectfully. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over Lin Mu and the items he held. Interesting choices, he remarked with a cryptic chuckle. His voice gravelly. Young man, your path stretches further than all of theirs. With that, he closed his eyes once more, snoring resumed. Lin Mu felt a sudden jolt within. It seemed Old Sun possessed insights beyond ordinary perception. Mu Wanqing was equally stunned. She had never heard Old Sun bestow such high praise upon any student. We shall take our leave. Lin Mu collected himself, bowing once more to Old Sun before turning to depart. Upon returning to the viewing cloud residence, Lin Mu bid farewell to Mu Wanqing and promptly shut the courtyard gate. Eagerly, he arranged his 3 prized acquisitions before him, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. A new set of toys had arrived. Now, it was time to witness the miraculous transformations. Chapter 48, Triple Modification, Perception Gone Awry. The courtyard door was firmly shut, isolating him from external prying. Lin Mu could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he neatly laid out the 3 pieces of equipment on the stone table of the observation platform. Skill book, Shield of Bones. Still 3 levels short. He set it aside. Skills could not be learned, and talents could not modify it either. His gaze subsequently fell upon the staff, crafted entirely from stark white bones. The bone staff boasted an attack power of 120 to 150 and an intelligence attribute of 25. Its special effects included a reduction of 14 mana consumption when casting skills and an enhancement of 10 to the initial health and defense of all bone-based summons. This was truly a perfect fit for him, a superior alternative to the withered wood staff. A satisfied smile graced Lin Mu's lips. While the dual effects may seem ostentatious to others, for him, they represented an exquisite potential for enhancement. Without hesitation, he activated his talent, modifying the mana reduction to 94 and elevating the initial health and defense boost to 90. The gray gem embedded in the staff suddenly radiated an intense brilliance as both modification commands took effect simultaneously. Bone Staff. Attack, 120 to 150. Intelligence, 25. Special Effect 1. Reduces mana consumption by 94 when casting skills. Special Effect 2. Increases initial health and defense of all bone-based summons by 90. Excellent. Once the daily usage resets tomorrow, he would be able to maximize its potential. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction and stowed the staff away, turning his attention to the spatial ring he had eagerly anticipated. The fragmented spatial ring. Agility, 15. Special Effect, Spatial Blink. Consumes 80 mana to teleport instantly to a designated location within a radius of 12 meters. Usable only once per day. The mana consumption, teleportation range, and usage frequency, each aspect beckon modification. However, he could only select 2 more significant changes. This time, he intended to aim high. A wild thought suddenly ignited in his mind. What if he modified the radius from 12 meters to 12 miles? And what if he changed the usage limit from once per day to an astounding number of times per day? Lin Mu furrowed his brow. The description on the ring became momentarily blurred, but the first modification was partially successful. The exaggerated range had been successfully altered to 12 miles. Nearly 6 kilometers of teleportation, far more convenient than any mode of transport. However, the modification of the usage frequency had failed. The term extreme had not been successfully imprinted. Could it be that in the current language and mathematical framework of Blue Star, extreme was merely a concept, not a concrete, recognizable unit of measure? Even on Earth, these ancient units varied in their basis throughout different eras. Pondering this, he resumed his attempts. Load. Failure. Right. Failure. Stream. Ditch. Harvest. Ji. Guide. Jing. Zhao. Lin Mu systematically tested various units of immense quantity from his memory, yet none succeeded. It appeared that the modifications of this talent must adhere to a certain underlying logic prevalent in this world. Contemplating, he ultimately relinquished such fanciful aspirations. Very well. A more pragmatic approach would suffice. Lin Mu felt no regret as he altered the usage from once per day to an astonishing billion times per day. This time, the blue gem on the ring erupted with a dazzling radiance. Following the blurriness of the description, the modification had finally succeeded. The fragmented spatial ring. Agility, 15. Special Effect, Spatial Blink. Consumes 80 mana to teleport instantly to a designated location within a radius of 12 miles. Usable a billion times per day. Success. Lin Mu gazed at the newly crafted description, his heart racing. Teleporting a billion times in a day was akin to having unlimited uses. Who on earth would be that idle? Feeling the vast spatial fluctuations emanating from the ring, An entirely new idea instantaneously opened up in his mind. How had he not thought of modifying units before? The silent blackstone necklace has a perception range of 99 meters. Without hesitation, Lin Mu removed the necklace. The silent blackstone necklace. Constitution, 2. Special effect. Increases perception range by 99 meters. He resolved to change the perception range from an increase of 99 meters to an increase of 99 miles. To his anticipation, the necklace's description transformed as desired. The silent blackstone necklace. Constitution, 2. Special effect. Increases perception range by 99 miles. Immediately after the modification, Lin Mu donned the necklace around his neck. The perception range instantaneously expanded. 99 miles, approximately 50 kilometers. It would take half an hour to drive that distance at high speed. Lin Mu did not consciously control the direction of his perception. The range spread out circularly, quickly enveloping the entirety of Shungjing Academy. It continued to expand until it reached a portion of Shungjing's urban area. At the very moment Lin Mu's perception extended, several powerful auras erupted within the academy, even alarming the city's defense department. Who dares to create chaos in Shungjing Academy? A thunderous voice roared, reverberating from the direction of the administrative building, causing the mists before the observation deck to swirl tumultuously. Realizing he had stirred up trouble, Lin Mu promptly retracted his perception. The next second, two figures tore through space, appearing successively in the courtyard of the observation pavilion, encircling Lin Mu. At the forefront stood the enigmatic white-haired principal, accompanied by the disheveled old man, Sun Lao, who was supposed to be dozing at the treasury's entrance. At this moment, Sun Lao exhibited none of his earlier languor. His murky old eyes sparkled with intensity, akin to invisible swords poised to dissect Lin Mu. Was that spiritual perception you're doing? Before Lin Mu could speak, the white-haired principal interjected. Had it not been for Sun Lao shielding you from that mental onslaught, you might very well be lying here now. The two seemed not to be there to confront Lin Mu. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Mu's brow as he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sun Lao, for your intervention, and thank you, Principal Bai, for your protection. It was the oversight of the student. You, Lin Mu, my name is Zhou Pingxia. Not some Principal Bai. Zhou Pingxia exclaimed, his white hair bristling with indignation, his words stumbling over one another. Ha, little Zhou, today is your day of reckoning. Lin Mu chuckled. You're quite to my liking. Would you be interested in following me? After jokingly chastising Zhou Pingxia, Sun Lao extended an olive branch to Lin Mu, clearly indicating his desire to take him as a disciple. Zhou Pingxia was taken aback and quickly urged, Lin Mu, you should accept. However, Lin Mu pretended not to hear. Accustomed to a carefree existence, he was unaccustomed to constraints. Sun Lao, your good intentions are appreciated. You, Lin Mu, do you realize how many geniuses have sought to be taken in by Sun Lao over the years? Yet, you so readily refuse. Zhou Pingxia's anger flared once more. Enough. Enough. This young man has his own path to tread. We cannot force him. Since there is nothing more to be done here, I shall return to my duties. Sun Lao concluded, vanishing as abruptly as he had arrived. Chapter 49. Sun Lao is even more formidable than the principal. With Sun Lao gone, Zhou Pingxia fumed with indignation. Observing Lin Mu, there was a palpable sense of exasperation, as if he were a blacksmith lamenting the inadequacies of his apprentice. Do you have any idea? He began. Who was responsible for the mental assault that old Sun just shielded you from? Noticing Lin Mu's silence, he continued to elucidate. The commander of the Capital Defense Army, Zhao Wujing, a genuine pinnacle of the fourth transition, merely a step away from the fifth-tier saintly realm. His mental prowess resembles an impenetrable web, enveloping the entire city of Shungjing. Any malicious mental probing exceeding the third transition will be swiftly detected and eradicated by him. Zhou Pingxia's tone was grave. You were fortunate this time. Old Sun happened to be by your side and took a liking to your potential. Otherwise, you would likely be a cold corpse by now. I do not care what fortuitous encounters or secrets you possess, but you must remember this. Zhou Pingxia's gaze sharpened, seemingly piercing Lin Mu's very soul. Until you possess absolute strength, suppress all your ambitions and curiosity. The capital, Shungjing, is far more treacherous than you can imagine, concealing countless monstrous entities I dare not provoke. Yes, I understand, teacher. Lin Mu felt a chill in his heart and bowed deeply once more. He recognized that this was Zhou Pingxia's unique way of safeguarding him. What rank is Old Sun? He casually inquired after responding to Zhou Pingxia. Oh, Old Sun has reached the fifth transition. Wait, you little rascal, you're testing my patience. Lin Mu chuckled and gazed at Zhou Pingxia with a foolish grin, remaining silent. Enough, off you go. Zhou Pingxia waved his hand dismissively, reminiscent of shooing away a fly. Yet, as he turned to leave, the corners of his mouth betrayed a subtle smile. This lad was even more extraordinary and troublesome than he had anticipated. But he liked it. After bidding farewell to the principal, Guanyun residence once again descended into tranquility. Lin Mu sat at the stone table, contemplating Zhou Pingxia's words, his heart in turmoil. A pinnacle of the fourth transition, commander of the Capital Defense Army. This was merely one of the overt guardians of Xinjiang. How many profound and unfathomable beings like Old Sun lurked in the shadows. Fortunately, I am not entangled in the fear-inducing whispering rings or the debilitating fear aura. I have underestimated the practitioners of Blue Star. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient strength. Lin Mu murmured softly, his resolve strengthening. He opened his profession panel, staring at his LV-17 status, aware that he needed LV-20 to learn the bone shield and higher levels to equip epic gear. An unprecedented sense of urgency washed over him. He must level up swiftly. The credit mall. Lin Mu recalled the golden card Mu Wanqing had given him. With a thought, a virtual exchange interface unfolded before him. A dazzling array of goods, from equipment and skill books to rare materials and special potions, was at his fingertips. He typed experience into the search bar. Soon, a particular item captivated his attention, the Wisdom Enlightenment Potion. Effect: upon consumption, enter a state of Wisdom Enlightenment, enhancing all experience gained from monster kills by 200 for the next 3 hours. Exchange price: 680,000 credits. Lin Mu inhaled sharply. Truly a rare resource. The increase may be modest, yet ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to acquire even with Nova coins. The principal's special allocation of 1 million credits barely sufficed to purchase a single vial. This was outright extortion. Yet, he could not deny that the potion's allure was immense. 3 hours of quadrupled experience would save him a considerable amount of tedious grinding time. I'll buy it, he declared, though his heart ached at the expense. Yet, it was worth it. Lin Mu closed the mall interface without a moment's hesitation. Time was his most precious resource. As long as he could elevate his strength swiftly, every investment was justified. With only a few days remaining before the new students officially commenced classes, he refused to squander this valuable window of opportunity. Lin Mu picked up his communicator and dialed Mu Wanqing's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Mu, is there something you need? Mu Wanqing's voice remained cool and aloof. Teacher Mu, I would like to inquire if there are any dungeons within the academy suitable for my current level that allow for rapid experience acquisition. Lin Mu got straight to the point. After a moment of silence on the other end, Mu Wanqing seemed to be sifting through information quickly. Yes, the academy controls numerous dungeons, among which 3 resource-based dungeons are exclusively accessible to our students: the Core of Lava, Storm Cliff, and Abyssal Hunting Grounds. The monsters in these dungeons range from LV-15 to LV-25, making them quite suitable for your current stage. However, Mu Wanqing's tone shifted. Entry into the dungeons requires payment in credits or Nova coins, and they are often swarming with upperclassmen forming teams to farm materials, which may lead to some unnecessary complications. In an instant, Lin Mu grasped her underlying message. It was merely a matter of monster snatching and territorial disputes. I understand, he acknowledged, formulating a plan in his mind. Thank you, Teacher Mu. You're welcome. Mu Wanqing paused before adding, by the way, according to the principal's special permission, all dungeons affiliated with the academy are open to you free of charge. Just present the Guanyun residence access permit. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, feel free to contact me. Ending the call, a faint smile graced Lin Mu's lips. Free privileges are, indeed, the most delightful treasures in the world. He promptly organized his equipment and departed Guanyun residence. At the entrance to the Abyssal Trial Grounds, the atmosphere was far more bustling than any dungeon entrance Lin Mu had previously visited. Before the massive teleportation portal, throngs of powerful upperclassmen flowed in and out. Some recruiting teammates, others peddling materials freshly harvested from the dungeons. Lin Mu's arrival went largely unnoticed. At LV-17, he was merely an average presence in this crowd. He made his way directly to the registration desk at the dungeon entrance. However, before he could approach, a group of burly upperclassmen, clearly not to be trifled with, obstructed his path. Leading them was a bald, muscular man, a LV-22 heavy-armored shield guard. The gold chain around his neck was thicker than Lin Mu's thumb. He cast a sideways glance at Lin Mu, pointing his chin in his direction, his voice gruff. New here? Lin Mu nodded, remaining silent. Do you understand the rules? The bald man raised 3 fingers, waving them in front of Lin Mu. To enter the Abyssal Trial Grounds, it costs 300 credits or 30,000 Nova coins. Pay up, and my brothers will ensure your safety while you grind monsters inside. Otherwise, he flashed a toothy grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. His menacing gaze unmistakable. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. The complications that Mu Wanqing had forewarned about had arrived sooner than anticipated. He had no desire to engage in conversation with these roadblock thugs. Instead, he sidestepped them and approached the registration staff. Hello. I'd like to register for entry into the dungeon. The staff member responsible for registration glanced at Lin Mu, then at the imposing bald man beside him, his expression revealing his inner conflict. Student, this, Senior Taizhan and them. He trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Taizhan. Lin Mu turned towards the bald man. His gaze tranquil. Do I need to pay him? Well, that's not a rule of the academy. It's just. The staff member stammered, visibly anxious. Since it's not a rule. Lin Mu interrupted him, slowly retrieving a pitch-black, ancient token marked with a single character from his pocket. He casually placed it on the registration desk with a soft thud. The sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the staff member and everyone around them. This is. The staff member's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the token, his earlier hesitation and discomfort instantly replaced by sheer terror and reverence. Thud. To everyone's astonishment, the LV-20 staff member's legs buckled, and he slid off his chair. His voice trembled violently from extreme fear, almost breaking into sobs. I was blind. I didn't recognize the esteemed chief of the Tianzi Academy. At the mention of chief, the entire entrance area fell into a profound silence. All gazes froze in disbelief. You're a student as well? Lin Mu inquired of the staff member. Yes, the school has given me a work-study opportunity. I was wrong. I shouldn't have associated with them. Please, chief, don't report me. I will certainly reform. His words were filled with desperation, fully aware of Lin Mu's influence. The bald man, known as Taizhan, stood rigidly, his arrogance seemingly encased in ice, his gaze fixated on the token, his mind blank. Tianzi Academy, number 1, Guanyin residence, chief? The one who shattered the academy's record for entrance assessments, with a score of 140,000, the unparalleled prodigy? Gulp. Taizhan swallowed hard. A chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. He recalled the scene from the square yesterday, where Lu Hu was publicly stripped of his qualifications from Tianzi Academy, so enraged that he fainted from blood loss. The terrifying chill enveloped him instantly. Lin Mu retrieved the token, indifferent to these parasites. Such individuals exist everywhere, and this premier academy of Huaxia is no exception. Bang! He kicked Taizhan over. Turning to the nearly fainting staff member, he said nonchalantly, Now, may I enter? Why yes. Please, chief. The staff member scrambled to his feet. Personally opening the priority entrance for Lin Mu, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Lin Mu stepped toward the portal emanating a faint glow. Throughout, he remained unfazed. Leaving behind a group of students turned to stone, Taizhan lay on the ground, trembling violently. What calamity had he brought upon himself, provoking a freshman of such formidable stature? In a flash of light, Lin Mu vanished into the portal. He took out a vial of Wisdom Enlightenment Elixir and began to modify it. Wisdom Enlightenment Elixir. Effect. Upon consumption, enter the Wisdom Enlightenment state. Within the next 3 hours, all experience gained from defeating monsters is increased by 200. Change within the next 3 hours to within the next 100 million hours. Change experience increased by 200 to experience increased by 900. Buzz. The vial of blue elixir in Lin Mu's hand erupted with radiant brilliance. The vial trembled violently. The originally clear blue liquid within transformed into a profound azure. Moments later, the brilliance receded. The vial regained its calm, but the liquid inside had completely altered. Wisdom Enlightenment Elixir. Effect. Upon consumption, enter the Wisdom Enlightenment state. Within the next 100 million hours, all experience gained from defeating monsters is increased by 900. Lin Mu gazed at the new description, his heart racing. 100 million hours, which translates to over 11,000 years. This was no mere time-limited buff, it was a permanent passive talent. Without hesitation, Lin Mu raised the vial and drank this extraordinary elixir in one gulp. Indeed, quite potent. Burp. Opening his profession panel. The upper left corner displayed his current status, Wisdom Enlightenment state. Experience gain efficiency increased by 900. Remaining time, 99,999,999 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Lin Mu stared at the string of nines, forcibly suppressing his overwhelming joy. Inside the dungeon. Cold, damp, oppressive. This was the first impression the abyssal hunting grounds left on him. The sky was a dark crimson, resembling congealed blood. The ground was riddled with ravines, twisted, fleshy vines visible everywhere. The air was filled with faint, indistinct growls and whispers that incessantly penetrated his eardrums. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings, his expression blank. He raised his withered wood staff and gently struck it downwards. Awaken, my skeletal army. Boom. The entire ground trembled at that moment. Centered around Lin Mu, a frenzied expansion radiated outward. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless steel skeleton warriors erupted from the earth, clad in heavy steel armor, wielding sharp steel spears. Their eye sockets flickered with ghostly flames. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors. A true torrent of steel. Instantly, They filled every inch of ground around Lin Mu. The clashing of metal rang incessantly. Soon after, 90 skeletal artillerymen silently appeared behind the military formation. They uniformly positioned their cannon barrels, the dark mouths exuding the scent of death. Feel despair, Lin Mu softly chanted, summoning gusts of chilling wind around him. Death's prayer. An invisible melody of death swept across the battlefield. The aura of the 9,090 skeletal warriors surged dramatically. Attack, defense, speed, all attributes increased by 9004. A terrifying amplification of 91 times. Lin Mu immediately checked the attributes of the enhanced skeletons. Steel Skeleton Warrior. Health, 9527, 9527. Attack, 507780, 535080. Defense, 463190. Skeletal Artilleryman. Health, 680, 680. Attack, 666120, 776867. Defense, 20020. By the heavens, a skeletal warrior standing here would likely be unmovable even for a boss. Lin Mu issued his command. Go forth. Reduce this place to rubble. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors charged forward. They transformed into 9,000 rushing phantoms, sweeping across the entire abyssal hunting grounds. Soon, the first wave of abyssal monsters appeared in the path of the Skeleton Legion's charge. There were over a dozen level 20 abyssal hellhounds. However, these formidable canine monstrosities, which posed significant challenges to adventurers, appeared as fragile as paper before the reinforced skeletal warriors, whose attacks soared to over 500,000. With a swift thrust of a steel spear, the abyssal hellhounds were pierced in an instant, dissolving into a swirling cloud of dark mist. You have slain an abyssal hellhound. Experience gained, 2,000. You have slain an abyssal hellhound. Experience gained, 2,000. You have slain. Lin Mu's experience bar surged at an astonishing pace, escalating rapidly. With just a single wave of contact, his level jumped from LV-17 to a direct ascent to LV-18. The necromancer Lin Mu has risen to LV-18. Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal artillerymen adjusted their cannons, unleashing relentless bombardment upon the densely clustered monsters. Each shell that fell obliterated a swath of ground, resulting in a substantial influx of experience points. The necromancer Lin Mu ascended to LV-19. The necromancer Lin Mu ascended to LV-20. In less than 20 minutes, he had surged 3 levels. This extraordinary rate of advancement would surely incite existential crises among all adventurers across Blue Star if it were to be revealed. Lin Mu, unbothered by the need for personal command, issued a vague directive to clear the map, then leisurely perched himself upon a clean, withered log, observing as his experience bar skyrocketed. Chapter 51. This place is reserved for me. In the depths of the abyssal hunting grounds, in another region, a robust young man wielding a massive shield braced himself at the forefront of the team. Captain, be cautious. The acid of the abyssal worm is highly corrosive. His shield was already pockmarked and emitting wisps of smoke. Behind him, a serene girl with short hair, possessing a striking appearance, calmly directed the operation. Ding Huahua, a level 23 frost archer, was the captain of this elite squad. Xiao Wu, fall back half a step. Its attack is imminent. No sooner had Ding Huahua spoken than the abyssal worm opened its gaping maw, spewing a torrent of thick green acid. The robust young man, Xiao Wu, promptly followed the command, narrowly evading the assault. The other 2 team members, an assassin and an elemental mage, seized the opportunity to unleash their damage. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished this level 22 elite monster. Phew, I'm exhausted. Xiao Wu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The monsters in the abyssal hunting grounds were far more troublesome than the information indicated. Ding Huahua frowned, about to speak when a violent tremor rippled through the ground without warning. Following that was a cacophony of explosions reminiscent of 1,000 thunders. The sound was continuous, echoing as if an army was bombarding the earth with heavy artillery. What in the world is that noise? Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping up from the ground. His face ashen. An earthquake? No, it's combat. What level of battle could produce such a commotion? The assassin and the mage in the team wore identical expressions of horror as they gazed towards the source of the sound. The dark red sky in that direction flickered ominously with the flashes of artillery fire. Could it be that a dungeon anomaly had spawned a calamity-level boss? The assassin's voice quivered. Silence. Conceal your presence. Ding Huahua reacted swiftly, her voice sharp with unprecedented gravity. The energy waves sweeping towards them had far exceeded their comprehension. This is beyond our capacity to confront. Captain, we should flee. Activate the teleportation rune and get out of here. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with panic. No. Ding Huahua shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the distance. The commotion did not resemble the roar of a monster. Rather, it seemed more like a systematic barrage. Listen, aside from the explosions, there's another sound. As the group focused intently, they indeed discerned, amid the deafening artillery, a rhythmic sound akin to a metallic tide sweeping across the ground. That sound exuded an eerie, chilling discipline. Let us go and take a closer look. Ding Huohua made a bold decision. Everyone maintain a safe distance. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Captain, are you out of your mind? Xiao Wu gasped. Fortune favors the bold. Ding Huohua's eyes were resolute. What could create such a disturbance is either an immense crisis or an extraordinary opportunity. Under her insistence, the four-member team suppressed their presence and cautiously approached the source of the sound. The closer they got, the more their astonishment intensified. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred remains. Countless remnants of torn abyssal monsters littered their path, none remaining intact. At last, they ascended a towering cliff and gazed down. In the next moment, the four of them were frozen in place as if petrified. Their pupils dilated to the extreme in an instant. Their breath ceased entirely at that moment. Below the cliff lay a legion composed of endless iron skeletal frames, advancing across the plains with an unstoppable force. Thousands of heavily armored skeletal warriors formed battalions, shredding any abyssal creatures that dared to obstruct their path into fragments. Behind the legion, nearly 100 dark cannon muzzles were trained upon the distant sky, unleashing a devastating volley. Where the artillery struck, the earth trembled and the heavens shattered. This was no mere monster riot. It was an unrelenting, merciless massacre, a necromantic apocalypse. God, oh God, the necromantic apocalypse has invaded the dungeon. Captain, we must flee. Xiao Wu's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. The assassin and mage were equally pale, their bodies frozen with dread. Ding Huohua clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a gasp. She activated her eagle eye skill, peering through the torrent of steel, finally fixing her gaze at the rear of the undead legion. There, a slender figure lounged leisurely upon a decayed tree trunk, casually crossing his legs, exuding an air of ease as if the monumental war unfolding before him was of no concern to him, a mere pastime on a languid afternoon. Could it be him? Ding Huohua's mind buzzed, blinking out. The individual who had created a myth of 140,000 points during the assessment yesterday, hailed as the most extraordinary freshman at the academy. The necromancer Lin Mu. Just then, the youth seemed to have sensed their gaze. Slowly, he lifted his head. His eyes were calm and indifferent. Perceiving the distance of several kilometers with precision, his gaze fell squarely upon Ding Huohua and his companions. The four were struck as if by lightning, their bodies freezing in place. A profound sense of insignificance and dread, akin to being scrutinized by a deity, instantaneously seized their hearts. Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. He was not fond of having his self-training interrupted. Rising to his feet, he made no extraneous movements and spoke sincerely. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of the four atop the cliff. This area is under my purview. To avoid any unintended harm, you would do well to keep your distance. Chapter 52, The Shield of Bones, an anomaly in the instance. Upon receiving Lin Mu's warning, Ding Huohua and his group felt as if they had heard a divine decree. Go, quickly. Ding Huohua was the first to react, daring not to cast another glance at the youth. He grabbed the feeble Xiao Wu, and they dashed back the way they had come. After all, the high-level monsters in the instance could be dispatched by the skeleton legion with a single thrust or explosion, truly terrifying. Lin Mu paid little heed to the panicked retreat of the seniors. His attention had completely shifted to his character panel. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV20. Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, a warm current coursed through his body. He could now learn a new skill. From the professional space, he retrieved a rare skill book exchanged from the Academy's treasury. Skill book, Shield of Bones. Learning it, the pages transformed into specks of gray light, merging into his brow. Shield of Bones. Consumes 50 mana, summons 2 rotating bone shields around the body, with a 20 chance to block 50 of damage, shatters after absorbing 800 points of damage. With a flicker of thought, Lin Mu activated the skill. Before him, 2 shields composed of fragmented bones materialized, swirling in the air. The shields rotated slowly, their forms loose, with considerable gaps in their defenses. The displayed durability barely reached 800 points. This defensive capability was almost negligible. Lin Mu shook his head in disappointment, canceling the skill. He activated his innate ability once more to examine the deeper details. Shield of Bones. Consumes 50 mana. Using the power of death, condenses 2 shields from fragmented bones. Rotating around the body, with a 20 chance to block 50 of damage, shatters after absorbing 800 points of damage. Indeed, The crucial elements lay within the fragmented bones and the number 2. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he embarked on an imaginative transformation. He altered the skill from summoning 2 shields made of fragmented bones to summoning 2 shields composed of dragon bones. Then, he escalated it further to summon 9 shields forged from dragon bones. A buzzing sound resonated as the skill icon blurred violently, followed by a successful remolding. Shield of Bones consumes 225 mana, summons 9 rotating dragon bone shields around the body, blocking all damage and shattering after absorbing 900,000 points of damage. Lin Mu cast the skill once more. This time, it was no longer the 2 pitiful piles of fragmented bones. Instead, 9 smoothly polished bone shields glimmered with a soft luster, exuding a terrifying aura. They encircled Lin Mu in a flawless trajectory, providing 360-degree protection without any blind spots. The durability astonishingly displayed a staggering 900,000. The damage absorption still feels somewhat unsatisfactory, Lin Mu mused, stroking his chin, feeling a tinge of discontent. Never mind. I shall wait until tomorrow when my innate ability refreshes to explore other modifications. Having completed the adjustments to his new skill, he continued to leisurely reap the benefits. His experience points surged at an unprecedented rate. Soon, amidst the relentless advance of the Skeleton Legion, his level soared once more. Necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV 21. At last, he reached a pivotal moment. A dazzling light ignited in his eyes as he unhesitatingly replaced the staff that had accompanied him through countless wonders. The Withered Staff, with the epic bone staff. The staff felt warm in his grasp, a pure essence of death energy flooding through his arm. The mana reduction of 94 was inferior to the Withered Staff, but its core effect, boosting the initial health and defense of all bone summons by 90, was instantly effective. As Lin Mu unleashed a frenzy of slaughter upon the 9,090 skeletons in the hunting ground, their soul flames surged intensely. He promptly checked their attributes. Iron Skeleton Warrior, Health, 18, 101, Attack, 507, 780, Defense, 880, 061. Skeleton Cannon, Health, 1, 292, Attack, 666, 120, Defense, 38, 038. Over 800,000 in defense. This was no mere blood cow. It was a moving wall of lamentation. Bolstered by his new equipment and skills, Lin Mu's efficiency in exterminating monsters escalated dramatically. In less than an hour, the surface area of the abyssal hunting ground was nearly swept clean. All the high-level student teams encountered during this time, upon sensing the aura of necromantic catastrophe, retreated in terror, convinced that the instance had erupted into unprecedented chaos. Aside from Ding Huahua's squad, no one dared to fathom that these were the summons of their junior. However, it was precisely due to Lin Mu's relentless and almost excessive pace of slaughter that an unforeseen incident occurred, one he had never anticipated. A chilling notification echoed throughout the instance space. Warning: the surface ecosystem of the abyssal hunting ground has collapsed. Special instance mechanism activated. The underground region of the abyssal hunting ground will be activated ahead of schedule. It will connect with the surface region in 3 minutes. The instance level will rise to LV 35, significantly increasing the difficulty. This notification resonated not only within the instance, but also spread to all individuals at the entrance. In an instant, whether among the crowd in the plaza outside the instance or the staff at the registration desk, everyone was left in shock. What is happening? The instance leveled up? Goodness. I've been grinding here for 2 years and have never heard of an underground region in the abyssal hunting ground. Is it unstable like the newly arrived instances? We're doomed. We must run. Monsters are about to swarm out. A staff member responsible for registration turned pale, conjuring the most terrifying possibilities in his mind. He abruptly sprang from his seat, dialing a number with unprecedented speed. Quick, contact the Academy's higher-ups. Request assistance. The abyssal hunting ground instance has leveled up. A monster tide may occur. Immediate lockdown of the entrance is requested. Repeat. Immediate lockdown of the entrance is requested. Simultaneously, the students within the abyssal hunting ground, upon hearing the notification, swiftly shattered their teleportation talismans, vanishing in beams of white light. The entire abyssal hunting ground was left with only Lin Mu and his relentless necromantic disaster executing its extermination orders. Chapter 53. Oh, is this a bug? At the entrance, the teleportation portal erupted with a frenzy, spewing forth shadows of figures. One after another, senior students, their faces etched with terror and their clothing in disarray, rushed out, their eyes still reflecting a lingering panic. Ding Huahua, accompanied by her small team, was among the first to retreat. Her delicate face paled, a complex expression clouding her gaze as she stared at the still flickering portal, turmoil raging within her heart. Captain, We must leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. Xiao Wu's voice trembled as he echoed the evacuation announcement from behind. Yet, Ding Huahua remained motionless, her eyes frantically scanning the crowd, but she could not find that figure. Hasn't he come out? At that moment, several formidable presences approached. A number of academy inspectors, each a powerhouse of at least second advancement, arrived with urgency. Immediately seal the entrance. Activate the highest level of defensive array. The leader's voice was crisp and resolute as he issued commands. Count the number of evacuees. Account for the injured. A staff member quickly approached with a list, his face ashen. Most students had safely evacuated, but the new student from Tianzi Academy, Lin Mu, had not yet emerged. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lin Mu? The prodigy who topped the entrance examination. How could he still be inside? Has he lost his mind? This is catastrophic. If such a genius perishes within, it would be an immense loss for our academy. The inspection team leader's complexion turned ashen as he snatched the list, fixating on that name, LV-17. He is only at level 17. The dungeon at level 35 contains monsters that start at a minimum of level 30. There are elites and bosses. He cannot possibly survive. Veins bulged on the inspection team leader's forehead. They themselves were only around levels 25 to 30, let alone rescue him. They wouldn't even be able to handle the impending tide of monsters. The captain abruptly turned, shouting at his team behind him, "What are you still doing? Report immediately. Request emergency assistance from the higher-ups. Hurry." Ding Huahua stood amidst the crowd, shivering at the surrounding discussions. Rescue? In her mind, an uncontrollable image surged forth, the cataclysmic flood of 9,000 iron skeletons, the terrifying barrage of 90 cannons, and that boy leisurely perched on a withered tree branch. They are going to rescue him? No. Ding Huahua's temples throbbed slightly. A notion absurd to the extreme seized her reason. Perhaps it is the dungeon that needs rescuing? Captain? What's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Xiao Wu looked at her with concern. Ding Huahua snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously, unable to utter a word. Just then, a figure radiating coldness and authority swiftly approached the entrance, standing before the inspection team leader. It was Mu Wanqing, who had come upon hearing the news. Teacher Mu. The inspection team leader immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing her arrival. Mu Wanqing's gaze bypassed him, landing directly on the pulsating portal, a fleeting complexity flashing in her phoenix eyes. What is happening? Her voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Teacher, in the Abyss hunting grounds. An unknown anomaly has occurred. The underground area is activated, and the dungeon level has risen to LV-35. The inspection team leader reported urgently. New student Lin Mu from Tianzi Academy failed to evacuate in time and is currently trapped within the dungeon. We are preparing to report and request rescue. Rescue? Mu Wanqing repeated the words, a faint, inscrutable smile curling at the corners of her lips. That smile held a hint of strangeness, one she was not even aware of. There is no need. She spoke coolly. What? The inspection team leader was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Teacher, this is Lin Mu. He is a key student personally designated for cultivation by the principal. I said, there is no need. Mu Wanqing's voice suddenly turned frigid, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a third advancement powerhouse. Seal the entrance, evacuate the crowd, and then wait. The inspection team leader staggered back under the weight of her aura, his face drained of color, not daring to utter another word. The surrounding students fell silent under this overwhelming pressure, gazing at Mu Wanqing with incredulity. Wait for what? For that genius to be torn to shreds by the monsters surging from the depths? Just when everyone remained bewildered, the atmosphere heavy with dread, an anomaly occurred once more. The massive crystal screen beside the entrance, displaying the basic information of the dungeon, emitted a soft beep before suddenly refreshing. The information on the screen underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Dungeon name, Abyss Hunting Grounds. Underground dungeon level, LV-35 dungeon mode. Team challenge highest completion record. None. The dungeon mode has changed. It is no longer an open dungeon. A team challenge? How could this be? A team challenge mode requires at least 3 players to enter. Lin Mu is all alone inside. How can the dungeon make this determination? A senior student who had not left pointed at the screen. His words echoed the collective thoughts of all present. Teacher Mu. Could it be that he just happened to hit a bug? The inspection team leader turned slowly, casting a gaze filled with suspicion and plea toward Mu Wanqing. She did not respond, for she too was at a loss. Not to mention how Lin Mu could remain in a team dungeon alone. Even the notion of a dungeon upgrade was something she had merely heard of, just as uncertainty loomed at the entrance. The atmosphere charged with tension inside the Abyss hunting grounds. Lin Mu listened to the icy dungeon prompt, his brow furrowing slightly. The underground area activated early? The dungeon difficulty has increased? Instead of feeling any alarm, he sensed a thrill of excitement. Perfect, it's just the opportunity one need to grind for experience. He originally intended to steadily level up to 25, don the coveted teleportation ring, and pick up a job transfer quest at the temple. However, with the experience required for leveling increasing, he found himself growing somewhat bored. The dungeon upgrade was just the acceleration he needed. At that moment, another fresh prompt echoed. Abyss Hunting Grounds, Underground Challenge Team. LV21 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 0000112 current score. None. The representation of teammates caused Lin Mu's expression to turn peculiar. Team. Lin Mu was initially taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems I've hit a bug. I can enjoy grinding experience again. Just as he pondered the situation, the earth suddenly split open, revealing massive chasms that seemed bottomless. A viscous abyssal aura gushed forth like a geyser. Following this, massive, grotesque monsters crawled out from the fissures, roaring. Abyss Stalker Distortion, Ripper. Their numbers reached the hundreds, if not thousands. The intensity of the aura was far beyond the meager creatures that had previously lingered at the surface. Any elite squad of over 20 levels would have been obliterated on the spot. Yet, Lin Mu's expression remained unruffled. He couldn't even be bothered to rise from his seat. He merely snapped his fingers lightly. Engage. With this simple command, all 9,000 steel skeletal warriors, having long since sealed the rift, sprang into action. Boom. A newly emerged aberrant rift ripper, brandishing its razor-sharp claws, struck fiercely against the chest of a steel skeletal warrior. However, the anticipated scene of splintered bones did not materialize. The claws, capable of tearing apart tanks, met the skeletal warrior's formidable armor, bolstered by the white bone staff and death's prayer, which collectively granted an astonishing defense of 880,000. Instead, a crisp sound rang out, akin to metal clashing. A vivid red numeral slowly ascended from the skull warrior's head, -1. The aberrant rift ripper's scarlet eyes froze in disbelief. It even lowered its head in a human-like gesture to examine its painfully struck claws, engulfed in profound confusion. What happened to my immense damage? In the next instant, 9,000 glimmering steel spears, reminiscent of a forest of death, descended upon all the abyssal monsters that crawled forth from the depths, overwhelming them in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of spears piercing flesh resounded, a relentless barrage akin to a torrential downpour. These monsters, which would instill terror in the hearts of many outside, appeared as fragile as watermelons before the skeletal tide, each one punctured in a heartbeat. You have slain an abyssal observer. Experience gained, 3,000. You have slain an aberrant rifter. Experience gained, 3,200. The notification sounds flooded the screen. Lin Mu's experience bar surged at an even more terrifying rate than before. Necromancer Lin Mu has reached level 22. Necromancer Lin Mu has reached level 23. Necromancer Lin Mu has reached level 24. Leveling up was this effortlessly simple. Chapter 54, No More Instances. As time rewound to the entrance of the abyssal hunting grounds, all present bore witness as the instance updated with challenge information. Abyssal Hunting Grounds, Underground. Challenge Team, LV21 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 00002, current rating, none. What on earth is that? A keen-eyed student pointed at the peculiar string of question marks on the screen, his voice laced with bewilderment. There must be a bug. The crowd erupted into discussions, desperately attempting to rationalize this incomprehensible scene. Mu Wanqing's cold, phoenix-like eyes fixated on the screen, yet within her heart, tumultuous waves surged, while others remained oblivious. Did she not know? When Lin Mu entered, he was merely LV17. At that moment, the staff member responsible for recording student information in the abyssal hunting grounds, along with the patrol team, also realized that Lin Mu's level was no longer 17. The diligent student, trembling in disbelief, pointed at the LV21 displayed on the screen. Quick! Look! I saw him enter at LV17. The captain of the patrol team suddenly recalled the earlier list, his pupils constricting as he stared at the screen in shock. Indeed, he entered at level 17, and now he's at 21? How much time has passed? Are you certain you didn't make a mistake? A nearby student, unaware of the situation, exclaimed in sharp disbelief. I swear on my career, it's impossible to have misread. The staff member was nearly in tears. At that moment, the numbers on the screen jolted yet again without warning. Abyssal Hunting Grounds, Underground. Challenge Team, LV24 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 003114 current rating, none. He leveled up 3 more times. But why was there still no rating? The crowd erupted in even more horrified gasps. The entire entrance descended into chaos. This was no longer a prodigy, nor a freak of nature. This was a god of experience grinding. Mu Wanqing promptly informed Principal Zhou Pingxia. Then, stepping forward decisively, A chill and powerful aura enveloped the entire area. Silence. Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that quelled all noise. Seal the information. Everything that transpires here today must remain confidential. Anyone who disobeys will face expulsion. With her icy gaze sweeping over each individual, she commanded, "Patrol team, secure the entrance. No one is to approach without orders." "Understood, Teacher Mu." The patrol captain responded immediately, standing at attention. He glanced at Mu Wanqing, his heart racing in astonishment. After all, she had previously asserted that Lin Mu required no reinforcement. Now, he was indeed witnessing the birth of a legend. Inside the instance, necromancer Lin Mu has reached level 25. The sound of leveling up had become a monotonous clamor after hearing it for so long. Lin Mu stood up, instinctively patting his backside. He subconsciously lifted his foot, preparing to exit the instance. However, just as he stepped forward, he abruptly halted mid-motion. Oh right, Lin Mu suddenly remembered. The instance had leveled up. It seemed he could not exit now. He chuckled at his momentary lapse, finding humor in his oversight. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, he might as well relish the experience. LV-25 was just perfect. With a thought, the purple cloak that had dropped from the void crystal beast materialized in his hand. Void cloak. He equipped it immediately, the ethereal purple light draping over him. The cloak billowed gently without wind, endowing him with an air of enigmatic allure. At that moment, a massive boulder, propelled skyward by a skeletal artilleryman, disintegrated mid-air. A fragment the size of a basin, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, hurtled toward Lin Mu's back. He couldn't even be bothered to activate the bone shield, still inspecting his new cloak with keen interest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the rock, capable of shattering a car's windshield, collided with the cloak, yet it failed to create even a ripple. Instantly, it shattered into pieces. A ludicrous damage number slowly floated above Lin Mu's head, -1. Physical immunity achieved. Lin Mu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the effect he had desired. Following that, he donned the ancient, battered spatial ring on his finger, a chilling sensation coursing through him. A vast force of spatial energy instantaneously connected with his consciousness. A teleportation range of 6 kilometers, with opportunities for utilization exceeding 100 million times each day. This ring would become his most formidable asset for survival and his most enigmatic means of ambush. Once adorned with his new gear, Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings. His undead legion tirelessly executed the extermination orders. The advanced monsters surging forth from the fissures of the earth fell, like harvested wheat, one after another. Watching the numbers fluctuate from his vantage point grew tiresome. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Lin Mu's eyes. He resolved to venture to the front lines. With determination, he expanded his perception. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself at the edge of a vast, bottomless chasm. The ground beneath him trembled violently. The abyssal atmosphere, thick and inky, mingled with a potent scent of blood, assailed him. Abyssal creatures continuously crawled out from the depths of the chasm. His skeletal warriors formed an impenetrable line of defense, shredding to pieces any monsters attempting to breach the chasm. How long must this continue? There were no signs of a boss or even elite monsters. This new dungeon expedition lacked even the faintest strategy guide. Lost in thought, Lin Mu suddenly furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed something peculiar about the actions of his skeletons. As they dispatched their foes, they seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instinctively converging towards the chasm. Intriguing. Lin Mu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He activated the bone shield, extending his perception downward into the chasm. He then initiated several more teleportations, expending up to 80 of his mana, which replenished within a second each time. The bottom of the chasm was far more expansive than he had anticipated. It resembled a colossal underground cavern, and at its center, a heart larger than 100 meters in diameter pulsed slowly. Thump, thump. Each beat sent tremors through the space. Countless viscous abyssal energies erupted from the heart, coalescing in midair into grotesque monsters. This was the very source of the entire abyssal hunting ground, the subterranean realm. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the words that floated above the massive heart. Visible only to him, source of the abyss, continuously siphoning abyssal energy to sustain this realm and nurture powerful abyssal aberrations. So it was this heart that incessantly birthed monsters. Unless it was dealt with, escape from this dungeon would be impossible. Talent, manipulator, activated. Transform the ability to siphon abyssal energy into an inability to do so. Buzz. The source of the abyss trembled violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand, its beating abruptly ceasing. The surge of abyssal energy that had been pouring out instantly halted. Boom. Crack. Countless massive fissures spread from the ceiling of the underground cavern. The ground shook violently. Above the surface, the enormous chasm began to converge at a visible pace. Just then, the dungeon prompt resounded throughout the entire space. Warning. Energy supply from the source of the abyss interrupted. Underground invasion assessment failed. Structural collapse occurring in the abyssal hunting ground dungeon. Calculating final challenge score necromancer Lin Mu, single-handedly terminating the abyssal invasion. Comprehensive score assessed as SSS. Congratulations, practitioner Lin Mu, for establishing the unique completion record of the abyssal hunting ground dungeon. Practitioner Lin Mu receives unique rewards. Special item, fragment of the abyssal rules. Practitioner Lin Mu receives unique rewards. Skill book, Descent of the Abyss. As the prompt concluded, a gentle white light enveloped Lin Mu. Simultaneously, a shard of crystal, its surface flowing with ink-like patterns, and a gray-black skill book quietly appeared in his palm. Before Lin Mu could examine them closely, a powerful sensation of spatial tugging surged through him. The scene before him began to twist and shatter at an alarming rate. In the final moments before being transported away, a lightning-quick thought flashed through Lin Mu's mind. He seemed to have made a grave error. He had always believed that by merely guarding the fissures to farm monsters, an ultimate boss would eventually emerge, allowing him to command his undead army to deliver a fatal blow before departing in triumph. Yet, it appeared that this was not the correct approach for the dungeon at all. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The so-called abyssal invasion had likely not even begun. He surmised that the actual scenario should involve abyssal monsters pouring forth in large numbers from the fissures, swiftly occupying the original area of the abyssal hunting ground, including the subsequent emergence of elite monsters and the final boss. Only then would the dungeon fully materialize. However, Lin Mu recalled the steadfast skeletal army that had sealed off all exits of the chasms from the very beginning. His undead calamity had effectively stifled the monsters that should have quickly swarmed the ground, denying them even a moment to catch their breath. The so-called invasion had been strangled in its infancy, and he himself, relying on infinite teleportation, had bypassed all protocols and discovered the dungeon's main power source. Then, with a decisive flick, he had pulled the switch. This was not playing by the rules at all. So that was it. Lin Mu couldn't help but smile wryly, a bittersweet curve gracing his lips. He had single-handedly dismantled a newly emerged large-scale team dungeon. Chapter 55, Second Profession. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, Lin Mu found his footing. Instinctively, he squinted his eyes to adjust to the external light. Behind him, the enormous portal of the abyssal hunting ground flickered ominously. Crack! A massive fissure unexpectedly spread from the center of the portal. Soon after, a second and a third under the horrified gazes of all those at the entrance. The portal that had remained unchanged since its arrival began to disintegrate, inch by inch. Ultimately, with a dull thud, it shattered into a multitude of sparkling motes, dissipating into nothingness, accompanied by a violent distortion of the surrounding space, as if something had been forcibly erased from existence. The dungeon was gone. All that remained was a large screen frozen beside them. Abyssal hunting ground, underground. Challenging team. LV25 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 005132. Current score, SSS. The entire entrance area fell into an eerie silence once more. At that moment, everyone's minds collectively short-circuited. They gaped with wide eyes and agape mouths. Yet no sound emerged. They could only watch helplessly as the space transitioned from distortion back to tranquility. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the portal to the dungeon, which had stood resolutely in this place for many years, had indeed vanished. A soft gulp echoed, as though someone was struggling to swallow. This sound, akin to a thunderclap upon a tranquil lake, instantaneously ignited a frenzy among the crowd. The dungeon, has disappeared. Am I hallucinating? Someone please. Slap me. How could the dungeon simply cease to exist? He obliterated the dungeon. Waves of incredulous screams surged forth, threatening to tear the very ceiling asunder. The leader of the patrol team staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. His lips trembled as he pointed at Lin Mu, then at the vacant space. Utterly at a loss for words. You, what on earth did you do? Mu Wanqing hastened to Lin Mu's side, seizing his shoulders with such force that she herself was oblivious to her strength. Tell me, what transpired within? Her voice quivered with the intensity of her emotions. Lin Mu, slightly dizzy from her shaking, furrowed his brow and pried her hands away. He raised his palms in an expression of innocence. How would I know? I merely stabbed the exuberant heart at the bottom, and then it exploded. Perhaps the quality of this dungeon was subpar. His casual remark, though seemingly light, nearly caused those around him to spew blood. Subpar quality? Could you not conjure a more plausible excuse? If you don't wish to be flippant, then don't speak. Mu Wanqing fixated her gaze on Lin Mu's eyes, attempting to discern even the slightest trace of deceit. But there was none. In those profound orbs, only calmness and a hint of bewildered clarity resided. I am also a victim, you know. Mu Wanqing seemed to hear Lin Mu's unspoken thoughts. Yet she recognized the absurdity of this explanation. She simply could find no grounds for rebuttal, for the evidence had vanished. Just then, a commanding voice descended from above, laced with an undeniable urgency. Everyone, stand aside. The silver-haired principal, Zhou Pingxia, had appeared without notice, manifesting directly before Lin Mu. He bypassed the customary greetings from Mu Wanqing and the patrol team, fixing his aged gaze solely upon Lin Mu, his breath growing heavier. In a trembling voice, he inquired, Did you explode it? The word explode was imbued with profound significance. Lin Mu felt a chill run down his spine, but maintained his composure. Principal, the student does not comprehend your meaning. Zhou Pingxia, scrutinizing Lin Mu's inscrutable expression, suddenly chuckled. He began with a low laugh, his shoulders subtly shaking, which rapidly escalated into raucous laughter that echoed through the hall. Ha! Excellent. Truly a commendable quality. At last, our Shengjing Academy has produced a rascal capable of puncturing the heavens. The principal's laughter left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Was he mad? An important high-level dungeon had been obliterated, and one would expect an outburst of fury, yet here he was, reveling in joy. Mu Wanqing observed the seemingly deranged Zhou Pingxia, and her heart, previously racing from shock, oddly began to calm. It dawned on her. The loss of a dungeon was indeed a significant blow. However, a student capable of eradicating a dungeon held immeasurable value. As the laughter subsided, Zhou Pingxia cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, his authoritative voice resuming. The events of today shall remain the Academy's utmost secret. No one is to divulge this information. Those who do will face severe consequences. Externally, we shall declare that the abyssal hunting grounds experienced instability in the spatial node and collapsed naturally. Student Lin Mu risked his life to eradicate the core before the crisis erupted, preventing a greater catastrophe, and shall be credited with this accomplishment. This proclamation not only defined the incident, but also provided Lin Mu with the most impeccable excuse for his actions. The patrol leader and the surrounding teachers and students, though still filled with doubts, could only respond in respectful agreement. Their gazes towards Lin Mu had transformed from that of viewing a prodigy to beholding a divine talent. Zhou Pingxia waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse, before turning back to Lin Mu with an expression of profound admiration that could not conceal his inner excitement. Come with me, young man. In the principal's exclusive office, Zhou Pingxia personally brewed Lin Mu a cup of the finest Yunwu tea. Now speak freely. There are no outsiders present. The elder sat upon the sofa, his eyes ablaze with intensity. There's nothing to say. It was merely good fortune. Lin Mu sipped his tea, sticking to his narrative. Zhou Pingxia, upon hearing this, ceased to press further but cast a deep, penetrating gaze upon him. Good. What splendid luck. However, next time, if you prefer not to disclose, might you provide an alternative reason? He retrieved an object from his professional space and placed it before Lin Mu. It was a palm-sized metal token, shimmering with flecks of light. This is the Academy's inquiry token. With this token, you may pose 3 questions to any mentor within the Academy, including those retired old-timers. Zhou Pingxia added, of course, this includes Elder Sunday alternatively. You may use it to gain entry to the A-class treasure vault and select one legendary item. Lin Mu's pupils constricted. This reward surpassed any he had received previously. Principal, this take it. Zhou Pingxia's tone brooked no argument. I believe the value you will bring to the Academy and to China will far exceed this token. I have but one request. The principal's expression grew exceedingly grave. Until your wings are sufficiently developed to disregard all rules, please refrain from undertaking such earth-shattering endeavors. At the very least, do not let so many witnesses behold it. Lin Mu felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. The student understands. Upon leaving the principal's office, Lin Mu declined Mu Wanqing's offer to escort him back to Guanyin residence. He was eager to return to his own courtyard. Closing the door behind him, he exhaled a long breath and retrieved the 2 SSS-grade unique rewards he had just obtained, a dark gray skill book and a shard of crystal adorned with ink-like patterns. His gaze first fell upon the shard. A detailed description gradually materialized. Abyssal Rule Fragment, a crystal embodying the fragmented laws of a shattered world. Upon use, it grants abyssal affinity, enabling the use of abyssal skills. Lin Mu's heart raced. This was clearly a simplified version of a second profession. Chapter 56, Abyssal Dominion. The 9 Sovereigns. At this moment, Lin Mu recalled another unique reward, the skill book, Abyssal Descent. He immediately picked it up to examine it. Skill book, Abyssal Descent. Achieving 100 intelligence was manageable. He could allocate the attribute points gained from leveling up to meet the requirement directly. It appears that this enigmatic abyssal resonance necessitates the prior utilization of that fragment. Surely, abyssal affinity is superior to abyssal resonance, is it not? Lin Mu resolved to first attempt a modification of the fragment. The Abyssal Rule Fragment, a crystal embodying the shattered laws of a world. Upon usage, it grants abyssal affinity, enabling the employment of abyssal skills. He amended shattered world laws to damaged world laws. The inky patterns upon the Abyssal Rule Fragment momentarily blurred, followed by a swift reformation. Success! Lin Mu felt a surge of joy and pressed onward, altering damaged world laws to undamaged world laws. He had anticipated that such a modification to an item touching upon the laws might result in failure. However, he had underestimated the sheer force of his innate talents. The description of the Abyssal Rule Fragment once again grew indistinct, exhibiting a tumult more intense than any prior modification. Moments later, a brand new description materialized with clarity. Abyssal Rule Core, a crystal embodying the undamaged world laws. Upon usage, it grants abyssal domination, permitting the use of abyssal skills and providing the highest suppression and dominion over all abyssal-related targets. The instant the modification was completed, the once dull crystal erupted with a rich gray-black radiance. An aura of pure, ancient essence, suffused with the highest order of laws, burst forth. Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly as he promptly stored it in his professional space, sealing away its aura. Meanwhile, beyond the blue star, in a peculiar dimension rife with twisted temporal rifts, lay a realm of obliteration. A grand hall, constructed of immense obsidian, floated serenely at the center of this world. Within the hall, 9 colossal thrones encircled a profound vortex of energy. Just as Lin Mu completed the modification of the fragment, 9 indistinct yet terrifying figures upon the thrones coalesced almost simultaneously. "Surely you sensed it?" spoke one figure from a throne. Its form bore a close resemblance to that of a human female, yet its body was composed of countless twisted vines adorned with crimson blooms. Its voice carried an uncanny allure. "It is the breath of the source core." From another throne, a massive head engulfed in pale flames emitted a deep rumble. "Impossible. When the source core's progeny was lost to the traitor, we shattered it through our combined might. Its power of law has long been rendered feeble." A voice akin to the grinding of myriad blades resonated. The speaker was a being entirely composed of sharp crystals, each angle refracting strange light. But the fact remains that the unique essence of the abyssal laws has indeed manifested. Not only that, but the essence of those laws appeared even more complete. No, perfect. It was even purer than the source core progeny. A throne shrouded in endless shadow, revealing only 2 points of crimson light, spoke with disbelief. The entire hall was instantaneously enveloped in silence, save for the terrifying pressure radiating from the 9 sovereigns clashing in the space, creating numerous fissures. "Its master has changed." After a prolonged moment, the most imposing sovereign, who flickered in and out of visibility, finally spoke. Its voice seemed to echo from eons past, devoid of any emotion. "The mark we left within the source core has been utterly erased by an unknowable force. I am unable to pinpoint its new coordinates, only sensing a vague direction, which appears to be protected by a very peculiar set of laws." Upon hearing this, the remaining 8 sovereigns were struck with horror. "Are you suggesting that an unknown entity has usurped the foundations of the abyssal world?" The voice of the Vine Queen sharpened. "This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Dispatch abyssal apostles immediately, equipped with the Eye of Truth, at any cost, even at the risk of crossing star realms. We must retrieve the source core progeny and bring the soul of that thief before us." The Crystal Sovereign proposed with a murderous intent. "That is unwise." The Supreme Throne rejected the proposal. "Since the adversary can erase our marks, its power is unfathomable. Recklessly sending out apostles would only alert the serpent. What then shall we do? Shall we allow it to wield our abyssal authority? Let us send forth a beacon." The Supreme Throne spoke slowly. "Let it descend upon that star realm. Until we discern the true nature of that existence, we shall simply wait." The great abyssal world teetered on the brink of collapse, with rifts in space continuously spilling forth creatures. The immediate priority was to exploit these rifts to hasten the invasion of the world. If we cannot retrieve the source core progeny, we must continue our grand migration. Within the observation cloud, Lin Mu was, of course, unaware that his unintentional modification had stirred a terrifying tempest in another dimension. His focus was entirely captivated by the subtly radiant Abyssal Rule Fragment within his professional space. "Abyssal domination," he murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Use." With a mere thought, the fragment instantly flew from his professional space, hovering before him, and then transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging into his brow. Boom. It felt as though a mental bomb had detonated in Lin Mu's mind, rendering it momentarily blank. An endless darkness consumed him, as if he were plunging into an ocean devoid of time and space. Countless knowledge, laws, and mysteries of the abyss surged into his soul like a torrential flood. He witnessed the birth of a world. He observed the establishment of order from chaos and the evolution of myriad abyssal beings. He even beheld the 9 terrifying sovereigns seated upon their thrones. Unlike those who passively receive power, Lin Mu, in that moment, resembled an elevated observer, scrutinizing the very fabric of this world. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lin Mu abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze had deepened, as if harboring a shadowy starry sky within. Ding! You have utilized the Abyssal Rule Core. You have acquired the trait Abyss. You have activated the colored talent, Abyssal Domination. Lin Mu hastily opened his panel to review. Name, Lin Mu. Profession, necromancer. Level, LV25. Experience, 47630862000. Health, 570, 570. Mana, 710, 710. Strength, 7. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 71. Constitution, 57. Free attribute points, 40. Skill points, 8. Talent, description alterer. Initial glimpse of the path. Abyssal domination. You are a born lord of the abyss. You possess absolute tier suppression and dominion over all abyssal beings. You are immune to all negative effects of the abyss. How did I acquire 2 talents? Lin Mu's understanding of the world was once again refreshed, for he had never heard of anyone possessing 2 talents. The dominion of the abyss is undeniably tyrannical. In that realm, would I not ascend to divinity? Lin Mu felt an innate authority resonating deep within his soul, causing his heart to race. This transcended mere affinity. It was mastery. It was dominion. Yet, he was uncertain how to harness this power to tangibly enhance his combat prowess. Pondering this conundrum, Lin Mu redirected his gaze to the skill book that lay quietly in his professional space. Skill book, Abyssal Descent. Surely, I can learn Abyssal Dominion? Chapter 57, an unconventional skill, preparing for the second advancement. Without hesitation, Lin Mu allocated 35 attribute points to intelligence, while the remaining 5 were added to constitution. His intelligence had now surpassed the century mark. After completing this allocation, he turned his attention once more to the skill book that exuded a shadowy aura. Learning. The skill book transformed into a stream of dark energy, instantly merging with his third eye. Ding. Successfully learned skill, Abyssal Descent. A brand new power system, distinct from necromancy, quietly took root within the depths of his soul. Abyssal Descent consumes all mana to open a portal to the abyss, randomly guiding abyssal creatures to permanently descend based on the mana invested and the intensity of connection to the abyssal realm. Cooldown time, 240 hours. Lin Mu's eyelids twitched violently. Permanent descent. This was no mere summoning spell. It was akin to acquiring a perpetual bodyguard. However, the cooldown period of 10 days felt rather excessive. He immediately activated his talent, and a more detailed description materialized before him. Abyssal Descent consumes all mana to activate 1s abyssal energy, opening a gateway to the abyssal realm, randomly guiding abyssal creatures to permanently descend. The level range and loyalty of the creatures are determined by the mana invested and the intensity of connection to the abyss. Cooldown time, 240 hours. Lin Mu comprehended the description with clarity. Loyalty is dictated by the intensity of connection, and with his abyssal dominion, he need not worry about loyalty. He simply needed to consider how to raise his mana cap in the future. Without hesitation, he initiated 2 modifications. He adjusted the cooldown time from 240 hours to 200 hours, then from 200 hours to 100 hours. The gray light on the skill icon flickered intensely before finally stabilizing. Abyssal Descent consumes all mana to open a portal to the abyss, randomly guiding abyssal creatures to permanently descend based on the mana invested and the intensity of connection to the abyss. Cooldown time, 100 hours. 100 hours, which equates to just over 4 days. Though still lengthy, it was acceptable given the permanence of the summoning. Lin Mu suppressed the urge to immediately open a portal to the abyss in the courtyard, unsure of the commotion this skill might incite. A first attempt in a dungeon would be far more prudent. By now, midnight had passed. Lin Mu decided to accept the second advancement quest the following day. If it was anything like the last time, his talent would upgrade again upon class change. He resolved to modify all skills and equipment afterward to avoid any wastage. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu ceased to dwell on it and retired to his room for rest. The next morning, Lin Mu proceeded directly to Principal Zhou Pingxia's office. You again, you rascal? Zhou Pingxia leisurely sipped his Yunwu tea. Upon seeing Lin Mu, he raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with annoyance. Have you come to your senses and decided to apprentice under Old Sun? Or perhaps you fancy one of those ancient fellows and wish to utilize a Taoist token? Principal, you jest. Lin Mu respectfully bowed and got straight to the point. I have come to request my second-class advancement. Oh, Zhou Pingxia's interest piqued, and he set down his teacup. Good news. You are now at level 25. It is indeed time for your second advancement. We have our own temple at the back mountain. You can take the quest yourself. Why come to me? A hint of well-placed hesitation appeared on Lin Mu's face. You see, Principal, my situation is somewhat special. The commotion during my class change might be, well, rather substantial. Commotion? Zhou Pingxia chuckled at his demeanor, stroking his beard. How substantial could it possibly be? Are you going to demolish the temple? Not quite. Lin Mu shook his head earnestly. During my first advancement in Shilin City, the phenomenon attracted the attention of the entire city, causing quite a stir. In the end, it was Uncle Fan, the mayor of Shilin City, who intervened to quell the situation. As he spoke, he observed Zhou Pingxia's expression. I worry that creating such a disturbance in Shengjing might not end well. If it poses a problem, I shall return to Shilin City to complete the advancement before coming back. The office fell into a profound silence. Zhou Pingxia's hand, which held the teacup, froze mid-air. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented astonishment and exhilaration, attracting the attention of the entire city. He abruptly set down his teacup and appeared before Lin Mu in a flash, his old eyes wide with intensity, fixating on him. Young man, clarify what you mean by an event that influences the entire city. That was extraordinarily spectacular. People thronging, red flags waving, drums echoing, firecrackers blasting. Lin Mu succinctly recounted the tale of the earth-shattering black whirlwind. Upon finishing, Zhou Pingxia not only showed no concern but erupted into a thunderous laugh, slapping his thigh in delight. Ha! Excellent. Good lad. I knew you were no ordinary talent. To make the entire city aware of a mere class change. He regarded Lin Mu with an appreciative gaze that nearly overflowed. A little commotion is nothing. A genius should act like a genius. Go forth without fear. With a grand gesture, Zhou Pingxia proclaimed, do not worry about a single word of dissent. With me in Shengjing Academy, who dares to utter a peep? Our temple is of far superior quality than that shabby place in Shilin City. Make as much ruckus as you wish. Go and accept the quest. I shall personally oversee you. With Zhou Pingxia's assurance, Lin Mu finally felt at ease. He promptly rose and exited the principal's office, making his way to the academy's temple. Chapter 58. A nap comes with a pillow. Under Zhou Pingxia's expectant gaze for some excitement, Lin Mu departed the office. Traversing several tranquil, tree-lined paths, he soon arrived before a magnificent structure nestled in the back mountain of the academy. This was the Shengjing Academy's temple. Unlike the somewhat antiquated temple in Shilin City, the edifice before him was constructed entirely from a special stone that emitted a gentle white light. Except for doors and windows, the entire structure was seamless, appearing as if it were naturally formed. At the entrance of the temple stood two 10-meter-tall stone statues, vividly lifelike, exuding a chilling aura of authority. Lin Mu could even sense the terrifying energy contained within the two statues, potent enough to obliterate a third-tier professional in an instant. Truly, it was a testament to the grandeur of the foremost academy in Huaxia, with even the temple exuding such magnificence. Lin Mu silently praised as he stepped into the hall. The interior of the temple was vast and solemn. Above, the dome was adorned with intricate celestial patterns. At the center of the hall stood a job transfer altar, silently awaiting its purpose. Beside the altar stood a young woman clad in a pristine priestess robe. She was tall, with breathtaking beauty and an ethereal demeanor that radiated an air of cold aloofness. Her indifferent gaze flicked over Lin Mu the moment he entered, merely glancing at his level before returning to its previous calm. Second tier? Her ruby lips parted, her voice as cold and clear as jade. Indeed, Lin Mu nodded, unfazed by her demeanor. He was accustomed to letting his strength speak for itself. Place your hand upon the altar. The priestess spoke sparingly, gesturing toward the black altar. Lin Mu complied without hesitation. As his palm made contact with the frigid surface of the altar, a familiar dark radiance enveloped him once more. Necromancer Lin Mu has met the requirements for second-tier advancement. Please select a job transfer direction. 1. Necromancer. It was the same solitary option. Lin Mu was no stranger to this, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently declared, I choose Necromancer. Necromancer Lin Mu has selected the job transfer direction, Necromancer, generating exclusive job transfer task. This time, the altar remained silent for a longer duration than before. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered across the previously indifferent countenance of the white-robed priestess. She had never witnessed a student's job transfer task requiring such an extensive generation time. Finally, after a minute of silence, the notification for the task was belatedly announced. Lin Mu's exclusive job transfer task. Collect the following exclusive items: Sawtooth Bee King's Stinger, the hard horn of the Crimson Blood Deer, and the bark of the ancient tree leader. The exclusive job transfer task has been issued. Please complete it within 3 days and return to the temple to submit the task in order to complete the transfer. Lin Mu furrowed his brows tightly. What on earth is this? He rummaged through the original owner's memories and combined them with his own experiences since crossing over. Yet he had no recollection of these 3 items. The white-robed priestess observed the confusion on Lin Mu's face, mistakenly assuming he was concerned about the difficulty of the task like other individuals seeking job transfers. Lin Mu withdrew his hand, nodded slightly to the priestess, and turned to leave the temple. On the way, he promptly dialed Mu Wanqing's number. Teacher Mu, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Speak. Mu Wanqing's voice remained as efficient as ever. Lin Mu recited the 3 peculiar item names verbatim. On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence lasting several seconds. Lin Mu. Mu Wanqing's tone carried a hint of bewilderment. I have never heard of these 3 items either. What? However, Mu Wanqing's voice suddenly rose in pitch. The Sawtooth Bee King, the Crimson Blood Deer, and the Ancient Tree Leader are the final bosses of 3 level 40 dungeons, the Hive Maze, the Blood Maple Forest, and the Ancestral Forest, respectively. Moreover, all 3 dungeons require a minimum of a 5-person team to enter. What on earth is wrong with the temple altar? How could it assign you such a high-level task? Lin Mu felt a wave of difficulty wash over him. While he could handle the 3 level 40 team dungeons alone, he wouldn't even be able to enter the dungeons by himself. Clearly, he needed to find several trustworthy individuals to form a team. A few faces flashed through Lin Mu's mind. Su Xiaoxiao? No. She was alone and he had no idea where she was. Even if she came, he would still need to gather more people. What about Ling Shui from the Frosted Plains? They had enough members and had witnessed his true combat prowess. However, Lin Mu was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with the prestigious Ling family behind her. He loathed complications. It seemed he would have to seek Mu Wanqing's assistance in selecting a few reliable students from the Tianzi Academy. A plan began to form in Lin Mu's mind. Teacher Mu, I'm going to have a meal first. I'll think more about this matter, he assured Mu Wanqing before ending the call and heading towards the dining hall. Even if the sky were to fall, one must first satiate their hunger. As he reached the entrance of the dining hall, a voice filled with surprise and reverence resounded beside him. Lin, Chief. It's good to see you again. Lin Mu turned to see a tall girl with short hair, her features strikingly elegant, standing there anxiously. Behind her stood a shield warrior, an assassin, and an elemental mage. The 4 gazed at Lin Mu with an intensity filled with admiration and nervousness, akin to that of devoted fans encountering their idol. Is there something you need? Lin Mu, possessing a sharp memory, immediately recognized them as the senior students he had glimpsed from afar in the Abyss hunting grounds. And no, nothing. Ding Huahua quickly waved her hands, her cheeks flushing. We just wanted to greet you. The shield warrior, Xiao Wu, fidgeted nervously, a hearty smile on his face. Chief, last time in the Abyss hunting grounds. You were truly magnificent, commanding the troops and strategizing. Incredible. Lin Mu chuckled inwardly, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, an idea flickered through his mind. Perhaps they would be a suitable choice? These individuals had witnessed a glimpse of his necromantic prowess and were filled with awe. They would likely harbor no ill intentions. Moreover, they appeared to possess decent strength, having weathered their share of challenges. Do you 4 have any tasks at the moment? Lin Mu suddenly inquired. Huh. Ding Huahua blinked in surprise before quickly replying. And no, we just completed an academy commission and we're about to rest for a couple of days. Her heart raced, sensing that a tremendous opportunity was extending its hand towards her. I have a task here that requires a few people to join me in a dungeon. Lin Mu's tone was as calm as if he were merely requesting assistance to gather equipment. I wonder if you're interested? Chapter 59. Are we just here to fill numbers? Absolutely. Ding Huahua responded without a second thought, fearing Lin Mu might change his mind. The chance to enter a dungeon with this legendary prodigy was an opportunity sought by many. Furthermore, they had witnessed Lin Mu's prowess firsthand. Forget merely filling numbers. They would willingly serve as cannon fodder if it meant joining him. Chief, it is our honor to team up with you. Wherever you say to go, we will follow. Xiao Wu exclaimed, thumping his chest in excitement. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. Lin Mu observed their exuberance and poured a splash of cold water on their enthusiasm. My task is a bit special. Listen first, then decide whether to join us. He paused momentarily, speaking in a tone that conveyed an undeniable truth. The mission objectives, the Hive Labyrinth, the Blood Maple Forest, and the Ancestral Grove. We must conquer these 3 dungeons within a single day. In an instant, the smile on Ding Huahua's face froze, while Xiao Wu's large hand, resembling a fan, became motionless in midair. The other 2 team members were rendered completely speechless, as if time itself had been halted. Chief. Ding Huahua stammered, her lips quivering, her voice altered in pitch. Did you just say? Which 3 dungeons? She doubted her own hearing. Lin Mu observed their expressions, akin to those who had seen a ghost, and patiently reiterated, the Hive Labyrinth, the Blood Maple Forest, and the Ancestral Grove. Boom. The minds of Ding Huohua and her companions buzzed, plunging into a void of disbelief. This was madness. This world had to be insane. Those were 3 level 40 team dungeons. Any creature from within could effortlessly pin their small team to the ground and grind them repeatedly. And their chief was insisting that they complete all 3 dungeons in a single day? Chief, you must be joking? Xiao Wu's voice quivered with an edge of desperation. He felt as if his entire worldview had been shattered, reconstructed, and then shattered again in mere seconds. Do I appear to be jesting? Lin Mu's gaze remained unperturbed. That tranquility held a greater impact than any expression could convey. The 4 of them stared at him, finally realizing he was utterly serious. A tremor, born from the depths of their souls, surged through their bodies. This was no mere audacity. Ding Huohua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves of her heart. She gazed at Lin Mu's composed and refined visage, and an incredibly reckless thought seized her reason. Perhaps following him could truly lead to witnessing a miracle? After all, this was the man who had obliterated a level 35 dungeon. We shall do it. Ding Huohua clenched her teeth, casting a glance at the other 3, articulating each word with deliberation. Flames of audacity flickered in her eyes. Hear her out. The faces of Xiao Wu, the assassin, and the elemental mage turned ashen as they looked at their captain. Their lips moved, yet no words emerged. Do you understand what you're saying, Captain? Those are 3 level 40 team dungeons. Completing them in a single day? This is no mere gamble. It's akin to leaping into an abyss with eyes closed, taking the entire team with you. Lin Mu observed their drastically different reactions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He appreciated Ding Huohua's decisiveness. Excellent. He nodded, his tone remaining unaltered. Since you have made your decision, let us first have a meal. My treat. With that, he turned and strode towards the restaurant's entrance. Ding Huohua took a deep breath, forcing down the thunderous drumming of her heart. She silenced Xiao Wu, who was about to voice a protest, with a look. Let us go. She gritted her teeth and followed him. Inside the private dining room of the Tianzi Academy, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. The exquisite dishes emitted tantalizing aromas, yet Ding Huohua and her team felt as if they were sitting on needles, too anxious to touch their chopsticks. They sat rigidly at the table, their backs straight, stealing glances at the youth across from them, who was leisurely sipping hot congee. Each time their eyes met, it felt as though they were pricked by invisible needles, causing them to quickly avert their gaze. The only sounds were Lin Mu's calm eating and the increasingly labored breathing of the 4. Allow me to introduce myself. Lin Mu finally spoke, breaking the oppressive silence. His voice shattered the stillness but only intensified their anxiety. Ding Huohua straightened her posture, as if under the scrutiny of an officer, her voice crisp yet laced with nervousness. Reporting to the chief. I am Ding Huohua from the Tianzi Academy, 2 years your junior. Level 23, class, Frost Archer. Specializing in ranged physical damage and ice-based crowd control. I am Wu Tai, known as Xiao Wu. The towering shield warrior Wu Tai stood abruptly, his back straight. His voice boomed, yet tremors betrayed his nervousness. Level 23, class, Giant Shield Guardian. My shield is very sturdy. The previously silent assassin rose, slightly bowing. Shadow, level 23. Class, Phantom Assassin, responsible for reconnaissance and harvesting within the team. His voice was hoarse and succinct, embodying the mystery of his profession. Lastly, the timid elemental mage spoke up. I am Lan Yu, level 23, class, Water Elementalist, capable of providing healing and group shields. Lin Mu listened attentively, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, each sound resonating like a heartbeat in Ding Huohua's chest. I do not require you to fight. Lin Mu's words slowly descended like a heavy weight, causing their hearts to plummet. However, his next statement rendered their minds utterly blank. I only need you to assist me in entering the dungeon. The words dripped with utter disdain, yet carried an air of inherent authority. The color drained from Ding Huohua's face. In the eyes of this chief, their team, which could be considered elite among ordinary students, lacked even the qualification to be his allies. Their sole purpose was merely to meet the minimum entry requirement for the dungeon. Chief, we understand. Ding Huohua suppressed the bitterness and shock within, nodding earnestly. From now on, we will be your tools. Wherever you point, we will stand, without question. Excellent. Lin Mu was pleased with her understanding. He rose, scanning each of their faces. Let us set forth. The first target, the Hive Labyrinth. At the teleportation array of Shengjing Academy, when Lin Mu produced the insignia, symbolizing his status as the chief of the Tianzi Academy. The mentor guarding the array asked no further questions, immediately activating the special passage leading outside the city. As the light flashed, the next moment, the 5 of them found themselves atop a desolate teleportation node in a barren wasteland. The fierce wind whipped up yellow sand, making it difficult to see. After walking several kilometers, a massive yellowish light gate appeared before them. Occasionally, giant bees, comparable in size to vultures, buzzed in and out, emitting a chilling hum. This was the level 40 team dungeon, the Hive Labyrinth. Gulp. Wu Tai swallowed hard, gripping his giant shield so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Chief, are we really going in? Even standing at the entrance, the overwhelming pressure from the high-level dungeon nearly suffocated them. Lin Mu offered no reply. I have assembled the team. Let us venture into the dungeon. Chapter 60, a labyrinth? Let us dismantle it entirely. A flash of light enveloped them, and after a brief sensation of weightlessness, the five entered the beehive labyrinth. An eerie amalgamation of the sweet aroma of beeswax and the stench of decay assailed their nostrils. Instinctively, Ding Huahua and her companions turned pale, holding their breaths. They realized they found themselves within a cavern of immense proportions, resembling a colossal beehive. The walls of the cave were a dark yellow, exhibiting a flawless hexagonal structure, layered and extending infinitely upwards and downwards, with no end in sight. Each exit of the honeycomb was unfathomably deep, sending chills down their spines. This, indeed, was the beehive labyrinth? Wu Tai's voice came out dry. He clutched the massive tower shield firmly in front of him, anxiously scanning their surroundings. Everyone be cautious. The monsters here, the worker bee sentinels, are adept at launching ambushes from any angle, and their hearing is exceptionally acute. Ding Huahua forced herself to remain calm, immediately taking on the role of captain. Ing's figure had already melded into the shadows. Lan Yu began to chant, preparing to cast a shield on the entire team. The four-member squad formed a tightly knit defensive formation, as if facing a formidable foe. However, their anticipated anxious leader appeared to be languidly stifling a yawn. Lin Mu surveyed the labyrinthine complexity of the vast maze, his brow slightly furrowed. What a bother, he muttered softly. Ding Huahua and her companions were momentarily taken aback, not comprehending his meaning. In the next instant, clarity dawned upon them. Awaken! Lin Mu's voice was gentle, yet seemed to carry an enchanting power. With a thunderous roar, a wave of deathly aura erupted from his core, originating from the depths of the underworld. The ground began to tremble violently. The once solid rocky floor cracked, as if it were soft earth. 1 hand, 10 hands, 100 hands. Pale bony hands emerged simultaneously from the fissures, gripping the ground. This is... Lan Yu's chant was abruptly interrupted as she stared in horror at the unfolding scene, nearly forgetting to breathe. Following this, a multitude of heavily armored skeleton warriors, wielding sharp steel spears, crawled forth from the earth. Their eye sockets flickered with ghostly flames, forming a silent yet organized line behind Lin Mu. 9,000 of them. A dense tide of steel instantly filled the enormous entrance cavern. There were so many that Ding Huahua and her companions had to cram into a small corner just to maintain their footing. Wu Tai gazed at the seemingly endless skeletal army before him, then glanced at the massive shield in his grasp, feeling it shrivel to the size of a mere biscuit. But that was not the end. 90 skeletal gunners, shouldering ominous black cannon barrels, silently emerged from the rear of the formation. They expertly positioned their cannons, adjusting their angles to target the dark openings deep within the maze. Cold and lethal, Ding Huahua's body trembled uncontrollably. Her composure and judgment shattered before this calamity of the undead. She finally understood that what she had witnessed in the abyssal hunting grounds was merely a fraction of their leader's true power. That was merely the tip of the iceberg. No, it didn't even qualify as that. It was akin to a single snowflake atop the iceberg. God! Ing stumbled out from the shadows. His once proud stealth skills now seemed a grand jest before such a densely packed army. Feel despair, Lin Mu murmured softly, invoking the death prayer. A hum filled the air. An invisible melody of death rippled outward, enveloping every skeleton. The breath of 9,090 undead surged dramatically. The murderous intent, capable of freezing souls, intensified nearly 100-fold. Ding Huahua and her companions felt an overwhelming oppressive force descend upon them, nearly suffocating them. They could scarcely stand, collapsing to the ground, their faces as pale as parchment. At that moment, a buzzing sound of flapping wings echoed from several distant openings. A dozen giant bee monsters, comparable in size to adults, emerged from within. Their crimson compound eyes immediately locked onto them. It's the worker bee sentinels. Level 38 elite monsters. Ding Huahua screamed in terror. Yet, Lin Mu merely cast a casual glance their way. Boom, boom, boom. Without needing a command, the 3 skeletal cannons autonomously adjusted their barrels. 3 fiery projectiles, glowing with embers, shot forth at astonishing speed. The dozen elite monsters, which Ding Huahua deemed insurmountable, barely had time to approach before being obliterated mid-air, reduced to mere bloody pulp. Instant kill. Ding Huahua and her companions stared, dumbfounded. Lin Mu surveyed the intricately woven labyrinth before him, and found no interest in exploring it piece by piece. He raised his hand, casually pointing straight ahead. Clear the obstructions. With that command, 9,000 skeletal warriors sprang into action. They did not choose to enter the honeycomb openings. Instead, they raised their steel spears, charging directly at the exceptionally thick rock wall. Rumbling tremors. The indestructible walls of the labyrinth crumbled before the terrifying might of the skeletal warriors. Fragile as tofu, a broad, straight passage wide enough for a dragon to gallop through was forcibly created. Debris and remnants of the honeycomb flew wildly to either side. This was no longer a dungeon raid. It was a brazen, unreasonable alteration of the very terrain. Lin Mu turned back to regard his four companions, who had completely lost their ability to think, resembling lifeless statues. Don't stray too far. Remember to collect any dropped equipment. Thus, the steel skeletal warriors forged ahead. The overly complex terrain was bombarded without mercy by the skeletal gunners. Ding Huahua and her companions were utterly numbed. They mechanically followed Lin Mu, struggling to maintain their balance amidst the thunderous roars and violent tremors. Initially, they attempted to discern their direction according to the strategy guide. Yet soon, despair washed over them as they realized that, before this leader, the map was but a worthless scrap of paper. For he did not walk where he desired to go. The path would automatically materialize. Captain, 30 meters to the right, there's a purple item. Ing's voice emerged from the shadows, tinged with barely contained excitement. Before he could finish, boom. A projectile accurately struck that location, obliterating a small group of defiant worker bee sentinels along with the honeycomb wall, turning them to dust. A shimmering purple gauntlet was hurled into the air amidst the explosion's aftermath. Wu Tai, quick on the uptake, dashed forward. Before the arm guard could touch the ground, it was deftly caught, and then, with an air of eagerness, it was dashed back, presented with both hands. Chapter 61. Talent should not be misused. Chief, look. Lin Mu glanced at the queen bee's grip, a level 40 purple equipment, its attributes quite impressive. You may divide it among yourselves. He spoke nonchalantly, as if the item, worth tens of thousands of new star coins, were merely a stone on the roadside. What? Wu Tai and the others were taken aback. This is far too valuable. Ding Huahua hastily waved his hands. Take it. Lin Mu's tone brooked no contradiction. This will serve as your remuneration, henceforth. Assist me in collecting equipment. With that singular sentence, the four instantly comprehended their role as mere tools. They cast aside their pretenses, gratefully accepting the arm guard. Their reverence for Lin Mu deepening. His almost barbaric approach yielded astonishing efficiency. In less than half an hour, they had carved a straight thoroughfare through the outer regions of the hive maze. At that moment, the usually quiet Lan Yu, trailing at the back, suddenly exclaimed, Chief, look quickly. Following her pointed finger, Lin Mu beheld an area starkly different from the surrounding dark yellow rock walls. Uncovered beneath the wreckage of a massive hive that had been bombarded. It was a section adorned with walls shimmering with soft golden light, reminiscent of crystal. Behind the walls lay what appeared to be a completely sealed, independent space. It seems we have breached the dungeon? Wu Tai murmured, gazing at the crystalline wall. However, a spark of insight flickered in Ding Huahua's eyes. No, this should be a hidden area. The normal route would never have unveiled this. A thought ignited in Lin Mu's mind. Tear it down. He commanded the skeletal artillery behind him. 90 cannon barrels instantly pivoted, their dark openings aimed at the crystalline wall. A thunderous barrage erupted once more. Yet this time, the seemingly fragile crystal wall merely rippled under the assault, showing not a single crack. Curious, Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. He stepped forward and gently touched the icy wall. A line of text, visible only to him, gradually emerged. The sealed chamber of the Bee King. Constructed from the ancient Bee King's lifeblood before his demise, it contains powerful principles of life and space, rendering it immune to all conventional attacks. Immune to all attacks? Lin Mu's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Talent, description modifier, activate. Change constructed from his lifeblood to constructed from his feces. Modify constructed from his feces to constructed from his excrement. With the description now obscured, successful reconstruction. The text transformed into the sealed chamber of the Bee King. Constructed from the ancient Bee King's excrement before his demise, it exudes a potent stench and is exceedingly fragile. The luminescence of the crystal wall abruptly dimmed, then vanished entirely. The once smooth crystalline surface morphed into a wall made of excrement. A stench beyond description erupted. Ugh! Even Ding Huahua, known for her strong composure, found her stomach churning violently the moment the odor hit her, clutching the wall as she retched uncontrollably. Tears streaming down her face. My God, what manner of biochemical weapon is this? Wu Tai was even more exaggerated in his reaction. His usually jovial face turning a shade of deep crimson as he collapsed to the ground, simultaneously retching and fanning the air as if that could alleviate the noxious fumes. Shadow and Lin Mu fared no better, huddled in the farthest corner, their faces pallid, bodies trembling from the nausea. In that moment, a singular thought dominated the minds of the four. This chief, a being they revered as godlike, capable of summoning calamities with a mere snap of his fingers, possessed such unorthodox methods that struck at the very essence of their souls. This was more unbearable than death itself. Lin Mu grimaced in disgust, stepping back a couple of paces, waving his hand in front of his nose. He had not anticipated that his whimsical modification would yield such widespread lethal consequences. Why are you all standing there? He glanced at the 9,000 skeletal warriors still awaiting orders and commanded, tear it down. With a single directive, the iron tide surged forth once more. Ignoring the stench potent enough to fell a dragon, they marched in unison, raising their steel spears and launching a new charge against the now tainted wall of excrement. Bang, bang, bang. Under the bewildered and nauseated gazes of Ding Huahua and the others, a bizarre scene unfolded. One destined to be etched into the annals of Blue Star dungeon exploration history. 9,000 fierce skeletal warriors, expressionless, dismantling a wall of excrement. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Minutes later, the wall was entirely demolished, revealing a deep, dark opening before them. Contrary to their expectations of filth, a faint fragrance wafted from the entrance, starkly contrasting with the surrounding stench. Let us go? Lin Mu, holding his breath, took the lead, as if the preceding events bore no relation to him. Ding Huahua and the others, suppressing their discomfort, exchanged glances before gritting their teeth and following suit. Beyond the cave lay an extraordinary sight, a vast beehive chamber, its ceiling adorned with countless luminous crystals, glimmering brilliantly. At its center was a colossal throne made of golden crystal. Upon that throne lay a queen bee, her form exceeding 10 meters, shimmering in semi-translucent gold as if forged from the purest royal jelly. Though her life force had long since extinguished, her body remained intact, the patterns on her wings still vividly discernible. An aura of regal authority enveloped the entire chamber, undiminished even in death. Is this the ancient bee king? Ding Huahua gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. This was a legendary creature, a monarch-level being that had gone extinct at the onset of the great cataclysm due to monstrous invasions. Yet Lin Mu's gaze did not linger on the deceased queen, but rather was captivated by a light sphere gently floating before the throne. Within it was a thumb-sized object, perfectly hexagonal and crystalline, slowly rotating, emanating a soft glow as if containing the very life force of the hive itself. Lin Mu reached out and grasped it in his hand. However, just as he prepared to activate his talent to inspect it, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A piercing buzz, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, erupted from the depths of the hive maze without warning. The sound carried an overwhelming fury and violence. The entire dungeon commenced to tremble violently. A chilling notification echoed in the ears of the 5 adventurers. Warning, the boss, the serrated queen bee, has entered a state of rage due to the desecration of its royal sarcophagus by an unknown force. In this furious state, the serrated queen bee's attributes surged by 200, and it would actively pursue the intruders. Ding Huahua's complexion paled dramatically, turning as white as snow. This is it, we've provoked the boss. However, a flicker of impatience crossed Lin Mu's face. TSK, I hadn't even sought you out, and yet you come to me willingly. Chapter 62. Queen Bee, don't come again next time. The hearts of Ding Huahua and her companions felt as though they might leap from their throats at the deafening, earth-shattering buzz. The entire hive maze quaked in tumult. Crystalline stones rained down from above, as if the very structure might collapse at any moment. Lin Mu extended his senses, penetrating the depths of the cavern, encompassing the rapidly approaching ferocious aura. Within his perception, there loomed a creature of colossal proportions, far larger than the ancient bee king. Its body encased in menacing bone armor, with a tail stinger reminiscent of a siege crossbow, a terrifying entity hurtling towards them. Each beat of its wings conjured a tempest, accompanied by a sweet, overpowering scent. The serrated queen bee. It has ascended to the monarch level, equivalent to a level 50+ lord-class boss. Ding Huahua's keen eye skill detected the boss's level. Her voice twisted sharply, laced with sheer terror. Coupled with the state of rage, its attributes enhanced by 200. They understood that this was no longer a question of whether they could defeat it, but rather if they could emerge from a single blow with their bones intact. Enough noise, Lin Mu interjected, directing his gaze towards the hexagonal object, crystalline and translucent, resting in his palm. Hive core, the essence of the ancient bee king, possessing the power to communicate with and soothe the swarm, exerting a suppressive effect on the serrated queen bee. So, this trinket is known as the hive core. A suppressive effect? Lin Mu could not suppress a smile. Talent, modifier, activate. Change the suppressive effect on the serrated queen bee to a controlling effect. Boom. The hive core in his hand erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. Its brilliance eclipsed the glow of all the crystals within the chamber. An overwhelming will radiated from Lin Mu, expanding with thunderous force. Simultaneously, the frenzied serrated queen bee, charging towards them, suddenly froze. The surging fury within its crimson compound eyes receded like a tidal wave, replaced by an irresistible fear and submission emanating from its very bloodline. It halted, its massive form quaking in midair, emitting mournful cries, as if bowing before its newly anointed king. What is happening? Ding Huahua and her companions were utterly dumbfounded. The monarch-level boss, who had moments ago been a harbinger of destruction, suddenly appeared subdued. Even its rage state seemed to have dissipated. They could only attribute this bewildering turn of events to the object Lin Mu had just acquired. Come here. Lin Mu's voice was soft, yet it seemed to carry the weight of a commanding decree. The serrated queen bee obediently complied, retracting its menacing spines and cautiously folding its wings, resembling a contrite child. Step by step, it approached Lin Mu, and under the astonished gaze of Ding Huahua and her companions, it slowly lowered its proud, gigantic head. Good. Now, let us keep the noise down. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction, as though merely admonishing a disobedient pet. He extended his hand and gently tapped the serrated queen bee's iron-hard skull. Your stinger is impressive. I'll borrow it. The serrated queen bee emitted a low, mournful sound, as if pleading. Lin Mu's brow arched slightly. The controls stemming from the hive core surged once more. The serrated queen bee quivered violently, no longer daring to resist. It slowly turned around, and its formidable tail stinger, reminiscent of a siege crossbow, began to detach from its body at a visible pace. Thud. With a dull thud, the 3-meter-long stinger, glimmering with an eerie blue glow, fell to the ground, creating a shallow pit. With the loss of its stinger, the serrated queen bee's aura instantly waned. Excellent. Lin Mu stepped forward, collecting the stinger, still glistening with some viscous residue, into his inventory. Ding. Task item acquired. Serrated queen bee stinger. My task is complete. You may leave now. Lin Mu waved dismissively at the now listless serrated queen bee. It emitted a pitiful wail, as if granted amnesty, and promptly turned to escape from this place that had cast a dark shadow over its existence. Wait. Lin Mu's voice rang out once more. The serrated queen bee's body stiffened abruptly, nearly plummeting from the air in fright. Retrieve those pieces of equipment for me. Lin Mu pointed in several directions. Ding Huahua and her companions were left utterly speechless. At that moment, their worldview had not merely collapsed, it had been pulverized into dust, leaving not a trace behind. Employing a monarch-level boss as a mere errand runner? Was this even reasonable? They watched as the fearsome serrated queen bee dutifully gathered several pieces of equipment and scampered back to present them to Lin Mu before fleeing in a panic without looking back. In unison, for thoughts emerged, this world feels so foreign. Chief, didn't he contribute much? Ding Huahua murmured, her throat dry and parched. She was at a loss for the expression or words to confront the youth before her. It's time to go. Lin Mu stowed the equipment without casting a glance back. Next destination, Blood Maple Forest. Little bee, I shall return. With that parting remark, he turned and retraced his steps, leaving behind 4 bewildered companions, still grappling with their existential doubts, alongside the trembling serrated queen bee. As they exited the suffocating hive maze, Ding Huahua and her companions greedily inhaled the dry, liberating air of the Gobi Desert, as if reborn. Wu Tai plopped down onto the ground, staring vacantly at the now tranquil portal of the dungeon in the distance. Captain, were we just dreaming? He mumbled, his voice laden with disbelief. Ding Huahua remained silent, merely gazing at the additional piece of arm armor in her bag, emanating an enticing purple glow, a tangible reminder that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. Her heart had long since grown numb, from the initial shock to the subsequent horror, and now to a state of unsettling familiarity. No, she could never acclimatize to such a world-altering revelation. She had merely forced herself to accept a singular truth, that one could not apply any known logic or common sense to fathom the youth named Lin Mu. Wherever the chief commanded, they would follow. Ding Huahua's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. All they needed to do was keep pace and collect equipment. Ing and Lan Yu exchanged glances, each recognizing a profound agreement in the other's eyes. This might very well be the most correct yet reckless decision they had ever made in their lives. Lin Mu did not afford them much time for reflection. Once he confirmed that everyone had recovered, he set forth once more into the next dungeon. Their target, Blood Maple Forest. Chapter 63. Chief, I'm about to explode. Blood Maple Forest. This was a realm of breathtaking beauty, yet steeped in eeriness. The moment they stepped through the light portal, They were greeted by an endless expanse of blood-red maple trees. Every leaf glowed like congealed blood, swaying gently in the breeze without uttering a sound. The entire dungeon world was hauntingly silent. "Chief, be careful." Ding Huahua immediately assumed a defensive stance, her voice barely above a whisper. According to the data, the blood maple forest possessed a rather peculiar trait. All living beings that entered would have their life force continuously drained, nourishing the forest itself. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Tai let out a startled exclamation. "Holy cow, my health bar is dropping." Tiny numbers indicating damage began to appear incessantly above the heads of the four. Although the damage was slight, the relentless erosion of life would be enough to annihilate any team before they could locate the boss. Lin Mu promptly began to chant, enveloping the four in a water blue shield. However, the damage numbers continued to stubbornly flicker, rendering the shield ineffective. "It's futile. This is a suppression at the rule level. Conventional defenses and healing are ineffective." Ding Hua's expression grew grave. She looked to Lin Mu, eager to see how this omnipotent chief would respond. Lin Mu remained unperturbed. In fact, this level of health depletion was easily manageable for him, thanks to his rapid healing ring that restored 99 points per second. Yet, he found himself deeply intrigued by the nature of this rule. Closing his eyes, his vast perception unfurled, enveloping a significant portion of the maple forest. A detailed description materialized in his mind. Blood maple forest, an area shrouded in an ancient curse, where any intruder's life force is perpetually absorbed by the forest to nurture the king of the woods, the blood-red deer. Absorbing life force. Lin Mu recalled the earlier wall of excrement and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No, this time he must be more elegant. Talents should not be misused, especially in the presence of an audience. This time, he decided to employ a more aesthetically pleasing approach. Talent, description, alterer, activate. Change life force is perpetually absorbed by the forest to life force is perpetually reclaimed by the forest. Change life force is perpetually reclaimed by the forest to life force is perpetually rewarded by the forest. With 2 consecutive modifications, the description altered. Blood maple forest, an area shrouded in an ancient curse, where any intruder's life force is perpetually rewarded by the forest to weaken the king of the woods. The blood-red deer. In that instant, the very foundation of the blood maple forest rules underwent a cataclysmic reversal. The entire blood-red maple forest trembled violently. In the next moment, a pure surge of life energy erupted from each leaf, every branch, and every inch of soil. 100, 100, 100. A cascade of green healing numbers erupted above the heads of Lin Mu and his companions. Their health bars, which had been dwindling, were instantly restored to full. Ding Huahua and the others found themselves drenched in this verdant deluge of life, their expressions frozen in utter astonishment. I. I'm about to explode." Wu Tai groaned in a mix of bliss and agony, feeling the life force within him nearly bursting through his veins. What is happening? The curse has transformed into a blessing? Lin Yu, as a water elementalist, was acutely aware of life energy. She could distinctly sense that the maple forest was, in a self-destructive manner, fervently returning the accumulated life force of millennia back to them. Simultaneously, the nearest dozen or so blood maple trees were visibly withering at an alarming rate. The vividly blood-colored leaves, stripped of their life force, rapidly turned gray, curled, and ultimately disintegrated into ashes, drifting through the air. Roar! A cry filled with pain and fury erupted from the depths of the forest. The sound resonated with despair. A magnificent stag, ablaze with blood-red flames and adorned with a pair of exquisite antlers, charged forth from the blood maple forest. The blood-red deer. Its crimson eyes fixated intently on Lin Mu and his companions, yet there was no hint of hostility. Instead, they were filled with endless pleading and despair. It could sense the entire cycle of life in the forest being forcibly reversed. If this continued, not only would the home it had inhabited for a millennium be utterly annihilated, but it too would perish from the loss of life. The blood-red deer halted 100 meters away, lowered its noble head, knelt on its forelegs, and emitted a series of mournful cries. The flames in its eyes flowed with profound sorrow, as if imploring the invaders to retract their cataclysmic divine punishment. Ding Huahua and her companions stood before this scene, utterly bereft of words. They could not comprehend why even this first encounter with a dungeon boss would kneel in supplication before the chief. Lin Mu gazed at the sorrowful blood-red deer and softly uttered, "I want your antlers." Though the blood-red deer could not speak, the anguish emanating from its very soul was clearly conveyed to Lin Mu through a wave of mental resonance. "If the antlers remain, I live. If they break, I die." In the next moment, the blood-red deer slowly rose from its kneeling position. The pleading in its burning, vertical pupils vanished, replaced by a resolute and tragic determination. An aura far more ferocious than before erupted from within it. Roar! It threw back its head and howled, the sound reverberating through the forest, shattering countless blood-hued leaves. No, this is bad. It's fighting back. Wu Tai's face turned green with fright at this sight. He quickly positioned his massive shield firmly before Lin Mu, his voice trembling. Ying and Lan Yu, too, paled, instinctively wanting to retreat. Despite Ding Huahua's attempts to maintain composure, Chief Lin had yet to summon his army of undead. Even if he were to cast a spell now, it would likely be too late to mount a defense. However, Lin Mu merely curled his lip in impatience. A waste of time. Chapter 64, Loyalty of the Squad. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Mu pointed the bone staff in his hand forward. Bone Fong. 5 streaks of ghastly green poison light flashed past. In the blink of an eye, over 45,000 toxic bone fangs were unleashed at light speed. There was no evasion, no defense. The massive form of the blood-red deer, which had just gathered all its strength to launch a devastating blow, suddenly froze. Thud, 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 thud. The toxic bone fang struck its magnificent and agile body. A series of concentrated physical damage numbers erupted above its head. But this was merely an appetizer. In the next moment, the top of the blood-red deer's head was completely enveloped by a dense array of green poison damage numbers. 7, 9, 5. The terrifying poison damage approached 300,000 per second. Its health bar plummeted at a waterfall-like speed. Roar! The blood-red deer emitted a cry more sorrowful than any before. Its colossal body collapsed, thrashing and convulsing on the ground. Ding Huahua and the others had barely comprehended the speed of the bone fangs that had flown past. They stood, frozen in shock, staring at the horrific scene before them. Their minds blank. What kind of damage was this? Wu Tai pointed at the now motionless blood-red deer, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. It was killed in seconds? The shadow's body trembled violently, his pride in his calmness and composure shattered by Lin Mu's earth-shattering strike. He had encountered high-level mages before, but whose skills could be instantaneous, hit directly, and inflict such astronomical numbers of continuous poison damage. This was utterly inconsistent with the power system of adventurers. Ding Huahua gazed at Lin Mu, her beautiful eyes swirling with horror and confusion. She suddenly realized how utterly mistaken her previous assumptions had been. The chief's strength extended far beyond his army of undead. He himself was a calamity. Lin Mu looked at the blood-red deer, now devoid of life, with a heart that remained undisturbed. Beside its corpse lay 2 items, a resplendent crown shimmering with purple light, and a pair of blood-colored antlers radiating rich life energy. Done. Lin Mu stepped forward and expertly stowed both items into his professional space. Ding. Obtained quest item, Hardhorn of the blood-red deer. The 4 behind him remained frozen in a state of shock. Their worldview had been repeatedly trampled and ground to dust within 2 dungeons. Instant kill. That was a level 40 Lord-level boss. Yet, it had been dispatched by a necromancer in a single blow. This was nothing like the previous encounter, where masses of skeletons had overwhelmed it. Wu Tai swallowed hard, glancing down at the massive shield in his hands, then at Lin Mu's slender back. Feeling an absurdity wash over him. He had always believed that the ultimate purpose of a shield warrior was to absorb the most lethal damage for their teammates. But now, it seemed that in the presence of certain beings, this proud shield might not even have the qualification to be glanced at. Chief, that skill you just used. Ding Huahua forced herself to break free from the cataclysmic shock and attempted to comprehend everything that had transpired. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Mu interrupted her. Oh, that? My profession is a bit special. There was a mutation during my awakening, and my skill damage is rather unstable. Sometimes it's absurdly high. Other times it feels like a tickle. He shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. It all depends on luck. Ding Huahua and the others. Luck? Is that what you call luck? This explanation felt so dismissive that it was as if he were saying he couldn't be bothered to come up with a better excuse, leaving them to believe what they would. Lin Mu ignored them, retrieving the newly acquired purple crown. Crown of Blood Maple. Defense, 60, 80. Intelligence, 40. Special Effect 1, Blessing of Blood Flame. Increases all fire skill damage by 10 and adds a slight life steal effect upon equipping. The attributes were decent, but the level difference was too great. Lin Mu shook his head. By the time he could wear this equipment, he would have likely outgrown many pieces suitable for his level. He casually tossed the exquisite fire attribute crown to Ding Huahua. Here, take it. Huh. Ding Huahua instinctively caught the crown, feeling its warmth. Chief, this is far too precious. Her cheeks flushed as she waved her hands repeatedly. This was a level 40 exquisite purple piece of equipment. If taken to the auction house, it could fetch an astronomical price of over 1 million new star coins. They were merely here to fill the numbers. How could they accept such a valuable token of gratitude without having contributed anything? Just take it. Lin Mu's tone remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. I have no use for it. He looked at the four, his gaze profound. Tools also require maintenance. If you grow stronger, it will save me effort in the future should I need to rely on you again. This statement, blunt to the point of being almost insulting, caused Ding Huahua and the others to tremble, suddenly understanding Lin Mu's intent. Their value lay in being the key to opening team dungeons. The crown and the previous arm guard were investments in that key. With this realization, Ding Huahua ceased her reluctance, cradling the crown of blood maple in her hands. She deeply bowed to Lin Mu. Thank you, Chief. From this moment onward, our Blade Squad will follow your lead unwaveringly, ready to brave any challenge. Behind her, Wu Tai, Shadow, and Blue Moon also bowed in unison, their expressions solemn. In that instant, their relationship underwent a qualitative transformation. No longer mere temporary hires, but subordinates. Lin Mu made a zipping motion with his lips, as a reminder. Understood. The four-member squad responded in unison. Chapter 65. Quest completed, preparing for second transition. Having departed from the blood-red maple forest world, the once vividly alluring landscape now visibly exuded an aura of decay. Behind them, the portal to the blood maple forest dungeon flickered with a strange frequency. Lin Mu felt a strong premonition. Forcibly reversing the operational mechanism of this dungeon world might have utterly destroyed its ecological cycle. It seemed that this direct tampering with core rules could indeed inflict significant harm on the dungeon. He pondered silently. Before long, the blood maple forest might face collapse, much like the abyss hunting grounds. Yet, that was no longer a matter for him to ponder. After all, if it crumbled, it crumbled. What concern was it of his? I'm finally out. Wu Tai plopped down onto the ground, greedily inhaling the liberating air, alleviating the tension he had just felt while confronting the blood-red deer in a desperate fight. Ding Huahua, Ying, and Lanyue remained standing. Yet their previously taut bodies had noticeably relaxed. They gazed at Lin Mu's silhouette, their eyes reflecting not only awe but also a newfound fervent trust. Captain, I feel that, with you leading us, we could tackle even a level 50 dungeon with ease. Wu Tai declared, thumping his chest, his tone brimming with blind confidence. Ding Huahua shook his head with a wry smile, correcting him. Not with ease, but rather gliding through it. All we need to do is follow the captain and pick up the loot that falls. Ying and Lanyue nodded in agreement. They had fully embraced their new identity as a professional scavenging squad, even finding some joy in it. Ancestors Grove, Lin Mu's calm voice caused the four, who had just relaxed, to tense up once more. Ancestors Grove, a level 40 large-scale team dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was an archway of radiant light, entwined with colossal vines. The moment the five stepped through the portal, a fresh and overwhelming aura of life enveloped them. They found themselves in an endless primeval forest, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was rich with the fragrance of earth and foliage. What a potent surge of life energy! Lanyue, as a water elementalist, was particularly sensitive to this energy and couldn't help but exclaim. Unlike the eerie atmosphere of the previous two dungeons, this place resembled the fabled elven forest. According to the records, the final boss of Ancestors Grove, the ancient tree leader, lay dormant in the deepest part of this forest. Ding Huahua quickly pulled up the information and whispered, however, to encounter it, we must first clear out the numerous guardians of the forest. Upon hearing this, Wu Tai immediately raised his massive shield, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Captain, how shall we proceed this time? He inquired tentatively, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This time, we'll forego any fanciful tactics, Lin Mu stated, surveying the tranquil grove. He resolved to conclude this journey of class transition with the most primal of methods. Awaken. A familiar scene unfolded once more. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors and 90 skeleton cannoneers emerged, as if summoned from the depths of hell, rumbling into the serene woodland. The stench of death starkly contrasted with the vitality of the ancient forest. The quartet of Ding Huahua felt no shock this time. Instead, they were filled with excitement and anticipation, ready to witness an epic spectacle. They skillfully retreated behind Lin Mu, poised to dash out and collect loot at a moment's notice. Go, clear this forest. Lin Mu's command was as succinct as ever. Boom. The tide of steel surged forward. This time, there was no need to dismantle walls or clear paths with artillery. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors formed an immense, impenetrable square formation, marching in unison like a colossal wall of steel, advancing deeper into the forest. Roar. A level 40 elite monster, the forest giant bear, comparable in size to a mammoth and covered in moss, burst forth from behind the trees, unleashing a thunderous roar. Yet, what awaited it were hundreds of sharp steel spears thrusting forth simultaneously. With a squelch, It didn't even have time to utter a cry. This terrifying creature, capable of annihilating an elite squad, was instantly transformed into a pincushion. Its massive form was swiftly engulfed and shredded by the tide of steel. To the left, a blue glow. It's a quality material. Ying's voice, tinged with excitement, emerged from the shadows. Xiao Wu, provide cover. Lan Yue, prepare to slow down. Ding Huohua commanded decisively. Wu Tai immediately charged forward with his massive shield. Lan Yue's staff flicked, and a stream of water precisely ensnared the material about to be overwhelmed by the skeletons. Drawing it back, their teamwork in this scavenging endeavor had grown remarkably seamless. Captain, another purple item. Captain, a rare skill book. The entire Ancestors' Grove had utterly devolved into Lin Mu's personal hunting ground. Ding Huohua and his companions were akin to farmers trailing behind a harvester, eagerly gathering the leftover grain, immersed in their task. Half an hour later, the army halted. Before them stood a towering ancient tree, 100 meters high, its trunk bearing an aged visage, slowly opening its eyes. Ancient tree leader, intruders, die? The ancient tree leader bellowed with a thunderous roar, as numerous stout roots burst from the earth, thrashing towards the skeleton army like giant serpents. Artillery barrage. Lin Mu commanded directly. 90 skeleton cannoneers provided an immediate response. The cannon fire erupted. Devastating projectiles swiftly enveloped the entire form of the ancient tree leader. In the face of overwhelming numbers and power, any resistance appeared utterly futile. Minutes later, with a final, regretful wail, the ancient tree leader collapsed. Lin Mu stepped forward, retrieving a piece of bark adorned with peculiar patterns from the colossal trunk's remains. Ding. Acquired quest item. Bark of the ancient tree leader. All set. Let's return to town. Lin Mu turned, dispersing the undead army. A flash of light enveloped them as the five were transported out of the dungeon. The moment their feet touched solid ground, Ding Huohua and the others remained in a state of euphoric disbelief. I leveled up again. Wu Tai stammered, exhilarated by the radiant glow enveloping him. I leveled up too. Level 25. I'm at 25. Lan Yue squealed in joy. Though Ding Huohua and Ying remained silent, the uncontainable elation etched on their faces spoke volumes. In just one day, following this captain, they had traversed 3 dungeons they had previously only dared to dream of. Not only had they acquired a plethora of exceptional equipment capable of doubling their combat prowess and worth, but their levels had skyrocketed to the threshold of their second-class transition. What an astonishing stroke of fortune! The quartet gazed at Lin Mu with eyes now brimming with fervent admiration. Lin Mu paid them no heed. He opened his class panel, observing the experience points. A smile graced his lips. The accumulated experience should be sufficient to elevate me to level 28, at the very least, right? The effects of the experience potion were indeed terrifying. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Shengjing Academy. With the 3 items gathered, it was time to return. Second-class transition, here I come. Chapter 66, Mobilizing the Troops. Returning to Shengjing Academy. Wu Tai and Lan Yu maintained a distance of more than 3 steps from Lin Mu, their heads bowed in silence. Ding Huohua walked beside Lin Mu, several times attempting to express her gratitude, yet uncertain of what to articulate. Chief, she began to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Mu raising his hand. You should proceed to the temple and accept your second transfer tasks, Lin Mu stated calmly. What? Aren't you submitting your task? Wu Tai instinctively inquired. Lin Mu did not respond. Instead, he took out his phone. Ding Huohua tugged at Wu Tai, signaling him to remain silent. The 4 of them respectfully bowed to Lin Mu before turning to walk unsteadily towards the temple on the back mountain. Teacher Mu, Lin Mu first dialed Mu Wanqing's number. Lin Mu? What is it? Mu Wanqing's voice was as efficient as ever. Oh, nothing significant, Lin Mu replied with a casual tone, as if inquiring about the weather. I've completed my second transfer task. On the other end of the line, there was a prolonged silence lasting 5 seconds, with only the faint crackle of static indicating that the connection had not been severed. What did you say? Mu Wanqing's voice carried a hint of disbelief. I said I gathered all 3 materials, and I'm now preparing to submit the task at the temple, Lin Mu patiently reiterated. Wait, Mu Wanqing exclaimed, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. Lin Mu shrugged, dialing another number. Who is this? Principal Zhou Pingxia's robust voice resonated through the receiver. Principal, it's me. Lin Mu. Oh, young Lin Mu. Why aren't you preparing for your second transfer task? Do you still have time to call me? Or have you caused some trouble again that requires me to clean up after you? Ha! Zhou Pingxia's demeanor sounded quite jovial. Lin Mu cleared his throat and, adopting a matter-of-fact tone, replied, Not at all. I'm merely informing you that I've completed my second transfer task and am heading to the temple. Oh, you finished? Then you should go. Zhou Pingxia's voice trailed off abruptly. Crash. A sound reminiscent of shattering porcelain echoed through the phone. Zhou Pingxia seemed to realize something, his voice suddenly rising in pitch, tinged with urgency. Wait, what did you say? Say it again. I said, I have completed my second transfer task. You little rascal. That was fast. I'm heading to the temple right now. With that, the call was forcefully terminated. Lin Mu tucked away his phone, a subtle smile gracing his features as he leisurely made his way to the back mountain. Upon arriving at the magnificent doors of the temple, he indeed witnessed a scene reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon. Principal Zhou Pingxia was pacing back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, resembling an agitated lion. Beside him stood Mu Wanqing, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, along with several elderly individuals whom Lin Mu had never encountered before, yet whose presence exuded an unfathomable aura. These individuals were none other than the stalwarts of the Shengjing Academy. Young man, you finally arrived, Zhou Pingxiao exclaimed, swiftly appearing before Lin Mu. His aged eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe. Lin Mu felt a tingle of discomfort under his gaze, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Principal, I merely came to change my profession. Why such a grand spectacle? Nonsense, Zhou Pingxiao retorted, his eyes flaring. How can we not make a fuss? Go ahead and create a stir. The louder, the better. I want to see if it's indeed as you claimed. The elderly figures behind him chuckled at his words, their gazes toward Lin Mu filled with curiosity and anticipation. They had been summoned by Zhou Pingxia to witness the antics of this prodigious troublemaker, drawn in by such an outrageous reason. I heard from the Mu family girl that your task materials are all from level 40 dungeon bosses. Have you truly managed to acquire them? Indeed, Lin Mu nodded. Retrieving the 3 task items from his profession space, the serrated tail stinger of the buzzing queen, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, the hardened antlers of the crimson-blooded deer, ablaze with the flames of life, and the ancient bark of the elder tree, adorned with time-worn patterns. As these 3 items radiating the powerful essence of bosses appeared before them, the usually composed elder professors could no longer maintain their composure. Heavens! It is indeed the tail stinger of the buzzing queen. The energy fluctuations are even stronger than before. It cannot be mistaken. Incredible. Truly incredible. To connect 3 level 40 team dungeons in a single day, how on earth did this young man accomplish it? The elder professors surrounded the 3 materials, as if they had stumbled upon the rarest of treasures, their excitement rendering them incoherent. Zhou Pingxia's face beamed with joy, his beard practically dancing with delight. Splendid. Truly splendid. You are indeed the pride of Shengjing Academy. He clapped Lin Mu's shoulder heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration and pride. I have already informed Elder Son to keep an eye on things, lest your commotion becomes too great for us to handle. Go on. Zhou Pingxiao waved his hand grandly. Today, I shall stand here and protect you. I want to see just how grand this second transfer will be. Under Zhou Pingxiao's expectant gaze, Lin Mu stepped forward toward the temple. Ding Huahua, Wu Tai, Ying, and Lan Yu had already completed their tasks and emerged from the side door of the temple, their faces alight with excitement. Captain, my second transfer task was merely to go to the stormy cliff and collect 10 wind grindstones. This is too easy, right? Wu Tai exclaimed, staring at his task panel in disbelief. Mine too. I had to go to the lava core and gather some flame crystals from the periphery. Lan Yu added, her voice tinged with a dreamlike sense of unreality. Both the stormy cliff and the lava core are merely internal level 25 resource dungeons of the Academy. The difficulty, when compared to the level 40 team dungeon they just experienced, is akin to a novice village. At that moment, Ying's body suddenly stiffened. He tugged at Ding Huahua's sleeve, his voice hoarse. Captain, look over there. Ding Huahua followed his gaze, her heart skipping a beat. Not far away, on an open patch of ground, stood Principal Zhou Pingxia, the head of the Tianzi Academy Mu Wanqing, and several legendary professors whom they had only seen in the holographic projections of the Academy's honor roll. Each person's gaze was intensely fixed upon the grand doors of the temple, as if awaiting the arrival of some world-ending demon. Gulp. Wu Tai swallowed hard, feeling his legs weaken. Any one of those professors could shake the very foundations of Huaxiao with a mere stomp. Why were they all gathered here? Zhou Pingxia seemed to notice their stares, casually glancing over. Just a glance. The 4 individuals, Ding Huahua and his companions, felt an overwhelming and unassailable pressure descend upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Are you the ones who undertook missions alongside that Lin Mu? The voice of Zhou Pingxia, though not loud, resonated clearly in their ears. Why yes, Principal, Ding Huahua replied respectfully, bracing himself against the immense weight. Indeed, you have all reached level 25. It seems you have reaped considerable rewards by following that young man. Zhou Pingxia remarked with a nod, then turned his gaze back to the grand doors of the sanctuary, his eyes glimmering with palpable anticipation. The 4, feeling as if a great pardon had been granted, quickly bowed and retreated, moving awkwardly away, scarcely daring to exhale. Their minds were in turmoil. Their perceptions of Lin Mu elevated to an unfathomable height. To have the principal and so many esteemed scholars awaiting a transfer personally, clearly, they had underestimated the caliber of this chief. Chapter 67. The Worship of Death and the Abyss. Within the sanctuary, Lin Mu once more encountered the stunning woman clad in pristine white, priestly robes. Upon seeing Lin Mu, a flicker of surprise briefly stirred in her icy gaze. Have you completed the mission? Her voice, still cold, bore a note of astonishment. Yes, Lin Mu nodded, placing the 3 mission items sequentially upon the frigid altar. As the venomous stinger of the Bee King, the antlers burning with life's essence, and the bark etched with ancient runes emerged simultaneously. The altar emitted a faint humming sound. The priestess's pupils constricted sharply. The aura emanating from these items harbored a terrifying potency far beyond that of a level 40 boss. Place your hand upon it, she commanded, taking a deep breath to quell the astonishment within her, her tone now imbued with gravity. Lin Mu complied. The moment his palm met the icy altar, a familiar pitch-black radiance surged forth once more. Boom. A tremendous wave of deathly energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. The 3 mission items were consumed instantaneously by the obsidian energy before they even had the chance to shimmer. The priestess's face drained of color. No. This is the power of death. No. It's even more potent than mere death energy. The white priestly robe fluttered violently, her exquisite features paling. With a stifled gasp, she was compelled to retreat repeatedly, a sacred light shield manifesting beneath her feet to barely stabilize her stance. Is this the energy intensity expected at the second transfer? She thought, her heart racing as she fixed her gaze on the young man at the center of the storm. The black energy enveloped Lin Mu entirely. Subsequently, a massive black pillar of light shot into the sky like a dragon. Boom. The energy pierced through the sanctuary's dome. Outside the sanctuary, Zhou Pingxia suddenly slapped his thigh, excitement illuminating his face. It's happening. The elderly professors behind him also focused intently, anticipating the so-called citywide phenomenon. Before them, a dark, ink-like energy vortex tore through the clouds, reaching into the heavens. It was more magnificent than the spectacle Lin Mu had conjured during his first transfer in Shilin City, exceeding it by an order of magnitude. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The black vortex erupted above the firmament, transforming into a colossal whirlpool that obscured the sun. The whirlpool revolved slowly, as if opening a door to an unknown world of death. Simultaneously, an entirely different aura tore forth from the void. It was chaotic, twisted, infused with the corruption and madness of abyssal power. Gray fissures in space appeared on the opposite side of the dark energy, like gruesome scars. On one side lay the ultimate silence of death. On the other, the utter chaos of the abyss. These 2 starkly contrasting supreme powers bizarrely coexisted within this small sanctuary. Then, a scene unfolded that sent shivers down the spines of all the eminent figures present. Within the swirling vortex of death, countless blurred, yet colossal silhouettes began to materialize. There was the skeletal king clad in black armor, wielding a massive scythe of souls. There sat the Lich Emperor upon a throne of bones, the flames of souls flickering in his eye sockets. A gigantic skeletal dragon unfurled its shadowy wings, emitting a silent roar. They were embodiments of death, the pinnacle of the realm of the deceased. Billions of undead beings, from the lowest skeleton soldiers to the legendary undead overlords, their phantasms layered upon one another, filled the entire sky. They emitted no sound, yet the absolute silence they brought forth was enough to freeze the very essence of the soul. On the other side of the abyssal rift, the first to emerge was a colossal head adorned with blood-red eyes, followed by a mass of twisted flesh and a horror wrapped in pale flames, its form indistinguishable. They were the personifications of chaos, terrifying existences from the abyssal dimension. Whether they were undead monarchs or abyssal demons, each phantasm radiated a terrifying pressure capable of making even 5th-tier warriors tremble. Outside the sanctuary, Zhou Pingxia's smile had long since vanished, replaced by an unprecedented weightiness and confusion. He had anticipated thunder and lightning. He had envisioned demonic energies soaring. Yet he had never imagined such a bizarre spectacle of death and abyss converging. Is that the legendary Lich Emperor? And that one? Is it the phantom of the abyssal lord, the thousand-eyed demon? Good heavens! These creatures existed solely in the most ancient of tomes. The voices of the elderly professors trembled, their astonishment nearly spilling over. Inside the sanctuary, the white-robed priestess had already collapsed to the ground, her body trembling slightly from sheer terror. Her once proud composure and rationality were utterly shattered before this mythic and epic scene. Just then, within the astonished gazes of Zhou Pingxia, Mu Wanqing, and all the elderly professors, the billions of phantoms of the undead, The rulers of the abyssal realm lined up on either side, kneeling in unison, lowering their proud heads toward the sanctuary. This was not subjugation, but rather a recognition that transcended time and space. It was akin to welcoming the birth of a new sovereign, bearing witness to the advent of an entirely new order. What in the world is happening? An esteemed old professor could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming a curse, his voice trembling. This is not a transfer. This is a coronation. Zhou Pingxiao's body quaked violently. Not from fear, but from an uncontrollable surge of exhilaration. Ha! Excellent. Magnificent. He pointed at the miraculous scene in the sky, laughing wildly, appearing almost mad. I knew it. I knew this young man was a chaotic force of nature. This is no mere transfer. This is the return of a demigod. Mu Wanqing looked up, her face etched with a mix of daze and bewilderment. She gazed at the sky, then cast her eyes upon the temple shrouded in a pillar of black light. Murmuring to herself, who exactly is he? Within the temple, Lin Mu was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Mission item submitted. Class change task completed. Initiating secondary class change. Congratulations to the practitioner Lin Mu for completing the secondary class change. Your profession as a necromancer has been transcended, resulting in a significant enhancement of all attributes. You have mastered the secondary skills, Revive Undead and Summon Skeleton Mage. The necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV26. The necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV27. The necromancer Lin Mu has leveled up to LV28. As the last wisp of deathly black mist and abyssal energy merged within Lin Mu's body, all the phenomena receded like a tide. Silence returned to the temple. The lips of the priestess trembled, ready to speak. In Lin Mu's heart, he silently chanted. Here it comes. Chapter 68, Talent Upgrade. At that moment, Lin Mu's heart raced wildly. The phrase he had been mentally repeating had finally come to fruition. Indeed, a rebirth of transformation. Just like the first class change. The upgrade of talent occurred only after the class change process was fully completed, serving as the grand finale. Outside the temple, Zhou Pingxia and a group of esteemed scholars had just recovered from the shock of the grand spectacle of all spirits congregating. Is it over? An elderly professor wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice still trembling. Just as Zhou Pingxia was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. No, there's more. Boom. A dark mist, more solid, purer, and more domineering than the previous black whirlwind, erupted violently from the cracks of the temple's doors and windows. This time, it did not soar into the sky. Instead, like a silent black tide, it spread across the ground in an unstoppable manner, surging outwards in all directions. This black mist was no longer merely a harbinger of death and chaos. Within it resided an ineffable order, a supreme law that commanded dominion over all. Quick, defend! Zhou Pingxia shouted, unleashing the terrifying aura of a pinnacle fourth-tier practitioner. A thick golden barrier formed before him, shielding the elderly professors behind him. The black mist collided with the barrier, producing a sound akin to a tangible thunderclap. Zhou Pingxiao's complexion paled, and he was forced to take a step back. His eyes were filled with horror. The energy emanating from merely a class change was enough to shake a pinnacle fourth-tier practitioner. What kind of monster is this? The black mist did not relent. It disregarded all obstacles and continued to spread. In an instant, it engulfed the entire rear mountain. Ding Huahua and his companions were nearby, pressed to the ground by this sudden and terrifying pressure. They could not even muster the thought of resistance, merely watching helplessly as the profound darkness swallowed them whole. Strangely, they suffered no harm, only feeling a shiver from the depths of their souls and a sense of submission, as if an unparalleled king was surveying his domain. And they were but the most insignificant dust within it. Is this truly the power of the chief? Wu Tai lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to raise his head. The black mist continued to spread, soon enveloping the entire Shengjing Academy. The Heavenly Academy, the Earth Academy, the Profound Academy, the Yellow Academy. Whether they were talented individuals practicing skills or instructors delivering lectures, at that moment, all ceased their actions. An unmatched pressure descended upon every heart. In a corner of the Yellow Academy, the demoted Lu Hu cursed Lin Mu with venomous words. Yet, when the black mist approached, the malice on his face instantly froze, transforming into sheer terror. Uffed, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted from the sheer fright, not knowing when he would awaken again. The spread of the black mist did not halt at the academy. It crossed the high walls, continuing its advance towards the bustling city of Shengjing. At the headquarters of the City Defense Army, General Zhao Wujing, clad in armor and meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. He rushed to the window, gazing toward the direction of Shengjing Academy. The ever-expanding realm of darkness filled him with gravity and trepidation. Again, Shengjing Academy. Is it the same person as last time? His adjutant, equally shaken by the phenomenon, was met with a slow shake of Zhao Wujing's head. Uncertain yet aware that it was undoubtedly an entity of the highest caliber. Commander, should we send someone over? No need. With Elder Sun stationed there, none would compare. Inside the temple, as the last wisp of black mist, like a fledgling returning home, fully merged into Lin Mu's body, the world returned to tranquility once more. It was as if the terrifying spectacle that had swept through Shengjing Academy had merely been an illusion. Lin Mu's gaze remained fixated on his class panel. Description modifier, small achievement attained. Function, description details, able to view more detailed descriptions than other practitioners. Description modification, can alter a single word in a description. Restrictions, frequency, each target's description can be modified 3 times daily. Level, cannot modify descriptions of targets whose levels exceed his own by more than 30 levels. Logical consistency, modifications must maintain a degree of coherence and basic logic in the statements. Special, cannot directly modify fundamental descriptions such as physical attributes, profession, talents, or world rules. 3 times. Level cap, 30 levels. This means he can modify 3 descriptions of a single piece of equipment in 1 day. Or, he could perform 3 monumental alterations on a single skill within a day. Lin Mu's breath quickened at that moment. He forcibly suppressed the excitement stemming from his talent's upgrade, maintaining an outward appearance of calmness. The priestess in white finally regained a semblance of composure from her extreme fear. She looked at the serene youth before her, as if nothing had transpired, her lips trembling as she mustered all her strength to inquire, What profession have you awakened? Oh, just the most ordinary necromancer. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. The priestess felt as though her faith and worldview had been utterly shattered in that instant. Boom. Before she could ask further, the grand door of the temple, crafted from special materials, was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Principal Zhou Pingxia was the first to rush in, followed by several elderly professors who looked pale and a dazed Mu Wanqing. Lin Mu. Zhou Pingxia suddenly appeared before Lin Mu, his aged eyes wide with disbelief, as if he intended to devour him whole. You must clarify this for me. What in the blazes was that just now? He gestured towards the now serene sky outside, his voice trembling with agitation. What was that about the undead arriving? What is this business of the abyss bowing? You, young man, changing professions as if it were a coronation ceremony. Lin Mu regarded Zhou Pingxia's expression, a tumultuous blend of astonishment, anger, and exhilaration. He allowed a hint of innocence and confusion to surface on his face. Principal, I truly do not know, he replied, raising his hands in a gesture of sincerity that could earn him an Oscar. Just like last time, the energy surged uncontrollably, and those strange shadows startled me as well. Startled you? Zhou Pingxia exclaimed, puffing his cheeks and pointing at the priestess, who was still collapsed on the ground. Look at what you've done to her. Lin Mu cast a fleeting glance, his heart unperturbed. Principal, please remain calm. I already mentioned that occupational mutations can be quite dramatic. He invoked the universal shield of occupational mutation once more. At this moment, several elderly professors, who had been standing behind Zhou Pingxia, finally regained their composure. An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward, gazing at Lin Mu with an expression of profound complexity. Child, tell me, was that merely a dramatic occurrence? You are making a declaration to the entire world. I am formidable. Come, pay attention to me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pingxia did not express concern. Instead, he burst into raucous laughter, slapping his thigh. Well said. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, his admiration and excitement impossible to conceal. What we need in our China is a demigod capable of piercing the heavens. He laughed heartily, finally managing to compose himself, yet the exhilaration lingered on his face. Enough. Enough. Let us not linger here. We shall publicly declare that the Academy is conducting advanced magical experiments, and the energy has dissipated. With a grand gesture, Zhou Pingxia designated the matter's outcome. He then seized Lin Mu's arm, as if clutching a rare treasure, and insisted on escorting him outside. Come with me, young man. In the principal's exclusive independent office, Zhou Pingxia prepared another cup of the ethereal cloud tea for Lin Mu. He himself refrained from drinking, pacing back and forth, muttering incessantly. This is madness, absolute madness. I have presided over the Academy for a century and have never witnessed such absurdity. He abruptly halted, turning to fix Lin Mu with a penetrating gaze. Young man, you must tell me honestly, how many secrets do you possess? Lin Mu took a sip of tea, its aroma soothing. Meeting Zhou Pingxia's fervent gaze, he replied calmly, Principal, I am merely a student wishing to grow stronger in peace. Zhou Pingxia studied Lin Mu's inscrutable expression and let out a long sigh. He sank heavily into the sofa, massaging his aching temples. Fine, fine. You are simply a monster. And I am too weary to ask further. He scrutinized Lin Mu with utmost seriousness. However, you must promise me one thing. Please, go ahead, Principal. Your current state resembles that of a 3-year-old child running amok with god-tier equipment. Zhou Pingxiao's tone was unusually grave. I do not know the extent of the power you wield, but before you can truly master it, you must learn to conceal it. This world, while appearing united, is rife with veiled conflicts among nations. There are also peculiar religious organizations and outright antisocial entities that will inevitably target you. I cannot be your shadow, cleaning up after you every time. Lin Mu nodded solemnly. I understand, Principal. You understand nothing. Zhou Pingxia shot him an exasperated glare, observing the slight impatience in Lin Mu's eyes. Ultimately, he relinquished his probing, letting out a heavy sigh. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Just know that the Academy will always be your support. Zhou Pingxia's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible fatigue, yet more so, a weighty expectation. Go now, and take the time to digest the gains from this experience. Goodbye, Principal. Lin Mu sprang to his feet, eager to depart. For a myriad of skills and equipment awaited his attention. Meanwhile, in a dim underground stronghold on the outskirts of Shengjing, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a bizarre ghostly mask knelt before an altar composed of countless twisted souls. Lord Soul Sacrifice. The voice of the masked figure rasped with reverence. The target has once again triggered an energy anomaly. Its scale and intensity far surpass that of the incident in Shilin City, seemingly linked to the fundamental laws of death and the abyss. On the altar, the mass of distorted souls suddenly stilled. A voice, indistinguishable in gender and seemingly composed of overlapping sounds, gradually resonated. Observe closely, until the sacred object is recovered. Do not engage with him lightly. This individual may become the most perfect offering in our plans. In the new Federation, Washington, D.C., within a lavish small conference room at the Puma's Institute of Innovation, an assistant with golden hair and blue eyes reported urgently to the elders seated at the head of the table. Director, that SSS-rated new occupational practitioner from China has completed their second stage of profession change. The commotion is even greater than during their first transition in Shilin City. The director, Horatio Hodgson, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, revealing piercing azure irises that seemed capable of penetrating the soul. Details. His voice was calm, yet carried an imposing aura. The assistant hastily projected an encrypted file onto the holographic display at the center of the table. The image depicted a blurry scene captured from a distance by federal spies, showcasing the ominous convergence of death and the abyss above Xinjiang Academy. Despite the poor quality and interference, the presence of the two opposing supreme laws was palpable, chilling the atmosphere of the conference room. According to our intelligence analysis, this anomaly involves both the realm of the deceased and the dimension of the abyss, two fundamental laws. The phantoms of these two forces are simultaneously bowing in one direction. The assistant's voice quivered with fear. Bow. Director Hodgson's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the terrifying implications of those words. At that moment, a languid yet arrogant voice emerged from the corner of the conference table. Director, I believe this is merely a ruse concocted by the Chinese. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man with radiant golden hair named Kyle, the undisputed genius of the younger generation at the Puma's Institute. At merely 19 years of age, he was already a level 29 practitioner, having awakened a legendary golden talent known as dominance. Since the last enrollment, he has been learning under Dean Hodgson, a necromancer devoid of any activated talent. Even if fortunate enough to attain an SSS rating, what significant waves could he possibly create? The Easterners have an affinity for indulging in these ethereal rituals. Perhaps it is merely a peculiar occupational anomaly, exaggerated by the intelligence department. Kyle lifted the coffee from the table, taking a delicate sip, a hint of disdainful mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. In his view, so-called geniuses can only radiate their most resplendent brilliance upon the soil of the Free Federation. Dean Hodgson slowly turned his gaze towards him, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. Kyle, arrogance marks the commencement of a strong one's downfall. You possess exceptional talent. Yet this world is far grander than you can fathom. Kyle's smile faltered slightly, yet he lowered his head respectfully. Yes, Dean. Hodgson chose not to engage further, his attention returning to the indistinct images before him, contemplating for a moment. There is an ancient Chinese saying, how can one allow others to slumber beside their own bed? Regardless of the truth, we must ascertain who this young man is, capable of invoking the two primary laws of magic, and what powers he possesses. He raised his head, his cerulean gaze sweeping across everyone present. In a month, the triannual Global Freshman Exchange Conference will commence, taking place in the prosperous city of Shenyang, China. Kyle Dean, this time, you will serve as the leader of our academy's new students. Dean Hodgson's voice bore no trace of emotion. Your task is singular. Probe into his hidden cards. and if possible, a glint of cold murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Let him remain on the exchange conference arena, forever. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across various nations on Blue Star. The protagonist, Lin Mu, who had stirred the winds of change, had just exited his office. The administrative building, once bustling with the commotion of the recent anomaly, had returned to its former tranquility. Students and mentors encountered along the way instinctively paused to gossip from a distance upon seeing Lin Mu. He remained oblivious to their attention, his steps unwavering. At this moment, his heart had already soared back to the cloud viewing residence. The recently upgraded talent, with permissions to modify thrice daily. It felt like ants crawling within his heart. Upon returning to the cloud viewing residence, the courtyard gate thunderously closed, severing all external prying and clamor. Lin Mu sat cross-legged before the stone table on the viewing platform. Opening his professional panel, his gaze immediately fixated on the two brand-new second-tier skills.